Finally off work. As he glanced at the time on his phone, which had just struck 5, Yin let out a sigh of relief, gathered his belongings, and bid farewell to his colleagues, who were also preparing to leave. As a corporate drone, Yin had no grand ambitions. His principle was to avoid overtime at all costs. Before long, he found himself in the elevator, descending to the entrance of the commercial trade building. Suddenly, he was drawn to the sight of 2 fashionably dressed women ahead of his colleagues. Just as he contemplated approaching them to say hello, he caught snippets of their whispered conversation. "Hey, I couldn't help but notice that Yin, who sits across from you, seems to be stealing glances at you. Do you think he might have feelings for you and wants to confess? You noticed that? Impressive. You really should focus on your work. Stop deflecting. Don't you have any thoughts on the matter? You're not getting any younger, you know." Sure, Yin is quite heavy, but he's fair-skinned and clean-looking. He could be a real heartthrob if he lost some weight. Isn't it worth considering? Oh, please, what are you talking about? At his 300 pounds, I'd be crushed if I ended up with him. Their voices faded into the distance, leaving only the tinkling laughter of the 2 women behind. Upon hearing their remarks, Yin lost all desire to approach them, glancing down his round belly and allowing a self-deprecating smile to form. "I'm not 300 pounds, you know," he muttered inwardly. As he pondered their conversation, his thoughts drifted to a game he had been playing recently. In truth, his furtive glances weren't driven by any romantic interest, nor did he harbor any sordid intentions. It was simply that the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from his game. No, in fact, she looked exactly like her. He had recently discovered a dating simulation game, and the mere premise of it being a dating sim was initially uninspiring. What captivated him were its remarkably comprehensive features. Claimed to be a dating simulation, the game mirrored reality in a plethora of ways. One could evolve from a penniless corporate wanderer to eventually securing a position as a CEO. You could also find love within the game, culminating in marriage and children. Aside from the inability to experience it all in a genuinely tangible manner, everything felt extraordinarily real. Any unforeseen event could lead to total failure, mimicking the unpredictability of life itself. Thus, it was no wonder that Yin had become utterly enamored with this game. However, before long, Yin dismissed the thoughts from his mind, pondering that it might simply be a coincidence. After all, there are individuals in this world who bear striking resemblances to one another, especially in the realm of character creation within video games. Even if they appear identical, it is not particularly remarkable, as big data is omnipresent. Shaking his head, Yin located his small electric scooter. As he mounted the scooter, it let out a lamenting wail and sped off towards home. In truth, during his university days, Yin harbored grand aspirations. Yet, upon entering society, he discovered the formidable challenges of ascending the career ladder with nothing to his name. Ultimately, the rigors of the real world had polished him into a shrewd individual, adept at navigating his duties without exerting unnecessary effort, much like a seasoned professional. Although he had come to terms with this early in life, having lost his youthful vigor at merely 25, he did not perceive it as a significant issue. After all, life must go on. In the midst of his contemplation, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Curious, Yin retrieved his phone to find a message from the company group chat. It was already Friday. Could it be an announcement of overtime? Frowning, he swiped through his phone to investigate. It was a message from the company manager. The executive team had convened that day to discuss the persistent decline in company performance over the past 3 months. After deliberation, they decided to implement layoffs next week, urging everyone to exert their utmost effort. Layoffs? Yin was momentarily taken aback. Although he was still young and finding a job would not be overly challenging, he was averse to complications, and job hunting could indeed be a hassle. Furthermore, this company had a relatively relaxed management style and a pleasant atmosphere. He was not keen on being dismissed. However, such matters were beyond his control, and he could only observe the chat to see if anyone would dare to inquire about the situation. As expected, after a brief silence in the chat, a seasoned employee spoke up. "Boss, why the sudden layoffs? Is there some major shift happening in the company?" The veteran employee probed cautiously. "Wasn't it mentioned? The performance has been declining, and the higher-ups have grown intolerant. This decision isn't solely mine to make. We will discuss it further next week when we resume work." The company manager seemed somewhat resigned, and after delivering this information, fell silent. The chat descended into quiet once more. No one dared to speak, fearing they might be remembered and subsequently laid off. In the current economic climate, securing a good job is indeed a formidable challenge. Ian felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He had anticipated floating through a few years at this company to gain experience, only to find that layoffs were imminent. His position was one that could easily be deemed expendable, and he might find himself jobless by next week. Yet, after sitting in place for a while, he realized that even if he were to exert himself now, it would likely be futile since his role was not particularly significant. Fine, let them lay off, he finally thought, dismissing the issue. He turned his attention to his computer, recalling that the romantic simulation game he had been playing was nearing its conclusion, and he immediately opened it up to play. Upon entering the game, Ian first controlled his character to meet the female colleague who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one sitting opposite him in real life. It was indeed astonishingly similar. Would she consider taking legal action against the game company if she discovered this? Ian chuckled at the thought and chose to disregard it, guiding his character towards the company depicted in the game. He had played this save file from the very beginning, experiencing smooth sailing as well as tumultuous lows. And it was this immersive experience that captivated him. Just as he was about to expand his virtual company after defeating a rival, a dialogue box unexpectedly appeared. Congratulations, player. You have completed the game. Is that it? Staring in disbelief at the simplistic message, Ian was momentarily stunned. He had envisioned becoming the world's wealthiest individual. How could it conclude so abruptly without even a concluding scene? As he pondered this, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. After assessment, the host matches the criteria for the God-level romance cashback system. The system is now binding. Please hold on. Chapter 2. Cashback of 90 billion. Startled by the sudden voice in his head, Ian froze. The central holographic display showcased a remarkably lifelike 3D model of himself, clad merely in white shorts, with his bulging belly exposed. Above him floated a prominent number, personal comprehensive score, 26. Ian rubbed his eyes vigorously. But even with his eyes closed, the holographic display remained before him. It was not an illusion. Initially suspicious, Ian soon felt a surge of excitement. Although marketed as a romance game, it fundamentally encompassed life simulation and character development. Players could engage in any activity, and the romance tasks offered by the game were not obligatory. One could shape their character as they wished. The comprehensive score encapsulated aspects such as appearance, demeanor, capabilities, and assets. A score of 26 could be deemed rather unremarkable. This realization ignited a sense of indignation within Ian. Despite his slightly overweight stature, he believed he had presented himself decently. Why was his comprehensive evaluation so low? Wait, the game allowed for viewing detailed evaluations. Why was this not available here? Curious to see his specific ratings, he focused his thoughts, and the holographic display flickered, revealing a character panel identical to that in the game. Name: Ian. Age: 25. Facial evaluation: chubby and broad-faced. Body evaluation: round and plump. Character evaluation: endearingly awkward. Assets: 2. 356, 305. Comprehensive evaluation: an unremarkable chubby individual, though endearingly awkward, still fails to attract the attention of beautiful women. After all, no woman would choose to date someone who is both poor and overweight. Reading these evaluations, Ian felt a swell of frustration, particularly at the final remark. What did they mean by endearingly awkward, yet still failing to attract beautiful women? What did chubby and broad-faced entail? What did round and plump signify? Endearingly awkward? Fine, he could overlook the last description. It was somewhat acceptable. However, the final comprehensive evaluation was undeniably excessive. Yet, glancing down at his sizable belly and then at the balance displayed on the panel, Ian found himself unable to refute the system's accuracy. It seemed the system had not misrepresented the truth. He indeed was both poor and overweight, making it improbable for any woman to choose him. Next, Ian found himself envying the character in the game, who possessed striking features, a fit physique, and a graceful demeanor, effortlessly attracting attention from beautiful women as he strolled down the street. Most notably, he sported a chiseled 8-pack. Contemplating this, Ian felt a pang of bitterness. However, recalling that his in-game character had been modeled after a slimmer version of himself brought him some solace. Perhaps if he exerted effort to lose weight. But then the thought of dieting disheartened him once more. If shedding pounds were so easy, how could he still be so overweight at the age of 25? It was not that he did not wish to change. It was simply his unfortunate constitution, one that seemed to gain weight even on water alone. He had made attempts to slim down in the past, forcefully starving himself to lose about 10 pounds, only to quickly rebound. Sighing at the thought, Ian succumbed to a moment of gloom. Just then, the holographic display flickered once more, followed by the system's voice resounding. Ding. In light of the host's singular focus on entrepreneurship and lack of interest in romance, this system must provide some motivation. Main quest initiated. Main quest. Engage in a passionate romance with a beauty whose overall score exceeds 90 points. Reward. 9 trillion cashback. Progress. 0. What? 9 trillion in cash? Upon seeing this task, Ian was utterly bewildered. How much money could that possibly be? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed to mirror the total assets he had accumulated throughout his extensive gaming experience. Could it be that the game was intertwined with reality? Ian was uncertain and could only speculate, as the system's rewards bore an uncanny resemblance to his in-game wealth. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern was how he could possibly embark on a fervent romance with a woman boasting a score of 90. This was evidently an impossible feat. Not to mention that women of such caliber were exceedingly rare, even if he were to encounter one, given his current identity and score. She would likely not spare him a second glance. If he were in the game, perhaps he could win her over, but in reality, it felt more like a futile daydream, as dreams offered far more than this dismal task. With these thoughts in mind, Ian dispelled any hopes. The activation of the system seemed to offer little more than the ability to view others' evaluations. Just then, as he contemplated the system's ineffectiveness, it unexpectedly spoke again after a brief silence. Due to the host's currently low overall score, a side quest has been issued. Side Quest 1, Weight Loss Plan. The foundations of romance lie in background and appearance. Given the host's considerable obesity, which has severely lowered the average score, weight loss is urgently needed. Task requirement. Lose weight. Reward. 100,000 cash for each pound lost, until the host's weight reaches a normal standard. Side Quest 2, Eloquence Training Plan. To engage in a perfect romance, wit and eloquence are essential for maintaining a lasting relationship. Task requirement. Engage in conversations lasting over 5 minutes daily with women scoring above 70. Reward. 10,000 cash for each woman. Note: each woman can only yield rewards once a day, but there is no limit to the number of women. Upon seeing these two side quests, Ian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He dared not dream of immense wealth, as a woman scoring 98 points was indeed a fantasy. But these two tasks promised a comfortable life, particularly the second side quest. As long as he could consistently chat with different women, money would continue to flow in. Even if he spoke with 10 beautiful women in a day, that would amount to 100,000 in cash. Work? What work? He could easily forgo that. Moreover, it seemed he could exploit the first side quest. It persisted until his weight reached a normal level, but if he were to gain weight again before reaching that threshold, then lose it once more, could he not continue to earn money indefinitely? While weight loss is undoubtedly arduous, the prospect of financial gain made it seem manageable. However, Ian quickly realized that his current weight was approximately 210 pounds, while at his height of 183 centimeters, a normal weight would be around 150 or 160 pounds. If he could indeed exploit this, then each pound lost would translate to 100,000 in cash, making him potentially a billionaire through weight loss alone. Chapter 3. $1,000 in hand. No, the system could not possibly have such a loophole. The thought of laboriously exploiting the system only to receive a single reward was hardly worthwhile. Nonetheless, weight loss was still necessary. Ian did not wish to remain overweight indefinitely. After all, obesity could lead to numerous health issues. While he might not feel the effects now, they could become dire as he aged. Previously, Ian had contemplated losing weight, but due to his nature and a body type that gained weight even from drinking water, he struggled with self-discipline. Now, with the system in place and the promise of financial rewards, he certainly would not refuse. After a brief wait with no further response from the system, Ian began to draft his weight loss plan on the computer. Having previously attempted weight loss, he was familiar with the process and quickly devised a plan. Glancing out the window, he noted that night had only recently fallen, and he began to gather his belongings in preparation to head to the supermarket for ingredients suited for his weight loss journey. Since the system had not stipulated a time frame, he felt no need to resort to extreme measures. A gradual approach would suffice. With perseverance, he was confident he could achieve his goals and simply needed to monitor his diet thereafter. Just as Ian was about to leave, his phone rang, signaling an incoming call. Lee? Upon seeing the caller ID, Ian frowned. Lee was a childhood friend with whom he had shared countless experiences, and his obesity could be largely attributed to Lee's influence. Ever since high school, Lee had a penchant for inviting him out for drinks. which had contributed to Yi and S steady weight gain. Just as he had formulated his weight loss plan, Li called. Yi felt a twinge of annoyance, but answered nonetheless. "You're remarkably punctual. It's barely dark." Yi began to vent, but before he could finish, a confident female voice interrupted from the other end. "You are Li Yi's friend, correct? He has encountered a minor issue and is at the police station. He requested that I contact you instead of his family." "What?" Yi was taken aback. While Li Yi had his quirks, he was not the type to engage in illegal activities. How could he end up at the police station? However, Yi quickly deduced that since the caller had opted to reach him rather than Li Yi's family, the situation could not be too grave. "All right, I'm on my way," he exclaimed, ready to hang up when he suddenly recalled he hadn't asked for the police station's address. Ping and Road Police Station. Rushing as quickly as he could, Ian finally arrived at the Ping and Road Police Station, where he met the female officer who had called him. True to her voice, she was impeccably dressed in her uniform, her beautiful face displaying an air of indifference. "Hello, I am Ian." He introduced himself, while simultaneously checking the officer's score through the system. Name, facial evaluation, delicate features, body evaluation, graceful stature, temperament evaluation, imposing and charismatic. Overall score, 70. She just barely surpassed the 70-point threshold. Ian was mildly surprised at the officer's score. As the system had indicated, her features were merely average. She was attractive. Yet it was her demeanor that elevated her evaluation. Ian understood that temperament accounted for a significant portion of the score, as was evident in the game. Of course, the officer was currently barefaced. With makeup, she could easily surpass an 80-point rating, though the system evidently did not account for such enhancements. Feeling a surge of optimism, Ian seized the opportunity to discuss Li Yi's situation with the officer. "What exactly has happened to my friend?" he inquired, curious about Li Yi's predicament, while simultaneously testing whether mere conversation would suffice to fulfill the requirements of the eloquence training task. Attempted solicitation. The officer glanced at Ian, her expression tinged with disdain, revealing her disinterest without even the courtesy of an introduction. However, she did not disdain Ian for being a homebody. After all, Ian kept himself quite tidy, and his fair and tender appearance held a certain charm. The disdain stemmed from her categorizing Yi alongside someone like Li Yi. What? Attempted solicitation? Upon hearing such an accusation, Ian could not help but be taken aback. Logically speaking, Li Yi possessed a modest fortune and, not being particularly overweight, should not have faced difficulties in pursuing romantic interests. Who would have imagined that he would engage in such activities? But what precisely does attempted solicitation entail? Noticing the disdainful gaze of the female officer directed at him, Ian began to comprehend the reason behind it. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed and continued to engage the officer in conversation regarding Li Yi. Fortunately, the officer was imbued with a strong sense of justice and did not refrain from providing explanations based on personal biases. Just as Ian suspected, when the police station made the arrest, Li Yi was merely indulging in a foot massage. Before long, the system notification rang out like clockwork. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Following the system's announcement, Ian's phone promptly chimed, and upon checking, he confirmed that the sum of 10,000 yuan had indeed been credited. Astonishing. This filled Ian with even greater excitement. Subsequently, he refrained from further conversation, although the female officer had reached a level of rapport conducive to potential benefits. It was clear that they would likely have no further interactions. After enduring a lengthy lecture from the officer and Li Yi making various assurances, Ian finally escorted Li Yi out of the police station. Once outside, Li Yi exhaled in relief, but upon sensing Yi's peculiar gaze, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that? What do you think?" Ian replied, "How was I to know my luck would be so abysmal? It was just a foot massage. How was I to know it was an illicit establishment? And please, do not let this information slip. Are you certain it was merely a foot massage and nothing more?" Seeing Yi's inquisitive tone, Li Yi ultimately acquiesced with a nod. All right. I admit I did intend to call, but before I could, they came to crack down on prostitution. Thankfully, I hesitated, otherwise I would have been in quite a predicament." He concluded with a tone of relief. Ian could only shake his head in exasperation, feeling a mix of disappointment and incredulity. What were you thinking? You certainly do not lack for female companionship. Why resort to such measures? Chapter 4. An unexpected turn. Ian was genuinely at a loss for words. As he had observed, Li was not someone in dire need of female attention. Yet he had still strayed down the path of solicitation. Had his mind truly wandered astray? At the mention of this, Li Yi's interest peaked, and he donned that mischievous smile once more. Ah, you wouldn't understand, would you? A man's two great passions are to lead virtuous women astray and to encourage wayward women to reform. I certainly cannot engage in illegal activities. But persuading wayward women to reform is quite another matter, he chuckled. Ian could only shake his head in disbelief at Li Yi's absurd rationale. It was beyond his comprehension how someone could entertain such twisted whims. It was a clear demonstration of how idleness could lead one to folly. And Li Yi was a prime example. As they continued their conversation, Ian mounted his electric scooter. However, before he could accelerate, Li seized his arm. Wait. You missed out on drinks last week due to overtime. Since you have time today, let's grab a drink. You've helped me immensely, and I ought to express my gratitude. No thanks, I'm on a diet and won't be drinking, Ian replied, shaking off Li Yi's grip and swiftly revving away. Diet? Why would you suddenly decide to diet? Li Yi pondered, but he quickly dismissed it and jogged a few steps to call out to Ian. You scoundrel. Ian felt no guilt and was mindful of his schedule as he needed to purchase ingredients for his diet. Originally, he had hoped to chat with a sales assistant and perhaps take advantage of some promotions, but he found no one with a comprehensive rating exceeding 70 points. Previously, Ian had never cooked for himself, not due to an inability, but rather from sheer laziness, especially since he lived alone in a rented apartment, which was not particularly convenient. But now that he had resolved to lose weight, he could not continue indulging in high-calorie takeout. He would have to prepare his meals at home. In the past, he would have stayed up until the early hours of the morning on weekends, but now, to successfully lose weight, he needed to practice self-discipline. This was all for the sake of weight loss and financial gain. With such thoughts, Ian drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ian awoke early and adhered strictly to his meticulously crafted plan. Exercise was the cornerstone of weight loss, so the first thing he did upon rising was to go out for a run. Since starting work, he had not exercised at all and was astonished to discover so many fitness enthusiasts in his residential complex at such an early hour, the majority of whom were women striving to maintain their figures. Seeing this, Ian felt no embarrassment and began jogging around the neighborhood. After half an hour, he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He had reached his limits. After all, he was inherently overweight and had not exercised in a long time. So even a half-hour jog pushed his stamina to the brink. However, the thought of earning 200 yuan for each pound lost, coupled with the remarks from female colleagues about him, spurred Ian to persevere. Finally, after another half-hour of exertion, he could no longer continue and collapsed onto the roadside to rest, hydrating while admiring the running women. Meanwhile, as time passed, the neighborhood began to awaken with life. It was the weekend, and many people were eager to venture out and enjoy the day with their families. This led to an increase in vehicles leaving the complex, which in turn caused some congestion among the runners. Impatient drivers began honking their horns, urging the joggers to clear the way. Just as Ian was preparing to rise and leave, a beautiful woman in the distance caught his eye. She was stunning, with well-defined features and a graceful figure, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Suddenly, a car sped by, honking incessantly, showing no sign of slowing down as it approached the woman. Ian's heart raced. This was a pedestrian pathway within the complex, not particularly wide, and a moment's inattention could result in an accident. Yet the driver showed no intention of decelerating. Ian instinctively wanted to warn the woman, but it was too late. A scream pierced the air. The woman had indeed been struck and fell to the ground. She knelt, clutching her leg in pain, while the driver either did not notice or simply did not care, driving off without stopping. Hey, you hit someone. Stop. Ian instinctively shouted at the departing vehicle, but it continued on its way, apparently indifferent to his plea. With no time to chase after it, Ian hurried to the woman's side, helping her to her feet while anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" The woman leaned on Ian for support, attempting to speak, but winced in pain and nearly collapsed into his arms. Fortunately, she managed to grasp his arm, preventing herself from falling. After catching her breath, she finally managed to speak. "I think my leg is broken. Could you take me to the hospital?" Her voice was melodious, echoing her vibrant spirit, even amidst her evident distress. Ian had no intention of leaving her in such a predicament and promptly nodded. Of course. In a hurry, Ian assisted the beautiful woman, Xia Anren, as they made their way towards the community's exit, hailing a taxi to the hospital. During the ride, Ian learned her name and, at last, had the opportunity to check her overall rating. However, upon seeing it, he was taken aback. Such a high score. Chapter 5, just 1 point short. The number was astonishing, 89 points. This score could easily surpass that of most beautiful women, and it was merely 1 point shy of the system's qualifying standard. Although Yian felt a twinge of regret, he quickly regained his composure. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize the opportunity. After all, encountering women rated above 70 points was rare, and every encounter was worth a fortune. With perseverance, he could become a millionaire. Moreover, Xia Anren was involved in a hit-and-run incident. Yian sought to engage her in conversation, subtly diverting her attention while pursuing his goal. However, Xia Anren merely responded with a soft clearly in pain and disinterested in chatting. Fortunately, their earlier introductions had sufficed to fill the 5-minute conversation requirement. And with the system's task completion notification chiming, Yian felt no need to prolong the dialogue. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. As Yian had predicted, the issue was not severe. The doctor stated that a cast and 2 weeks of rest would suffice, eliminating the need for hospitalization. Upon hearing this, Xia Anren felt relieved. It was only then that Yian discovered they resided in the same building, separated by just 2 floors. He lived on the 7th floor, while Xia Anren was on the 9th. What a coincidence. We live in the same building, Yian remarked with a smile. Xia Anren, surprised and relieved from her pain, looked at him in amazement. You live in this building too? Yes, on the 5th floor, just below, Yian nodded. What a coincidence. That's why I said we must be fated, he replied, checking the time on his phone and realizing it was already noon, prompting him to make his exit. After an early morning run, he felt quite hungry. Despite his weight loss efforts, he didn't intend to starve. Thank you so much. Once I recover, I'll treat you to a meal, Xia Anren said, not pressing him to stay. Hearing the mention of a meal, Yian smiled, waved goodbye, and left. 208 pounds. Upon seeing this number, Yian furrowed his brow. It wasn't dissatisfaction. Rather, he was puzzled as to why the system had not issued any rewards. Was the weight loss task different from the eloquence training task, perhaps processed in real time or calculated daily? Or did it only issue rewards upon the successful completion of the weight loss? He wasn't entirely sure. If it was a one-time reward, he believed he should shift his focus towards completing the eloquence training task to maximize his benefits. After all, the reward for completing that task was immediate. And while encountering women rated above 70 points was challenging, it was still preferable to the weight loss plan. The best part was that there was no upper limit. Furthermore, the weight loss plan didn't offer substantial rewards. The system lacked a helpful guide or assistant to clarify these matters. I'll wait until tomorrow to see, he thought. If it truly was a one-time reward upon successful weight loss, he would prioritize the second task. With that in mind, Yian proceeded to the kitchen to prepare his weight loss meal. The meal was simple, primarily consisting of boiled ingredients, and was soon ready. Just as he set the meal before his computer to eat while playing, the doorbell rang, followed by the familiar, boisterous voice of Li Yi. Open up, it's me. Hearing Li Yi's voice, Yian reluctantly set down his chopsticks and walked to the door to let him in. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be sleeping at this hour? Of course, I came to thank you. You left so quickly yesterday that I didn't get a chance to express my gratitude, Li said, breezing past Yian into the room. Cut the nonsense. Yian was skeptical of Li Yi's intentions. Given their close relationship, there was no need for such formalities. He suspected Li Yi had ulterior motives. As Yian closed the door, he followed Li Yi and inquired, So, what is the real reason for your visit? You didn't get into trouble at the police station last night, did you? Impossible, Li Yi replied. Glancing at the weight loss meal before continuing, Wait, are you really trying to lose weight? What else would it be? Yian rolled his eyes. Picking up his meal and heading to the rarely used dining table, Li Yi pursued him, astonished. Having grown up together, he was well aware of Yian's character. In the past, Yian had attempted to lose weight but succumbed to temptation several times. Now, he was resolutely trying again. What triggered this? Did you get rejected because you were too overweight? Li Yi speculated, grasping at reasons. At their age, aside from money and power, women were the only motivation strong enough to spur Yian into action. Upon hearing Yian's sudden decision to lose weight, Li Yi had sensed something was amiss, which was why he had come to check on him. He didn't want his friend to be disheartened by a woman. It's just a woman. What's the big deal? Even if I can't find someone, there is still. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yian realized that his friend was here to offer support, warming his heart. Nevertheless, after years of friendship, Yian was not one for sentimentality. You're completely off track. I'm just curious to see how handsome I could be if I lose weight. Don't overthink it, he explained, playfully tossing his hair. Yian had always been fair-skinned with balanced features, and many had remarked that he would be quite handsome if he slimmed down. Li Yi shared this sentiment, refraining from arguing further, his gaze lingering on Yian. Really? Of course. Chapter 6. I'll bring my sister along. Li Yi remained skeptical. However, he shifted the topic, smiling at Yian. In that case, I'll wish you success in your weight loss journey in advance. How about we go out for drinks tonight? Yian looked at Li Yi in disbelief. Is that all you think about? Do you have any serious plans? Eating and drinking are serious matters. I recall someone once said that life is short, and we should indulge in food and fun, Li Yi replied mischievously. Stop right there. Yian quickly interrupted, surprised that Li Yi still remembered his past weight loss failures. He then looked seriously at Li Yi. Yian knew his limits. If Li Yi continued to visit, he might not resist the temptation to indulge again. Enough. I'm not in the mood for distractions, he insisted, firmly ushering Li Yi out. Li Yi appeared disappointed, but, seeing Yi's determination, shrugged. All right, I won't disturb your weight loss efforts. I'm curious to see how you'll look once you slim down. With that, Li Yi stood and walked toward the door. Yian also stood up, preparing to see Li Yi off. However, just as he was about to close the door after escorting Li Yi to the entrance, Li Yi's head suddenly poked back in. Are you really not going to grab a drink? I specifically organized a gathering for you, and there are beautiful women. Initially, Yian intended to instinctively decline, but upon hearing about the presence of beautiful women, he hesitated, then gathered his courage to ask, Are you sure they are beautiful? Are they more attractive than your sister? Li Yi had merely intended to tempt Yian, not expecting much, but he was taken aback to find that Yian was genuinely intrigued. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Hadn't Yian become indifferent to women ever since he was publicly rejected by the school belle? Why was he suddenly interested in beautiful women? A fleeting thought crossed Li Yi's mind. Yet, he dismissed the notion. After all, Yian was of the right age. Who among men was not sentimental? Without further ado, he confidently assured Yian, I can responsibly tell you that she is nearly as lovely as my sister. And she's quite gentle. If you think that's not enough, I could even invite my sister along. How about that? Isn't that a brotherly gesture? Having said that, Li Yi raised an eyebrow at Yian. It must be said that Li Yi was quite determined to entice Yian to join him for a drink, even wagering the reputation of his sister. However, Li Yi was well aware that Yian had no interest in his sister, and she, too, would not look twice at him. Hence, he felt bold enough to make such a wager. After all, who would want to create discomfort by having their best friend desire their sister? Seeing Li Yi's sincerity, Yian immediately nodded. All right, then let us meet tonight. That was quick. This time, it was Li Yi who hesitated. You're not really planning to hit on my sister, are you? Of course not. Your sister is beautiful, but she is too domineering. She is simply not my type. Rest assured, I'm only interested in meeting the other beautiful woman you mentioned. Who knows? She might be my type? Yian fabricated a casual excuse, patting Li Yi on the shoulder. Li scrutinized Yian with suspicion. Although he knew Yian well, he suddenly realized he didn't know him as well as he thought. However, after some contemplation, he decided not to press the matter further. As long as Yian agreed, that was all that mattered. Watching Li Yi leave, Yian smiled as he closed the door. In truth, he was intent on seizing an opportunity. After all, beautiful women scoring above 70 points were exceedingly rare, and he did not know many. Thus, it was imperative to make acquaintances with them. Ultimately, he hoped to benefit from their connections in the future. There were a few women in the company who might meet the 70-point criteria, but with impending layoffs next week and his position being rather expendable, he could find himself without opportunities if he were cut. Hence, getting to know another beautiful woman could potentially lead to a financial windfall. Even if he ended up not drinking, they could simply chat. With this thought, Yian felt increasingly cheerful, even finding his bland diet food somewhat palatable. After all, the more beautiful women he knew, the closer he would be to saving enough for a down payment on a house, at which point he could truly relax. As the afternoon rolled in, while Yian contemplated whether to get a gym membership, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that the caller was Xia Anren, he paused for a moment. On the way back, Xia Anren had proactively exchanged contact information with him, and given his intention to cultivate connections, he had naturally not declined. What is going on? Shouldn't she be recuperating? He wondered. Was she perhaps bored and looking for someone to chat with? This line of reasoning felt implausible. Miss Xia, how may I assist you? Yian inquired politely. Haha, Mr. Yi, you're so courteous. Xia Anren teased lightly. Yian felt a bit awkward and rubbed his nose. Feeling helpless since he wasn't sure how to address her, Miss Xia seemed the safest bet given their unfamiliarity. Fortunately, Xia Anren did not prolong her jest and continued. From now on, you can call me Anren. and I'll call you Brother Yi. After all, we are neighbors. There's no need to stand on ceremony. That's too formal. Just call me by my full name or Yi Zi. Yian replied, uncomfortable with being called brother. Xia Anren hesitated. Her tone slightly shy, but ultimately pressed on. Could you help me by retrieving the surveillance footage from this morning? Chapter 7. No plans to retrieve the surveillance footage from the monitoring room? Yian was momentarily taken aback by Xia Anren's request. After all, this seemed to be more of a task for her family, considering they had just met. However, he dismissed the thought, since Xia Anren had asked. There must be a reason, and he was keen on building a rapport with her. This was a perfect opportunity. Besides, he had no pressing matters at hand. So a quick trip downstairs would not be a bother. All right. Upon hearing Yi An's agreement, Xia Anren sighed in relief and said, "Thank you. Rest assured, once I'm well, I'll treat you to a grand meal." No need for any grand meals, Yian thought. His real concern was whether he could consistently benefit financially from Xia Anren in the future. Before long, Yian located a staff member from the property management and, after explaining the situation, obtained the surveillance footage from that afternoon. Upon returning to Xia Anren's door, he expected to see her family or friends opening it. To his surprise, it was Xia Anren, sitting in a wheelchair, who answered the door. Seeing this, Yian inquired, "Aren't your family or friends here to take care of you?" "I'm not from around here. My parents couldn't make it, and I've only just arrived in this city, having known only you so far." Xia Anren replied nonchalantly while maneuvering her wheelchair to let Yian enter. Upon hearing this, Yian understood her situation. He had been puzzled about why he hadn't encountered her sooner, given that she was an attractive woman. It turned out she had just moved in. This sparked an idea in Yian's mind. If he could use the excuse of caring for Xia Anren to chat with her for 5 minutes daily, that could be beneficial. However, he knew better than to appear too obvious, given their recent acquaintance. That's not a sustainable solution. You're currently limited in movement. While you might recover in a month, it's inconvenient for you to manage meals alone, Yian said as he stepped into the room. "It's all right. I can order takeout," Xia Anren replied, gesturing to the takeout boxes on the table. "That won't do. Takeout is unhealthy and greasy. You might get away with it for a few days, but after a month, you could easily gain 10 pounds, Yian interjected. Having noted from her morning routine that she was conscientious about her figure. As he anticipated, Xia Anren hesitated upon hearing this. But, she began, only for Yian to cut her off. "Never mind. I'm currently on a diet myself and need to prepare healthy meals every day. If you don't mind, I can bring you meals each day. I suppose I can be considered your first friend in this city. I cannot simply stand by and watch without offering my assistance. Of course, I will cover the meal expenses. It is not that I am stingy. After all, Summer Anren does not consume much, earning 10,000 from her daily. Even if I were to exhaust her, she would still not be able to finish it all. Moreover, if I establish a good rapport now, I can consistently reap 1,000 from her each day, a lucrative endeavor indeed. One must think long-term. The reason for dining together is merely to alleviate any doubt Summer Anren might have. We are not particularly close, regardless of my benevolence. It would be unreasonable to cook for someone I have only just met. If she were to suspect ulterior motives, I might lose the chance to befriend her altogether. In that case, I would have lost the sheep without even shearing the wool, which would be entirely unprofitable. Furthermore, I harbor no romantic intentions towards Summer Anren. Although she boasts an impressive score of 89, I am acutely aware that I am not worthy of her, and thus dare not entertain such thoughts. Besides, what joy can romance bring compared to the thrill of earning money? Naturally, upon hearing my words, Summer Anren expressed no suspicion, responding with delight. However, as I spoke, she hesitated. Will this interfere with your work? Weekends are fine, but when you start working, do not worry. I can prepare your lunch in the morning. After all, it will be a light meal that you can simply heat up in the microwave. That would be a great help. Summer Anren, not wishing to rely solely on takeout, agreed after but a moment's hesitation. Seeing her acceptance, I felt a wave of relief wash over me and quickly shifted the conversation to more pressing matters, pulling out the recording of the incident from my pocket. This is the footage from the morning collision. The property manager knows the owner of this vehicle and provided me with their contact number. What are your thoughts? Should we call the police? Call the police? Why would we do that? Summer Anren paused, taken aback. Surely, it was a hit and run. You cannot be considering not reporting it? I observed her astonishment with surprise of my own. I had not even considered it. After all, the road was quite narrow. And perhaps the driver was simply in a hurry and did not notice. How about this? Give me their number, and I will call them to request an apology. If their demeanor is sincere, we can let this matter slide. Upon realizing that Summer Anrin had no intention of involving the authorities, I found myself equally astonished. Most individuals would seek to extort something from the other party if not involving the police, yet she merely desired an apology. This indicated to me that Summer Anrin likely hailed from a well-off family, someone untroubled by financial constraints. Naturally, a typical household could not cultivate someone of her remarkable grace. Well, since you feel this way, I shall defer to your judgment. To prevent her from overthinking, I decided it best to take my leave. Thank you. Summer Anrin beamed at me with a radiant smile. You are too kind. I waved my hand dismissively. Once home, I pondered for a moment before venturing out again, heading towards the nearest gym. Initially, I hesitated, as gym memberships are not particularly inexpensive, but after some reflection, I resolved to sign up. At the very least, the gym had a pleasant atmosphere and allowed for flexible workout times. Most importantly, the probability of encountering attractive women scoring 70 or above was significantly higher, with enough boldness. I might even meet a few lovely ladies. Thus, I set off with this mindset, making my way to the nearest gym. Chapter 8. Earning this 10,000 is no easy feat. Upon arriving at the gym, I was immediately approached by a staff member. Having made up my mind to obtain a membership, I did not hesitate, promptly spending 2,000 to purchase an annual pass. After dismissing the staff member who attempted to sell me personal training sessions, I entered the gym and began my search for potential acquaintances. However, despite my efforts, I found myself disappointed. After inspecting several seemingly attractive women, I discovered that their overall scores were merely in the 50s. The system's evaluations all read plain looking, failing to even reach the level of charming. I could not help but marvel at the system's accuracy. Nevertheless, I was not anxious. The gym was bustling with people. And as long as I remained diligent in my pursuit, I was certain to find a few gyms scoring above 70. With this resolve, I continued my quest. Half an hour passed slowly, during which the staff cast frequent puzzled glances my way, secretly speculating that I was not there to work out but rather to seek a romantic partner. After all, why else would I be so fixated on the beautiful women around me? Given my slightly rotund figure, albeit with a hint of cuteness, finding a girlfriend would be an uphill battle, thus prompting the staff's assumptions. I too noticed their stares and felt a twinge of embarrassment. One particular beauty, clad in form-fitting athletic wear, exuded an air of delicacy and possessed an exquisite physique, instantly capturing the attention of most men in the vicinity. I found myself fixated on the gym's entrance, and upon seeing another arrival, I instinctively checked the system for this woman's evaluation. Name? Facial evaluation. Enchantingly beautiful, physique evaluation. Slender waist, charm evaluation. Gracefully alluring, overall score, 75. Upon discovering her score of 75, I felt a surge of joy. To my surprise, her score truly met my expectations. However, my delight quickly turned to concern as I pondered how to approach this enchanting woman. While I could muster the courage to greet her, how would I sustain a conversation for 5 minutes? This posed a considerable challenge. The beauty made her way effortlessly to the treadmill area, clearly a regular at this gym. This only added to my anxiety. As she represented a potential source of future gains, I needed to leave a good impression to ensure continued profit. After standing still for a moment, I still could not devise an effective opening line. Forget it. I'll just go for it, I resolved, steeling my nerves. Taking a deep breath, I approached the treadmill adjacent to hers, began jogging, and turned to her with what I hoped was a natural smile. Hi there. Are you here to work out as well? Taken aback, the beauty shot me a bewildered glance. What kind of question was that? What else would one do at a gym, if not work out? Would I suggest a date instead? Moreover, as a heavier individual, my appearance did little to endear me to her. I felt a strong urge to slap myself for my foolishness. Why did I blurt out such a meaningless question? This was indicative of my lack of experience in flirting and my absence of charming wit, which likely explained why the system had implemented a verbal skills training program. As I scrambled to think of a way to salvage the conversation, the initially surprised beauty rolled her eyes at me and returned her gaze to the front, saying, "I'm running, please do not disturb me. Thank you." Her voice, as delicate as her appearance, was sweet yet delivered with an unmistakable chill. I felt increasingly awkward. However, I was no longer a youth, and with the mindset of having come this far, I must complete my task. I apologize, it's just that you are so beautiful. And this is my first time speaking to someone as lovely as you, so I am a bit nervous. Yin, characterized as an exceedingly introverted individual, attempted to engage in conversation. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman before him did not even glance in his direction, promptly halting the treadmill and preparing to leave. Observing this, Yian hurriedly pursued her. "By the way, my name is Yian. May I ask for your name? Please do not follow me. Thank you." The woman's tone had grown increasingly impatient, culminating in a glare that conveyed her disdain. Yian felt somewhat at a loss. He had previously thought that this exercise in verbal communication would be rather simple, merely conversing with a beautiful woman for 5 minutes. However, his perspective had shifted. While he could manage normal conversations, the prospect of approaching someone new, particularly a captivating woman, proved to be an insurmountable challenge for him. Nonetheless, he resolved to persevere, as he had already made an unfavorable impression and felt compelled to complete the task at hand, viewing it as an opportunity to hone his communication skills. Thus, Yian began to shamelessly seek conversation. "Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to get to know you better. I sincerely just want to be acquainted." As he trailed after her, incessantly chattering, the woman, unable to endure his persistence, contemplated calling for security. Just then, the system's notification indicating task completion chimed. Upon hearing it, Yian swiftly altered his demeanor. Since the woman was unwilling to engage, he decided to bid her farewell. "Goodbye." With a reward of 10,000 yuan secured, he turned to leave. Having already offended her, he did not expect to derive any further benefits from this encounter. As Yian departed without hesitation, the woman found herself momentarily taken aback. How could someone so insistent on getting to know her suddenly change his attitude and walk away so resolutely? Once outside the gym, Yian glanced at his phone, noting the deposit of 10,000 yuan, and sighed in resignation. Earning this sum was not as effortless as he had anticipated. He also recognized that his conversational skills needed significant improvement. While he had no issues with casual exchanges, he struggled to find topics in situations like this. Indeed, the system had a keen understanding of his shortcomings. With a sense of resignation, Yian made his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep and preparing to unlock the door, a sudden, violent knocking reverberated from above, followed by an irate male voice. "Get out here, you bastard!" Startled by the intensity of the knocking, Yian dropped his keys. What was happening? As he retrieved them, he cast a puzzled glance upward. The commotion seemed to be emanating from either the 8th or 9th floor. Initially, Yian had no intention of getting involved, but then he recalled that Xia Anren resided on the 9th floor. A lovely young woman, who had recently sustained an injury, would likely feel anxious in such a situation. Reluctantly, he decided to investigate. Still feeling uneasy, Yian withdrew the key he had just inserted and ascended the stairs. If it was the 8th floor, it must be the 9th. Scanning the 8th floor, he noticed that other residents had also emerged to ascertain the source of the disturbance, prompting him to continue upward. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Yian finally identified the source of the ruckus, and he felt a flicker of surprise. A burly man stood before Xia Anren's door, relentlessly pounding on it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was heavy and urgent, clearly indicating the man's fury. He could be heard cursing loudly. "You little brat. You think you can just expose me in the residence group after a minor bump?" Yian was taken aback. He had not expected the furious man to be the one who had collided with Xia Anren that morning. What had transpired in the interim to incite such rage? Was it possible that Xia Anren had not been as magnanimous as she appeared and had instead threatened the man? However, this was not the time for speculation. Yian swiftly approached the man from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder to intervene. "What do you think you're doing?" The man paused momentarily, then shrugged off Yian's hand and turned to glare at him. "Who the hell are you? What I do is none of your business. Get lost. I actually do have a say in this. You are disturbing the peace, and I can easily call the police to educate you on how to behave." Yian was not inclined to back down. Despite the man's imposing stature, he felt no fear. If a confrontation were to arise, the man might not prove to be his equal. After all, a heavier physique could serve as a natural shield. The man laughed upon hearing Yian mention calling the police. "Call them? Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you." Yian realized that threatening to involve the police might not intimidate the man, as he had already fled the scene after the incident and now seemed emboldened. Yet, there was no alternative. He could not simply engage in a physical altercation. Thus, he resolved to summon the authorities. Upon hearing Yian's intent to call the police, the man's anger intensified, yet he retained enough composure not to strike. Aware that the arrival of the police would not be in his favor, he sneered and spat out one last threat before departing. "You just wait. This isn't over. And you, inside there, I know you can hear me. You better watch yourself." With that, he turned and left. Watching the man's retreating figure enter the elevator, Yian sighed. Dealing with such a rogue was no easy task, but reflecting on the situation was futile. His priority was to check on Xia Anren. "It's me, Ian. Please open the door." He knocked gently to announce his presence. Inside, Xia Anren had been standing just behind the door, having heard the commotion. Upon hearing Ian's voice, she promptly opened the door. "You were right behind the door?" Ian exclaimed in surprise at her quick response. "Yes. I was about to confront that guy myself until you showed up." "Thank goodness you did." Xia Anren smiled, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. Ian had anticipated needing to comfort her, but it appeared unnecessary. Yet, her words left him somewhat speechless. "You, a young woman, were considering confronting him? You must have seen him through the peephole. He is quite a hefty fellow. I must say, you have some real courage. If I weren't a bit heavier, I'd honestly be hesitant to confront him myself. What's the big deal? We live in a society governed by law. Would he dare to hit me?" Seeing that Xia Anren remained unfazed, Ian felt compelled to issue a serious warning. "That is not a certainty. Besides, you're quite beautiful. If that guy were to entertain inappropriate thoughts, you might find it too late to regret your bravado. Now that you mention it, perhaps you're right. I want to think about confronting anyone again, okay? And he won't let this go either. If he returns, you must call me. I'll come right away if I hear any commotion, understood?" "All right." Xia Anren conceded, nodding in compliance as she recognized the seriousness of Yian's expression. Yian then inquired about the events that had transpired. "Is there any communication?" Despite Yi's somewhat lackluster eloquence, it does not imply a deficiency in emotional intelligence. Thus, his words remained quite tactful. In truth, he harbored doubts about Xia Anren's inclination to extort the other party. Upon mentioning this matter, Xia Anren became visibly incensed. The issue was not merely poor communication but rather a complete absence of it. Initially, she had contemplated requesting an apology from that individual, considering the matter resolved. However, to her astonishment, when she called, he not only refused to apologize but also insulted her over the phone. "Is he really going to confront you at your doorstep?" Yian asked instinctively, only to recall the man's earlier words. "Did you expose him in the homeowners group?" "Of course. I cannot indulge such a person. So I went ahead and shared the recorded call in our community group." A proud expression graced Xia Anren's face as she spoke. She then looked at Yian curiously, asking, "Did you not see the discussions in the homeowners group? It was quite lively this afternoon. He has become somewhat of a celebrity in our community." "I muted the homeowners group and generally do not check it," Yian explained, hesitating momentarily. In Chapter 10, The Cool and Distant Woman, Yian once again proposed involving the authorities, believing it to be the only way to handle such a rogue. However, upon hearing his suggestion, Xia Anren merely pondered briefly before shaking her head. "That is unnecessary. If I were to report him, and he ended up incarcerated, who would care for his family? I think it best to let it go. I do not wish to pursue the matter further." Yian was taken aback by her refusal. "But he came to confront you. Can you really just endure that? Are you some sort of saint?" Naturally, such sentiments would never escape his lips, as he would never engage in behavior that could be deemed annoying. After all, he hoped to converse with Xia Anren for a few minutes each day. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to advise her. "What if he begins to show up at your door daily? You must understand this fundamental truth. Kind individuals are often taken for granted, and horses are ridden by those who are merciless. Our continued forbearance will only embolden his arrogance." Yian endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. "I understand. If he truly oversteps, I will call the police. The authorities will surely persuade him to leave, and rest assured, I will not open the door if he returns." Xia Anren remained steadfast in her resolve not to escalate the situation. Seeing her unwavering stance, Yian let out a deep sigh internally, ultimately deciding against pressing the matter further. After all, the person directly involved had spoken, and as an outsider, he would only risk being bothersome by continuing to speak. Moreover, his favorable impression had already waned considerably. If he encountered the man again, he would certainly offer assistance, but if not, he could only remain helpless. "I only hope you can endure and not move away. Otherwise, I shall lose my precious 5 minutes of conversation with you." Yian silently prayed, then decided to take his leave. "All right." Xia Anren nodded, ready to close the door, when Yian suddenly remembered his prior engagement with Li Yi. He quickly added, "By the way, I have some matters to attend to this evening, so I will bring dinner to you early. You can simply heat it up when you feel hungry." Xia Anren, naturally, refrained from inquiring about Yi's plans and continued to smile as she nodded. "Okay." Then she recalled that she had yet to transfer the money for the meal, so she hastily added, "You can send over whatever amount you find suitable." Upon checking, Ian discovered she had already transferred the funds, though the amount surprised him, 10,000 yuan. Truly, she was a little wealthy woman. Ian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. With that thought in mind, he promptly began preparing dinner. Soon, 2 servings of barley rice accompanied by boiled greens were ready. Just as he finished his meal, Li Yi's call came in precisely on time. "I'm on my way to pick you up, just wait at home." Great. With someone to drive him, Ian felt a sense of relief. However, he still thought it prudent to tidy himself up, refusing to appear as disheveled as he had that afternoon. The memory of his earlier attempts at conversation made him cringe, and he vowed never to repeat such blunders. With this in mind, Ian contemplated how to make a good impression on the beautiful companion Li Yi was bringing while changing into attire he deemed presentable. After approximately half an hour, Li Yi's call came again. "I'm downstairs, you can come down." Coming. Ian checked himself in the mirror one last time before heading downstairs. Upon arrival, he quickly spotted Li Yi's vehicle. As previously mentioned, Li Yi came from a well-off family, and upon graduation, they had gifted him a car. Though it was not an extravagant model, it was certainly superior to Ian's. However, Ian was taken aback to see Li Yi had driven himself. "Did you not plan to have a chauffeur?" he inquired as he settled into the passenger seat. Li Yi merely gestured toward the back seat. "My sister is here, she'll drive." Only then did Ian notice Li Yi's sister, Li Xiaoran, seated in the back. He was momentarily stunned, surprised that Li Yi had indeed invited her along. Quickly gathering himself, Ian straightened his posture and greeted her, "Sister Xiaoran." It was understandable for Ian to react this way, although Li Xiaoran's name seemed modest. She embodied the quintessential cool and aloof woman, exuding an impressive aura. Her beautiful eyes appeared devoid of emotion, casting a cold gaze upon anyone she encountered. Despite having been close playmates with Li Yi during their childhood, Li Xiaoran's outstanding academic achievements led her to study elsewhere after high school, resulting in their rare encounters. Thus, her presence now made Ian feel a touch nervous and apprehensive, especially given her formidable demeanor. True to form, Li Xiaoran nodded curtly at Ian without uttering a word. In light of this, Ian found himself at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Li Yi, accustomed to his sister's presence, chatted comfortably with Ian as he drove. "Anzi, I must tell you, I worked hard to get this beauty out." She mentioned she quite likes slightly plump men. "If you perform well, you might just find yourself in a relationship." "Uh-huh," Ian replied absently, his gaze drifting toward Li Xiaoran in the rearview mirror. To be honest, Li Xiaoran was indeed stunning. Though her expression remained impassive, her well-defined features were undeniably captivating, enhanced by her subtle makeup. Yet, Ian was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he harbored a slight infatuation with Li Xiaoran, he recognized that a woman of her caliber, particularly as Li Yi's sister, was far beyond his reach. Thus, Ian's glances were merely an attempt to gauge Li Xiaoran's personal impressions. "Sister Xiaoran, what have you been busy with lately? I heard from Li Yi that you recently graduated with your doctorate?" In Chapter 11, the highest rating, Ian casually inquired about Li Xiaoran's recent endeavors while simultaneously accessing the system to check her personal evaluation. To be frank, Li Xiaoran's appearance rivaled that of Xia Anren. Her cool demeanor left an even more profound impression, making her all the more captivating. Hence, Ian's curiosity was piqued. Name: Li Xiaoran. Age: 28. Facial evaluation: unparalleled beauty. Body evaluation: graceful and elegant. Temperament evaluation: cold and alluring. Overall evaluation score: 92. What? Upon discovering that Li Xiaoran's comprehensive evaluation had astonishingly reached a score of 92, surpassing the main task's requirements by 2 points, Ian was rendered utterly astonished. A thought crossed his mind: if he could catch up to Li Xiaoran. However, this notion was quickly met with hesitation. Although he and Li Xiaoran could be considered childhood friends, her personality often created a barrier between them. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Li Xiaoran would even take an interest in him. Thus, rather than expending all his efforts on Li Xiaoran, it might be wiser to set his sights on another target. Yet, the number of stunning women who could achieve a score of 90 was exceedingly scarce. While Ian contemplated seeking a different objective, the main task's rewards were simply too appealing. Ultimately, he found himself wavering. After all, pursuing wealth and prestige, even if unsuccessful, seemed a minor loss. At most, Li Xiaoran might develop a slight aversion to him, but it would not result in the end of their friendship. Perhaps it was not an unfeasible endeavor after all. Resolving to go all in, he temporarily designated Li Xiaoran as his target, intending to reassess later if other beautiful women appeared on the horizon. Regardless, The chances of failure were substantial, so he would treat it as an experience to gain. Li Xiaoran, of course, was unaware of the multitude of thoughts that occupied Yian's mind during that brief moment. Upon hearing his inquiry, her expression remained unchanging, and she nodded subtly. Yes, I just graduated and am currently seeking employment. Her voice retained the same coldness as before, despite having resolved to pursue Li Xiaoran. He knew he could not act impulsively. This matter required a gradual approach. Otherwise, not only might he evoke her disdain, but even Li Yi would likely disapprove. Thus, he could only engage in casual conversation to glean insights into Li Xiaoran's recent circumstances. Do you still need to look for a job? With your qualifications? Those major companies must be eager to recruit you. You can afford to be selective. Before Li Xiaoran could respond, Li Yi interjected, You're thinking too highly of it. Yes, my sister has impressive qualifications, but her standards are equally lofty. Moreover, finding a satisfying job is far from simple. Sometimes, having a high degree isn't necessarily advantageous. Li Xiaoran cast a glance at Li Yi, remaining silent, which implied her tacit agreement with his statement. However, Li Yi was mistaken in one regard. Li Xiaoran's standards were not merely high. She sought a company that offered freedom and meaningful engagement. Yet, she found herself in a dilemma. For large corporations had rigid structures, while small businesses often had meddlesome owners. This was a point she was disinclined to share with Li Yi. Li Yi continued, Sister, if you ask me, you should stop being so picky and simply follow your mentor's suggestion to become an associate professor at your university, teaching and nurturing future talents. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran's expression seemed to grow even colder. Though she typically displayed little emotion, a sharp glance at Li Yi revealed her irritation. Had Jia not been present, Li Yi might have faced the consequences of his words. Aware he had misspoken, Li Yi instinctively recoiled. Although he had grown accustomed to Li Xiaoran's formidable presence, he still felt a twinge of trepidation in the face of her anger, compounded by the inherent familial pressure. Yian sensed the tension and hastily shifted the topic. By the way, I remember you majored in finance, right? Yes, Li Xiaoran nodded. A PhD in finance. So finding a job should be even easier. I wonder what kind of position you are looking for. Perhaps I could offer some suggestions. Yian endeavored to keep the conversation flowing, considering the prospect of completing a side task. After all, it amounted to a substantial sum of 10,000 yuan, an opportunity not to be overlooked. Of course, as a mere junior employee, he was unlikely to be of any assistance to Li Xiaoran, whose qualifications would command a salary that began at a high level. Given her status as a finance PhD, she was in high demand among major corporations, and her inability to secure a position must stem from her elevated expectations. Nevertheless, to pursue her, he needed to comprehend her current situation to devise a careful plan. Li Xiaoran was well aware of Yian's predicament. Li Yi had frequently mentioned him in her presence. Yet, since Yuan had posed the question, she decided to share her thoughts, if only out of respect for their childhood bond. I don't focus on the size of the company or the salary. I simply wish to find an organization with a long-term vision and a generous leadership that allows me to work freely. Ah, Yian nodded, racking his brain for companies nearby that might meet her criteria. Given that he had initiated the topic, he felt compelled to suggest something, lest the conversation dwindle into silence. However, after much contemplation, he could not identify any companies that fit both parameters. The first criterion alone posed a significant challenge. After all, a company's owner, having built a substantial fortune from nothing, would undoubtedly possess a certain level of expertise and would not readily entrust a newly graduated novice with significant responsibilities. Even if the owner were amenable, the shareholders and various leaders would likely oppose it, unless it were a company run by an oblivious heir. Such a scenario was virtually impossible. One could argue that Li Xiaoran's expectations were somewhat unrealistic. Yet, the conversation must persist. Eventually, Yian mentioned his own company. Sister Xiaoran, your requirements may seem straightforward, but they are incredibly challenging. However, our boss does tend to be hands-off. I rarely see him, and he might be inclined to delegate authority. Coincidentally, our company may have personnel changes next week. Why not give it a try? Your company? Both Li Xiaoran and Li Yi, who was driving, looked at Yian in astonishment. As Yian had mentioned, their company's owner indeed preferred not to frequent the office, and since Yian's employment, he had seen him only a handful of times. Naturally, his claim of possible delegation was merely a fabrication. Not to mention, their company was merely an advertising agency, which did not align with Li Xiaoran's field of study. Its size as a medium-sized firm likely rendered it undesirable in her eyes. Li Xiaoran and Li Yi exchanged incredulous glances at Yi Yan's words. Li Xiaoran then remarked, I recall Li Yi mentioning that your company is an advertising agency, which does not align with my specialization. What could I possibly accomplish there? Are you suggesting I apply for a financial position in your company? Her rhetorical question carried a hint of jest, as she had just stated her desire for a position that allowed her to exercise her full potential. Ian had long prepared his response. Of course, that would be out of the question. To have you, a finance PhD. Managing finances would be a grave misallocation of talent. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, in truth, I am not entirely sure. This is merely my speculation. So do not take it too seriously. I suspect our company might be transitioning towards investment, which is why I suggested you give it a shot. If the transition does happen, you could very well realize your ambitions, don't you think? It's worth casting a wide net. An advertising company transitioning to an investment firm? Anzi, you can't be serious. That's quite a leap. While I am not familiar with your company, I know enough to caution you against misleading my sister, Li interjected hastily. He did not comprehend Ian's sudden shift in conversation but was certain that Ian harbored ulterior motives. Could it be that this fellow harbored aspirations of becoming my sister's husband? Li Yi drove while occasionally glancing at Ian, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Ian truly wished to pursue his sister, what should he do? Should he eliminate him or embrace the prospect of calling him brother-in-law in the future? Li Yi was indeed conflicted. Although he believed his sister might not be interested in Ian, her exceptional qualities, combined with her personality, left her with few options. The family had long been troubled by this, especially since Li Xiaoran was already 28, approaching the daunting age of 30, and at risk of becoming an older single woman. Ian had known the siblings since childhood, and he and Li Xiaoran shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted. What if Li Xiaoran thought that, with no other suitors, she might as well choose someone close at hand like Ian? However, Li Xiaoran did not dwell on such thoughts. She could discern that Ian had ulterior motives behind his words. After all, they had grown up together. Although the transition from an advertising firm to an investment company seemed somewhat implausible, she understood that Ian was not one to speak aimlessly. If what he said held true, if the expertise aligned and the boss might delegate authority, perhaps it was worth submitting a resume for consideration. Do you have any evidence for your assumptions? She inquired. No, it's merely a conclusion I've drawn based on the company's current situation, personnel changes, and recent business activities, Ian replied, shaking his head as he heard the system notification indicating task completion. He had thought that after sharing this, Li Xiaoran might lose interest, but to his surprise, she pondered for a moment before urging, go on. What? Sister, you actually believe him? This guy is inconsequential in their company. How could he possibly know their secrets? He is just jesting with you. Don't buy into his nonsense. Li interjected, growing anxious. He anticipated that Li Xiaoran would genuinely take Ian's words to heart, while pretending to focus intently on driving. He shot a threatening glance at Ian in the passenger seat. You better behave yourself. Ian was equally surprised that Li Xiaoran would continue the discussion. However, having ventured this far, it seemed impolite to abruptly halt. Ultimately, he disregarded Li Yi's threatening gaze and shared his insights. Firstly, with the rise of smartphones, the shake feature has profoundly impacted the advertising industry, leading to a decline in mid-sized firms. Aside from top-tier agencies, many small and medium-sized advertising companies are struggling to survive. Our company, being mid-sized, has managed to stay afloat, but our business volume has consistently decreased each year. How does this relate to your company's transition to an investment firm? Surely, transitioning to a different type of company, like a media company, would be more advantageous, Li Xiaoran remarked, furrowing her brows in confusion at Yi's assertion regarding their company's shift to investment. How should I know? I cannot speculate on the thoughts of the boss and higher-ups. I've only inferred this from our recent undertakings, Ian explained. What undertakings? Li Xiaoran pressed, intrigued. Connecting with previously partnered small companies to assess the possibility of renewed collaboration, while drafting copy regarding the potential market for their products. This has been my focus lately. I've written several proposals for this purpose, Ian admitted, feeling a slight headache at the thought. Yet, contemplating the possibility of being laid off next week brought him a sense of relief, as he wouldn't have to write those proposals anymore. But this is not the time for such reflections, he continued. Thus, I suspect the higher-ups may be considering a transition to an investment company, as our previous collaborations have given us insight into their product advantages, allowing us to estimate their growth prospects. Investing in them could be a lucrative opportunity. After absorbing Ian's words, Li Xiaoran fell silent once more. At this point, Li Yi interjected, "Wait a second. Anzi, when did you become so perceptive? You can deduce from all this that your company is shifting to an investment firm? You must be joking. Tell me, what are your true intentions in discussing all this with my sister?" Chapter 13. Is it you, that lazy fatso? Li could no longer contain himself. "What are you really up to with my sister? You didn't have so much to say when you first met her. What could my intentions be?" "I'm merely assisting Sharon in finding a job," Yan protested, fully aware that he had no ulterior motives. He aspired to become Li Yi's brother-in-law. If Li Yi discovered this, he would surely retaliate. Yet, Li Yi, knowing Yan well, found himself perplexed by his friend's sudden change in demeanor. Especially since there was a possibility he might be interested in his sister. Who wouldn't he be anxious in such a situation? "I'm well aware of the circumstances at your company. You've vented to me about it before. How can you make such grand assumptions based on so little information?" Li Yi countered, clearly agitated. Seeing Li Yi so flustered amused Yan. He understood that Li Yi was concerned about his intentions towards Li Xiaoran, fearing that he might genuinely pursue her. Although Li Xiaoran was unlikely to reciprocate his feelings, what if? Ultimately, he aimed to extinguish any budding suspicions. While he recognized Li Yi's concerns, he chose not to reveal his thoughts. Instead, he contemplated his response and said, "How should I explain this? Would you believe me if I said I learned it from a game?" After all, Yan had played the role of a powerful figure in a dating simulation game, where the business dynamics were strikingly realistic. Even absurd actions like pouring water on a money tree occurred. How could he not notice such significant developments? Moreover, given the flurry of recent activities at their company, quietly investigating former partners and now rumors of layoffs, he surmised that while the company's performance was indeed faltering, it was not yet in dire straits warranting layoffs. Naturally, Yan would not concern himself too much, as he was merely a junior employee. Today marked the first time he voiced his conjectures aloud. Would Sharon believe him? As he pondered, he stole a glance at the contemplative Li Xiaoran in the back seat. "You're clearly fabricating." Li shot Yan a disapproving look. Fearing that Li Xiaoran might actually be swayed by Yan, he continued to drive while addressing her. "Sister, you heard it. Anzi is just spouting nonsense. Please don't get any wild ideas and actually apply to his company." Li Xiaoran, gazing out the window, ignored Li Yi and did not continue the conversation with Yan. However, this was typical of her demeanor, and neither Yan nor Li Yi found it surprising. With Li Xiaoran no longer speaking, they too fell silent, knowing that Yan's task had been accomplished. Soon, Li Yi drove them to a clean and serene bar. Had it just been Yan and Li Yi, they would have likely opted for a roadside stall or a bustling eatery, but since they were accompanied by a lady, Li Yi chose the bar instead. Yan, however, wasn't he particularly fond of bars, be they noisy or tranquil, but he wouldn't let that dampen the mood, especially since Li Xiaoran hadn't voiced any objections. Under Li Yi's lead, the trio soon entered the establishment. Upon entering, a soothing melody enveloped the air, interspersed with the faint whispers of other patrons. The ambience of the bar was delightful, prompting Li Xiaoran to nod in satisfaction. Observing her approval, Li Yi immediately swelled with pride. "I told you you'd enjoy it. I fell for this place the moment I visited before, but unfortunately, Anzi isn't fond of bars. Otherwise, I would have brought him along long ago." After saying this, Li Yi cast a disdainful glance at the unrefined Yan, who, in turn, shrugged in disbelief. He truly found no appeal in such venues, preferring the lively atmosphere of a bustling food stall. The trio soon settled into a booth for casual conversation. Since Li Xiaoran had to drive later and abstained from alcohol, Li Yi refrained from ordering her any drinks. As soon as the drinks arrived, Li Yi raised his glass in front of Yan, declaring, "This toast is a preemptive cheer for your weight loss success." With that, he downed the entire glass in one go. Yan rolled his eyes in response. "You know I'm trying to lose weight, yet you want me to drink? Are you genuinely hoping for my failure? You're trying to lose weight?" Li Xiaoran interjected, her eyes widening with surprise at the exchange between Li Yi and Yan. It was no wonder she was astonished. After all, she had seen Yan as a charming young lad, and the image lingered in her memory. However, time had transformed that adorable boy into a rather hefty figure. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Yet, the fact that Yan had resolved to shed pounds did indeed catch her off guard. Given his former cuteness, a successful weight loss could undoubtedly captivate countless young women. "Did Li Yi not mention it to you?" Yan shot a glance at Li Yi, who appeared eager to prod him into another drink. Quickly, he redirected the conversation with Li Xiaoran. "Yes, I never thought much of it until the other day when I overheard colleagues discussing me at work. I found it quite hard to accept, which is why I've resolved to lose weight this time. Li Xiaoran was well aware of Yi An's previous failed attempts at dieting. Losing weight would be beneficial. You have a solid foundation to begin with. Once you slim down, finding a girlfriend will be a breeze. And I won't need to assist you anymore. Is that how you lure Li out? Yi An remarked, taken aback as he looked at Li. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how someone as exceptional as Li Xiaoran could be coaxed into a bar, only to realize that Li had used him as an excuse to bring her along. However, one must commend Li for being a true friend, willing to deceive even his own sister just to enjoy a drink. Deceived? Li Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Li. He quickly chuckled, attempting to clarify, sister. Don't mind what Anzi says. I genuinely intended to introduce him to a girlfriend. I just thought bringing you along might enhance his chances. He then exchanged knowing glances with Yi An, however, was not about to play along. Knowing Li Yi's persistent nature, he chuckled. I see you're more interested in drinking than finding me a girlfriend. You concocted this excuse just to get me out here, and even managed to deceive Sister Xiaoran. Just how deep is your thirst for alcohol? At this, Li Xiaoran's gaze sharpened. Before she could respond, a surprised female voice rang out from behind Li Yi. Is that you fat slob? The voice was gentle, yet laced with irritation. Initially, both Li Xiaoran and Yi An had focused on Li Yi, but instinctively, they turned to see the source of the voice. Li Xiaoran noticed that the newcomer was addressing Yi An, her brows knitting together in concern. With her keen intellect, she quickly surmised that this woman might indeed be someone Li Yi had invited. However, she was puzzled as to why this woman seemed to have a negative impression of Yi An, evident from her immediate insult. Yi An's expression diverged from Li Xiaoran's. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering her here again. Indeed, the woman who had called him a fat slob was the same beauty who had harassed him for 5 minutes earlier that day at the gym. What an extraordinary coincidence. The thought of Li Yi discovering his earlier embarrassment made Yi An wish fervently that the afternoon had never occurred. However, there was nothing he could do now but internally lament. Ah, the stunning Jiang has finally arrived. Please, have a seat. We've been waiting for you. Before Li Yi could finish his introduction, Jiang, visibly disgusted, shot him a glare and turned on her heel, leaving without so much as a greeting. What just happened? Li Yi, either slow on the uptake or still flustered from his earlier deception of Li Xiaoran, appeared bewildered. However, he had finally managed to gather both Yi An and Jiang together, having even coaxed his sister into joining. So he was determined not to let her walk away so easily. Attempting to evade Li Xiaoran's scrutiny, Li Yi hurriedly called after Jiang, wait. Yi An wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Li Yi had already dashed out after her. Great, now his predicament was fully exposed. Once Li Yi had left, Li Xiaoran, having pieced together the situation, turned her icy gaze towards Yi An. He, feeling dejected, lifted his drink, intending to down it. Just as he raised the glass, Li Xiaoran reminded him, you're on a diet. Yi An paused mid-motion, although Jiang's expression was still one of distaste. And she looked at him with evident disdain. She ultimately settled between him and Li Yi. However, instead of making fun of Yi An, she pointed at Jiang and introduced her to Li Xiaoran and Yi An. Let me introduce you. This is the stunning beauty I met at this bar, Jiang Yingying. Then, she proceeded to introduce Yi An and Li Xiaoran. Jiang Yingying, still harboring resentment from the earlier incident, couldn't muster a friendly demeanor towards Yi An. She still couldn't comprehend why he had been so persistent moments ago, only to leave abruptly. Humph. Jiang Yingying huffed at Yi An. At this point, he yearned for a drink, ideally one that would help him forget the awkwardness. Observing Yi An's discomfort, a smirk crept onto Li Yi's face. Li Yi then began to introduce Jiang Yingying to Li Xiaoran, who, upon noticing Li Xiaoran's superior beauty and poise, was momentarily taken aback. Even as a woman herself, Jiang felt overshadowed, a sense of inadequacy creeping in. After a brief pause, Jiang extended her hand towards Li Xiaoran, saying, hello. I never expected someone as stunning as you to be Li Yi's sister. It's quite a surprise. Li Xiaoran, however, showed no inclination to reciprocate the gesture, merely nodding slightly. This left Jiang feeling rather awkward. Li cast a confused glance at Li Xiaoran, unsure of her unusual demeanor. Though she typically didn't engage much and appeared aloof, she usually displayed basic courtesy, making her current behavior all the more perplexing. But now was not the time to ponder such matters. Li quickly intervened. Don't mind her, Jiang. My sister is just like that. She doesn't enjoy excessive socializing. To alleviate the tension, he swiftly redirected the focus back onto Yi and Anzi, Why did you go to the gym this afternoon to disturb others? When Jiang Daibodi mentioned this to me, I could hardly believe it, for you are not the kind of person to act like that. Fortunately, it was a coincidence today. Otherwise, I would never have imagined that you would resort to such behavior. Damn, Yian did not expect that Li Yi would so swiftly redirect his attention to him. However, he understood, for Li Xiaoran had indeed been somewhat excessive when someone wished to become acquainted with you. You were so aloof that you couldn't even muster the effort to shake hands. Yet, he was perplexed, for although Li Xiaoran was indeed striking, she was not an impolite individual. Unfortunately, he had no time to dwell on this, stammering as he contemplated various excuses. But before he could formulate a response, Jiang Yingying, perhaps incensed by Li Xiaoran's earlier indifference or harboring a genuine disdain for Yian, bluntly declared, "Humph, I told you this guy is just a pathetic loser. He may appear cute and chubby on the surface, but inside he is nothing but a filthy, lecherous deviant." Upon hearing this, Yian was momentarily taken aback. "I am not that kind of person. I believe you have misunderstood." When Jiang Yingying heard Li Xiaoran defending Yian, her anger flared, and her previously gentle tone turned slightly confrontational. "How can you be so certain he is not that type?" "Because I have grown up with him since childhood," replied Li Xiaoran, her demeanor remaining unchanged as she continued with a stoic expression. "I know better than you what kind of person he is." Jiang Yingying was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that the extraordinarily beautiful Li Xiaoran was actually Yi Yan's childhood friend, knowing him inside and out. Chapter 15. She is more beautiful than me. Yian felt a warmth in his heart at Li Xiaoran's defense. He wished to articulate his own justification, yet he found himself at a loss for a suitable reason. After all, it was a fact that he had disturbed her. Would he really disclose the existence of a system and a training plan? Certainly not. Moreover, Jiang Yingying's words unsettled him. A filthy, lecherous loser. To be honest, Yian had never imagined that such a label would be affixed to him. He considered himself rather sunny in disposition. Perhaps his earlier pretense of being shy and introverted had led Jiang Yingying to misinterpret his character. Nevertheless, even so, he found it intolerable. This only strengthened his resolve to lose weight and dismissed the notion of a gradual approach to shedding pounds. Of course, he did not express this sentiment outwardly. Moreover, now that Li Xiaoran and Jiang Yingying were at odds because of him, he could not simply sit idly by. Just as he was about to speak, Li interrupted him, addressing Jiang Yingying. "I do not believe Anzi is the kind of person you describe, some filthy, lecherous loser. He is my best friend." "How could I not know him?" "Jiang Daibodi, you must be mistaken. I think it would be best for us to sit down and have a proper conversation to clear up this misunderstanding. So let us hear what Anzi has to say." Feeling cornered by the united front of Li Yi and Li Xiaoran, Jiang Yingying felt a wave of grievance wash over her. While she could overlook Li Xiaoran's defense of Yian, now even Li Yi, who had invited her, was siding with him. "Fine. Since you all choose to believe this pathetic loser, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. No, I mean, never to see you again." With that, Jiang Yingying huffed at Yian and turned to leave. "Hey, Jiang Daibodi, don't go," Li Yi called after her, but Li Xiaoran interjected with a commanding tone. "Let her go?" "But sis." Li Yi attempted to protest, but upon receiving a frosty glare from Li Xiaoran, he dared not meet her gaze and instead turned to Yian afterward. Li Yi, feeling dejected, raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. The evening had begun so promisingly. With Li Xiaoran by his side, Yian might have truly had a chance at romance. Yet, who could have foreseen that events would unfold in such a manner? Yian rubbed his nose, aware of his shortcomings. Fortunately, he had already thought of an excuse and began to explain, "Well, I've reached the age where I wish to find someone to marry. When I went to get a gym membership, I happened to run into Miss Jiang, so I thought I would try to get to know her." "That doesn't justify her disliking you to such an extent, even labeling you with the tag of a filthy, lecherous loser," Li Yi replied, increasingly curious. "Logically speaking, it was merely an attempt at small talk. Jiang Yingying, being such a gentle girl, should not have harbored such animosity towards Yian. You know I lack romantic experience. So perhaps my nervousness led to Miss Jiang's misunderstanding. I never anticipated that she would turn out to be the person you wanted to introduce me to. I suppose it is just not meant to be." Yian feigned a look of regret. Li Yi, hearing this, had no reason to doubt him and regarded Yian with exasperation. "You, of all people, could have chosen anyone to pursue. Yet you had to set your sights on Jiang Yingying. But this was indeed a coincidence. It is not your fault." Sighing deeply, Li Yi took another swig of his drink before continuing. "Well, perhaps I can introduce you again another time." Then my lifelong happiness rests in your hands, Yin replied, feeling helpless. He could only go along with Li Yi's words, thinking that he would find various excuses to delay matters in the future. Rest assured. I will take care of it, Li Yi assured him. However, at that moment, Li Xiaoran interjected, if you truly succeed in losing weight, I could introduce my friend to you. Huh. Both Yin and Li Yi were taken aback. In truth, Yin thought it unnecessary to ask. As Li Xiaoran had so few friends due to her personality and aura, apart from him, there was only her university classmate. Li Xiaoran could not be bothered to acknowledge Li Yi's astonishment. His surprise stemmed from the unanticipated offer of Li Xiaoran to introduce him to a potential girlfriend. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoran's friends would undoubtedly be exceptional, and as the saying goes, the more beautiful women he met, the more fortune he would gain. Xiaoran, do not tease me. I might take you seriously, Yin exclaimed, though the prerequisite was that he had to successfully lose weight. Otherwise, given his current appearance, she might not even spare him a glance. Though Li Xiaoran's tone and expression bore no contempt towards Yin, her words were nonetheless injurious. What do you mean by not even sparing a glance? Upon hearing this, Li Yi was reminded of the woman he had fleetingly glimpsed earlier, a memory that lingered in his mind. Immediately, he turned to Yian. Anzi, I must tell you, my sister's friend is on par with her in beauty. When I went to pick her up, I caught a glimpse, and she was truly stunning. Just like the little dragon girl from the Return of the Condor Heroes. Are you serious? Yian feigned surprise. Of course. If it weren't for my sister not introducing me, how could it possibly be your turn? Li Yi's tone dripped with envy. You don't deserve it. Now, with Li Xiaoran willing to introduce him to someone, how could he not feel a pang of jealousy? After all, Yian was still quite overweight and had yet to achieve his weight loss goals. Yian, noticing Li Yi's demeanor, burst into laughter. Oh dear. What is this sourness permeating the air? Shut up. Li Yi's face flushed. Just as the two were exchanging banter, Li Xiaoran suddenly added, in fact, she is more beautiful than I am. Huh. The two men were once again taken aback. It was indeed remarkable for a woman, especially one as poised and elegant as Li Xiaoran, to openly admit that another woman surpassed her in beauty. This is truly astonishing, isn't it? Sister, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. I believe you both are quite evenly matched. Naturally, Li Yi would never claim that his older sister is inferior to the other, although, after years of observing her as a younger brother, he does not perceive her as exceptionally beautiful. He would never dare to admit that in front of Li Xiaoran. Chapter 16. You can't be genuinely smitten, can you? Leaving aside Li Yi's inner musings, Yian was already extremely shocked. It is worth noting that Li Xiaoran's overall score is already 92. So what could the score be for someone who could make Li Xiaoran concede that she is inferior? 93? Or perhaps 94? Or even above 95? If that were the case, it seems he wouldn't need to pursue Li Xiaoran anymore. Xiaoran, are you serious? Hearing Yi's eager tone, Li Xiaoran stared at him in silence. Yian immediately felt embarrassed. He understood that due to Li Xiaoran's straightforward nature, she typically does not speak falsely, but he genuinely wanted to know the exact details about her friend. If possible, he would prefer to meet her in person to assess her overall score. However, he also considered his current image. Even if Li Xiaoran were to agree to bring her over, she would likely leave a negative impression. Moreover, it was unlikely that Li Xiaoran would consent. Forget it. I'll just wait a little longer. There's no need to rush. 900 billion is not easily obtained. Yian reassured himself, then continued speaking to Li Xiaoran. You must keep your word, Xiaoran. I will definitely succeed in losing weight this time. We'll discuss it once you've succeeded in your weight loss. Li Xiaoran nodded. Afterward, the three engaged in casual conversation for a while. Li attempted several times to persuade Yian to join him for drinks, but each time Yian declined. Eventually, Li lost interest and decided to end the gathering early. Sister, do you think your friend would consider Yian? I hope her straightforward nature doesn't end up discouraging him. That would be a shame. Although Li Yi had felt a twinge of jealousy at the bar, he recognized that he was indeed not worthy of her, having seen her true form. Moreover, they had never spoken, so he had no knowledge of her character. However, considering Li Xiaoran's personality, he assumed hers would not be too pleasant either, which made him worry for Yian. After all, Yian had already faced one blow. If he received another, he might truly fall into despair, which would be regrettable. As a good brother, he certainly had to consider Yi's feelings. Not at all. Once Yian manages to lose weight, he will surely be more handsome than you. My friend is also a bit of a looks person. Even if she doesn't fancy Yian, she wouldn't outright reject him, Li Xiaoran reassured. All right, If you say so, then I can rest easy. Just keep an eye on it when the time comes. Li Yi nodded and focused on driving. Initially, he did not intend to engage further with Li Xiaoran. But to his surprise, she picked up her laptop, seemingly engrossed in something. Li Yi, knowing that Li Xiaoran did not have a habit of playing games or using her computer at night, grew curious and leaned in to see what she was doing. Sister, what are you looking up? As he spoke, Li Yi glanced at the computer screen and was taken aback. It appeared that Li Xiaoran was indeed researching the current status of Yi Yan's company. No way. Did you really believe that, kid Yan? He asked, just talking nonsense. How could their advertising company possibly transform into an investment firm? Li Xiaoran, not particularly wanting to engage with Li Yi, nonetheless felt compelled to explain upon seeing his inquisitive demeanor. If Yi Yan is saying this, there must be some basis for it. Besides, there aren't many suitable companies available lately, so why not take a look at Yi Yan's? Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, he knew that Li Xiaoran would not heed his advice. In fact, if he voiced his thoughts too much, she might even get angry. So, he decided to remain silent and quietly observed as Li Xiaoran researched Yi Yan's company. Sure enough, after examining a series of documents, Li Xiaoran discovered that Yi Yan's company, Xianglong Advertising, was indeed experiencing a decline in performance year after year, as he had claimed. While it was still barely maintaining operations, if the trend continued, the company would undoubtedly face ruin. If the higher-ups did not devise a strategy to expand and strengthen, they would have no choice but to pivot. However, achieving growth was no easy feat, as top talent had long been recruited by leading advertising firms, and major clients would only choose those premier companies for their advertising needs. Thus, if Xianglong Advertising wished to survive, transformation seemed to be their only option. As for whether it would transition into an investment company, as Yi Yan suggested, Li Xiaoran could not ascertain, given that there were no signs of such an initiative, merely internal personnel adjustments. Yet, recalling Yi Yan's earlier assertions, she felt the possibility remained high. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups at Xianglong be prompting employees to investigate past partners? Meanwhile, Lin Yi, oblivious to the implications, did not pay much attention. However, he detected a hint of unease in Li Xiaoran's subtle expression. Being siblings, he was aware that her lack of facial expressions usually indicated deep contemplation. Sister, you can't possibly be falling for him, can you? Li Xiaoran remained silent, closing her laptop and walking toward her room. Li felt somewhat helpless but did not dare to pursue her, ultimately deciding to dismiss the matter. Where's your sister? Is she not home? As he spoke, Li stood up and headed toward his own room. The following morning, Yi Yan rose early. Just as he finished washing up and was about to don his workout attire for a morning run, his phone suddenly rang. Xia Anren. Upon seeing the caller's name, Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback. After all, it was quite early. Logically, Xia Anren, having sustained an injury, should be resting in bed rather than exercising. Yet, she was calling. Unable to deduce her intent, he answered the call. Xia Anren, what's up? Are you hungry? Don't worry, I'll bring you some food shortly. I want to let you go hungry. To alleviate the awkwardness, he even cracked a small joke. After all, he had accepted quite a sum of money from her, so he was keen to prioritize her needs. On the other end, Xia Anren burst into laughter at Yi Yan's words. Her cheerful laughter lifted his spirits, unbidden. Chapter 17. You can't possibly want to pursue me, can you? Hearing Xia Anren's laughter, Yi Yan felt his mood brighten. Initially, he had planned to brush up on the day's tasks while delivering food to her after his workout. However, now that Xia Anren had taken the initiative to accompany him downstairs, he was more than delighted. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Yi Yan hurried upstairs. At that moment, Xia Anren had already opened the door and was waiting at the entrance in her wheelchair. Due to her mobility challenges, she struggled to maneuver the wheelchair over the threshold. Yi Yan's arrival made things significantly easier. The two then entered the elevator and descended to the ground floor. Xia Anren shyly offered an explanation. It's nothing, just a simple favor. You don't need to be so polite. Yi Yan, of course, welcomed the opportunity to converse with Xia Anren. To be honest, had Xia Anren's score not fallen short of 90, he would have been more inclined to pursue her, as he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure around Li Xiaoran. After all, their qualifications and experiences did not quite align. The most significant factor was Li Xiaoran's rather cold demeanor. However, Xia Anren was different. Her lively personality and youthful exuberance had a way of uplifting his spirits, making him feel inexplicably joyful in her presence. As for the stunning beauty that Li Xiaoran intended to introduce to him, Yi Yan felt a sense of anticipation. Yet he harbored little hope. After all, he no longer possessed the eager heart he had yesterday. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Seeing that Yian genuinely showed no signs of impatience, Xia Anren couldn't help but grow curious. Brother Yi, may I ask why you are willing to help me? We have only known each other for a day, yet you are so kind to me. Could it be, at this point? Xia Anren scrutinized Yian with a playful smile, continuing, is it because you find me attractive and wish to pursue me since we live in the same building? Yian was taken aback by Xia Anren's candidness, momentarily speechless. So, do you think I have a chance? Yian had merely intended it as a jest. To his surprise, Xia Anren nodded earnestly, yes. Yian was momentarily stunned. No. Why are you deviating from the expected script? He had anticipated that Xia Anren would decisively decline, allowing him to assert his lack of interest while offering a convenient excuse about her living alone. That was the dialogue he had envisioned. However, Xia Anren unexpectedly claimed he had a chance. Could it be that he misjudged her? Perhaps Xia Anren was not as sunny and kind-hearted as she appeared, but rather a standard green tea type? Yian began to doubt his ability to read people. After all, her words seemed to imply she was keeping him on a string, which would enable him to continue caring for her in the days to come. Yet, it seemed that being sunny and kind-hearted did not necessarily conflict with being a green tea. Soon enough, Yian came to a realization. If Xia Anren intended to keep him intrigued while he needed her to spend money, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Besides, Xia Anren might not truly be a green tea. Perhaps she genuinely wished to offer him a chance. Who knew? Are you serious? If I really pursued you, you wouldn't outright reject me, would you? Yian maintained a teasing tone. Hey, Brother Yi, you can't be serious. Even though I said you have a chance, we should at least get to know each other first. After all, we just met yesterday, and if you confess, I would have to reject you. Xia Anren replied with a serious expression. Seeing her sincerity, Yian became even more puzzled, unable to discern her true intentions. Nevertheless, he decided not to overthink it. He had no expectations that Xia Anren would truly fancy him. Yian quickly composed himself, feigning disappointment. All right then. He promptly shifted the conversation to the reckless driver from yesterday. By the way, did that person call or threaten you after they left yesterday? Yes, but I blocked him. And I don't answer calls from unknown numbers, so it hasn't affected me much, Xia Anren replied nonchalantly. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Yian was at a loss for words. He wondered whether to commend her for her carefree spirit or her kindness. He reiterated his previous warnings, even pushing Xia Anren to the park, continuing to express his concerns. I got it, Brother Yi, no need to worry. You should go run. I'll cheer you on here, she assured him. Yian was resolute not to give up, especially with only 5 minutes remaining. Xia Anren looked at him helplessly. Finally, when the notification of task completion rang, indicating he had received 10,000 yuan, Yian finally allowed Xia Anren some respite, heading off to run. Each time he passed by her during his laps, Xia Anren would cheer him on, ultimately leading him to unknowingly run for an additional half hour compared to the previous day. Indeed, teamwork between the sexes made the task less burdensome. Sitting beside Xia Anren, sipping water, Yian remarked, you know, this intensity isn't even half of what I usually do. Xia Anren playfully patted his shoulder. Brother Yi, you need to step it up. To lose weight, one must possess great determination. Yian hesitated, observing Xia Anren, who appeared to have considerable experience in fitness. Should I run for another half hour? That's not necessary. I can see you've reached your limit. Let's leave it at that. I'm quite curious, though. Why are you suddenly trying to lose weight? You look quite adorable as you are, she replied, pinching his cheek affectionately. Yian instinctively recoiled, astonished that she would dare to touch his face. Could it be that this girl was serious in the elevator? Is she not the green tea type? Chapter 18. This girl truly has a carefree spirit. Yian thought fleetingly, noticing how soft Xia Anren's hands were. Realizing she might have overstepped, Xia Anren quickly redirected the conversation with a sunny disposition. Brother Yi, you still haven't explained why you want to lose weight. Is it because you were hurt after confessing to someone? Why does everyone assume I was hurt from confessing? Yian instinctively retorted. It was no wonder he felt this way, given that Li Yi had suggested introducing him to a girlfriend for that very reason. Now, Xia Anren was making similar assumptions. Did they all believe that a fatty like him could not find a girlfriend? Why do you say that? Xia Anren asked, perplexed. Yian candidly recounted the incident with Li Yi to her, explaining how the latter had suggested introducing him to a girlfriend due to his weight. Well, it's indeed difficult for a fatty to find a girlfriend. Not everyone is like me. Who likes? Xia Anren abruptly halted. Likes what? Yian inquired. not paying much attention to her earlier words. Sigh Anren, feeling a bit guilty, glanced away while stretching. Yin regarded her with curiosity but decided not to press further. He nodded and moved to push her wheelchair out of the community park. Yin hesitated briefly but eventually nodded. All right. He was not concerned about Sigh Anren seeing the state of his home. After all, he had no intention of pursuing her romantically. Being friends was sufficient. Even if she saw his untidy living space, so what? In truth, Yin's home was not excessively messy. He tidied up when he had time. With only a few dirty clothes lying around, Sigh Anren took a look around and appeared unbothered. I'll start cooking. You can either play on my computer or use the tablet for a while, he suggested, immediately regretting it. His computer held many of his secrets, and if Sigh Anren stumbled upon them, it would be quite embarrassing. Fortunately, she showed no interest in the computer. I'll play on the tablet, she decided, which relieved Yin. He handed her the tablet he seldom used and turned to head into the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time they finished eating, it was around 8:30. Yin felt somewhat awkward but nodded. I need to go to the gym soon. If that person comes back, remember to call the police. You can also call me, but do not open the door or argue with him. Understood? Got it. You've mentioned this several times already. I'm not that naive. Sigh Anren replied, looking at Yin with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Yin did not want to repeat himself so many times, primarily because the person in question did not appear to be of good character. Furthermore, with Sigh Anren being such a beautiful girl, he was genuinely concerned for her well-being. He had already voiced his concerns numerous times, and he trusted that Sigh Anren would not act foolishly. Thus, he decided to refrain from further admonitions and turned to leave, heading toward the gym. After all, it was the weekend, and he had no pressing matters to attend to. He thought it prudent to exercise after a hearty meal and perhaps even earn some money in the process. Regrettably, it seemed that the weekend had drawn all the beautiful women away, as Yin encountered not a single one who could be deemed above a score of 60 throughout the afternoon. He did not even come across Jiang Yingying and failed to earn even a modest sum, just as he contemplated returning upstairs. A memory of his conversation with Sigh Anren surfaced in his mind, causing him to hesitate. His diligent attentiveness could easily be misconstrued as excessive, but he truly meant no harm. What if Sigh Anren misinterpreted his actions? She was genuinely kind-hearted and, in the unlikely event that she took his concern to heart, might start to contemplate their relationship. He quickly dismissed the thought of going upstairs. This matter could escalate, and if Sigh Anren were to misunderstand him, it could jeopardize their friendship, along with his stable income of 10,000. While he had identified a candidate for the main task, the disparity between him and Li Sharon was vast, making it unlikely for him to catch up. Thus, he would need to rely on side tasks to earn money in the future. It was best to wait for her to reach out first, or perhaps involve the authorities, ensuring she wouldn't misinterpret his intentions. After all, he had already informed her that he would not be home. Moreover, he had repeatedly cautioned Sigh Anren, and he believed she would not open the door to confront anyone. Even in a troublesome situation, he would be alerted in time. However, it seemed that Yin underestimated Sigh Anren's resilience, as she was engaged in discussions within the Owner S group chat about the situation. Yin rarely checked the Owner S group, primarily out of concern for Sigh Anren, but upon glancing, he spotted her presence. This girl really was remarkably carefree. Watching her send message after message, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, since Sigh Anren appeared unaffected, he felt at ease ignoring the commotion upstairs. This only fueled his curiosity regarding why she had chosen not to report the incident. Was it truly a reluctance to send the other party to prison? It was quite unreasonable for someone to disrupt her life to such an extent. Eventually, the noise from above subsided just before lunchtime, concluding with a series of threats in the group chat before the other party reluctantly departed. Yin deemed it an appropriate moment to start cooking, planning to inquire further about Sigh Anren's decision not to involve the police. Chapter 19. Leave this matter to me soon enough. A simple fat-reducing meal was prepared, and Yin ascended the stairs with the dish in hand. Yiga? Upon hearing a knock at the door, Sigh Anren inquired with curiosity. It's me. Upon receiving confirmation, Sigh Anren promptly opened the door, her face lighting up with a smile as she looked at the sandwich in Yin's hands. What is for lunch today? Although the flavors of fat-reducing meals were generally similar, the thrill of a surprise was enough to spark her anticipation. Sandwiches. Yin handed the sandwich to the eager Sigh Anren and then inquired, I heard from downstairs that the person came back. Why didn't you call me? The neighbors had already voiced their grievances about the individual downstairs, providing Yin with an opportune moment to ask. Surprisingly, he managed to sound quite convincing. as if he were genuinely unaware. What is there to call about? It's already troublesome enough for you. Ego. I felt too embarrassed to call you again. As long as I don't open the door, he can only vent his frustrations outside. Oh, you. Ian continued to offer admonitions until Xia Anren finished her sandwich. All right, Ego, enough already. I didn't open the door, did I? Xia Anren replied with a hint of annoyance in her gaze. She understood that Yian was concerned for her safety. But there's an old saying, the barking dog seldom bites. Those that bark do not bite. The individual's bluster seemed merely a display, and if it came to a serious breach, he would likely back down. This was precisely why Xia Anren remained in high spirits. After all, the most he could do was shout at her door, and she could enjoy herself in the house while updating the group chat, which provided her with some amusement. Noticing Xia Anren's consistent nonchalance, Yian seized the opportunity to voice his lingering question. By the way, why haven't you considered reporting this? Hit and run is not a trivial matter. If you report him, he will certainly think twice about returning. Xia Anren hesitated for a moment, but ultimately divulged her reasoning. It turned out she had grown up in a single-parent household, and she feared that if she reported the incident, it would lead to the other party being imprisoned, potentially causing their child to also become a part of a single-parent family. After all, a hit-and-run constituted a criminal offense, and once a report was made, it could not be retracted. Although Xia Anren's situation was not particularly severe, the fact that the other party fled, coupled with their atrocious attitude, meant that a stern police officer might not allow her to withdraw the case. Thus, she preferred to avoid involving the authorities if possible. Yian was taken aback that her hesitation stemmed from such a reason. However, recalling the faint undertones of loneliness in her earlier reflections about her childhood, he began to grasp her perspective, albeit imperfectly. Fortunately, Ian had not faced such dilemmas in his own youth, making it difficult for him to fully empathize. One thing that astonished Ian was how Xia Anren, despite seemingly enduring a lonely childhood, had grown into such a cheerful and kind-hearted individual. It was indeed surprising to see that she had not developed negatively. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such thoughts. The individual continued to block the door daily. While Xia Anren remained unfazed, Yian could not afford to be indifferent. After all, they were friends now, and Yian was counting on her to provide him with opportunities to earn money in the future. This issue needed resolution. He could not allow Xia Anren to move away. With this in mind, Yian declared, in that case, leave this matter to me. Rest assured, I will ensure he no longer bothers you. You're not planning to report him, are you? Xia Anren asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Of course not. Not only am I not the aggrieved party, but given that the incident occurred a day ago, the police likely won't take it up. Don't worry. I will devise another way to ensure he won't continue to harass you. You're not going to confront him, are you? That would be even worse. Xia Anren's anxiety deepened. She did not want Yian to suffer on her behalf. The matter of daily meals had already complicated things for him. If he were to get into a fight over her, she could not condone it. Do I look like someone who would get into a fight? Yian chuckled, patting his belly. This scene elicited a laugh from Xia Anren, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. She quickly composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor. Then, Ego, how do you plan to resolve this? You must at least share your thoughts with me. I haven't figured it out yet. Yian shook his head, then immediately reassured her. Rest assured, I assure you that I will not resort to any drastic measures. This is a promise I can make. Xia Anren gazed at Yian for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, I will trouble you with this matter, brother Yi. With a sigh, Xia Anren smiled and added, it seems that merely treating you to a lavish meal will not suffice this time. Fortunately, I already have some ideas in mind, and I am confident I can repay your kindness. What ideas? Do share? Yian inquired, showing interest in Xia Anren's thoughts. Though he was not particularly concerned about the concept of favor, Xia Anren, with a cunning smile, replied, this is a secret for now. Yian's curiosity intensified, but he sensed that further questioning would yield no answers from her. Ultimately, he relinquished the pursuit of knowledge. However, Yian's silence left Xia Anren feeling somewhat unsettled. Hey, brother Yi, why are you no longer asking? Aren't you curious? She had prepared her responses, anticipating his continued inquiries, but to her surprise, he did not press further. This elicited a chuckle from Yian. I shall refrain from asking. You will eventually disclose it to me, one way or another. With that, he swiftly turned and departed. Watching Yian close the door, Xia Anren stood motionless, taken aback. This was not how she envisioned things would unfold. Why had Yuan not pursued the matter? Xia Anren rubbed her smiling face, struggling to believe that her weight had not decreased. In fact, it had increased by a pound since yesterday's measurement. 209 pounds. Chapter 20. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Upon seeing his weight, Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had gained a pound since yesterday, it was important to note that he had weighed himself on an empty stomach then, whereas today he had only eaten lightly. Nevertheless, this indicated that his efforts in losing weight over the past 2 days had yielded some results, an entire pound lost. At this rate, he could achieve a healthy standard within 2 months, provided his weight did not rebound. Therefore, he must remain vigilant about his diet. A single misstep could jeopardize his weight loss journey. The thought of earning a reward of 100,000 for shedding just 1 pound, combined with the possibility of successfully completing his main task and becoming a significant figure, invigorated Yin. Without hesitation, he turned and left his home, heading straight for the gym. Initially, he had not intended to pursue side quests at the gym. His sole focus was on his workout and weight loss. However, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Yingying. Earlier that day, Yin had thought that Jiang Yingying would not return to this gym. Clearly, he had underestimated the situation. Given this encounter, he quickly decided to take advantage of the opportunity to earn rewards. Yet, upon seeing Yin approach, Jiang Yingying's expression darkened, and she turned to flee to another area, wanting to avoid him. But Yin was determined not to let her escape. Having already offended her, he had little to lose and quickly jogged after her, using yesterday's incident as an excuse to apologize. There was a misunderstanding yesterday. I genuinely only wanted to get to know you. My eagerness may have caused you to misinterpret my intentions, and for that, I sincerely apologize. While his desire to earn money was genuine, so too was his apology. After all, if he could earn Jiang Yingying's forgiveness, it would mean an additional 10,000. Why not take the chance? Unfortunately, Jiang Yingying remained unmoved by his sincere apology. She showed no inclination to engage with him, quickening her pace to distance herself from him. Like a devoted admirer, Yin trailed behind Jiang Yingying, incessantly explaining himself. After a few minutes, Jiang Yingying could no longer tolerate it. She had initially intended to ignore Yin, but his persistence was akin to a stubborn adhesive that she could not shake off. Enough. She suddenly halted, glaring at Yin, who nearly collided with her. You need not explain further. We share no connection, and it is impossible for us to be anything more. Please refrain from bothering me again. Thank you. The final word, thank you, was practically ground out through clenched teeth. The fact that Yin had managed to provoke such irritation in someone as gentle as Jiang Yingying attested to his relentless nature. Yet, with time still on his side, Yin was undeterred. Even if we cannot be more than acquaintances, surely we can at least be friends. I sincerely apologize and hope you can reconsider your opinion of me. Seeing Yin's unwavering determination only fueled Jiang Yingying's frustration. However, she felt powerless against him. Calling the gym's trainers or security would be futile, as Yin had not committed any egregious offense. He merely followed her, attempting to explain his misunderstanding. Do as you wish, she finally decided, putting on her headphones to block him out, effectively ignoring his presence. Since you are unwilling to forgive me, I shall sincerely apologize to you every day I see you, confident that there will come a day when you will accept my apology, Yin declared before decisively turning to leave. Hearing his resolute departure, Jiang Yingying removed her earbuds in astonishment, watching him walk away. What just happened? As she pondered this, she glanced at her watch and noted the time was identical to the previous day. Yin had spoken to her for approximately 5 minutes before turning away without hesitation. Yet, she had no time to dwell on this, as the thought of encountering Yin again the following day filled her with resignation. However, a moment later, an idea sparked in her mind. I simply won't come in the afternoon anymore. I'll come in the evening instead. Let us see how you manage to find me then. With her newfound resolve, Jiang Yingying's spirits lifted, and she selected a lively song to resume her workout. Meanwhile, Yin opened WeChat, hesitating as he stared at Li Xiaoran's message. He had long contemplated whether engaging in conversations via his phone could fulfill his public speaking training plan. If that were the case, he would need only to add others on WeChat to effortlessly earn rewards. Yet, he suspected the system would not permit such an obvious loophole. After all, the public speaking training plan, as its name suggests, required verbal articulation, otherwise, it would be moot. Nonetheless, Yin was unwilling to concede defeat. For WeChat did offer a voice messaging feature. His hesitation stemmed not from doubt, but rather from a lack of a compelling reason to reach out to Li Xiaoran. As their communication had dwindled since she entered university, Their last conversation remained recorded from a year prior. Of course, he could experiment with the beautiful colleagues at the office. Yet he had yet to assess their overall ratings. If they engaged in conversation for 5 minutes but did not meet the required score, he would miss out on the opportunity. Currently, only Li Sharon met the criteria of being reachable and engaging. Forget it. I'll just send a voice message. After much deliberation, Yian finally decided to cast caution to the wind. He pressed the screen and spoke into his phone in a casual tone. Sister Shaoran, what are you up to? Do you have some time to chat? Just as he sent the message, the previously silent system emitted a notification sound. After thorough examination, the host successfully added a beauty with an overall score of 90 to their WeChat. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Congratulations to the host for taking their first step. Progress, 1 reward, 1 million. Upon seeing the string of zeros representing the reward, Yian was utterly stunned. Surely, the system must be mistaken? The WeChat connection had been established for years, and only now was it recognized? However, considering that the system had only recently been activated, he refrained from further complaints and immediately checked his phone. As Yian's gaze shifted to his phone, 2 messages promptly appeared. The first was a notification from the bank. He counted the figure multiple times, struggling to believe that the amount was indeed 1 million, which had already been deposited into his account. My goodness, I've struck gold. Once he confirmed the reality of the million, Yian couldn't contain his excitement and leaped into the air. After all, this was a tangible million. While it may not be considered a fortune in this era, it was still a substantial sum. It took him a while to calm his racing heart. As the system indicated, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This was merely the first step. If the first step yielded 1 million, how exhilarating would the second and third steps be? Moreover, completing the main task could potentially reward him with a staggering 900 billion. Thus, he needed to maintain a sense of composure. With that in mind, Yian decided to set aside his excitement and close the notification interface to check the other message. It was yet another voice message, delivered in the same indifferent tone. What is it? Hearing Li Sharon's inquiry about why he sought her out, Yian felt a wave of anxiety. This was precisely why he had hesitated earlier, due to Li Sharon's straightforward nature. She rarely engaged in idle chatter and always got straight to the point. However, the thought of his newly acquired million sparked an idea. Actually, Sister Shaoran, I wanted to ask if you have some time. I have some investment-related matters I'd like to consult you about. After sending the message, Yian quickly began to prepare a voice note, contemplating how to keep the conversation flowing for at least 5 minutes. Speak. It was a simple command, but Yian had grown accustomed to it. He gathered his thoughts and began to articulate his response into the phone. I have a friend who recently saved up 1 million. A few days ago, he mentioned wanting to invest in some financial ventures. And I thought of you and wanted to seek your advice. After sending the message, Yian breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, his excuse was rather flimsy. Yet it was all he had. Besides, only Li Shaoran would be interested enough to continue the conversation. My suggestion is to withdraw the money and throw it into the sea. It was a concise statement. Upon hearing this, Yian was momentarily taken aback before he couldn't help but scoff. That was a poor joke. Yet, he understood Li Shaoran's meaning. Withdrawing 1 million and tossing it into the sea would at least produce a sound, but investing it could lead to a total loss without a trace. Upon reflection, he realized that 1 million was not a substantial sum in this day and age. Rather than risking it in investments that could lead to ruin, it would be wiser to hold on to it and live a life of ease. However, how could one truly lay idle? After all, human desires are insatiable. With 1 million, one would naturally aspire for 2 million, and then for 20 million. Who would ever deem money excessive? Even Yian could not escape this norm. Now that he possessed the means to live comfortably, he merely needed to focus on side tasks, alleviating concerns about basic necessities. Yet, he found himself coveting the rewards of the main task. Sighing at these thoughts, Yian continued speaking into the phone. Sister Shaoran, please don't jest. I'm serious. My friend isn't content to earn just this million. Could you offer a small suggestion? Li Shaoran then provided a more detailed and pragmatic response, which was arguably the most sensible advice to avoid losses. However, Yian certainly wouldn't interrupt her, utilizing the topic of the million as a pretext for conversation. He was fortunate that Li Shaoran remained patient and engaged in dialogue with him. Of course, her patience was relative. For Yian, the interaction felt devoid of warmth, as her tone lacked any emotional inflection. Finally, after 5 minutes had elapsed without the system's notification chime, Yian felt a twinge of disappointment. He quickly sent another message to Li Xiaoran. All right, I understand, Sister Xiaoran. I'll advise my friend against reckless investments. I'm all set now. Let us chat again when we have the chance. With that, he tossed his phone aside, relieved, given Li Xiaoran's straightforward demeanor and chilly tone. It was evident that few could sustain a prolonged conversation with her. Thankfully, he had confirmed that the system couldn't be exploited, which dispelled any thoughts of using his phone to fulfill his speaking practice plan. Afterward, Yin summoned the system interface to review his progress. Initially, he hadn't given much thought to anything beyond the million. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that his overall rating had increased from 26 to 28. Glancing at his assets exceeding 1 million, he realized that the improvement was not due to any particular effort on his part. The additional points were merely attributed to his financial standing. Nevertheless, Yin remained undeterred. It had only been 2 days. What results could he expect? Given 2 months, he was confident he could elevate his rating to above 50. Next, he examined the progress of the main task. Merely adding a WeChat contact had contributed 1% to his progress. If I were to add another beauty with a score above 90, what might the outcome be? Yin pondered deeply. Unfortunately, there were no such beauties available for experimentation at present. Otherwise, he would have sought out someone for their WeChat. Just as Yin was lost in thought, his phone rang again. It was Li Yi. With work starting tomorrow, would you join me for a drink tonight? Chapter 22. If your sister doesn't go, neither will I. He initially wished to ignore the message, as it was Li Yi who had tempted him during his weight loss efforts, ultimately leading to his failure. Is your sister going? Within half a minute, Li sent another message. Of course, I'm not bringing my sister this time. We're just going for barbecue, just the 2 of us. Seeing that Li Xiaoran was going, Yin knew he wouldn't attend either. Had Li Xiaoran been accompanying them, he might have gone just to mingle and improve his chances with her. But since she would not be there, he decisively declined the invitation. Very well then. Just as Yin prepared to exit the WeChat page to search for information on the penalties for hit-and-run offenses, Li Yi sent a voice note. Hey Anzi, what's your deal? Yesterday, you were all over my sister, and today you're specifically asking if she is coming. Do you really have feelings for her? All over her. Was it that obvious? Yin rubbed his nose. He had been a bit eager yesterday, actively seeking topics of conversation, but he thought he was overly forward. Where were you before? When my sister used to hang out with us, why didn't you pursue her? Now I'm telling you, it's too late. Even if my sister doesn't fancy you, I'll tell you this. If you want to be my sister's husband, you'd better be prepared for a beating first. Otherwise, it's not happening. Upon hearing Li Yi's slightly agitated tone, Yin rubbed his nose once more. It wasn't that he was afraid before. Yin muttered under his breath, his mind drifting back to his high school days with Li Xiaoran. Although Li Xiaoran's demeanor was not as frigid as it was now, she still instilled fear in the hearts of the boys at school, deterring any thoughts of approaching her. It was only due to their childhood friendship and his connection with Li Yi that he managed to exchange a few words with her daily. Of course, Yin still felt a bit intimidated now. However, he had no choice. After all, Li Xiaoran was the only stunning beauty he knew whose overall score was a remarkable 90. In order to complete his main quest, he had to pursue her. Yet, he could not admit this at present. Judging by Li Yi's excited tone, it was evident that he was quite reluctant to see his good friend become his brother-in-law. Thus, Yin hurriedly explained, if your sister joins us, I can do her a favor and accompany you both. It would also be a good opportunity to catch up. However, if she is not going, then I can only say 2 words to you. Lose weight. With that, Yin intended to leave the WeChat page and investigate the hit-and-run incident. But in the next moment, he conceived an idea. If you have energy to spare, I happen to need to consult a law firm about something. Do you know anyone? How about you take me there? After all, it was still early, and the matter concerning Xia Anren needed resolution. Searching on his phone was no substitute for consulting a real lawyer. This way, he could also better intimidate the other party. Upon hearing Yin's words, Li Yi couldn't help but send a puzzled expression. Yin grew weary of idle chatter. Just give me a straight answer. If you can come, then come get me. If not, then don't bother me. Although he did not know any lawyers personally, he was willing to accompany Li Yi to find one. Hang tight. I'll be right over. As Yin stated, Li Yi was simply brimming with energy, seeking him out for drinks daily. In the past, Yin had been the same way. After work or on weekends, they were the happiest. However, now Yin dedicated his energy to exercising, leaving Li Yi to keep the empty house alone. About half an hour later, Li Yi arrived at the foot of Yin's apartment building. Yin had been waiting downstairs and opened the car door to enter. Let us go? he said while fastening his seatbelt. Li, driving attentively, inquired why Ian suddenly wanted to find a lawyer. Ian did not conceal the truth and recounted the situation with Xia Anren. Li burst into laughter. She must have her own considerations. We are not the parties involved, so we can't say much. Are you really taking on this whole matter? Is it because she is a helpless young lady? Honestly, are you interested in her? Li shot Yi in a teasing glance. Not at all. I merely wish to maintain a good neighborly relationship. Besides, she is quite attractive. I doubt she would take an interest in me. Really? But do you think I would believe that? Li, knowing Yian since childhood, was not convinced. After all, this guy was rather easygoing, while not a bad person. He wouldn't step up to be the good Samaritan either. He would merely lend a helping hand as a concerned bystander. Thus, something was certainly amiss. Initially thinking that Ian might be pursuing his sister, he was now relieved. Ian, oblivious to Li Yi's thoughts, shrugged off his disbelief. Think whatever you like. By the way, just how beautiful is this young lady who could entice you into taking on such a troublesome matter? Describe her to me. Ian was reluctant to engage with Li Yi's banter. Eventually, seeing that he could not extract any more information, Li Yi focused on driving. Soon, they arrived at a seemingly upscale law firm. What are we doing at such a high-end place? I just want to consult about a hit and run. I'm not actually suing anyone. Do you think I have a lot of money? It was important to note that lawyers typically charge consultation fees. And Ian had originally planned to visit a smaller firm for a casual inquiry. To his surprise, Li had brought him to a gathering of elite lawyers. Although he had just received $1 million, he wasn't keen on spending extravagantly. He certainly did not wish to part with thousands merely for a simple consultation. No way. Let us find a smaller firm instead, he said, attempting to pull Li away. However, just as he was about to take a few steps, he spotted a striking young woman in a tailored black suit approaching them, exuding an air of competence and beauty. Chapter 23, Cast a Wide Net. Gather more fish, Yi, and immediately grabbed Li, wishing to leave, as he only sought to inquire about a matter and did not wish to spend thousands on a few words. Yet, before he could move, a poised and elegant woman, wearing a stylish black suit and delicate black-rimmed glasses, came into view. Yian halted, instinctively checking the system for her score. Name, age, facial rating, bright-eyed and beautiful, figure rating, graceful and slender, aura rating, intellectual elegance, overall score, 88, having learned from previous experiences. Yian was not as astonished this time. However, he was still taken aback by her impressive score of 88. After all, he had not encountered such high-quality beauty at the gym, and here he was, discovering one. Subsequently, Yian glanced back at the towering building and made a decision. Hey, weren't you planning to leave? Why are you going back in? Li Yi was utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend why Yian, who had just said he didn't want to waste money here, had suddenly changed his mind. Could it be due to the beautiful woman ahead? Casting a glance at the elegant lady who had passed them, Li felt uncertain. After all, such women were beyond the reach of someone like Yian, and he certainly could not win her over. He understood Yian well enough to know he was self-aware. It was improbable for him to change his mind for this woman. Well, since we're here, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. If it's too expensive, we can always leave, Yian reasoned. Huh, you can rest assured about that, Li Yi replied, leaning closer to Yian, lowering his voice as if the woman could hear them. Actually, consultation fees in such prestigious law firms are typically charged by the hour. But if it's just a simple inquiry, they might not even charge you. That's why I brought you here, he continued. Upon hearing Li Yi's explanation, Yian finally understood, then chuckled and teased, You sly fox. How come you didn't mention that earlier? You didn't give me a chance to speak. Li rolled his eyes at him. All right, my bad. Yian readily conceded. The two men continued to whisper to each other as they unknowingly followed the elegant woman to the elevator. Only then did they cease their conversation. Fortunately, it was not peak hours, and after a short wait, the elevator arrived. Yian promptly ushered Li Yi to join the intellectual beauty as they ascended. The intellectual beauty cast a sidelong glance at Yian and Li Yi, who stood behind her, and after adjusting her glasses, she remained still, seemingly waiting for them to select the floor first. Yian felt a bit perplexed. Did they really appear to be such nefarious characters that she felt the need to be wary of them? Nonetheless, this provided Yian with an opportunity for small talk. Excuse me, miss, are you a staff member here? On which floor can I find the best law firm? The 39th floor, Mingjing Law Firm, the intellectual beauty replied, her voice crisp and melodious. In an effort to make a favorable impression, Yian promptly pressed the button for the 39th floor and stepped back. waiting for her to select a floor as well. However, even as the elevator began to move, she showed no inclination to do so. Ian was left wondering if she intended to go to a higher floor or if she was merely cautious of them. Could it be that she was a lawyer from the renowned Mingjing law firm on the 39th floor? Yet, Ian chose not to dwell on this thought, as it presented him with another chance to engage her. Miss, it seems you Haven Tea pressed a floor. Are you perhaps a lawyer at Mingjing? Finally, the beauty turned to face Yin and Li Yi. One could not help but notice that a woman who received an impressive score of 88 from the system was indeed extraordinary. Up close, her face appeared flawless, likely smooth to the touch. Ahem, I digress. The beauty first scanned Yin and Li Yi from head to toe before speaking. That is correct. She then adjusted her glasses and continued. Are you seeking legal counsel for a lawsuit? Not exactly. We just have a few questions, and we're wondering if you might have some time. Perhaps we could invite you for a coffee? I'm sorry, but my time is quite precious. If you wish to consult me, appointments are necessary. Once we arrive at the firm, you could inquire with someone else. The intellectual beauty replied, seemingly unimpressed by Yin, perhaps due to his physique, and she immediately turned away, leaving him speechless. What was this? He thought he had a good opportunity, but it turned out she required an appointment. Yet, Yin was not too disheartened. With such a high-scoring beauty present, he assumed that other women would also possess admirable qualities, thus ensuring he would still have some success today. The elevator fell silent, but fortunately, the 39th floor was not too far, and it soon arrived. The intellectual beauty exited first, just as Yin intended to follow. Li Yi abruptly grabbed him and pulled him into a corner. Anzi, what is going on with you? What do you mean by what's going on? Yin replied, puzzled. Li Yi scrutinized him, his expression suggesting he was well aware of Yin's tendencies. Although their previous conversation had been quite normal, Li Yi sensed something unusual. Something that did not align with Yin's character, which piqued his curiosity. He had refrained from questioning him in front of the beauty, but now, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Li Yi's gaze, Yin finally sighed. Could you stop looking at me like that? Fine. I'll be honest, I was indeed taken by her looks. I thought I might cast a wide net and see what I could catch, since he would eventually need to interact with various beautiful women for side quests. He decided to admit it now to avoid any suspicions from Li Yi. Li Yi, taken aback by Yin's confession, exclaimed, Wait, you're serious? You're aiming too high, aren't you? Casting your net for a beauty like that? With your current state, do you really think you can find a girlfriend? Chapter 24. Can you recommend a beauty? Li Yi was astonished to discover Yin's mindset. You might cast your net, but chasing after a beauty like her is just unrealistic. Yin immediately retorted, How do you know I can't succeed? Besides, I'm working on losing weight to improve myself. Everyone says that once I shed the pounds, I'll definitely be handsome. What? Am I not allowed to seek a beautiful girlfriend? But what if you fail at losing weight again? Li Yi shot a glance at Yin's belly, clearly skeptical of his ability to succeed this time, considering Yin's previous attempts had all ended in failure. Don't worry. As long as you don't tempt me with drinks, I'll definitely succeed this time, Yin declared, patting his chest. Li Yi quickly countered. That has nothing to do with me. It's your own lack of willpower. Yin had hoped to change the subject, but Li Yi's serious demeanor left him no room to maneuver. Really, Anzi, don't aim too high. Women like that aren't for us. It's better to pursue someone more suitable for you. Yin felt helpless. He hadn't expected Li Yi to be so concerned for him. Surrendering to the moment, he firmly established his status as a superficial admirer. But why shouldn't I seek someone beautiful? Why should I settle for less when I can be single and live well? If I'm going to find someone, they should be pleasing to the eye. Undeniably, Yin's arguments were quite reasonable. Li found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, if he were to marry, how could he not seek out someone beautiful? Moreover, being single had its own merits. However, as a good friend, Li could not allow Yin to sink deeper into this misguided notion. Yin's belief that marriage necessitated marrying someone beautiful was fundamentally flawed. If every man held such views, how would the world function? What about love? In the end, to correct Yin's perspective on relationships, Li Yi placed his hands on Yin's shoulders and earnestly advised him against aiming too high. Yin was taken aback by Li Yi's seriousness. Feeling cornered, he finally threw up his hands. Could you please stop? If you keep this up, I might just pursue your sister. You brat. If you dare to say that again, I might really go after your sister. Yin mimicked a playful expression, pointing at Li Yi with a grin. Clearly, this threat was effective. Li Yi immediately relented, raising his hands in surrender. Fine, you win. As long as you don't pursue my sister, I won't interfere. Truthfully, Li Yi was genuinely concerned that Yin might turn his attention to Li Xiaoran. His sister had a difficult personality and had yet to date anyone. Yin knew her well. If he genuinely pursued her, she might just consider it. The thought was terrifying. Moreover, given that their families were well acquainted, both sets of parents would likely be pleased with such a union, thus increasing Yin's chances of success. He could hardly fathom calling Yin brother-in-law. Seeing Li Yi capitulate brought Yin a sense of amusement, though he managed to maintain his composure, patting Li Yi on the shoulder. All right, let us focus on the matter at hand. We should head in. Here. Yin seized an opportunity. He should have reassured Li Yi by promising not to pursue Li Xiaoran, calming his anxious heart. Yet, for the sake of 900 billion, Yin felt compelled to take a chance. After all, Li Xiaoran had been his long-held ideal, a dream he had harbored since childhood, though he had been too timid to act on. Of course, he felt a bit apprehensive now. However, for the sake of a reward and a childhood dream, he believed it was necessary to take a risk. Despite her flaws, love is about mutual compatibility. I senti it. Character traits, over time, became something I gradually accepted. Thus, one could say I had preemptively administered a precautionary measure to Li Yi. Li Yi, taken aback, did not expect to hear Yin request a guarantee. He immediately resumed his playful demeanor, wrapping an arm around Yin's shoulder and chuckling. Honestly, your taste is commendable. That beauty we just saw. Yin, however, was impervious to Li Yi's words. It was not until they reached the reception area of the Mingjing law firm that Li Yi finally ceased his chatter. Upon noticing their arrival, the charming receptionist rose promptly, greeting them with politeness. Welcome to Mingjing law firm. How may I assist you, gentlemen? The elite law firm truly lived up to its name. Despite their premium fees, the quality of service was exceptional and undeniably professional. Yet, Yin, who had hoped for a complimentary consultation, appeared somewhat awkward. I wish to consult a lawyer regarding a few matters, he stated while instinctively checking the receptionist's overall rating. Unfortunately, it fell just short of his expectations. Nevertheless, Yin remained undeterred, with the receptionist scoring over 60 and even more attractive attorneys within boasting scores as high as 88. He was confident there were others who met his criteria. Just then, the receptionist inquired, "May I ask if you have an appointment?" Hearing the word appointment again made Yin feel even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, Li intervened at that moment. What, is it impossible to consult without an appointment? The receptionist replied, Not at all. The appointment primarily ensures that we can address your concerns promptly. If you don't have an appointment, it's not an issue. Just let me know whether your inquiry pertains to civil or criminal litigation, and I will connect you with a specialized attorney. Li Yi glanced at Yin. Although hit-and-run cases fall under criminal litigation, they had previously mentioned that the involved party was reluctant to report to the police, suggesting they might need to switch to civil litigation. However, Li Yi was mistaken. Just as he opened his mouth, Yin interjected, "Criminal litigation. Very well. Please hold on while I check which attorney is available." Just as the receptionist was about to lower her head to see who was in the office, Yin added, "Could you recommend a female attorney?" The moment he finished speaking, both Li Yi and the receptionist turned their gazes toward Yin in unison. Li looked at him with disdain, while the receptionist's expression was a mix of surprise and amusement. It had been previously noted that despite Yin's plumpness, his round and cherubic appearance was generally endearing, making it hard for most people to harbor any strong dislike toward him. Of course, the exception was Jiang Yingying from the gym, who was a unique case. Yin, noticing their stares, awkwardly scratched his nose. "Why are you looking at me like that? I just want to find someone who is not overly serious or stern for the consultation, as I find it uncomfortable to engage with someone too formal, so you understand." Chapter 25. How much do you charge per hour? In response to Yin's explanation, Li Yi's disdain deepened. Uncomfortable sitting face-to-face with someone too serious? Are you kidding me? Who doesn't he know what's going on? You simply want to cast a wide net and catch more fish, don't disguise it with lofty pretenses. However, Li had no intention of exposing Yin's intentions. After all, it was commendable that Yin was finally considering dating, even if his standards were somewhat high. Whether the receptionist believed him or not was anyone's guess, but she initially seemed taken aback before nodding and saying, "All right. Let me see if we have any female attorneys available." The receptionist sat down and clicked a few keys on her computer before smiling. Could it be that knowledgeable beauty we just saw? Didn't she say an appointment was necessary? Thank you. Soon after, the two entered the law firm. It must be said that this elite firm lived up to its reputation. All staff worked in an orderly manner, and the work environment was unparalleled. which made Yin a bit envious. Before long, they arrived at the door the receptionist had mentioned. Yin knocked lightly. "Come in," a familiar voice responded. Yin and Li Yi exchanged amused glances. After all, the knowledgeable beauty had just mentioned needing an appointment. And now they were entering her office. Was that a slap in the face? Without hesitation, they pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Yin and Li Yi, the knowledgeable beauty appeared momentarily stunned before gesturing to the chairs. "Please have a seat." "Oh?" Both Yin and Li Yi were taken aback, surprised at her calm demeanor. Yin found amusement in the situation. Adhering to the principle of not wasting an opportunity when there was money to be spent, and he plopped down directly opposite the knowledgeable beauty. He also took note of her name displayed on the nameplate on the desk. Hiwenya. Lawyer He. Yin began to explain his purpose. But Hiwenya pushed her glasses up her nose and bluntly stated, "I overheard part of your conversation before entering the elevator. As my time is valuable, I do charge for consultations, even if it's just for a minute." As she spoke, she retrieved an electronic timer from her desk drawer and placed it on the table. Then she pointed toward the door. "Of course, you may also choose to leave now and seek consultation elsewhere while it's still before closing time." Yin and Li Yi were utterly bewildered by Hiwenya's approach. Yin had sensed that she seemed guarded, initially thinking it was due to their appearance. But little did he know that she was already aware of his intention to seek a free consultation. Li Yi felt increasingly embarrassed, as it was he who had suggested the idea, and he immediately attempted to stand, pulling Yin along with him, partly out of indignation. After all, with so many law firms available, there was no need for them to endure humiliation here. However, before he could rise, Yin firmly held him back and smiled at Hiwenya. "May I ask how much you charge per hour, Lawyer He?" Hiwenya frowned. She had assumed Yin would back down, but to her surprise, he was genuinely willing to pay for the consultation. Was he merely trying to bluff? Uncertain of Yin's intentions, Hiwenya concluded that even if he chose not to consult, her previous words would have been enough to leave him feeling embarrassed. Realizing this, she replied, 5,000 per hour. Even if it's just a minute, it will be charged at the hourly rate. Hiwenya intended to challenge Yin. "You want to act like a big spender? Fine, show me the money first." 5,000 an hour. Li Yi exclaimed, standing up abruptly, disregarding Yin's attempts to calm him as he vented his anger. "Why don't you go rob a bank? Do you think you're in a drama where 1 hour costs several thousand? Why should it be that way, just because you're somewhat attractive?" Although Li Yi's family had some money, he was not about to be taken for a fool. With that kind of money, he could hire an attractive escort. Furthermore, even seasoned attorneys typically did not charge 5,000 for an hour of consultation. This woman was clearly trying to take advantage. Unfortunately for Li Yi, his outrage was of little consequence to the composed Hiwenya, who barely acknowledged him and continued to address Yin. 5,000 is non-negotiable. If you choose not to consult, please leave. Thank you. We're leaving. Li Yi was determined not to tolerate such indignity and was ready to drag Yin away. Yet, Yin remained resolute, seated firmly in his chair. "I never said I wouldn't consult. It's just 5,000, right? I'll pay for it. How do I proceed with the payment?" As he spoke, Yin pulled out his phone. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Yi gazed at Yin in disbelief upon hearing his words, utterly perplexed. He simply could not comprehend it. Even if one wished to pursue someone, how could they so readily shell out 5,000 yuan without even being acquainted? This was not merely being a generous fool. It was akin to being a naive simpleton. Yin, however, had no intention of explaining that he possessed a system to generate wealth. For anyone else, such an expenditure would be inconceivable, but with Hiwenya, it was an entirely different matter. Even if he gave her 5,000 yuan, what of it? He could easily earn it back. 5,000 yuan for nothing, what more could one possibly desire? With that, Yin addressed Li Yi directly. "Can you refrain from being so flustered? 5,000 yuan has startled you? This money does not come from your pocket, so why the urgency? Sit down, please." His tone was gentle, almost as if he were soothing a child, encouraging Li Yi to take a seat. Li Yi, feeling even more bewildered, wondered if Yin was attempting to cultivate an image of a wealthy individual. Yet, that seemed implausible, given that they were already aware he was merely seeking a freebie. And this point had been made quite clear. Could he genuinely establish such a persona? Still, his curiosity piqued. He wanted to see what Yin was truly up to. Just moments ago, he had been adamant about not entering. Yet upon stepping inside, his demeanor had shifted completely. Li Yi complied, sitting down and observing both Yin and Hiwenya closely. Meanwhile, Hiwenya was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yin would actually be willing to part with 5,000 yuan for a consultation fee. What was his intention? Was he deliberately trying to get closer to her, perhaps to woo her? She could only consider this possibility, as she had a degree of confidence in her appearance. Chapter 26. You do not understand. Not only was Yiwen confident in her looks, but there were also numerous precedents for such behavior. Many had previously approached her under the guise of seeking advice, only to gradually abandon their pursuits over time. Thus, Yian's actions only led her to think along similar lines. For what other reason could there be for a man to unhesitatingly part with 5,000 yuan? With that, she pressed the timer. After all, if the consultation exceeded an hour, she would charge him 5,000 without mercy. Understood. Yian nodded, then began his inquiry. I would like to ask some questions regarding hit-and-run incidents, hoping that lawyer he could elaborate on the details, such as the maximum prison sentence and what to do if the other party is uncooperative. The more information, the better. As a professional lawyer, Yiwen was well prepared, offering a wealth of legal knowledge without hesitation, thoroughly explaining the nuances of hit-and-run incidents. Finally, she added, if the other party's attitude is poor, my advice would be to proceed through legal channels. Once the court summons is issued, most individuals will comply. After absorbing Yiwen's insights, Yian's mind began to form a plan. Without hesitation, he rose. Thank you, Lawyer He, for your clarifications. I have no further inquiries and will proceed to make the payment. As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, in the next moment, he recalled that he had not obtained Yiwen's contact information. This could be considered a long-term opportunity, which he needed to seize. Thus, he hurriedly added, Lawyer He, could you please give me your business card? I may need to consult you again regarding legal matters. Sure, but I won't offer you a discount, Yiwen replied, handing him her card. Unfortunately, her words had no effect on Yian. After all, 5,000 yuan was merely a small price to pay, and he could easily earn back that amount in just 5 minutes of conversation. Naturally, the professionalism of lawyer, he justified the fee. See you next time, he said, waving goodbye to her before taking Li Yi to settle the payment at the law firm's financial office. Observing Yi's demeanor, Yiwen furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend his intentions. After a moment's thought, she dismissed her curiosity and returned to reviewing other cases. Meanwhile, after leaving the building, Li Yi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Anzi, what exactly are you up to? You don't seriously believe that a mere 5,000 yuan will win you the heart of that beauty, do you? I refrained from stopping you earlier just to see what you were planning, yet you really only inquired about legal matters and then left? Are you trying to tell me that a 5-minute conversation with a woman could yield a 10,000 yuan return? That would be an unassailable deal. Of course, that was impossible. Setting aside whether Li Yi would even believe it, the matter concerning the system was too significant. He wouldn't dare disclose it to anyone, not even his own parents, for fear of dire consequences. Yet, Yian could not conjure up a suitable excuse, so he resorted to vague words. You do not understand. After saying this, he patted Li Yi's shoulder with an air of confidence, as if he were certain of winning over Yiwen. Seeing Yi's self-assured demeanor, Li Yi was utterly bewildered. Where did this confidence come from for someone so inexperienced in romance? Did he truly think that spending 5,000 yuan would make a girl fall for him? Was he dreaming? Not to mention, Yiwen was an accomplished lawyer. Even a pure-hearted university student would not be swayed by a monetary gesture. Yet, Li Yi also recognized that Yian never engaged in endeavors without assurance. Given his character and limited finances, he must have had a backup plan. Otherwise, why would he willingly spend 5,000 yuan to pursue a woman? With this thought in mind, Li Yi's curiosity grew. As he watched Yi's vehicle pull away, Yian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning home, the sun had set, and he promptly prepared dinner, first delivering a meal to Xia Anren before enjoying his own. Afterward, he exercised in the community for about an hour, then took a refreshing shower before collapsing into bed. A new week dawned, and upon rising, Yian immediately weighed himself. Unfortunately, despite his efforts the previous day, he had only lost half a pound. Nevertheless, he remained cheerful, for at least his exercise was yielding some results, and he had not gained any weight. After washing up, Yian went for a morning jog for an hour. By the time he finished, the sun was just beginning to rise. Yian started work at 8:30. To be honest, with the system now at his disposal, he had little desire to attend this tedious job. However, character dictated that he must see things through to the end, especially with the looming prospect of layoffs. Given his high chance of being cut, he might as well make the most of it. With this in mind, Yian descended, mounted his electric scooter, and headed to the company. On his route, he passed Wayne's law firm, contemplating stopping in for a quick chat to earn another 10,000. However, considering the potential repercussions of layoffs, he decided against it. After all, the 5,000 yuan was still within reach, and he could claim it after work. Soon, Ian arrived at the company just in time. The office was already bustling, with employees whispering about the impending layoffs. As Ian entered, a collective gaze turned towards him. Chapter 27. Personal interview. Upon his arrival, the attention of his colleagues gravitated towards him. The reason was simple. If layoffs were to occur, Ian was likely to be the first on the list. His department, the market research department, was inherently relaxed, and since Ian had not been assigned specific tasks, he merely assisted wherever needed. He could be considered one of the most leisurely employees in the department. Given his lack of defined work, he was indeed the most probable candidate for dismissal. Certainly, the company, having made the decision to downsize, would not be letting go of just one individual. And among those affected would undoubtedly be Ian. Despite the gaze of his colleagues weighing upon him, Ian managed to smile and greeted them. "Good morning, everyone." With the impending layoffs looming, he resolved to make the most of his remaining time. In his mind, he had a few candidates in mind for his pursuit. The foremost among them was the striking colleague seated opposite him, Sigh, the very same who had commented on his weight the previous weekend. Sigh was arguably the most beautiful girl in their department, with her meticulously applied makeup, professional attire, and alluring black stockings drawing the admiration of many men in the office. Name, Sigh. Age, 23. Facial evaluation, delicate features. Body evaluation, graceful stature. Temperament evaluation, radiant. Overall evaluation score, 72. To be candid, Ian felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated Sig's score might reach 80, considering her undeniable beauty. However, she only managed a score of 72, merely scraping by the passing mark. It was evident that Sigh possessed the talent to enhance her appearance, elevating her 72 into a semblance of 80 through skillful makeup. This in itself was a noteworthy talent. Nevertheless, Ian had no intention of pursuing her romantically, as long as her overall score met the criteria. She remained one of his targets. Without delay, Ian maneuvered his chair beside Sigh. "Hey, do you think the layoffs mentioned by the manager last week are true? You know my job situation, to be honest. This has left me rather unsettled even through the weekend." Ian maintained amicable relations with his colleagues. Sigh, seated across from him, despite her private opinions about him, displayed no outward signs of disdain. When he initiated conversation, she naturally did not refuse and began to engage in a quiet dialogue with him. "I'm not entirely sure, but I heard it's not just our department facing layoffs. Others have received notices too, so it might be true." "Oh no, does that mean I'm done for?" As 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, Ian concluded the conversation abruptly, claiming a casual excuse, leaving Sigh bewildered. "We were just getting into a lively discussion. And now you're done?" However, Sigh didn't dwell on it and quickly resumed chatting with a nearby female colleague. Ian continued his quest for potential targets. Regrettably, in their department, only Sigh had a score exceeding 70. The next highest was merely a point shy of the mark. Thus, women scoring above 70 were exceedingly rare, particularly in terms of temperament. While some possessed decent looks, their lack of charisma diminished their scores. Fortunately, due to the nature of his job, Ian occasionally found himself assigned to other departments, where he became acquainted with their female employees. Subsequently, Ian began traversing various departments, fervently seeking out eligible women, ensuring that he had approached nearly all those who met the standards. Meanwhile, at Li Shaoran's home, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, intently staring at her laptop with a furrowed brow. After deliberating for what seemed like an eternity, she finally pressed the confirmation button, sending her resume to the company where Ian worked. She initially thought her resume might vanish into oblivion, considering Ian was merely a minor employee at Xianglong Advertising Company, and how could his information be reliable? Although she had researched the company extensively over the past few days, she could not discern any inclination towards transformation. However, realizing that opportunities might be fleeting, she decided to take the chance. Naturally, Li Shaoran harbored little hope. After sending her resume, she cast aside her laptop and turned on the television. Approximately half an hour later, her phone rang. "Is this the call from Xianglong Company?" Having examined numerous details about Xianglong Advertising, Li Shaoran had memorized their contact number. Could it be that Ian was correct? At that moment, her heart began to race, a sensation she had not experienced in years. Not during her university days. nor upon graduating with her doctorate, but only after receiving her college entrance examination results. Yet, due to her nature, Li Shaoran quickly composed herself. Upon answering, a woman's voice greeted her. "Hello, I'm the HR manager at Xianglong Advertising Company. May I speak with Ms. Li Shaoran?" "Yes, that's me. I assume you've reviewed my resume? Have you agreed to consider me for the position I applied for?" The woman hesitated slightly before responding. "I'm not certain, but our chairman wishes to meet with you personally. Would you be available to come to our office this afternoon?" "Certainly, I'll come by. Then we shall meet this afternoon." Li Shaoran remained in a daze even after hanging up. The fact that the chairman wanted to interview her personally indicated a genuine interest in transforming the company. What had led Ian to surmise that the company was on the brink of transformation? The HR manager's tone suggested even she was unaware of the situation. Yet Ian had made an accurate prediction. Reflecting on her prior conversation with Ian, Li Shaoran meticulously analyzed his words. Although he repeatedly emphasized that it was merely conjecture, his confidence was palpable. Yet, he was just a minor employee. How could he deduce information that even the HR manager was oblivious to? Was it mere coincidence, or did he possess an innate acumen? Or, as Ian himself claimed, had he gleaned insights from games to make such analyses? Li Shaoran was uncertain. However, she recognized that her opportunity might be approaching. Thus, in preparation for the afternoon interview, she resolved to ready herself for the personal meeting with the chairman of Xianglong Advertising Company. Chapter 28. The ordinary. In the afternoon, Li Shaoran arrived at Xianglong Advertising Company. Initially, she had hoped to encounter Ian by chance, but upon reaching the front desk, the receptionist promptly escorted her to the chairman's office. However, even without the receptionist's guidance, it was unlikely she would cross paths with Ian, as he was currently engrossed in navigating various departments, eagerly pursuing financial gain. The chairman of Xianglong Advertising was a middle-aged man who bore little resemblance to a figure of authority. He appeared rather unassuming, like an ordinary individual. "You must be Ms. Li Shaoran. I must say, you are quite stunning, truly a young talent. By the way, I am Zhao Tianxiang, the chairman of Xianglong." Zhao Tianxiang extended his hand. Having researched extensively, Li Shaoran recognized Zhao Tianxiang and nodded as she stepped forward to shake his hand. "Hello, Chairman Zhao. I am Li Shaoran, a graduate of..." Li Shaoran, who had never before navigated a job search, intended to follow a template she had found online for her introduction. However, her inherent hesitance rendered her words somewhat stilted. Yet, Zhao Tianxiang had not called her in merely to hear the contents of her resume. Before she could finish, he raised his hand to interrupt her. He then took a seat opposite her and gestured for her to do the same. "I have already reviewed your resume, and it aligns perfectly with my requirements. Therefore, we need not squander time here. I simply wish to pose a singular question." Upon hearing this, Li Shaoran furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing the gravity of the moment. "Chairman Zhao specifically summoned me to inquire how I became aware of your company's intention to establish an investment department, correct?" "Miss Li, your intelligence is indeed remarkable." Zhao Tianxiang praised her before continuing. "Indeed, that is my inquiry. To be frank, I have only disclosed this matter to a select few board members. No one else is aware. I would like to know how you came by this information." The significance of the company's transformation weighed heavily on Zhao Tianxiang. After all, he had navigated the business world for many years and had incurred the displeasure of many. Li Shaoran, uncertain of how to respond, hesitated briefly to organize her thoughts before slowly revealing, "I have a friend who works at your company. He sensed this development through some of your company's movements and subsequently informed me." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tianxiang's eyes. He was astonished that such an individual existed within his company, and yet he was unaware of it. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting Li Shaoran and continued to listen attentively. "To be honest, I have researched a great deal about your company, but did not discern this development. My application was merely a tentative endeavor. However, it appears my gamble has paid off." Zhao Tianxiang listened quietly until she finished speaking, and then, with a hint of excitement, he asked, "A staff member from our company? What is his name?" "Ian. He is merely an ordinary employee. I doubt Chairman Zhao is familiar with him." Zhao Tianxiang searched his memory but ultimately shook his head in resignation. He had no recollection of Ian. However, the fact that he could perceive such developments from certain company decisions indicated he possessed some merit. "Why not have him work alongside you, Miss Li? Such talent should not be overlooked." Even if Ian lacked any remarkable skills, his keen business acumen alone was sufficient for Zhao Tianxiang to take notice. "What does Chairman Zhao mean?" Li Shaoran was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhao Tianxiang in disbelief. "Indeed, you have successfully passed the interview. Congratulations. You are now our investment manager at Xiangtian, though this department has yet to be established. Zhao Tianxiang nodded with a smile before adding, however, do not rejoice too soon. Miss Li, we have no prior experience, and there are board members who oppose this. Thus, the investment department will not be granted much authority. You must be prepared for that. In fact, it was your arrival that prompted me to take the initiative to hire you. I will endeavor to persuade the board. So please do not let me down. Although Li Xiaoran's expression remained neutral, the experienced Zhao Tianxiang sensed a glimmer of happiness in her eyes, prompting him to add, hearing that I have not yet persuaded the board, but rather took the initiative to establish the investment department, has surprised you, I presume? Li Xiaoran quickly assured him. Rest assured, Chairman Zhao, I will give my utmost effort. Excellent. Naturally, Li Xiaoran had no objections. She had long wished to escape her previous stagnant situation. Upon leaving Zhao Tianxiang's office, she contemplated calling Yian to share her good news, as her success in securing the position was largely due to his encouragement. Yet, just as she pulled out her phone, she hesitated. It was during work hours, and approaching Yian might not be appropriate. Ultimately, she decided to forego the idea, planning instead to surprise him the following day. After her departure, Zhao Tianxiang summoned his assistant. Go find the resume of a staff member named Yian from our company. Although the assistant was puzzled as to why Zhao Tianxiang wanted to review the resume of an ordinary employee, he nonetheless proceeded to the HR department to obtain it. Soon, Yian's resume was placed on Zhao Tianxiang's desk. However, after perusing it for an extended period, he found nothing particularly remarkable. The university he attended was unremarkable, and his first job was with their company. In essence, Yian appeared to be an ordinary individual, a stark contrast to Li Xiaoran's impressive credentials. Meanwhile, after a day of leisurely exploration, Yian confirmed the number of attractive women in the company exceeding 70 points. 7. This was quite scarce, especially among the lower ranks, where he identified only 7, 4 of whom he did not know. Nevertheless, emboldened by his impending dismissal, he approached them without fear of causing offense and managed to engage in conversation for 5 minutes. Ultimately, he secured an easy 7,000. Chapter 29. Is this guy out of his mind? Gazing at his amassed wealth of over 1 million, Yian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the speech training program cost 10,000, given sufficient time and attractive individuals, each opportunity could evolve into a substantial gain. After idling for a few more hours, Yian once again timed his departure to coincide with the end of the workday, quickly leaving the company for He Wenya's office. He certainly could not miss the opportunity with her. 5,000 was still a significant amount, and since it was on his way, he decided to pursue it. However, he was uncertain when He Wenya finished her work, so he opted to first visit the Mingjing office to check. Just as he parked his electric scooter at the entrance of the building, he spotted the elegant and poised He Wenya exiting the premises. Seizing the moment, Yian approached her to greet her. Hello, Lawyer He. It's you? He Wenya could hardly forget Yian, having seen him only the day before. He was a quintessential fool, making it difficult to forget. You don't mean to say you have another legal issue already? Indeed, I do. I would like to consult with you, but rest assured, the consultation fee will still be 5,000. He Wenya neither nodded nor shook her head. Instead, adjusting her glasses, she scrutinized the grinning Yian and suddenly asked, Did you specifically wait for me to finish work? Yian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Why do you say that? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, merely wishing to chat with her for 5 minutes before leaving. Therefore, he smiled and explained. I just got off work as well and happened to be passing by. I came to consult with you, Lawyer He. You wouldn't be too busy, would you? I promise it won't take more than a few minutes. Really? He Wenya appeared somewhat skeptical. She suspected Yi and was intentionally trying to earn some extra cash during her personal time to gain her favor. However, such tactics had been employed before, and she was not interested. At that moment, Yian finally grasped the situation, but he was indifferent to her suspicions. I assure you, I just mentioned it won't take long. I have no reason to deceive you. He Wenya, unaffected by his words, nodded in agreement. All right then, let's find a CAF to chat. Do we really need coffee? Yian frowned internally. They were merely a few minutes away from completing their task, and he was reluctant to spend another half-hour sipping coffee with her. Yet, considering the potential for a long-term relationship, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine. You know this area better, so you can choose the place. Follow me. He Wenya led the way to the right. After walking for less than 10 meters, Yian suddenly heard the notification sound indicating task completion. Elated, he quickly feigned a sense of urgency, halting in his tracks and exclaiming, Oh no, Lawyer he. I just remembered I have something very important to attend to. Let's leave it at this for today. I will come back tomorrow for a consultation. Goodbye. Upon finishing her words, Yin turned and dashed away, as if there were an urgent matter of great importance. He Wenya stood frozen, watching as Yin rushed to the roadside, mounted his little electric scooter, and vanished into the sea of people, leaving her bewildered in the swirling wind. Is this guy out of his mind? Regardless of how he Wenya felt, Yin was quite elated. Originally, he was to part with 5,000 yuan for He Wenya. But with this turn of events, he didn't have to spend a dime. He had secured the full 10,000. Nevertheless, Yin understood that this method of enticing He Wenya into his fold would not be sustainable. Yet, he remained content. In fact, he had contemplated making a detour to Li Yi's home to seek out Li Shaoran for another 10,000, but he realized he lacked a convincing reason. So he abandoned the idea. Moreover, Li Yi had been as vigilant as a guard against him. Without a solid justification, he would surely arouse Li Yi's suspicions. Upon returning home, Yin immediately began preparing dinner. By the time he had cooked enough for two, it was around 6 o'clock. He then took the meal upstairs. Brother Yi, you finished work so early? Xia Anren exclaimed with surprise as she beheld Yi and carrying the food. Indeed, Yin replied, handing the meal to Xia Anren, and continued, did that fellow come knocking again today? He showed up for a bit at noon, but his wife pulled him away. Thankfully, she is quite reasonable. I suspect he'll give up soon enough, so there's no need to worry about him. Why didn't you call me? Didn't I tell you to call if he came back? If his wife had shown up, wouldn't you have had to endure his incessant knocking all day? Yin's tone bore a hint of reproach, mingled with tenderness. Frankly speaking, Xia Anren's demeanor resembled that of a child, needing to be coaxed, which perhaps explained her sunny and youthful disposition. Aren't you at work? I wouldn't want to trouble you during your hours. If he wants to knock, let him. I'm wearing headphones anyway, so I can't hear him. Xia Anren grinned mischievously. Besides, didn't I just say his wife is quite nice? With her around, it won't be long before he stops coming. Yin looked at Xia Anren in disbelief. What if his wife isn't able to dissuade him? Such matters are best addressed face to face. It's crucial that he feels intimidated. Remember, next time he comes, you must call me. I have a plan to make him apologize to you personally. Really? Then I'll definitely call you next time. After finishing dinner and washing the dishes, it was already 7 o'clock. He wasted no time, changing into his workout clothes and heading straight to the gym. He could not afford to delay his weight loss journey. Perhaps due to the fact that most people work during the day, the gym was more crowded in the evenings than on weekend afternoons, with nearly every treadmill occupied. This sight invigorated Yin, who began his workout while scouting for potential targets. Chapter 30. Are you done yet, you chubby nerd? It must be said, when the crowd swells, the quality of attractive women rises as well. Previously, Yin had struggled to find even one, but today he encountered two, albeit barely meeting the standard. Yet, they represented potential financial gain. Without hesitation, he approached one of his targets to strike up a conversation. Drawing from his previous experience with Jiang Yingying, coupled with the knowledge he had gained from his prior awkward attempts to engage women, he understood what topics piqued their interest. Clearly, his verbal training had proven effective. In no time, 10 minutes had passed, and he had effortlessly secured 20,000 yuan. Although he hadn't obtained the other's WeChat contact, which likely meant she wouldn't become a long-term prospect, Yin remained undeterred. As long as there were enough targets. Besides, the gym was nearby, and he could always encounter them again. Just as Yin was contemplating a third target, Jiang Yingying, who had decided to avoid him yesterday, appeared at that very moment. Upon seeing her, Yin was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence to run into her for 3 consecutive days. He had never expected to see her so frequently. He had merely hoped for the occasional encounter. Who would have thought that in just 3 days, they would meet 4 times? Fate truly is a remarkable thing. While Yuan marveled at this serendipity, Jiang Yingying remained oblivious to his presence, feeling quite pleased with her decision. However, in the next moment, what a coincidence, we meet again, Yin cheerfully announced as he appeared beside her. In conversing with Jiang Yingying, Yin felt less restrained. After all, he had already offended her. So there was no need for pretense. He would say what he needed to, chat for 5 minutes, and then leave. Upon spotting the familiar chubby face, Jiang Yingying was taken aback, and then her composure crumbled. You, insufferable chubby nerd, haven't you had enough? Despite her gentle nature, she couldn't contain herself. After being pursued for 3 consecutive days, even making an effort to avoid him, she found herself face to face with him once more. Jiang Yingying felt as though the universe was conspiring against her. Yin, however, was surprised to find that Jiang Yingying, who had previously ignored him, was now scolding him. Thankfully, he had thick skin. With a grin, he continued to gaze at her. Jiang Yingying genuinely didn't know how to respond to Yin. This fellow had not been so audacious before. She vaguely remembered that just 2 days ago, he had even fumbled his opening line when attempting to chat her up. Yet now, he seemed completely unfazed, persistently engaging her without a hint of embarrassment. Fine, I'm leaving, she finally declared, opting to abandon her workout. Hey, don't go. Aren't you going to work out? Yin hurried after her. He couldn't let the 10,000 slip away just like that. Even if he had to keep her occupied for 5 minutes, he was determined to do so. I know you don't actually dislike me that much. I genuinely want to apologize, so why won't you accept it? He spoke while trying to slow her departure. However, time was slipping away, and Jiang Yingying had already reached the door, showing no signs of stopping. With no other choice, Yin hurriedly stepped in front of her. Move aside, Jiang Yingying coldly instructed, refusing to even look at his face. I can't let you disrupt your workout plan because of me. If one of us has to leave, it should be me. At this, surprise flickered in Jiang Yingying's eyes. Where had he learned such smooth talk? Yet, despite this, Yin's image in her mind remained unchanged. All right, then leave. Will you forgive me? No. Then I want to leave. I will leave. You can't. Before Yin could finish, the notification of task completion chimed, prompting him to change his approach. Forget it. I'll just take my leave then. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Yingying stood there, stunned, watching Yin's retreating figure. This had occurred 3 times now. Each time, he would engage her for about 5 minutes before decisively leaving. This time was even more pronounced. They had just been debating, and suddenly he was walking away. Was he playing hard to get? Jiang Yingying was not lacking in suitors and had experienced this tactic before, but it only served to annoy her further. I'll come by at noon. I don't believe you want to be at work then. Let us see how you'll manage to run into me again. With Yin gone, Jiang Yingying found no reason to leave herself. After making up her mind, she turned and headed back into the gym. As Yin departed, he noticed an additional 10,000 in his account, and his smile was nothing short of radiant. By the end of the day, he had earned a staggering 100,000 solely through his eloquence training plan. If this continued over time, becoming a billionaire seemed a certainty. Typically, Yin would celebrate such a windfall with a lavish feast, indulging in every delicacy to his heart's content. However, he was determined to lose weight. This thought suddenly made him feel as if earning money was less gratifying than not having earned it at all. Upon returning home, his mood grew increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, he sprang upright from the sofa. No, today he must indulge. It was unacceptable for earning money to diminish his happiness. This should not be his approach to life. Yin resolutely decided to treat himself. Yet, as he pondered over how to spend his newfound wealth, he found himself at a loss. This echoed the saying that when one acquires wealth beyond their usual means, they may not even know how to spend it. Upscale venues and glamorous models were beyond his reach. How could he even consider consumption? Nevertheless, this did little to quell Yin's desire to splurge. Considering that his little electric scooter had accompanied him for years and was on the verge of falling apart, he promptly resolved to purchase a new vehicle. Without hesitation, he took out his phone to search for options. However, after an extensive search, he found nothing appealing. Sedans felt too cramped given his current size. While he had little fondness for SUVs, and the good ones were financially out of reach. Perhaps a brand-name motorcycle? The thought struck him, especially since he held a motorcycle license, which he had obtained in a moment of spontaneity. Chapter 31. How did you end up here? In truth, Yin yearned for a motorcycle. He had been deeply influenced by If There Is Love, especially the final scene, which left a lasting impression on him. The exhilaration of racing down the road with a beloved companion was a feeling he still cherished, and he envied that kind of romance. Although his views on love might differ, the allure of that imagery was undeniably striking and romantic. It is hard to believe any man could resist such a vision. Yet, many men, for various reasons, be it their appearance, financial situation, or fear of ridicule, choose not to pursue such dreams. Nevertheless, when the film was released, that very motorcycle sold out. Yin, too, had once been overweight and impoverished, without the means to support such a luxury. But now, circumstances had changed. He was financially stable. Although he remained quite large, this would not deter him from realizing his aspirations. Moreover, he was actively working on his weight loss. A sedan? What sedan could offer the same freedom as a motorcycle? As he envisioned himself racing along like in If There Is Love, he began browsing for his dream motorcycle on his phone. After much deliberation, he finally settled on a motorcycle that appeared quite appealing, the 2790 Adventure. Ian, not particularly versed in performance specifications, was merely captivated by its aesthetics and found the price reasonable, so he placed the order. However, as it was an online purchase, it would take several days for delivery, meaning he would still have to ride his little electric scooter to work for the next few days. Yet, he felt no urgency. Having indulged in a spending spree, the gloom that had clouded his mind dissipated, and he even hummed a tune while showering, blissfully drifting into sleep. The next day, as dawn broke, his phone alarm rang punctually. Ian had yet to establish a biological clock. But the thought of successfully losing weight and the prospect of nearly $1 million in cash spurred him out of bed. Following the same routine as the previous day, he completed his run, prepared breakfast, and managed to earn another $10,000 from Sigh, leaving for work in high spirits. Of course, he reminded Sigh to call him, then leisurely made his way to the office. Ian had developed a habit of clocking in right on time, and once again, he successfully punched in at 8:29 a.m. However, he was unaware that upon entering the market research department, he immediately garnered the attention of his colleagues seated in the front row. Today, their gazes differed from yesterday's. Instead of pity, they were now filled with envy. Just then, a colleague passing by on their way to the restroom patted Ian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "And Z, you must have struck gold lately. Just as news of layoffs breaks, you are getting promoted to a new department. What luck!" The colleague's tone was laden with envy. Ian had always enjoyed good fortune. When he first joined, the market research department needed staff, and he was assigned to the easiest position, which he held for 2 years. His tenure had been remarkably easygoing. Although he was occasionally called upon for a day or two elsewhere, the work was far from strenuous, mostly involving drafting documents. Now, he had once again escaped the layoffs, being promoted to a new department. Why was this happening? While many colleagues felt a mix of indignation and envy, Ian stood there, momentarily confused. What did it mean to have struck gold? What did it entail to be promoted to a new department? Although the meaning was clear, he struggled to grasp the implications. Yet, his colleague, perhaps fearing further envy, swiftly moved on, leaving Ian to ponder alone. He wanted to stop his colleague and clarify, but they had already vanished out the door. Resigned, he continued toward his workstation. However, as he approached, he noticed a woman seated at his desk. Her face obscured by the computer screen, he initially assumed it was Sui, as her position was currently unoccupied. What was she doing in his seat? He engaged in conversation with the nearby co-workers, but sat there as if waiting for him. Could it be that Sui wanted to ingratiate herself with him? Recalling his colleague's earlier comment, Ian found himself half convinced. At the same time, he felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Although a promotion was a positive development, it disrupted the plans he had just begun to form. Why would the company suddenly elevate his position, especially when he felt invisible within his department? Ultimately, Ian decided not to dwell on it. Nevertheless, he failed to notice that his colleague's attention had shifted from him to his workstation. The woman sitting in Sui's seat could not possibly maintain their interest. Unfortunately, Ian was too preoccupied with thoughts of his colleague's words to realize this. Ian's workstation was not far from the entrance, and soon he stood before it. Yet, upon seeing the woman's face, he froze in disbelief. Sister Sharon? How is this possible? What is she doing here? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and then he suddenly remembered their conversation from Saturday. Could it be? Ian was truly incredulous. However, apart from this reason, it seemed impossible to explain why Li Sharon appeared in their company, dressed in a sleek black business suit. Li Sharon observed Ian's astonished expression and remarked, "Are you surprised to see me? Wasn't that merely stating the obvious?" Of course, he was taken aback. Yet, that was Li Sharon's nature. Even when delivering surprises, she remained taciturn and expressionless. "Shaoran, how did you end up here, even seated in my chair?" Although Ian had surmised that Li Shaoran might have applied for a position in their company, he couldn't resist asking. After speaking, he inadvertently stole a glance at her graceful waist. Chapter 32. I want to decline. It must be said that Li Shaoran's poise in a business suit elevated her presence to an extraordinary level. Noble, coldly enchanting, she effortlessly overshadowed all the other women present. Her gleaming black stockings accentuated her aura, instilling a sense of awe that discouraged any impure thoughts. Such a woman ought not to be in this mundane setting. She should reside in the lofty realms of elegance. Even though Ian understood her character and knew she would not hold it against him, he dared only to steal glances, not wanting to linger. Regrettably, despite his subtlety, Li Sharon noticed his gaze. As Ian had anticipated, she was unfazed. During their school days, he often stole glances at her, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. Do you clock in right on time, every day? Ian was suddenly struck by the sensation of being interrogated by a superior. Although he felt intimidated in her presence, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He simply wished to ascertain whether his suspicions about her were correct. Just as you surmised, I found your previous conjecture to be quite reasonable. So I submitted my resume and was unexpectedly hired on the same day. I am now the manager of the investment department. Manager of the investment department? Ian momentarily lost his train of thought, his eyes brightening with excitement. Are you saying my previous speculation was accurate? The company, before he could finish. A voice interrupted from behind. What do you mean your speculation was correct? Yi Gu, what are you talking about? And who are you speaking with? The late-arriving Su Yi approached her workstation while speaking. However, the next moment, she spotted Li Shaoran, whom Ian was blocking, and froze in place. Much like a captivated admirer. In fact, Ian's colleagues had reacted similarly when Li Shaoran first arrived. Her beauty was utterly mesmerizing, especially with her striking aura and that formidable black business attire. She was undeniably compelling to both men and women alike. However, Su Yi, being a woman herself, and one who was relatively attractive, wondered if Ian had been let go and if this was a new colleague. Yet that didn't make sense. The company had just undergone layoffs, so how could they hire someone new? In an instant, Su Yi hastily inquired, Yi Gu, who is this beautiful lady? Oh, this is Ian began to introduce Li Shaoran to Su Yi, but she swiftly interrupted, self-introducing instead. Hello, I am the new manager of the investment department, Li Shaoran. A new manager of the investment department? When did our company establish such a department? Su Yi was momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, Li Shaoran had no intention of providing Su Yi with an extensive explanation. After concluding her introduction, she redirected her attention to Yi and to convey her purpose for being there. Although she intended to surprise him, her primary aim was to recruit him as her assistant. Ian, you probably guessed my purpose in coming here. Indeed, the investment department has just been established, and I hope you can join as my assistant. Me? As your assistant? Although an assistant is merely an ordinary position, it far surpassed his current role. One could even call it a promotion. Yes. I discussed this with your manager before coming, and he consented. If you have no objections, please gather your belongings and come with me. Li Shaoran did not expect Ian to decline, considering he had previously mentioned the impending layoffs in their department. As long as he wished to remain employed, he would undoubtedly accept her offer. Thus, her tone, though seemingly inquisitive, was more of a directive. Others overhearing this conversation became increasingly envious, particularly as Li Shaoran exuded an air of a domineering CEO, which ignited their imaginations. Ian's fortune seemed extraordinary. If he were to win over this captivating manager, he would undoubtedly enjoy the best of both worlds. Even Su Yi couldn't help but gaze at Ian in astonishment. After all, a man who had been a mere background figure in the company for years was now being chosen by such a stunning woman to be her assistant, truly astonishing. While everyone was filled with envy, Ian's heart was inclined to decline. Setting aside the fact that he had prepared himself for potential dismissal, the mere thought of working alongside Li Shaoran made him somewhat apprehensive. After all, she was exceedingly alluring, especially in that professional attire. He found it difficult to resist stealing glances. Thus, he did not wish to be caught by her in such moments. However, to outright refuse was equally daunting. For Li Shaoran's offer to transfer him to the investment department was entirely to spare him from being laid off. To decline her proposition would be seen as ungrateful and hard to justify. Are you hesitating? Li Shaoran quickly noticed his moment of uncertainty and regarded him curiously. No. No, I am merely having a hard time believing this, Ian stammered. Li Shaoran could easily see through his lies during their school days. Whenever he was caught stealing glances at her, he would instinctively become flustered and offer various explanations. She did not understand why he was hesitant, but she did not wish to dwell on it, nor did she want to continue standing there like a spectacle under everyone's scrutiny. Although she was accustomed to such attention, prolonged staring still made her somewhat uneasy. Thus, Li Shaoran commanded once more, then gather your things and come with me. With that, Li Shaoran began to assist Ian in packing his belongings. Seeing this, Ian had no choice but to suppress his desire to refuse and began to gather his personal items alongside her. As they departed together, the entire market research department erupted into a cacophony of chatter, akin to a bustling marketplace. Chapter 33. I am unperturbed. Li Shaoran's appearance disrupted Ian's plans. Initially, he intended to dawdle for an hour or two, conveniently collecting the 10,000 yuan from Su Yi, and then, around noon, he would visit other departments to collect the remaining sums. Yet now, Li Xiaoran had taken him away, thwarting his plans. He was mere minutes away from completing his task, yet she seemed impatient to leave. However, considering that the day was still young, Ian decided to remain silent, quietly trailing behind Li Xiaoran while contemplating his situation. Upon learning that his suspicions were confirmed, he felt a mixture of shock and elation. What had merely been a faint feeling derived from the company's decisions had now manifested into reality. The company was indeed undergoing a transformation. This revelation instilled Ian with immense confidence, affirming that the business acumen he had acquired in the game could indeed be applied in the real world. This is precisely why Ian yearned to decline Li Xiaoran's proposal. Undoubtedly, the apprehension of working alongside Li Xiaoran was genuine. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in his desire to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey, aspiring to recreate the commercial empire he once established in the gaming realm. Presently, he had the means to generate wealth through tasks, with a staggering 900 billion awaiting him upon completion of the main quest. He felt entirely unburdened by financial concerns. Even in the event of a loss, he could rely on side quests to continue amassing funds. Nevertheless, he found himself hesitant to reject Li Xiaoran, unable to vocalize his refusal. Additionally, there was the matter of a previous WeChat message from Li Xiaoran, which had increased his main quest progress by 1% and even granted him 1 million. What if engaging in other endeavors could yield further rewards from the system? If he successfully acquired the 900 billion cash flow, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. For who in this world possesses the capability to produce such a substantial sum in one go? Thus, why bother with starting a business when he could simply indulge in the riches? Of course, the prospect of 900 billion in cash flow might be overly ambitious. Ian primarily wished to ascertain whether he could extract a few million more from Li Xiaoran. Currently, he had just over 1 million, and his startup capital was far from sufficient. As they strolled, Ian inquired about Li Xiaoran's interview process. "So, I made an impression on the chairman?" he mused, somewhat astonished. Perhaps it was not merely an impression. He might have remembered you, as it was he who suggested you become my assistant. Did the chairman explain why he wanted to pivot? Was it akin to what I mentioned? Ian was eager to uncover this information. "You'll have the opportunity to ask him yourself when you meet him," Li Xiaoran replied. "All right," Ian responded, slightly disappointed. Their conversation continued as they arrived at a spacious office. Li Xiaoran had informed him that the investment department was hastily established following her successful interview yesterday, making this a temporary workspace. Upon entering the expansive office, Ian quickly realized it was likely where Zhao Tianxiang intended to establish his own office. He recalled that during its construction, their manager had mentioned this project specifically. Even if it were not the case, Zhao Tianxiang's willingness to allocate this office to Li Xiaoran, albeit temporarily, spoke volumes about his regard for her. Ian pondered whether Zhao Tianxiang harbored feelings for Li Xiaoran, prompting the establishment of the investment department in accordance with her wishes. This line of thought was not born out of suspicion, but rather the abruptness of Li Xiaoran's hiring. How could Zhao Tianxiang hire her without further deliberation? What if he had ulterior motives? No, he could not resign prematurely. He needed to ascertain Zhao Tianxiang's true intentions. Initially, Ian contemplated ways to extract additional funds from Li Xiaoran, and if that proved unfeasible, he would decisively resign. However, with this new dilemma, his resolve wavered. After all, if Zhao Tianxiang truly had designs on Li Xiaoran, it could pose a risk to her. Despite being 28, Li Xiaoran had been engrossed in her doctoral studies and had not encountered the darker sides of human nature. Though her family possessed some wealth, it paled in comparison to the affluence of someone like Zhao Tianxiang. Therefore, he felt compelled to ensure Li Xiaoran's safety. Li Xiaoran, oblivious to the multitude of thoughts racing through Ian's mind, pointed to a desk near the entrance. "For now, you will work at this desk." Ian followed her gaze, realizing that the desk faced hers, making it convenient for him to observe her discreetly. "Wait, am I sharing an office with you, Sister Xiaoran?" "That seems a bit inappropriate," he protested. "What is inappropriate about it?" Li Xiaoran asked, puzzled by his response. They had been close friends in childhood. Though they had grown apart, it hardly warranted such formality. Upon hearing her retort, Ian felt a twinge of guilt. "You're the manager, and I'm merely an assistant. Besides, given our relationship, sharing an office might lead others to perceive favoritism. Do you lack capability?" Li Xiaoran countered, leaving Ian momentarily speechless. It was a bit humiliating to admit, and he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Ultimately, He reiterated his concern about favoritism. Yet, he understood that this was hardly an issue in Li Xiaoran's eyes. I don't mind, as long as one is capable. I would even hire Li Yi. Moreover, your position is merely that of an assistant, she stated, and with her words, Yian recognized that further refusal would likely raise suspicion in her mind. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Since you don't mind, then I suppose I have no objections. Chapter 34. Take me home ultimately. Yian complied and placed his personal belongings on the desk. He had anticipated a quiet day, given that the investment department was newly established, and had planned to discuss his intention to earn some extra money with Li Xiaoran. However, as soon as he finished organizing his things, Li Xiaoran handed him a substantial stack of documents. Please help me organize these. I need them for tomorrow. Yian stared at the towering pile of documents before him, momentarily taken aback. The stack was nearly as tall as his head, and he realized that attempting to sort through it in a single day would leave no time for side quests. He would struggle even to find moments to use the restroom. He considered slacking off, but he knew Li Xiaoran to be a decisive and diligent individual. If he failed to complete the task today, he would certainly face reprimand tomorrow. He recalled the many times he had been scolded during their study sessions, and a shiver ran down his spine at the thought of such nightmares from his school days. Consequently, he resigned himself to the task at hand. As the day swiftly passed, Yian, previously unengaged in his role, now found himself striving to maximize his productivity. However, even with his newfound diligence, he was dismayed to discover that time had slipped away, and the end of the workday was upon him. Yian felt a wave of despair wash over him. His plans to earn a substantial sum had been thwarted by Li Xiaoran's arrival. Although he had received a modest 2,000 from Xia Anren and Li Xiaoran, it paled in comparison to his original target of 10,000. Naturally, this left him feeling frustrated. Yet, he dared not express his discontent in front of Li Xiaoran. In the end, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon side quests and focus on the main storyline. Sister Xiaoran, it's time to clock out. He gently reminded her as she continued to sift through the documents. Hearing his words, Li Xiaoran glanced up at her watch, realizing that it was indeed time to leave. She wasted no time in setting aside the materials and rising from her seat. Let us go. Upon seeing Li Xiaoran, who still possessed a strong sense of punctuality as ever, Yian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then began contemplating how to continue pursuing He Wenya for a financial boost, having already relinquished tens of thousands today. It was imperative not to miss out on He Wenya again. However, as he and Li Xiaoran descended to the ground floor and he prepared to ride off on his electric scooter, he was taken aback when Li Xiaoran suddenly addressed him. Yian had already lost track of how many times he had been bewildered today. Yes, there was indeed a scooter, but given the attire Li Xiaoran was wearing, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for her to sit on it. In truth, Yian was quite willing and eager to relive the sensation of carrying Li Xiaoran as he had during their school days. Back then, the three of them often rode bicycles to school together, and if Li Xiaoran's bicycle broke down, she would simply sit behind Yian on his. However, as he had pointed out, Li Xiaoran's professional outfit was not suitable for such an endeavor. Whether she sat sideways or astride, there was a risk of exposing herself. And thus, for her sake, Yian reluctantly abandoned the thought. After Yian's suggestion, Li Xiaoran glanced at her lower half, furrowed her brow momentarily, and then promptly declared, I'll drive. With that, she seized the handlebars. Well, okay. Initially, he had intended to seek out He Wenya for another 1,000, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Nonetheless, having already incurred substantial losses today, Yian found himself unperturbed by the absence of that extra 1,000. Rather, he felt a flicker of delight. Yet, he was somewhat perplexed as to why Li Xiaoran insisted on him driving her, when hailing a cab would be far safer and more expedient, infinitely superior to his modest electric scooter. Moreover, Li Xiaoran herself owned a car. Why hadn't she opted to drive it? Yian could not fathom her reasoning. When he had purchased the scooter, the shop had been running a promotion for couples, offering a pair of helmets, one for a male and one for a female. Unfortunately, as he had never had a girlfriend, the pink helmet had remained sealed in the back. Now, with Li Xiaoran requesting a ride, the helmet found its purpose. Remarkably, once Li Xiaoran donned the pink helmet, her typically cold and aloof demeanor softened, rendering her somewhat adorable. Coupled with her exquisite beauty, it was undeniably captivating, leaving Yian momentarily entranced. This was the first time he had seen a different side of Li Xiaoran. During their school days, her attire had been rather monotonous, consisting solely of uniforms. Although her college wardrobe had improved, she still seldom wore anything in vibrant colors. Once Li Shaoran mounted the scooter, she seemed unfazed. While Yan found himself at a loss as to where to place his hands, there was a small box behind him, and it would be awkward to hold on to that. Yet he hesitated to rest his hands on Li Shaoran's waist. Ultimately, he settled for placing his hands on his thighs, keeping his legs tightly together. As they departed, Su Yi, who had just come down, happened to witness this scene. Is that Yan with the new manager from the investment department? She mused, observing them riding Yan's scooter with Li Shaoran at the helm. The sight of the goddess like Li Shaoran willingly driving an electric scooter left her utterly incredulous. Similarly, other colleagues shared her disbelief. A chubby guy with a stunning beauty. How could that even be possible? Yet, it unfolded right before their eyes. It was only when the scooter vanished from view that discussions erupted among the onlookers. After all, Li Shaoran had never intended to conceal her relationship with Yan. Their route led them in the opposite direction of Yan's home. But fortunately, Li Shaoran's residence was not far from the company, and they soon arrived at her doorstep. Just as Li Shaoran returned the pink helmet to Yan, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 35, Main Quest Progress. 3. Reward. 2. 000,000. Main Quest Progress. 2. Stunned by the sequence of notifications, Yan could hardly believe it. Initially, he felt discontent for having his plans disrupted by Li Shaoran, especially since he had missed out on over 100,000. But now, that sentiment had shifted. What was a mere 100,000 when 2 million awaited? The prospect of the system's rewards was beyond imagination. Naturally, such thoughts were but fanciful dreams. Even the mere idea of kissing Li Shaoran or holding her hand seemed insurmountable. Despite their long-standing acquaintance, he had never held her hand, not even during their innocent school days. Thus, the likelihood of it happening now felt even more remote. Of course, they had brushed against each other countless times, but those were merely casual touches, hardly qualifying as hand-holding. Never mind, I shall let things unfold naturally. Consider today a delightful surprise. Well then, I shall take my leave. Care for a cup of tea? Li Yi will likely finish work soon. You two can catch up. Li Shaoran instinctively extended the invitation. No. Yan was about to instinctively decline, knowing that Li Yi often dragged him out for drinks, and this visit might lead to another round. Drinking was the issue. But he had an injured friend at home awaiting attention. Yet, just as he uttered the word no, he recalled the recently completed main quest. Uncertain yet emboldened by Li Shaoran's invitation, he decided to take a chance. If nothing else, he could simply stop by for a glass of water before leaving. With that thought, Yan swiftly changed his tune. All right, it has been a while since I last saw Uncle and Aunt. It would be nice to greet them. With that, he parked his electric scooter downstairs at Li Shaoran's residence and followed her upstairs. As they approached her door, Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the moment that would confirm or dispel his suspicions. Moments later, Li Shaoran opened the door. As Yan stepped into her home alongside her, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking the third step, successfully being invited into the female's residence. If a beautiful woman is willing to invite you into her home, it signifies a measure of trust. Therefore, the host is encouraged to continue. Reward. 3,000,000. Main quest progress. 3. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yan's heart soared with elation. Previously, he had been fretting over the patterns of side quests. But now he had discerned a formula. First dates, first experiences, and other activities couples engage in all yielded rewards. However, it appeared the system had overlooked some nuances, inadvertently granting him an advantage. After all, Yan had known Li Shaoran for many years, and with the system now binding him, any interaction seemed to accrue rewards. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Achieving 100% progress would be essential to complete the task. And given the system's tendency to increment progress by only 1 point at a time, advancing it would not be straightforward. For instance, hand-holding or kissing, Yan doubted he could manage that. Nevertheless, he remained ecstatic. Although he had missed out on side quest rewards amounting to over 100,000 today, he had accrued 5 million from Li Shaoran alone. What more could he ask for? While the main quest lacked the clarity of side quests with diligence, he was certain it would not be long before he became a millionaire. Of course, he had no intentions of abandoning side quests either, as every little bit counted. As Li Shaoran opened the door, her parents turned to look upon hearing the noise. They were astonished to discover that Li Shaoran had quietly entered a relationship. How could they not be overjoyed? After all, Li Shaoran has already reached the age of 28. Despite her beauty, she is still considered an old maid. And due to her personality, the difficulty of finding a partner will only increase as she approaches 30. However, when Li Sharon stepped aside and her parents saw that it was actually Yian, they immediately fell silent. They had thought that Li Sharon had finally come to her senses, only to discover it was Yian, although they felt a deep sense of disappointment. Li's father still greeted Yian with a smile. Yian was about to return the greeting when Li's mother interjected with a question. Oh? Yian was taken aback. From Li's mother's tone and the slight smile on her lips, he realized she had misunderstood. He quickly rushed to clarify. A company? Li's father and mother exchanged glances in unison, surprised to find out that Li Shaoran was working at the same company as Yian. Yet, why would Li Shaoran choose to work with Yian? Li's mother couldn't help but feel suspicious again. Nevertheless, she refrained from asking further, knowing that too many questions might lead to unexpected revelations. Besides, she was quite supportive of Yian and Li Shaoran being together. If they truly formed a couple, she would certainly not stand in their way. As she poured a glass of water for Yian, she continued, so that's how it is. I apologize for the inconvenience. Yian, I took Li Shaoran's car this morning. Upon hearing Li's mother's words, Yian suddenly understood. Chapter 36. I will go find him. Li's mother insisted that Yian stay for dinner. After all, she hoped to take advantage of the opportunity to drink with him and extract some information. As for Li Shaoran, she had little hope. As any mother would know her daughter, she understood Li Shaoran's character well. If Li Shaoran had something to say, she would do so without prompting. But if she didn't wish to speak, no amount of probing would elicit a response. Thus, Li's mother sought to find a breakthrough through Yian. However, he hurriedly refused while making his way to the door. No, I'm on a diet. I won't be drinking, please forgive me, Uncle Li. Nodding to Li's father, Yian turned to leave. Li's mother initially wanted to stop him, but upon hearing his mention of dieting, she was momentarily stunned, and in that brief moment, Yian had already exited. Seeing this, she had no choice but to give up. Once Yian had completely departed, Li's mother turned to Li's father. Did I hear correctly? Is Yian really on a diet? You heard right. Li's father nodded, glancing at Li Shaoran, who had been silently watching television. Could it be that Yian was dieting because of Li Shaoran? Otherwise, why would he choose to diet now after all these years? Li's mother had the same thought. Exchanging another knowing glance with Li's father, both seeing a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Unbeknownst to Yian, his casual comment about dieting had deepened the misunderstanding between Li's parents. However, even if he were aware of it, he might only chuckle to himself while explaining. After all, he genuinely had such intentions, but he was uncertain of Li Shaoran's feelings. If only she had a hint of affection for him, his spirits would surely soar. Meanwhile, Yi Wenyas, who had been waiting for Yian to reach out to her, found herself disappointed when he didn't come or even call after she had stayed late at work, anticipating his arrival. It wasn't he that she felt particularly led on. Rather, it was her first experience being stood up, leaving a lasting impression. Was he still occupied with some urgent matter? Yi Wenyas speculated, recalling how hurriedly he had left the previous day, as though he had pressing matters to attend to. However, legal inquiries could very well be made over the phone. She simply couldn't understand Yian. If he intended to pursue her, why did he only engage in brief conversations focused solely on legal issues? Yet, if he had no interest in her, why had he sought her out 2 days in a row? Forget it, I won't dwell on him. He can do as he pleases, it's none of my concern. If he comes again, I'll just raise my fees and see how he handles it. Resolving to take revenge for being stood up, Yi Wenyas decided to increase her charges. Yigo, is dinner not ready yet? I'm starving. Hearing the almost coquettish tone from Xia Anren, Yian immediately replied, just wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. Then he remembered that Xia Anren had called him today and quickly inquired, by the way, that person who bumped into you didn't come today? Why haven't you called me? Indeed, he didn't come, so I didn't feel the need to call you. Xia Anren responded. Really? Yian said, puzzled. Logically, someone who had been so arrogant wouldn't simply give up after just a few days, even if his wife had advised him. It seemed unlikely he would let it go so easily. Could it be that he was planning something bigger? Yian furrowed his brows. However, discussing it over the phone wasn't ideal, so he decided to address it later in person. We'll talk about this later. Let me prepare dinner for you. Just bear with me for a little longer. Okay, Yigo, hurry up. After hanging up, Yian quickly began preparing the ingredients. Fortunately, it was a low-calorie meal, which didn't require much effort, and he had 2 servings ready in about half an hour. After taking the meal upstairs to Xia Anren's apartment, he immediately shared his earlier speculation. Yigo, that actually makes some sense. Given how arrogant that guy was, it seems unlikely he would just let things go. Although Xia Anren was kind-hearted, she was not foolish. Upon hearing Yi Yan's analysis, she paused her meal and looked at him, asking, "So what do you think we should do?" Before Yi Yan could respond, she hesitated. "If it comes to worst, I'll just move. What do you think, Yigu? I haven't lived here long, and the landlord shouldn't make it difficult for me once he knows my situation. Moving?" Yi Yan certainly didn't want Xia Anren to leave. After all, he had finally gained her goodwill, and with 6 million in savings, the daily income of 10,000 was quite appealing. Besides, it was merely a matter of going up and down the stairs, a conversation of just 5 minutes. However, he couldn't bear to leave her in danger. If Li Shaoran hadn't joined their company, he could have easily resigned and watched over Xia Anren, helping her whenever needed. But now that Li Shaoran was there, he couldn't just quit. "Yigu, what is wrong? What do you think about this?" Xia Anren asked again, noticing Yi Yan's contemplative expression. "That's not necessary," Yi Yan replied, regretting it immediately. Originally, Xia Anren's thought of moving had been a spontaneous idea. Now that he had dismissed it, she likely wouldn't bring it up again. If something were to happen to her, he would bear the blame. Resolutely, Yi Yan continued, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it. You enjoy chatting in the neighborhood group, so you should know which building and floor he lives on, right? Yigu, are you going to find him?" Xia Anren exclaimed, surprised by his intention. "This matter needs addressing. Rather than waiting for him to pull something, it's better to confront him directly and discuss it face to face. As the saying goes, a thief only has 1,000 days to steal. But one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. I think it's best to seek him out and see what is going on." Chapter 37. Are you asking me to devote myself? Upon hearing that Yi Yan truly intended to seek out the other party, Xia Anren hesitated in silence for a moment before lifting her head to gaze at Yi Yan, resolutely shaking her head. "No, brother Yi. You really shouldn't go looking for him." Before Yi Yan could respond, Xia Anren continued, "You have already helped me so much before, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Now, if you were to seek him out on my behalf, I would be even more uncertain about how to repay you." Perhaps feeling that she had been too serious, Xia Anren quickly added with a smile, "Unless you expect me to offer myself in return? That won't do. We haven't established any emotional foundation yet, and I am not the sort of girl who is easily swayed. Therefore, I suppose I should just move away. After all, there are housekeeping services available. It wouldn't be much trouble." Although Yi Yan understood that Xia Anren was jesting, he quickly interjected, "Of course not. I have no such intentions. I am not worthy of you. I regard you as a friend, and when a friend is in trouble, I must step up to help. As for moving, if your leg weren't injured, I wouldn't say anything. But now, you are somewhat incapacitated. How will you take care of yourself if you move away? I can hire a nanny or a confinement nanny. My injury isn't severe. In half a month to a month, I should be fine. So it's not a big deal." Upon hearing this, Yi Yan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, realizing that a nanny or a confinement nanny might be even more attentive than he could be. Nevertheless, he genuinely did not want Xia Anren to move away. After all, he had cultivated a favorable rapport with her, and she consistently brought in a stable income of 10,000 each day. To relinquish that opportunity felt utterly regretful. Suddenly, Yi Yan recalled the 10,000 yuan meal allowance Xia Anren had previously given him, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Then you won't need that 10,000 yuan meal allowance? You would just give it to me for nothing? Even if you were willing, I wouldn't want that. I don't want to earn 10,000 without doing anything. Thus, I will resolve this matter for you as extra compensation. And don't worry, with my physique. Do you think you could do anything to me? Just wait for my good news." With that, Yi Yan promptly stood up and left, not allowing Xia Anren a chance to refuse. However, as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered that Xia Anren had yet to provide him with the other party's address. He quickly turned back and said, "Be sure to send me his address. I will head over after I finish washing the dishes. Don't forget." Bang! Not giving Xia Anren a chance to speak, Yi Yan decisively closed the door behind him, watching Yi Yan hurriedly depart. Seemingly afraid that she might bring up the topic of moving again, Xia Anren tilted her head in confusion before covering her mouth and chuckling softly. Upon returning home, Yi Yan sent a message to Xia Anren to nudge her, and only then did he proceed to wash the dishes. After he finished, a message from Xia Anren finally arrived. What is this girl thinking? Seeing that Xia Anren had sent him the address, but followed it up with several warnings for him to be cautious, Yi Yan couldn't help but chuckle. With his build, if he stood there, the other party would certainly think twice before making a move. "All right, I understand. You needn't worry. Get some rest. Staying up late is not good for your skin. After tonight, this matter should be resolved. Seeing this, Ian chuckled softly, then scrolled up to check the address Anrin had sent him. Room 502 in Building 3. It was just a short distance away, so Ian went directly there. Although today's events interrupted his workout plans, he felt that this matter took precedence. Otherwise, if the other party had ill intentions towards Anrin, she would have no chance to regret it. Before long, Ian stood before the door of room 502. Just as he was about to knock, a sudden loud crash from within startled him, followed by the sound of glass shattering on the floor. Ian was momentarily taken aback, his hand hovering in midair. At that moment, a furious male voice erupted from inside. "You dare to divorce me? Do you think I wouldn't dare to hit you?" The man's angry shouts and other chaotic noises followed, indicating that he seemed to be taking action. However, the woman did not scream, leaving Ian uncertain about the situation. Just then, a neighbor from across the hall opened their door, and upon seeing Ian standing in front of the door, they were momentarily taken aback before asking, "Are you the new neighbor?" Without waiting for Ian to respond, the neighbor assumed he was there to address the noise and continued, "You don't need to bother talking to this household. The man is a jerk. They argue every few days, and the police have come several times. It's useless. You might as well just endure it." Ian frowned upon hearing the neighbor's words, and without offering an explanation, he pointed to the door uncertainly. "It seems like the man is being violent. Shouldn't we call the police for help?" "Violent?" The neighbor's eyes widened in surprise at Ian's statement, and they stepped out of their room to listen carefully. After a moment, they could only hear the man's angry shouts and other chaotic sounds, leading them to murmur in confusion. "That shouldn't be the case. His wife is quite beautiful. That guy has only ever shouted at home. He has never resorted to violence before." However, given the commotion, even if he hadn't struck her, it was likely that he would soon. "Forget it. I'll do a good deed and call the police. After all, his wife is a nice person." While saying this, the neighbor pulled out their phone and dialed the police. Once the call was finished, the neighbor took no further action. Instead, they offered a cigarette to Ian. After he declined, the neighbor began to smoke casually. Observing this, Ian questioned, "Aren't we going to knock on the door to intervene? It might take some time for the police to arrive." "Intervene?" The neighbor immediately shook their head at this suggestion. "Forget it. You just moved in and don't know. That guy is difficult to deal with. He has a bit of money and thinks he can do whatever he wants. Anyone who crosses him will have a rough time." Ian certainly understood how unruly the man could be. However, to simply stand by and listen felt somewhat cruel, and besides, he was not there for this. His purpose was to resolve matters concerning Anrin. Since the neighbor was unwilling to intervene, Ian decided to take matters into his own hands and knocked on the door. Alone, Ian felt a bit hesitant as he had little experience with fights. But with the neighbor present, he felt emboldened. Bang, bang, bang. Taking advantage of the neighbor's presence, Ian knocked firmly on the door. If the other party dared to act violently, he would not hesitate to retaliate, teaching them a lesson about the consequences of their actions. He knocked with enough force for the occupants inside to hear him clearly. The commotion inside ceased upon hearing the knocking, followed by an irate male voice shouting, "Get the hell out. If you knock on my door again, I'll kill you." Bang. Just as the chaotic sounds resumed, Ian's persistent knocking finally pushed the man over the edge. With a loud crash, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled man who glared at Ian with gritted teeth. "Do you not understand human language? I told you to get lost. If you don't leave, I'll kill you." Peering through the gap, Ian caught a glimpse of the room's interior. It was spacious, but the living room faced the entrance, allowing him to see the disordered space and a woman with unkempt hair, her face obscured, lying on the sofa. Clearly, this man had indeed been abusive towards his wife. If not for the visible rise and fall of her abdomen, Ian might have thought she was dead. However, Ian did not anticipate the woman's remarkable endurance. Even after being struck, she remained silent, and he heard no screams from outside. Ian was perplexed as to why she did not call for help, for a few shouts could easily attract the neighbor's attention, who would undoubtedly assist in alerting the authorities. Yet, she chose silence and bore her suffering in solitude. "Where's your mother? Did you not hear what I said? I have no time for you. You'd best leave me alone, or I will end you." With that, the man slammed the door shut. "I told you not to provoke him. Once he finishes his quarrel, he will likely seek you out for trouble. If you can still move out, I advise you to do so quickly," a neighbor remarked. However, Ian had no desire to engage in conversation with the neighbor. Instead, he stated, "I just caught a glimpse inside, and it seems the lady of the house may indeed be a victim of domestic violence. Are you truly not going to intervene? Is that true? The neighbor asked skeptically, for it was known that, despite the man's loud arguments, he had never resorted to violence before. Yet, there was no reason for Yi and to fabricate a lie. After a moment of contemplation, the neighbor sighed. I have already reported it to the police. What more do you want me to do? You just moved in. You have no idea how difficult he can be. I have done my part. If you wish to help, you must do it yourself. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Yi knocked on the door again. This time, the man furiously flung the door open. I'll kill you, he shouted, throwing a punch directly at Yian's face. For a brief moment, Yian was taken aback, then instinctively stepped back just in time to avoid the blow. You must be a dog, biting anyone you see, Yian retorted, his temper flaring. After cursing, he instinctively raised his leg and kicked the man in the stomach. Any man with a shred of pride would retaliate, and Yian was no exception. Fortunately, having stepped back a moment earlier, he avoided being caught in a disadvantageous position. Bang! The kick landed solidly, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, the man quickly disregarded his pain and scrambled to his feet, intent on confronting Yian. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Yian was unprepared for the man's sudden retaliation and received a punch squarely to the face. The sharp pain ignited his fury, and he felt the sting of blood in his mouth. With renewed anger, he retreated a step and launched another kick. But the confined space limited the man's ability to evade, and he crashed against the door. Bang! The man fell once more. This time, Yian wasted no time, swiftly stepping forward to pin the man down, controlling his arms. Despite the man's considerable strength and his struggle to break free, he found himself unable to rise against Yian's weight and lack of leverage. Meanwhile, the woman seated on the sofa remained impassive, eventually gathering her disheveled hair behind her ear, revealing her somewhat sickly yet striking beauty as she tidied the cluttered living room, seemingly oblivious to the altercation between Yian and her husband. Yet, Yian had no time to ponder the woman's actions, his anger boiling over. He unleashed a series of punches at the man beneath him. Those unaccustomed to fighting often lack a sense of restraint and driven by adrenaline. Yian struck with full force. Bang! Bang! It was unclear whether the man was simply a bully or if the fury from Yian's blows had diminished his resolve. But after just 2 punches, he began to plead for mercy. Stop, please. Seeing this, Yian paused, his fist hovering in the air, and through heavy breaths, he addressed the man beneath him. You've brought this upon yourself. Do you dare to strike again? I won't. I won't. I beg you, just don't hit me again. The man, realizing the weight of Yian's punches, feared for his life. With a huff of disdain, Yian finally released the man but kept him pinned to prevent any retaliation. At that moment, a neighbor, hearing the commotion, cautiously opened the door and poked his head out to investigate. Upon witnessing Yian grappling with the man, he was taken aback and quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. What on earth is going on? Stop fighting. It's just a small matter. The neighbor hurried to Yian's side, helping him to his feet. Chapter 39. The camera is broken with the neighbor's intervention. Yian finally stood up and let go of the man. As soon as Yian rose, the man scrambled backward, then rubbed his swollen face, which had begun to throb painfully. Once the pain subsided, emboldened by the presence of the neighbor, he shot a threatening remark at Yian. You wait. I'm calling the police. As he fished his phone from his pocket, Yian retorted. Do you even have the audacity to call the police? He considered rushing at the man again, but fortunately, the neighbor held him back. Hold on. Don't be impulsive. It's not worth it. The man, intimidated by Yian's intent, quickly retreated, reassured that the neighbor would restrain him. Listen, Xiao Deng, don't call the police. I made a mistake earlier. This brother here already reported it when you were arguing with your wife. The police should be on their way shortly, the neighbor explained. Yian, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. It was clear that the man had called the police himself but was now too cowardly to admit it, shifting the blame onto Yian. Yet, Yian was disinclined to clarify. He understood the neighbor's reluctance to offend such a bully. Moreover, having already crossed paths with the man and dealt him a hefty blow, he felt indifferent. After all, when there are many lice, one need not fear the bites. Xiao Deng, hearing the neighbor speak, burst into laughter. Huh, you brought this upon yourself. Just wait until the police arrive. You'll see how you explain this. You broke into my home and assaulted me. You'll be looking at jail time. Although Yian's hands trembled slightly from adrenaline, his demeanor remained resolute. And with a light laugh, he pointed towards the doorframe of the neighbor's house. There are cameras here. You struck first, and I was merely acting in self-defense. When the police arrive, You should consider how to justify your actions. Ian had noticed the camera installed at the neighbor's door. He was uncertain if it had been placed there due to Xiao Deng's antics or for other reasons. Nevertheless, the footage would serve as evidence of his self-defense. Xiao Deng followed Ian's gaze, his expression faltering as he glared at the neighbor, who had acted as peacemaker. When did you install a camera? I was unaware. The neighbor, fearing Xiao Deng's wrath, averted his gaze. It's been there for a long time. You just never noticed. After saying this, he tugged at Ian's sleeve and sheepishly added, "Apologies, my friend. It seems that the surveillance camera may disappoint you. It has been malfunctioning for some time, and I have not had the opportunity to have it repaired." Thus, the neighbor has not concealed anything, and naturally, Xiao Deng overheard this conversation. Instantly, he became exhilarated once more. "Oh, the camera is broken. Let's see what you can do now. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of attacking me. I will ensure you end up behind bars." After declaring this, Xiao Deng promptly sat down and then lay on the ground. Uncertain of when the police would arrive, he decided to lie there, moaning in apparent agony. Upon hearing the neighbor's words, Ian was momentarily taken aback. "The camera is broken? Does that mean I cannot clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River?" Xiao Deng's wife had witnessed the entire episode. However, as they were a married couple, it was unlikely she would testify against him. She might even corroborate his claims of him breaking in and assaulting her. Ian's expression darkened. He had initially believed he had victory in hand, justified in his self-defense. Even if the matter escalated to the police station, he thought he would merely have to compensate for some medical expenses. Little did he know that fate had other plans, the very evidence that could exonerate him. The surveillance camera had failed. Ian glanced at the moaning Xiao Deng on the ground, his mind racing for solutions. The charge of assault might not hold much weight. But if Xiao Deng leveraged some connections, he could potentially frame it as an unwarranted charge of robbery. This accusation was grave indeed. Unfortunately, after contemplating for a considerable time, Ian could not devise a means to prove his innocence. In desperation, he turned to the neighbor. "Brother, you wouldn't frame me, would you? Are you afraid he might cause you trouble later? Rest assured, if you tell me the camera isn't broken, I will guarantee he won't dare to bother you. And I can offer you some compensation afterward." In a bid to prove his innocence, Ian was left with no choice but to resort to this tactic. However, the neighbor quickly grasped the situation and, glancing at the prone Xiao Deng, chose to sidestep that topic and continued. "But there is truly no need for me to deceive you. This is not a trivial matter. The camera is indeed broken." Ian felt utterly despondent. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and two uniformed police officers stepped out. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene and the groaning Xiao Deng, they immediately approached Ian and the neighbor for clarification. "Officers, it is like this." Before Ian could articulate his side, the lamenting Xiao Deng abruptly sat up from the ground and began to explain, ultimately pointing a finger at Ian. "This guy attempted robbery, and when I stopped him, he even tried to kill me. Thankfully, my neighbor intervened in time. You must seek justice for me, officers." As he spoke, Xiao Deng broke into tears. The sight of a seemingly robust man weeping before them revealed the depths of his shamelessness, his audacity rivaling that of a fortress wall. Yet, given his character as a rogue, it didn't appear out of place. What? Robbery? And he even attempted murder? The two officers looked at Yi and with newfound suspicion. One of them turned to the neighbor. "Is what he says true?" "No." The neighbor, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately shook his head. It was merely a dispute between the couple. This young man could not tolerate the noise and came to remind them to keep it down. "I came to his home for no such reason." Ian quickly interjected. After all, he did not reside in the building. How could he be disturbed by their quarrel? If he explained himself now, the officers might still believe him. But if he delayed, he would be at a loss for words. Who knew what complications might arise? The neighbor was taken aback by Ian's words. He had not anticipated that Ian was not a new resident, which left him momentarily at a loss for how to defend him. Even the police were momentarily stunned. However, they could not simply take Xiao Deng's word as gospel, especially since Ian did not appear flustered and seemed far from the demeanor of a robber. Still, if Ian was not a resident, what was he doing there? Fortunately, Ian quickly explained. He recounted Xiao Deng's previous harassment of Xia Anren and how he had come to address the matter on behalf of a friend. He also mentioned that Xiao Deng had initiated the violence. Xiao Deng had not anticipated that Ian was there to stand up for Xia Anren. After hearing the account, the police turned their attention to Xiao Deng. "Stop crying for a moment and tell us, is what he said true? Did you harass her? Did you strike first?" "No. I do not even know him. He was attempting robbery. Officers, you must uphold justice for me. Xiao Ding vehemently denied the accusations, aiming to solidify the charge of robbery against Ian. However, the officers were not naive. They frequently encountered such cases of false accusations and were unlikely to take Xiao Ding's word at face value. Ultimately, both had engaged in a physical altercation. And if Xiao Ding insisted that Ian had attempted robbery, this matter could not simply be resolved through mediation. The two officers exchanged glances before addressing both Ian and Xiao Ding. Very well, we will all go to the police station to clarify the situation. As for how this matter will be classified, we will determine that after our investigation. Ian readily agreed. Although he had just taken a punch and still felt some pain, it was evident that he needed to clarify the situation. Xiao Ding had no objections either. Despite having endured several blows himself, he felt he could endure a little longer as long as he could substantiate the charge of robbery against Ian. After all, Ian was currently in a passive position with no evidence on his side. Just as Xiao Ding was about to rise, his wife, who had been tidying up the living room, finally emerged from the fray and declared, "There is no need to go to the police station. I can confirm that this gentleman was acting in self-defense." Upon hearing the woman's voice, everyone turned to look. Ian, upon seeing her face, was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "What? It's actually her?" Ian recognized the woman and knew her name, Xiao Yitong. In fact, he was quite familiar with her, as she was his assistant in the game. Despite her seemingly aloof and delicate demeanor, she was, in reality, a capable and intelligent woman. Ian had chosen her precisely for this reason. However, he was uncertain if this was indeed the same Xiao Yitong. After all, games and reality were distinct realms. Although he now possessed a system, the game might not necessarily translate into reality. However, Ian quickly realized that his system could evaluate Xiao Yitong's attributes. He could ascertain her identity with a simple check. He hastily employed the system to assess Xiao Yitong's evaluation. Name, facial evaluation, a sight to behold. Body evaluation, delicate and fragile. Temperament evaluation, gentle as jade. Overall evaluation, 89 points, seeing the name field marked with a question. Ian was not surprised. After all, it was his first encounter with Xiao Yitong in reality. However, he was taken aback by the subsequent evaluations, as they matched perfectly. In the game, Xiao Yitong's evaluations were identical, even down to the overall score. Xiao Yitong was slender, and no matter how much she ate, her figure remained petite and delicate. The description of delicate and fragile was rare, and Ian remembered it vividly. Moreover, the predicament faced by Xiao Yitong now bears a striking resemblance to her character in the game. In the game, Xiao Yitong is also a divorced woman. In reality, she is on the verge of divorce as well. At this moment, Ian is nearly certain that the individual before him is indeed the Xiao Yitong he encountered in the game, for not only do they share identical appearances, but their experiences and evaluations are also eerily similar. What more is there to doubt? However, the certainty is still at a mere 99%. The remaining 1% hinges upon confirming whether her name is truly Xiao Yitong. Yet, it seems that now is hardly the time for such contemplations. Xiao Yitong has unexpectedly chosen to step forward, and although Ian is not acquainted with her, this woman has betrayed her husband. Despite the couple being at the stage of contemplating divorce, they are not officially divorced yet. As for Xiao Ding, upon hearing his wife's betrayal, he stood there momentarily stunned before glaring at Xiao Yitong with unrestrained fury and shouting, "Shut your mouth." He then immediately turned to the two police officers, exclaiming, "Officers, do not heed my wife's words. This man assaulted me as soon as he entered, which may have provoked her into uttering nonsensical accusations. Her words cannot be taken seriously." Unfortunately for him, the officers were not blind. Xiao Yitong hardly appeared to be the type who had been provoked. Though a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, her words were articulate and far from incoherent. "We possess the ability to discern right from wrong without your guidance," one officer remarked before turning back to Xiao Yitong and inquiring, "Is what you said true? Did your husband strike you first?" Xiao Yitong cast a cold glance at Xiao Ding and replied, "Yes, I can assure you of that. Furthermore, I intend to file a report. He has physically abused me, and my injuries are a result of his actions." She pointed decisively at Xiao Ding. With Xiao Yitong's testimony, the officers realized that the situation was not as grave as it might have been. However, since both Ian and Xiao Ding had engaged in physical confrontation, they still needed to take them to the police station. Subsequently, Ian, Xiao Ding, and his wife Xiao Yitong were escorted to the station. After a lengthy mediation process, the two parties reached a resolution, agreeing to cover each other's medical expenses. This sum was a trivial amount for Yian, who promptly threw the money in Xiao Deng's face. Following this, Yian addressed the officers. "Excuse me, officers, may I still file a report? This man frequently harasses and intimidates my neighbor upstairs. She is a very beautiful young woman, and I suspect he may have ulterior motives." Initially, Yian had devised a strategy to intimidate Xiao Deng, but it seemed unnecessary now that they were at the police station. He was left with no choice but to resort to this tactic. "Is that true?" The officer scrutinized Xiao Deng with a piercing gaze. It was clear that this man was no good. If Yian's claims were substantiated, he would certainly need to be reprimanded. "No, I didn't. I merely wanted to discuss things with that young lady. I did not harass or threaten her," Xiao Deng vehemently denied. Observing this, Yian pressed on. "Your shouting could be heard throughout the entire building, and yet you claimed there was no intimidation?" Chapter 41. You might not be able to leave yet. From Xiao Deng's demeanor upon seeing the officers, Yian already discerned that this man was a bully, prone to intimidation of the weak. Today, he was determined to resolve the matter. Xiao Deng, however, immediately argued his case. "Even if I yelled, it was merely due to my emotional state. Furthermore, if the involved party did not report me, it indicates that I did not threaten her. Why should you, an outsider, interfere?" He continued. "Your actions have already breached the law. She is currently in a wheelchair. If she decides to pursue this matter, you will undoubtedly face criminal charges. Think carefully about that." Yian was on the verge of revealing Xiao Deng's hit-and-run incident, but managed to restrain himself just in time. Nonetheless, this remark caught the attention of the mediating officer, who appeared to be quite responsible, and directly inquired, "What did you just say? What do you mean she is in a wheelchair? What transpired?" Upon hearing that he could face criminal liability, Xiao Deng broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, "It's nothing at all. I won't pursue this matter any further." With that, Xiao Deng attempted to leave with Xiao Yitong. Unfortunately for him, the officers were not easily deceived and sternly commanded, "Stop." Startled, Xiao Deng stood frozen in place, wearing a woeful expression. "Officer, is there something else? Hasn't this matter already been resolved? Am I not allowed to leave?" The officer ignored Xiao Deng, focusing instead on Yian with a serious expression. "It's nothing. The young lady has chosen not to pursue the matter, so as an outsider, I have no further comment." Yian certainly could not divulge that Xia Anren had no intention of reporting the incident. He feared the consequences if she discovered he had informed the police. Whatever might annoy Xia Anren, Yian was resolute in avoiding. Noting Yian's silence, the officer furrowed his brow. However, as a police officer, he could not compel Yian to speak against his will. Xiao Deng, seeing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly asked the officer, "So, can I leave now, officer?" Yet the officer continued to disregard Xiao Deng and turned back to Yian, speaking with earnestness. "I do not know why you chose not to report this matter, nor do I understand what has transpired. However, I hope you can trust us, as it is our duty. Please think it over." After patting Yian on the shoulder, the officer then turned his stern gaze back to Xiao Deng. "I fear you may not be able to leave just yet. According to our colleagues, your wife has accused you of domestic violence." "What?" Xiao Deng's expression faltered, and he immediately turned to Xiao Yitong, pleading, "Wife, I was wrong. Please withdraw your accusation against me. I promise I will never hit you again, truly, I swear." As he spoke, Xiao Deng dropped to his knees before Xiao Yitong. However, after being married to Xiao Deng for so long, she was well aware of his nature and directly addressed the police. "May I leave?" "Yes." The officer nodded, receiving permission. Xiao Yitong cast a glance at the kneeling Xiao Deng and coldly stated, "Once you are released, we shall divorce. If you do not agree, I will take you to court. Think carefully about your actions." With that, Xiao Yitong turned and walked away. "Wife, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please do not divorce me." Xiao Deng watched helplessly as she departed without hesitation, frantically apologizing. Unfortunately for him, no amount of contrition at this point would yield any sympathy. Yian felt a surge of satisfaction. However, now was not the time for mockery. He hastily addressed the officers, "Can I leave now?" Once the officers nodded, Yian promptly exited. Upon reaching the entrance of the police station, he immediately scanned the area, searching for Xiao Yitong's figure. While he was 99% certain she was indeed Xiao Yitong, he still wished to confirm that final 1% by clarifying her name. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Are you looking for me?" Yian turned around to find that Xiao Yitong had not left but was instead waiting at the police station's entrance, seemingly anticipating his arrival. As Yian rushed out, looking around anxiously, Xiao Yitong quickly deduced he was likely searching for her and directly inquired. Ian hesitated momentarily. After all, Xiao Yitong was no longer his assistant, and they were not acquainted. However, after a brief pause, he ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Just as Ian contemplated how to explain himself, Xiao Yitong spoke directly. I understand that your friend has endured significant grievances. He is a good person, and I would like to extend my apologies on his behalf. Ian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiao Yitong had likely waited here for this very reason. This behavior aligned perfectly with the character he understood Xiao Yitong to possess. Despite her impending divorce from Xiao Deng, her nature was consistent. It was only because her husband had pushed her to her limits that she considered such a drastic step. With this realization, Ian hastily responded, I do not have the authority to accept your apology on her behalf, so I believe it would be best for you to speak with her directly. I understand. I will make a special visit tomorrow. Thank you for not disclosing that matter today, as it could have escalated beyond just a few days of detention. Xiao Yitong expressed her gratitude once more. There is no need for thanks. It was my friend who preferred to avoid involving the authorities, and I merely honored his request. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards my friend, ideally along with your apology, Ian explained. All right, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yitong nodded once more, turning to depart without lingering. However, Ian, unwilling to let her go so easily, hurriedly called out, Thank you. As the atmosphere fell into silence, Ian contemplated inquiring about Xiao Yitong's name but hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. Even the system's notification regarding the completion of a side quest was overlooked. Xiao Yitong wore a pensive expression, remaining silent throughout their journey. Chapter 42. The game reflects reality. Ian truly wished to ascertain whether Xiao Yitong was indeed the same person from the game. As they approached the community, he resolved to speak up without further hesitation. May I ask what your name is? Xiao Yitong paused, glancing at Yi and with a mix of confusion and curiosity. She could not fathom why he would inquire about her name. Although they resided in the same community, their paths might not cross again. Why the need for such a question? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her, given her impending divorce? But that seemed implausible. She had been married before. While he appeared to be inexperienced in relationships, making it unlikely that he would be interested in a divorced woman. In an effort to alleviate any suspicions, Ian quickly clarified, Please do not misunderstand. I merely thought of your impending divorce, and considering your husband's character, he would likely not acquiesce easily. I happen to know a lawyer and thought I might inquire about your name to assist you in seeking counsel. Fortunately, Ian's quick thinking recalled Xiao Yitong's reason for divorce, and he casually mentioned He Wenya, the lawyer he had recently met. Xiao Yitong. Upon hearing this name, Ian was momentarily stunned. It was indeed her. The game had seamlessly intertwined with reality, initially filled with doubt. He now recognized that the game bore connections to real life, albeit with different circumstances for each individual. For instance, in the game, Xiao Yitong divorced and subsequently became his assistant, aiding him in constructing a business empire and ultimately achieving great success. Yet in reality, she had not even finalized her divorce. While Ian was lost in thought, Xiao Yitong spoke again. This is rather simple. Just as Ian was about to retrieve his phone to share He Wenya's contact information, he hesitated and instead suggested, Perhaps I could inquire on your behalf. My friend's consultation fees are rather steep, but he would waive them for me, while you might only receive a discount. Initially lacking a valid reason to approach He Wenya, Ian realized that assisting Xiao Yitong would provide him with the perfect excuse. Moreover, given her husband's likely reluctance to divorce, he could consult He Wenya multiple times, thereby benefiting both Xiao Yitong and himself. However, upon hearing Ian's proposal, Xiao Yitong regarded him with the same scrutinizing gaze as before, this time breaking her silence to ask, We have only just met, so why are you so eager to assist me? Fortunately, Ian was well acquainted with Xiao Yitong's straightforward nature and had already prepared his explanation. It's quite simple. My friend is a beautiful woman whom I wish to pursue. However, you know how busy lawyers can be, and without a compelling reason, it would be difficult for me to approach her. Your divorce presents me with the ideal opportunity. In truth, I am helping myself. This reasoning formed a perfect closure to his earlier statements, alleviating Xiao Yitong's doubts about his intentions. Yet, she still hesitated, stating, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to seek free consultations? If I were to utilize her services frequently, she might grow to dislike you. How about this? I will pay you for your assistance, which might improve her perception of you. No, Ian quickly protested. After all, Xiao Yitong was his assistant in the game, and given their close relationship, he could not accept her money. Besides, He had other motivations at play. Continuing, Yin explained, "You see, only in this manner can I cultivate a rapport with her. If I were to pay her, she might end up disliking me. Please do not put me in that position." Despite her reluctance to take advantage of Yin, Xiao Yitong remained unconvinced. However, Yin, weary of further debate, pulled out his phone and declared, "Please share your contact information so I can assist you with the consultation tomorrow. Furthermore, considering your husband's likely resistance to divorce, I could recommend her as your attorney, thus providing her with a potential client. Wouldn't you agree?" "Very well." Swayed by Yin's insistence, Xiao Yitong finally took out her phone and scanned the QR code he presented. Yin, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, waved her off. "Goodbye." Xiao Yitong stood in place, waving farewell to Yin as he departed. Once his figure disappeared, she turned towards her home. "By the way, I still haven't asked your name for my records." Upon receiving this message, Yin lightly smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself amidst the explanations. Fortunately, Xiao Yitong did not seem to mind and sent a message inquiring about his name. Yin promptly replied with his name. "All right, good night." Just as Yin intended to set his phone down and take a shower, another message chimed in. It was from Xia Anren. Judging by her messages, it seemed she was concerned about him. To prevent Xia Anren from prying further, Yin decided to send a message stating, "I'm off to shower now. You should get some rest too, as staying up late is detrimental to your skin." After sending the message, Yin tossed his phone onto the bed and turned to head to the bathroom. As anticipated, Xia Anren promptly followed up with another message, inquiring about the events that had transpired and questioning why he had not reached out in half a month. Unfortunately, Yin was already in the shower and unable to see her messages. Chapter 43. Good cabbage being trampled by pigs early the next morning before the alarm even rang. Xia Anren's call came through. She still wished for Yin to take her outside for some fresh air, but Yin knew she was merely seeking an opportunity to inquire about the previous night's happenings. Given the tumultuous events of the prior evening, Yin had been too exhausted to even check his phone after showering, collapsing into bed and falling asleep instantly. Thus, Xia Anren's early morning call was aimed at uncovering the details. Although Yin was aware of Xia Anren's subtle intentions, he chose not to reveal them. With a smile, he rose to wash up. As he splashed water on his face, he accidentally brushed against his right cheek, which had been struck the previous day, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. After a night's rest, his cheek had begun to swell slightly. Fortunately, due to the plumpness of his face, the swelling was not easily noticeable unless one looked closely. Once he finished his morning routine, Yin ascended to the upper floor to wheel Xia Anren out of her room. As anticipated, the moment they entered the elevator, Xia Anren eagerly inquired about the events of the previous night, failing to notice the slight puffiness of Yin's face. She bombarded him with a rapid succession of 3 questions. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Anren's curiosity poured forth. Yin initially contemplated deceiving her and withholding the truth, but he reconsidered. Although Xia Anren's fondness for him had grown significantly, her current reliance on a wheelchair presented a challenge once she regained her strength. Maintaining that level of affection would require considerable effort. He would need to concoct daily excuses to engage with her, which could lead to the depletion of his own hair. Could he truly expect Xia Anren to remain in a wheelchair indefinitely? Not only was such a notion inhumane, but it also went against Yin's principles. Therefore, it was vital to deepen their bond, allowing them to converse freely without pretext, ideally fostering a relationship akin to that of close friends. The events of the previous night would serve as an excellent opportunity to enhance his standing in her eyes, as he had endured a blow for her sake and even found himself in the police station. Surely, this would elevate Xia Anren's regard for him. Resolving to share the tale, Yin began recounting the events of last night. Upon hearing that he had fought with Xiao Deng, Xia Anren gasped in shock, her concern for him immediately apparent. "Are you injured, Brother Yi? Did you go to the hospital?" "Don't worry, I merely took a punch. You have no idea. I managed to subdue him and landed several blows in return. He was begging for mercy," Yin continued. "I just took one punch. Why would I go to the hospital? With my build, a few punches are hardly a concern. Besides, I had him begging for mercy afterward." Yin spoke with a casual demeanor, failing to recall that his hands had trembled slightly after disengaging from Xiao Deng. Yet Xia Anren persisted. "Even so, you should get checked out." "No, Brother Yi, you shouldn't exercise today. You must go to the hospital before work. What if you sustained internal injuries? Do you think this is a martial arts novel? Internal injuries? Even if there were, they would be to my organs, not my face," Yin chuckled. amused by her worry. Rest assured, his punch was a bit heavy, but I'm fine now. It hardly hurts anymore. There's really no need for a hospital visit. Really? Xia Anren looked at him skeptically. Why would I deceive you? I know my body better than anyone. Besides, I'm afraid of dying. If there were any issues, I would have gone to the hospital already. All right. Seeing that Yin appeared genuinely unharmed, Xia Anren finally relaxed. The two made their way to the community park, engaging in light-hearted banter. As before, Yin exercised while Xia Anren cheered him on after each lap. Her enthusiastic encouragement drew envious glances from other exercisers, who marveled at the sight of a seemingly overweight man accompanied by such a stunning partner, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Unfazed by the envious stares, Yin felt a swell of pride and ran a few extra laps, completing his workout as per his usual routine. Despite Li Xiaoran's previous suggestion to avoid clocking in right at the last moment, Yin adhered to his personal principle: no overtime, no early arrivals. Not even if Li Xiaoran were to become his wife would he compromise on that. Upon arriving at the office, Yin found Li Xiaoran already seated at her desk, engrossed in paperwork. Today, she had donned a new outfit, perhaps feeling that her black stockings were a bit too alluring. She had opted for a tailored brown blazer that perfectly accentuated her figure. It was undeniable that this ensemble showcased her elegant demeanor to its fullest. However, while Yin had previously dared to steal glances, he now hesitated, intimidated by her frosty presence. Upon noticing that Yin had yet again clocked in precisely on time, Li Xiaoran furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, knowing his character, she refrained from reprimanding him and approached him with a file. Here is your new labor contract. Please sign it. Yuan was not surprised. After all, this was indicative of his promotion, and a new contract was necessary, likely accompanied by a salary increase. As he perused the document, he found that his salary had risen from over 6,000 to 10,000. Had this occurred just a week prior, Yin would have celebrated the milestone, feeling as though he had finally achieved a breakthrough. However, now that he could easily earn 10,000 by engaging in casual conversations with beautiful women, he found himself indifferent to the prospect of a monthly salary. Such a generous increase of 4,000. Sister Xiaoran, you're too good to me. Yin feigned exuberance. Don't celebrate too soon. A higher salary often means an increased workload. You may find your time in the market research department is no longer as leisurely, she cautioned. Understood. Yin acknowledged this reality. While the days of coasting through work might be over, he was not concerned about being overwhelmed. After all, he was merely an assistant, and he doubted he would be too busy to engage in side quests. Then, he recalled Li Xiaoran's salary. Inquiring about someone else's pay could be considered impolite. But it was a different matter with Li Xiaoran, so he boldly asked, by the way, Sister Xiaoran, what is your salary? 500,000. She replied without a hint of discomfort. 500,000? Yin was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he realized that earning 10,000 by completing side quests didn't seem quite as appealing, especially since Li Xiaoran had only recently joined the company. If she made notable contributions, her salary could potentially multiply several times over. It became clear that capable individuals rarely worried about financial matters. They simply focused on realizing their aspirations. However, Yin quickly had another revelation. Li Xiaoran had not specified whether that was her monthly or annual salary. Given her qualifications and experience, it was likely an annual figure. If so, her monthly earnings would only amount to around 40,000, which did not seem excessively high. This realization brought Yi in a sense of equilibrium. After all, with a bit of effort and a thicker skin, he could easily earn 10,000 in a single day, rendering any envy towards Li Xiaoran unwarranted. Although he relied on the system, it was still his own skill, and furthermore, he was the sole possessor of this system, leaving no room for envy. You have a prestigious education while I have a system. There is no need for either of us to feel envious. Upon noticing Yi An's dazed expression, Li Xiaoran shook her head. There is no need to be so surprised. I was referring to my annual salary, which actually amounts to just over 40,000 each month. As long as you work diligently, I will consider raising your salary, so you needn't envy me. It must be said that having connections certainly makes tasks easier. Just having a childhood friend as a superior brings various advantages. It's a tantalizing thought to consider developing Li Xiaoran into a wife. Cough, cough. That is a bit too bold to contemplate. Of course, one must also be proactive and dedicated. Not everyone possesses the qualities of Li Xiaoran, as some treat their friends or relatives as mere numbers. Yin quickly assured her. Sister Xiaoran, you are truly kind to me. Rest assured, I will certainly work hard and will never let our relationship bring you shame. Although the days of skimming by might never return, Ian did not genuinely wish to become a slacker. When he first joined the company, he was eager to showcase his talents and work diligently, but the previous work environment made it nearly impossible to avoid idling. Naturally, Ian would not compromise his principles. He would prefer not to spend all his youth overworking for the company. I will do the work that corresponds to my salary. This way, no one loses out. It was unlikely that Li Xiaoran would reprimand him for this. Ian decisively signed his name on the new labor contract. Once Li Xiaoran took the contract away, Ian thought that after a long day yesterday, today should allow him some leisure to focus on side quests, right? However, Li Xiaoran stated, "Today we will have a batch of applicants. Since you have nothing else to do, why don't you join me for the interviews? Having another opinion can be beneficial." Ian truly did not want to go. He merely wished to pursue side quests. Yet, with Li Xiaoran having spoken, he could only nod in agreement. Soon, however, he conceived another idea. "Sister Xiaoran, I believe we have quite a few talented individuals within our company. Moreover, with the impending layoffs, many will surely be trying to secure their positions. Therefore, why not have you interview the newcomers while I check other departments? If we indeed find talent, they could be transferred directly to our department. What do you think?" Ian's idea was quite sound. Seeking talent in other departments served as a perfect excuse, allowing him to earn while fulfilling his own objectives. However, there was no rush. The board chairman had merely hinted at layoffs, releasing the information to gauge reactions without any firm decision made. Thus, we should first conduct interviews to see if any new talents emerge. Upon hearing this, Ian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His plans for earning money had been thwarted once more. After all, interviews could be a tedious process, and with a large number of applicants, it could take a whole day. Although Xianglong had a decent local reputation, and even after just one day, he anticipated many would come to apply. Nonetheless, Ian understood that Li Xiaoran had her reasons for not prioritizing internal candidates, as there were indeed many seasoned individuals. Being new and young, Li Xiaoran might face some resistance from certain employees, which could lead to management complications. Well, it's a good opportunity for me to experience being an interviewer for the first time. Ian could only feign a smile and agree. Afterward, Li Xiaoran first delivered the freshly signed labor contract to the HR management department, and then led Ian to the recruitment department. Ian recognized the manager from before. However, he had only been a minor employee, while the manager held a significant position. Although Ian was familiar with the manager did not know him. Besides, as a mere assistant, Ian received little attention, with the manager focused on conversing with the promising and esteemed Li Xiaoran. Ian was content to remain in the background. Soon enough, he found himself seated in the interviewer's chair, commencing the interviews with the newcomers. It was yet another busy day. Glancing outside at the dozens of applicants, Ian let out a resigned sigh. The interview process was rather dull, and as just an assistant, he could only occasionally engage in discussions with Li Xiaoran, leaving him unable to contribute much throughout the proceedings. However, sometimes fate offers unexpected surprises. Just as Ian was on the verge of yawning from boredom, a strikingly beautiful girl walked in. Though she might have seemed overshadowed by Li Xiaoran, she was undeniably attractive by ordinary standards, even meeting the requirements for a side quest. Ian instantly perked up and eagerly checked her rating through the system. Name? Facial evaluation, delicately featured. Body evaluation, gracefully tall. Character evaluation, radiantly charming. Each evaluation was rather average, while the girl might pale in comparison to Li Xiaoran. She was certainly a beauty among ordinary people. Finally, Ian's gaze fell upon the overall score. Overall evaluation, 75 points. Upon seeing this, Ian felt a surge of confidence. $1,000 was within reach. Meanwhile, the girl had taken a seat across from him, visibly nervous as she glanced at Li Xiaoran. Though she initially felt somewhat confident about her looks, upon seeing Li Xiaoran, she suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt. Of course, none knew that this was the source of her anxiety. Li Xiaoran, seated in the middle, glanced down at the resume information in her hand, ready to speak, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Ian, who had rarely spoken up until now. "You don't need to be overly nervous, just relax. Okay." The girl straightened her posture and nodded. After Ian's words, Li Xiaoran intended to continue, but Ian casually snatched the resume from her hand. Glancing at it before continuing, "Guan Yao, a recent university graduate majoring in finance, correct? What led you to choose our company? Although your university is somewhat ordinary, I imagine finding a job isn't too difficult. Please share your reasoning." Ian did not afford Li Xiaoran the opportunity to speak. instead asking all the questions she had previously posed. Li Xiaoran gazed at him in surprise but chose not to intervene. Similarly, the recruitment manager, seated beside Li Xiaoran, watched Ian with astonishment. A mere assistant had bypassed the leader to pose questions, which seemed a bit presumptuous. However, seeing that Li Xiaoran did not stop him, the manager remained silent. Fortunately, Guan Yao was quite emotionally intelligent and began enthusiastically praising the company. Ian feigned attentiveness, nodding occasionally without interrupting her. Noticing that her words were well received, Guan Yao grew increasingly confident. It was not until Ian heard the prompt in his mind indicating the task's completion that he raised his hand to interrupt her and turned to Li Xiaoran, saying, "Manager Li, I find her quite impressive. Her qualifications align well, and her psychological resilience seems commendable. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing Ian's words, Guan Yao, who had been eagerly anticipating a favorable response, suddenly became bewildered. Isn't this guy a leader? Although Ian sat at the side, his earlier questioning and authoritative demeanor had led her to mistakenly believe he was in charge. Little did she know, the true leader was Li Xiaoran. Although Li Xiaoran did not comprehend Ian's intentions, she was inclined to consider hiring someone based on mere flattery. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? Indeed, Ian is not young anymore. It is high time he considered matters of marriage. Given his portly stature, finding a girlfriend has never been an easy endeavor. Naturally, when he encounters someone attractive, he is bound to contemplate the possibility, particularly if she could be brought into the company, thus allowing him to cultivate a closer relationship. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Xiaoran cast another glance at Ian. Although she wished to assist him, she could not simply hire someone for his sake, especially since she herself was under considerable pressure. Without achieving notable results, her own position at the company would be jeopardized. Thus, if Guan Yao lacked any real capability, she would have no choice but to forego her. However, after some inquiries, it became evident that Guan Yao possessed certain merits, particularly as she specialized in finance. Li Xiaoran promptly decided to hire her. Ian was taken aback by Guan Yao's successful passage through Li Xiaoran's scrutiny. Yet, it was widely acknowledged that such notifications were rarely forthcoming. After all, this world is teeming with talent, and surely, there are individuals more qualified than they. For example, Guan Yao. Nevertheless, this suited Ian perfectly, as it meant he could secure a stable income of 20,000 yuan daily from the investment department. In the afternoon, the interviews continued. Regrettably, no candidates emerged who could impress Li Xiaoran as Guan Yao had done. Ian fell into a contemplative silence. Witnessing this, Li Xiaoran was astonished. The one time Ian proactively inquired, he had unerringly zeroed in on Guan Yao. How had he discerned that she met the requirements for the position? It was noteworthy that Ian had been unaware of Guan Yao's basic information at the time. He had merely glanced at her resume after receiving it from her. Li Xiaoran found herself puzzled. Eventually, after concluding the day's interviews, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, "How did you determine that Guan Yao was a suitable candidate? Just a moment ago, you didn't even know her details." "Oh, how could you have known that Guan Yao would be directly accepted?" He had merely intended to make a casual remark, and to his surprise, she indeed matched Li Xiaoran's expectations. Stammering, Ian's mind raced to concoct various justifications. It was her demeanor. Yes, her demeanor. "I'm not sure if all finance majors share a similar quality, but her aura struck me as potentially fitting for our needs." Demeanor? Li Xiaoran was not as easily swayed as Xia Anren, and moreover, there was little distinction between finance students and those from other disciplines. What could be so unique about their demeanor? Furthermore, Li Xiaoran had a decent understanding of Ian and suspected he was fabricating a story. She did not comprehend his motives for lying, but since Ian was unwilling to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Ian recognized that he could not deceive Li Xiaoran, but fortunately, she was not the type to pry relentlessly, which relieved him. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find another explanation. Could he simply state that he found her attractive and merely wanted to engage in a brief conversation? That would surely be even less credible to Li Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, I'm leaving now," Ian announced. Having missed an opportunity to meet Hiweni, he was determined to visit her today, especially with matters regarding Xiao Yidong's divorce to discuss. Chapter 46. What does this guy mean? "Xiaoran, I'm heading out," Ian declared, rising to depart, as Hiweni's work hours coincided with his own, and he needed to hurry. However, in the next moment, Li Xiaoran stood up as well. "Huh?" Ian was taken aback. "Isn't this excessive? One day is one thing, but two in a row?" Furthermore, he had already explained to Li's mother yesterday, Could it be that she believed Li Xiaoran was indeed getting older and, lacking suitable options, sought to match him with her? This was not entirely implausible. Yet, he truly had matters to attend to today, having already promised Xiao Yidong. Consulting a lawyer? Li Xiaoran seemed puzzled. Consulting about what? Well, a friend of mine is considering divorce, and I happen to know a lawyer. She asked me to seek some advice regarding the divorce process. Upon hearing Yi's explanation, Li Xiaoran fell silent for a moment. As she spoke, she began to walk toward the office door, providing Yin no opportunity to decline. Yin was momentarily bewildered. Wouldn't it be more convenient to take a taxi? Why must I drive? Could it be that Li Xiaoran harbored some interest in him? But that seemed implausible. If she truly did, they might have already been together, given their long-standing acquaintance. Yet, what was her behavior now? Yin found himself perplexed. However, he was too lazy to ponder further. Since Li Xiaoran was willing to accompany him, he would not mind. After all, he had no real intentions of pursuing Yiweni. Bringing along a beautiful woman was hardly a drawback. With this in mind, Yin followed Li Xiaoran into the elevator. She was still adorned in her pink helmet. But this time she was wearing a skirt, so it was naturally Yin who would be driving. Once in the car, Li Xiaoran casually wrapped her arms around Yin's waist. Due to the limited space in the back seat, it seemed as though she was embracing him. To onlookers, they appeared to be an ordinary couple. This sight only fueled the envy of their colleagues. The new beautiful manager had been captured in less than 2 days. No, barely even a day. How could they not feel resentment? Especially since the man in question was rather rotund. Coincidentally, Sui witnessed this scene as well. The previous day's distance had evaporated, and now they were openly affectionate. Could Yin possibly be a rich second-generation heir? Sui found herself questioning this, simultaneously feeling a twinge of indignation. After all, she had previously looked down upon Yin, and yet, just over a weekend, he had not only won over the new manager but had done so openly. Of course, Yin was oblivious to their thoughts and had no time to concern himself with others' opinions. The moment Li Xiaoran wrapped her arms around his waist, his body tensed instinctively. This seemed to be the first time she had embraced him in such a manner. He wondered whether it was the car's design or if she had simply shed her earlier shyness. In their school days, she had never taken such liberties while riding a bicycle. Now, she appeared entirely unreserved. Of course, even if she felt any embarrassment, she likely wouldn't display it on her face. Xiaoran, are you settled? Having ridden his little electric scooter for 2 years, Yin was initially somewhat reserved. But he quickly adjusted, reaching a steady speed. At that moment, he regretted having ordered a motorcycle online. Had he purchased it directly from the shop yesterday, he would have made quite an impression today. A motorcycle paired with a stunning beauty, what a thrilling thought. Yet, it was futile to dwell on regrets now. Even if the motorcycle arrived tomorrow, he might not have the chance. Yin dared not entertain such aspirations. Before long, he arrived at the law office's building with Li Xiaoran. Do you know the lawyers here? Li Xiaoran inquired, clearly aware that this was a hub for elite attorneys. As she surveyed the towering edifice, I got acquainted with one a few days ago while seeking advice for some matters, Yin replied. It just so happens that this is also her time to leave work, so let us wait here a moment. Li Xiaoran had no objections. However, standing at the entrance alongside a portly companion, the striking beauty inevitably drew the attention of passers-by. While it is true that many have encountered beautiful women, those with an exquisite demeanor are indeed rare. Moreover, Li Xiaoran possesses an icy elegance that draws even more attention. Yin, observing the envious glances directed towards them, felt a significant boost to his vanity as an ordinary man, even instinctively puffing out his chest. Unfortunately, no matter how straight he stood or how deeply he inhaled, he could not conceal his prominent belly. Noticing Yin's unusual behavior, Li Xiaoran cast a skeptical glance his way. Despite her intelligence, she could not comprehend the nature of a man's vanity. However, she refrained from questioning him further, as she was accustomed to being the center of attention and was indifferent to the gazes of others, opting instead to wait alongside Yin. After approximately 5 minutes, just as Yin contemplated whether to call Hiwenya to inquire if she had already departed, Hiwenya gracefully emerged from the building. Yin had been attentively watching the crowd exiting, so he immediately recognized her and hurried forward to greet her. Hello, Lawyer He. Upon seeing Yin, Hiwenya acknowledged him with a nod, though she felt quite displeased internally. After all, Yin had stood her up the previous day. Although it was unplanned and lacked a formal arrangement, it still left her feeling somewhat irked. At the same time, Li Xiaoran approached and stood silently beside Yin. casting a calm gaze over He Wenya and offering a slight nod in her direction. He Wenya instantly realized that Li Shaoran was not just a passerby but had accompanied Yin, leaving her momentarily puzzled about his intentions. What could it mean that he brought such a stunning beauty with him? Chapter 47. Is she mute? What does this fellow mean? He Wenya found herself somewhat confounded by Yin previously. When he had spent 5,000 yuan for a consultation, she had assumed he was interested in pursuing her. Yet today, he appeared with a woman whose charm seemed to eclipse her own. Secretly comparing herself to Li Shaoran, He Wenya recognized that she indeed fell short. While beauty is subjective and can be considered equal, Li Shaoran's grace and figure were undeniably superior, igniting a sense of discontent within He Wenya, prompting her to unconsciously straighten her posture. Alas, Li Shaoran was not the type to engage in superficial comparisons of beauty. Thus, in response to He Wenya's understated provocation, she maintained her silence, just as she could not fathom the nature of male vanity. The day before, Ian had indeed departed rather abruptly, essentially standing her up. It was understandable that even a woman of He Wenya's caliber would be displeased by such behavior. Ian, feeling it unnecessary to introduce Li Shaoran, given that there was no future business between them, apologized instead. Lawyer He, I sincerely apologize. I had an urgent matter to attend to the other day, which is why I left in haste. How about I treat you to a meal as a gesture of goodwill? Since he needed to discuss the divorce process in detail, 5 minutes would likely prove insufficient. Furthermore, he wished to foster a good relationship with He Wenya, making a meal a more suitable option. Although Xia Anren awaited him at home, hungry for his attention, he could easily call on Xiao Yitong, who lived just a short distance away. He figured that if he consulted Xiao Yitong about the divorce, she might be willing to prepare a meal, especially since she would also need to apologize to Xia Anren. He would only need to send Xiao Yitong a message. Furthermore, this arrangement could help ease the tension between Xia Anren and Xiao Yitong. Ian considered this to be in Xiao Yitong's best interest, recognizing his limitations in providing support, as he was no longer the dominant figure he once was in the gaming world. However, his plans hinged on He Wenya's agreement. Dinner? He Wenya outright declined. Oh, very well. Since she was unwilling to dine with him, Ian did not press the matter further. After all, as an attorney, He Wenya's role was primarily to offer legal advice. Maintaining a close relationship was unnecessary for him. With that thought, Ian suggested, then let us head to the nearby CAF. He Wenya nodded and led the way to a CAF not far from the building. Once there, Ian ordered 3 cups of coffee and began inquiring about the requirements and necessary documents for a forced divorce, sparing no time for idle chatter. He did not even mention that he was consulting on behalf of a friend. Upon hearing Yi En's inquiry regarding divorce, He Wenya momentarily paused her coffee drinking, casting a fleeting glance at Li Shaoran. Although she could not ascertain the nature of their relationship, it was evident that they were not married. Otherwise, Yin would not have brought Li Shaoran along for such a consultation. Moreover, how could Yin possibly pursue someone as stunning as Li Shaoran? It was not that she looked down upon him, but rather that he seemed out of her league, unless, of course, he belonged to an affluent family. However, that seemed implausible, given his apparent frugality regarding legal consultations. While his willingness to spend 5,000 yuan on a consultation indicated some wealth, it did not suggest he was a super-rich heir. If he were, he would likely have access to professional attorneys within his family, rendering such a visit unnecessary. Ultimately, the signs pointed to Yi En being far from a wealthy heir. As for the connection between Yi En and Li Shaoran, He Wenya found it perplexing. Why would such a stunning woman be associated with a man who rode an electric bicycle? While they did not appear particularly close, the fact that Yi En arrived on an electric bicycle implied that Li Shaoran had also come by the same means, leaving the nature of their relationship somewhat ambiguous. In any case, He Wenya's confusion only deepened as she contemplated the intentions behind Yi En's decision to bring Li Shaoran along. Was he attempting to provoke her? Or was he simply trying to convey that he had no romantic interest? Yet, if that were the case, why would he choose to engage her for legal advice? Especially when numerous attorneys were readily available? The 5,000 yuan consultation fee was not exorbitant but certainly not trivial either. In summary, He Wenya found herself unable to decipher Yi En's motives. Nevertheless, her professionalism was unquestionable, and while she speculated on Yi En's intentions, she began to explain various legal aspects related to divorce. Given the complexity of divorce, considering children, assets, and other factors, especially since Yi En was inquiring about a unilateral divorce, He Wenya spoke for nearly half an hour. After 3 cups of coffee, she finally covered the essential information. Yi En diligently noted everything down. even recording key points on his phone as he Wenya elaborated. After taking a final sip of her meager coffee, she placed her cup down and addressed Yian. That encompasses the basic legal knowledge regarding divorce. If you have any further questions, now is the time to ask. Yian, of course, could not possibly ask everything in one go and simply shook his head. No, that will be all. He then took out his phone and proceeded to transfer the consultation fee. I'll send the payment your way, and we shall take our leave. Thank you, Lawyer He. If I have any other legal inquiries, I will reach out to you again. With that, Yian signaled to Li Shaoran to depart. Li Shaoran once again nodded slightly at Yiwenya, then followed Yian's footsteps out of the CAF. Noticing that Li Shaoran had remained silent, Yiwenya couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that she was mute? If that were the case, it wouldn't be surprising that someone like that could be pursued. However, Yiwenya wasn't entirely certain, and besides, the two didn't seem much like a couple. Chapter 48. The acerbic old woman Li Shaoran continued to invite Yi into her home, but with the mission now concluded and the hour growing late, Yian politely declined. Take care on your way, Li Shaoran cautioned, turning to enter her apartment complex. Although he had messaged Xiao Yidong, he hadn't informed Xia Anren, and he was unsure if that would upset her. It was important to note that Xia Anren was quite different from Yiwenya. Yiwenya was a lawyer, always accessible for legal advice, while Xia Anren was a friend. If he wished to maintain a long-standing rapport with her, he needed to tread carefully. If he were to offend her, what if she chose to ignore him? Even a single day of her disregard could cost him dearly. So Yian was determined not to engage in any behavior that might lead Xia Anren to dislike him. With hardly any time for a meal, he rushed upstairs to inquire about the situation, expecting that Xia Anren would at least show him some semblance of displeasure. After all, she had funded the endeavor, and he had failed to deliver. To his surprise, Xia Anren displayed no signs of anger. Instead, upon seeing Yian, she enthusiastically praised Xiao Yidong's culinary skills and her character. Brother Yi, you have no idea. Sister Xiao is such a wonderful person, and her cooking is simply delightful. If it weren't for my desire to maintain my figure, I would have devoured every last bite. She gestured toward the half-eaten dishes, her tone tinged with regret. Seeing that Xia Anren bore no ill will, Yian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he hadn't anticipated that Xiao Yitong's cooking could so thoroughly win over Xia Anren's palate. Glancing at the untouched half of the meal, he noted its appealing presentation. As for the taste, he couldn't know, having not sampled it himself. However, judging by Xia Anren's joyful demeanor, it must indeed be exquisite. Brother Yi, you haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind finishing my leftovers, please do. I just finished eating not long ago, and it's still warm. It seems such a waste to throw it away, she urged. Yian, of course, had no objections. In truth, he was quite eager to experience Xiao Yidong's culinary prowess firsthand. Initially, he had contemplated concocting an excuse to dine at Xiao Yidong's home another day, but with this opportunity at hand, he readily agreed. It would indeed be a shame to waste it, and I'm not in the mood to cook myself, so I'll gladly finish it. As he spoke, Yian retrieved a pair of new chopsticks from Xia Anren's kitchen and sat down to eat. He had intended to eat just enough to satisfy his hunger. As he was currently on a diet, consuming too much would render his previous efforts futile. Yet, after just a few bites, that notion vanished. How could he leave such delicious food unfinished? To leave it behind would be an insult to the effort that went into preparing it. Moreover, if he couldn't finish it, it would simply end up in the trash, so it was better to savor it all. In no time, the remaining dishes were cleared, leaving only a small amount of broth. Yian, who despised waste, was tempted to enjoy a bowl of rice soaked in the leftover soup. However, Xia Anren quickly intervened. Brother Yi, stop. Have you forgotten that you're on a diet? At this rate, you'll need to run several extra laps tomorrow. If you finish that broth, all your hard work will be for naught. All right. Yian reluctantly cast a lingering glance at the broth in the bowl. It was understandable. After days of consuming diet meals, he had not encountered anything rich in flavor for quite some time, leading him to lose himself in the moment. Fortunately, Xia Anren had arrived just in time to halt him. After all, while the dishes were manageable, most of the flavor resided in the broth. If he indulged in that, all his previous sacrifices would indeed be in vain. Seeing Yi and heed her advice, Xia Anren smiled and remarked, "No wonder, Brother Yi, you're so plump. It seems the root cause lies here, as you can't even resist the broth. How could you not gain weight?" There was little he could do. He had a penchant for delicious food, compounded by his physiology, which made it easy for him to gain weight. What do you mean by physiology? It simply means your digestive system absorbs well. Many would envy that, he retorted. Besides, this isn't a major issue. If you truly want to lose weight, success is inevitable. Keep it up. I believe in you, brother Yi. Xiao Anren encouraged with a thumbs up. However, Yin lacked Xiao Anren's optimistic outlook. While tossing the leftover scraps into the trash, he replied, I'd rather have a lesser absorption rate. That way, I wouldn't have to struggle with dieting. But what's done is done. I can only try to control my appetite from now on. I believe in you, brother Yi. You will certainly succeed in your weight loss journey, Xiao Anren exclaimed, only to suddenly cover her mouth with a giggle. What's the matter? Yin inquired. Nothing. In a few days, brother Yi will understand, she teased. Are you planning to surprise me? He asked, intrigued. Yes. So, brother Yi, what do you think? Well, I'm open to surprises. Yin responded, his anticipation tempered by skepticism. After their playful banter, once Yin had washed the dishes, he announced his departure. All right. I need to go find Sister Xiao to inform her of what I learned today. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Sleep well. Goodbye. Good night, brother Yi. Leaving Xiao Anren's home, it was still before 8 o'clock, and Yin made his way directly to Xiao Yidong's residence. However, just as he reached her door and was about to knock, a sharp, acerbic voice pierced through the air from within. You little wretch. What are you thinking? Sending my son to a detention center? He only hit you a few times. We've spent so much on your sickly old father. What's wrong with hitting you a few times? Even if he were to kill you, it would be your just deserts. How dare you report this? You've really lost your mind. Today, I'll make sure you regret it. Following that, a clear voice chimed in. Initially, Yin hesitated to knock, considering it was a private matter and he, as an outsider, should not interfere, lest he misunderstand the situation. However, upon hearing that crisp voice, he could no longer restrain himself and decisively rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open promptly, revealing a plump woman with an acerbic demeanor. Likely the old woman who had just spoken. Chapter 49. The petulant shrew, recognizing that the woman who answered the door was both plump and appeared quite bitter. Yin immediately deduced that she was the one who had spoken so harshly, possibly even resorting to violence. After all, a person's appearance often reflects their character. Only someone of such disposition could raise a son like that. Upon seeing Yin standing outside, the old woman impatiently demanded, Who are you? Yin remained silent, instead peering through the door's opening to observe the living room. It resembled the scene from the previous day, with Xiao Yitong reclining on the sofa. The only difference was that her hair was now tied up, and the marks on her face were particularly pronounced. Xiao Yidong naturally possessed a tragic, sickly aura, and her frail frame evoked a man's instinct to protect. Now, with the addition of a bruise, she appeared all the more pitiable. Speak. Who are you and what do you want? The old woman pressed, her tone laced with suspicion as she sensed Yin's fixation on Xiao Yitong. It's none of your business who I am. My question is, did you hit her? Yin pointed towards Xiao Yitong, glaring fiercely at the old woman. Upon hearing Yin's voice, Xiao Yitong, who had braced herself for the blows, immediately stirred from her vacant gaze and turned her attention towards the door. When she confirmed it was indeed Yin, she momentarily froze, quickly averting her face, clearly not wishing him to witness the marks of her torment. Unfortunately, Yin had already seen her condition and began to confront the old woman. Noticing Yin's concern for Xiao Yitong, the old woman instantly concluded her suspicions and pointed angrily at Yin. Why would my son strike her? That woman has cruelly sent my son to the police station. She must have found herself another. Stop spreading rumors. Yin promptly refuted her claims. He had hesitated earlier out of fear of misunderstanding. Yet it seemed he had been misjudged nonetheless. However, the old woman paid him no heed and turned her furious gaze back to Xiao Yitong, exclaiming, Even if you seek a man, couldn't you choose one more handsome than my son? To think you settled for such a grotesque figure. You truly are shameless. Inviting any man into your bed. Do you not fear he might crush you? The old woman, evidently experienced, wielded her words with sharpness and candor. He is merely my friend, Xiao Yitong replied, as though accustomed to the old woman's unreasonable tirades, her tone indifferent. She then addressed Yin, who was taken aback by her urging him to leave. Yet, understanding her character, he realized she wished to avoid further complications. Given the old woman's earlier outburst, it was clear she was not to be trifled with. Especially considering her age, if she were to feign distress, the situation could escalate dramatically. Were it anyone else, Yin would have heeded the advice to depart swiftly, but Xiao Yitong was not just anyone. In the game, he had experienced her gentleness, not in the romantic sense. For Yin had devoted himself solely to his career, never pursuing romance. This gentleness was purely in the realm of work. Were the game to continue, it was likely he would end up by Xiao Yitong's side, for she was indeed a fitting partner, gentle, considerate, and capable, the quintessential supportive spouse. Alas, with the emergence of the system, the game had vanished from his computer, but that was a matter for another time. Presently, Yin could not simply walk away. He felt compelled to intervene in Xiao Yidong's plight, for she had aided him so much in the game, and he could not turn a blind eye in reality. Moreover, if he were to leave, the old woman might continue her assault on Xiao Yitong, perhaps even intensifying her violence. Thus, Yin disregarded Xiao Yitong's plea and confronted the old woman. I warn you, cease your slander. Your assault on her constitutes a criminal act, and I could report you to the authorities immediately. Report me? The old woman erupted, throwing a tantrum. Go ahead. Today, not only will I strike her, but I'll also give you a taste for seducing another's wife. With that, she lunged at Yin, claws bared. Caught off guard, Yin barely managed to react before the old woman's nails left a mark across his cheek. He had to admit, a woman's strength often surpassed that of a man. A man might strike with a fist, but a woman wielded her nails as weapons, sharp and deadly. Especially an old woman like this, who had no qualms about physical confrontation. Fortunately, Yin was quick on his feet. After a brief struggle, he stepped back and delivered a resounding slap to her face. The sharp crack echoed through the hallway, showcasing his lack of restraint. The old woman was momentarily stunned, clutching her face in shock. You dare strike me? She shrieked, descending into madness and lunging at Yi and once more. He had anticipated that this slap might bring her to her senses, but instead, her fury only escalated. Thankfully, Yin was prepared. He swiftly kicked her in the abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. However, mindful of the gender difference, he refrained from mounting her as he had with her son, instead opting to pull out his phone and call the police. Yet the old woman showed no signs of rising. After being kicked down, she instinctively began to roll about, crying out, "Someone! I've been assaulted! Help!" Her wails were pitiful and deafening. The rapid turn of events finally registered with Xiao Yitong, prompting her to leap from the sofa and rush over. Are you all right? She inquired, examining Yin's injury while attempting to assist the old woman. Yet, instead of gratitude, the old woman retaliated with another slap to Xiao Yitong. You little hussy. Leave. You watched your man strike me and didn't come to my aid? You dare to help me now? Get lost. As she spoke, the old woman began to weep. Oh, my life is so miserable. My daughter-in-law entices a man and sends my son to the police, and now this man comes to strike me. Witnessing Xiao Yitong receive another blow sent a chill through Yin's heart. He swiftly pulled the tearful Xiao Yitong behind him. You need not concern yourself with this old woman. Chapter 50. Detainment? In truth, seeing Xiao Yitong struck again ignited a fierce desire within Yin to retaliate further. However, having already initiated the call to the police, any further actions on his part would only complicate matters. Thus, he quickly reassured Xiao Yitong. You need not worry about this old woman. Yin proceeded to inform the dispatcher of the situation. Understood, we will dispatch officers immediately. Please attempt to maintain control of the situation and avoid any further physical confrontations. I understand, please hurry. After ending the call, a neighbor finally peeked out to assess the commotion. You again? Upon recognizing Yin, the neighbor was momentarily taken aback before glancing at the old woman on the ground, quickly identifying her. What is going on? Didn't you just get into it with her son yesterday? Now you've struck his mother? What is happening? Yin regarded the old woman, still writhing on the floor. She brought this upon herself. The neighbor, well aware of the old woman's nature, had no doubts about her culpability. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why it was Yin who had once again intervened. Did he feel it necessary to send both the son and now the mother into custody? Yet, that seemed implausible. It was well known that the elderly were considered a vulnerable demographic. Even if they initiated the conflict, one could not retaliate. If one did, and the elderly person ended up in the hospital, one's life could be irrevocably altered. If one had wealth, perhaps one could resolve it with money, but without it, one risked losing everything to extortion, regardless of the police's stance. After all, they belonged to a vulnerable group. Meanwhile, the old woman, upon seeing the neighbor, intensified her antics, crying and denigrating Yin and Xiao Yitong. What shameless lovers! Do they not fear being crushed? Hearing this, the neighbor turned a skeptical eye towards Yin and the still cowering Xiao Yitong. Though he knew Yi and could not possibly overpower Xiao Yitong, and she was hardly that type of person, it was difficult to ignore that Yin had stepped in twice now. What if they were indeed entangled in such a relationship? As the elderly woman cried out with increasing fervor, even those upstairs began to come down to witness the commotion. Soon, murmurs of gossip filled the air. Although Xiao Yidong had a respectable reputation in the building, the old woman's incessant shouting led people to doubt her character. Seeing this, Yian immediately stepped in to clarify the situation. What this old woman claims is not true. We are merely acquaintances. Besides, look at my size. Do you think she would be attracted to me? To defend Xiao Yidong's honor, Yian resorted to discussing his own weight. Xiao Yidong hung her head, and as Yian spoke, she instinctively tugged at his sleeve. She didn't want Yuan to bear such unjust humiliation on her behalf. As he had mentioned, they had only just met, and she wished to avoid incurring such a significant debt of gratitude. However, with so many people present, she felt unable to deny the situation outright and could only discreetly pull at his sleeve. Yet, Yian remained oblivious to her gesture and continued, pointing to the scratches on his face. I simply couldn't stand by while she was assaulting someone. I engaged her in a discussion, but she was unreasonable and attacked me first. Look at what she's done to my face. If I don't defend myself, am I still a man? She is nothing but a raucous troublemaker. Upon hearing this, some neighbors, who were sympathetic to the old woman, secretly agreed. However, most were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, indifferent to the nature of their relationship. Thus, Yian's explanation was akin to no explanation at all. Seeing the situation unfold, Yian furrowed his brow. Thankfully, the police arrived promptly, dispersing the crowd of onlookers. They summoned an ambulance while inquiring about the specifics of the incident from Yian. He recounted the events truthfully, with Xiao Yitong corroborating his account. Despite this, the police reprimanded Yian, stating, "Even so, you cannot resort to violence against an elderly person. Well, let us just say you both need to accompany us to the station." The police, frustrated but professional, had to follow protocol and escort Yi into the station. Yian understood that this situation could become quite troublesome, yet he had no regrets. He had no choice but to comply. Ultimately, the old woman was taken to the hospital by ambulance, while Yian and Xiao Yidong were brought to the police station. Upon arrival, the police once again inquired about the details of the incident. However, dealing with an elderly individual posed challenges. Although she did not have immunity, she would certainly receive certain leniencies as a member of a vulnerable demographic. After understanding the situation, the police expressed their dilemma to Yian. Upon hearing this, Yian immediately protested. Why should I be held accountable? She was the one who attacked me first, leaving me no choice but to defend myself. I have witnesses. Why should I be detained? Xiao Yidong quickly chimed in. Yes, I can testify that she was the one who initiated the attack. He was merely acting in self-defense. Why should he be detained? Having previously interacted with both Yian and Xiao Yidong, the police were aware of their lack of a close relationship and did not look down on them, continuing to speak to them kindly. Unfortunately, we have no choice in this matter. She is an elderly woman, part of a vulnerable group, and you did indeed kick her, resulting in her hospitalization. You cannot deny that. Yian recognized that arguing with the police was futile. They were merely performing their duties. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly produced his phone and said, "May I make a call?" "That is permissible," the police replied, nodding. Yian then dialed He Wenyaz's number. As soon as the call connected, Yian promptly introduced himself. "Hello, Lawyer He, this is Yian." The police were taken aback. It was uncommon for someone in the station to immediately contact a lawyer. Most cases they handled were civil disputes, and rarely did anyone seek legal counsel straight away. Chapter 51. She seems to dislike you. The police were momentarily stunned. It was unusual for someone to call a lawyer upon entering the station, but there was nothing inherently wrong with it. Meanwhile, on the other end, He Wenyaz recognized Yian's name but was puzzled. Yian? Realizing he had never formally introduced himself, Yian quickly added, 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, He Wenyaz's understanding dawned, and she remarked, "Oh, it's you. What seems to be the problem? Please tell me you don't need legal advice right now. If that's the case, the consultation fee remains unchanged, and there may even be a surcharge." He Wenyaz intended to dissuade Yian, having meant to raise her rates after work. But the presence of Li Sharon had thrown her off. However, she had now recalled her intention. "Money is not an issue. I am currently facing some troubles and was wondering if you could come in person. Please explain the difficulties." He Wenyaz was understandably hesitant to agree immediately, especially at such a late hour, fearing Yian might be attempting to deceive her. "Well, I had a confrontation with an elderly woman who initiated the altercation, but now the police want to detain me until she agrees to a settlement. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could come down to the station to prevent my detention." Yian succinctly recounted the events to He Wenyaz. "The police want to detain you?" He Wenyaz furrowed her brow. To be candid, She was reluctant to take on cases involving civil disputes, as it was not her area of expertise. Moreover, since Yian had struck an elderly person, despite her being the aggressor, the fact that she belonged to a vulnerable group complicated matters. However, Yian was her client, and as the saying goes, one cannot refuse a customer. The same principle applies to lawyers. They need clients. Furthermore, Yian had never offended her or failed to pay her, so she felt compelled to assist him in person, as a phone call wouldn't suffice. All right, tell me which police station you are at, and I will come over. Relieved by her willingness, Yian quickly provided her with the location of the police station. All right, I understand. I will arrive in about 20 minutes. In the meantime, please communicate well with the officers. He Wenyaz concluded the call without further ado. Yian gazed at the disconnected call, feeling somewhat helpless. He was unsure how to communicate with the police, lacking specific legal knowledge, so he decided to wait for He Wenyaz to arrive. He then glanced at Xiao Yidong beside him and said, "It's up to you." Understanding Xiao Yidong's nature, he refrained from further persuasion. Approximately 20 minutes later, He Wenyaz finally arrived. Although she was dressed in casual attire, her elegant and intellectual demeanor caught the attention of the police officers, who frequently stole glances at her. After inquiring briefly, she was led by the officers to the mediation room where Yian awaited. Upon seeing Xiao Yidong sitting beside Yian, He Wenyaz was momentarily taken aback. What is going on here? This fellow has no redeeming qualities, yet he is surrounded by so many beautiful women? He Wenyaz was quite perplexed. Li Xiaoran had already left her in awe, and now another equally impressive figure had appeared. Although this new arrival did not possess the same striking beauty as Li Xiaoran, she was nonetheless quite remarkable. In particular, the aura exuded by Xiao Yitong evoked a desire within her to embrace and console her. "Hello, I am He Wenyaz, and this is my attorney's certificate." He Wenyaz retrieved her lawyer's credentials from her bag. The police, of course, had no reason to doubt her identity. After glancing at her certificate, they nodded in acknowledgement. He Wenyaz continued, "I would like to speak with my client privately, if you please." Of course. The officer promptly rose to leave. He Wenyaz's professional demeanor was evident, and the officer was keen to avoid any potential pitfalls. Before departing, however, he cast another glance at Yian, perplexed as to how a mere civilian could afford such a skilled and beautiful lawyer. Yet, no one paid heed to the officer's musings. Once he exited, He Wenyaz took the seat he had vacated and inquired, "Please tell me the specifics of the situation. I will do my utmost to secure your release." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Yitong, secretly speculating whether Yian had gotten into a brawl because of her. If that were indeed the case, she would need to exercise caution. For Yian, surrounded by such exquisite beauty, must surely be a master of romantic entanglements. At that moment, Yian was oblivious to He Wenyaz's thoughts and recounted the entire sequence of events to her without omission. Unfortunately, he forgot to mention why he sought out Xiao Yidong in the first place. He Wenyaz, not one to pry, fixated instead on the scratch mark on Yian's plump face. So, this scratch was inflicted by the other party, correct? Indeed. Very well, I understand. You will be able to leave shortly. With that, He Wenyaz rose from the mediation room to consult the police, as if being detained were a mere trifle in her eyes. Yian, upon hearing her words, was left in a state of bewilderment. Is that all? Just clarifying the details will secure my release? Are lawyers truly this formidable? By the way, you haven't mentioned how you plan to get me out, Yian said. Watching helplessly as He Wenyaz departed with purpose, there was nothing for it. He had to bide his time. At that moment, Xiao Yitong interjected. She seems to harbor some dislike for you. Have you done something to offend her? Chapter 52. Perhaps I will from the moment He Wenyaz entered. Xiao Yitong had been observing her closely. Initially, she was certain that He Wenyaz was the attorney Yian had mentioned pursuing the previous day. However, as time passed, she began to doubt her assumption. He Wenyaz displayed a strictly professional demeanor towards Yian, showing no inclination towards the friendship he had described. Moreover, Xiao Yitong later sensed a hint of impatience in He Wenyaz's tone after casting a glance her way, leading her to suddenly develop a distaste for Yian. Unsure whether it was merely her imagination, she decided to voice her thoughts to Yian. Upon hearing Xiao Yitong's comment, was momentarily taken aback. She dislikes me? He pondered. Besides a minor discomfort when first meeting He Wenyaz, he had not acted inappropriately or uttered anything out of line thereafter. Logically, even if He Wenyaz did harbor some resentment, such sentiments should have faded during subsequent interactions, especially considering the financial contributions he had made. Nevertheless, He recognized that Xiao Yitong was typically astute in her observations, leading him to conclude that He Wenyao might genuinely dislike him, albeit without expressing it overtly. After all, Xiao Yitong possessed a remarkable talent for understanding people, which had aided him on numerous occasions. Yet, this realization seemed inconsequential. He had no intention of pursuing He Wenyao, regardless of her feelings towards him. To him, she was merely a vehicle for financial transactions. He was indifferent to whether she liked or disliked him, so long as her professionalism ensured his release from custody. Upon hearing Yi An's nonchalant remarks, Xiao Yitong frowned. Isn't she the lawyer you mentioned wanting to pursue yesterday? Why not seek her out to strengthen your connection? Yi An recalled the words he had spoken to Xiao Yitong the previous day. However, he had merely concocted a convenient excuse to justify his financial endeavors, believing they would never cross paths. Little did he know that today would present such a scenario, and he had inadvertently summoned He Wenyao. Oh no, how do I explain this? Yi An's mind raced. If Xiao Yitong discovered he was financially compensating for her consultation, he couldn't imagine her reaction. Not only was she intelligent, but she was also quite emotional. If she realized he was compensating her for assistance, she would likely misconstrue his intentions. Without a doubt, such a misunderstanding would lead to her distancing herself from him, jeopardizing his ability to assist her. Given Xiao Yitong's challenging circumstances, her husband unwilling to grant a divorce, and her mother-in-law's hostility, he could not stand idly by while she faced adversity. Yi An's thoughts raced as he sought a way to mend the situation. He was determined to prevent her from discovering the truth about his compensated assistance. However, fabricating another story would only invite further inquiries from Xiao Yitong. A single lie necessitated a multitude of additional lies to conceal it. Ultimately, he managed to devise a flimsy excuse. Actually, I have been pursuing her, but circumstances intervened. She likely sensed my intentions and has distanced herself from me, as we were merely friends before. To convince Xiao Yitong and silence her inquiries, Yi An quickly used her as an example. Just like you, if we were friends and suddenly I expressed a desire to pursue you, would you readily agree? Perhaps I would agree outright. What? No. I'm too overweight and lack wealth. How could you possibly agree? Because you are a good person with a kind disposition. Marriage is a lifelong commitment that requires mutual understanding. Appearance and weight are not issues in my view. It seemed Xiao Yitong had been hurt in the past, leading her to prioritize character over wealth or looks. Yi An, upon hearing her words, felt a mix of resignation and appreciation for her perspective. As Yi An contemplated how to elaborate further, Xiao Yitong continued, Of course, I cannot speak for others, but this is my belief. You may find it hard to believe, but this is how I truly feel. Upon hearing this, Yi An felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seems he no longer needs to seek reasons for himself, as Xiao Yitong has provided them. Of course, Yi An is aware that what Xiao Yitong says is true. She possesses such a character and is indeed a very ambitious woman. If her partner lacks financial resources, she is willing to work and manage their little household together. One cannot deny that Xiao Yitong is truly a remarkable woman. It is a pity that Xiao Deng fails to appreciate her. Yi An feels a sense of injustice for Xiao Yitong. However, this is not the time for such thoughts. Yi An, with hands raised in resignation, reflects on the situation. After all, she believes that while the other is an elite lawyer, she is merely an ordinary office worker, hardly worthy of her. To be able to call her a friend is already a stroke of luck. Now, to entertain the notion of pursuing her seems audacious, and to be honest, even she lacks confidence in herself. Yet, she cannot shake off her dissatisfaction. She feigns a sense of discontent. The thought of her marrying someone else stirs her resolve to take a chance, regardless of whether Xiao Yitong likes her or not. As long as she does not regret her actions, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yitong pauses, seemingly deep in thought, before responding to Yi An, affirming that as long as she does not regret her decision, she supports her. What do you mean by as long as you don't regret it? I support you. Suddenly, a voice filled with curiosity interrupts from behind. He Wenyao. Chapter 53. Is it really that simple? Oh, it's nothing. Yi An quickly diverts the conversation. Why are you back so soon? Can I leave now? As soon as Yi An finishes speaking, the police officer who had just stepped out re-enters, casting a weary glance at He Wenyao before addressing Yi An. You're free to go, but you must report back when we summon you. After all, this matter will depend on what the other side has to say. Hearing this, Yi An feels a surge of joy. She had not anticipated that He Wenyao would truly find a way to prevent her detention, and it had only taken her a few minutes to resolve the issue. As for what comes next, she is not daunted. In fact, She sees it as an opportunity to effortlessly acquire 1,000 yuan daily from He Wenya without needing further justification. This news is hardly bad for her. Yin quickly assures the officer, "Rest assured, I am a law-abiding citizen. As soon as I receive the call, I will arrive promptly." That should suffice, right? All right, off you go. The officer waves his hand impatiently. After leaving the police station, Yin finally voices her lingering curiosity to He Wenya. "Impressive, truly professional. I would have certainly been detained without your intervention. But I'm quite curious. How did you manage that?" In an effort to convince Xiao Yidong of her friendship with He Wenya, Yin adopts a familiar tone, as if they are quite close. He Wenya furrows her brow but refrains from elaborating further, simply explaining, "It's quite simple. Since the other party can request a medical assessment, so can you. You were injured too. I simply informed the police that your head was hurting, suggesting that you might need a medical evaluation. Therefore, the police had no grounds to detain you." Upon hearing this explanation, Yin struggles to believe it. Is it really that simple? Otherwise, do you expect it to be more complicated? He Wenya rolls her eyes and adds, "Make sure to go for a full body checkup when you have the time. It will help you avoid being at a disadvantage when dealing with the other party. This matter is quite troublesome, so be prepared." The mention of needing to go for a full body checkup makes Yin feel deflated. Yet, she cannot refuse, for the aftermath could be even more cumbersome without it. All right then. He Wenya, uninterested in Yin's mood, continues, as I mentioned earlier, regarding, before He Wenya can finish. Yin anticipates that she is about to discuss financial matters and quickly interjects, "Let us not go there." As she speaks, Yin gives He Wenya a knowing wink, signaling her to refrain from continuing. Taken aback by Yin's gesture, He Wenya is perplexed. She merely intended to broach the subject of increased charges. So why the secrecy? Was Yin trying to hide something, or did she not wish for Xiao Yitong to overhear? Glancing at Xiao Yitong, He Wenya considers that Yin has always been straightforward regarding finances, and thus she chooses not to press further. "Very well, we can discuss this tomorrow." She concedes with a nod. Just then, Xiao Yitong interjects, "Wait a moment." Yin feels exasperated at this. She is genuinely reluctant to offer He Wenya a ride. While she understands that Xiao Yitong is trying to create an opportunity for her, she does not genuinely wish to pursue He Wenya. Nevertheless, He Wenya did come because of her, and despite the transactional nature of their interaction, basic courtesy must be observed. However, before Yin can voice her thoughts, He Wenya declines, "No need. I drove here myself." With that, He Wenya produces her car keys and presses a button, causing a nearby Audi to beep in response. Relieved, Yin responds, "Since you drove here, I want to insist on giving you a ride. Drive safely, and do call me when you get home." To avoid raising suspicions about her lack of familiarity with He Wenya, Yin carefully chooses her words to ensure He Wenya cannot contradict her while remaining inconspicuous to Xiao Yitong. He Wenya remains silent and heads to her car, driving away. Noticing Xiao Yitong gazing intently at He Wenya's departing vehicle, Yin, uncertain of her thoughts, feels compelled to interrupt her musings. Okay. Xiao Yitong nods and then heads in the direction of the residential complex. On the way, the atmosphere grows somewhat subdued. Xiao Yitong stares at the ground, lost in thought. While Yin struggles to find a topic for conversation, they walk slowly along the sidewalk illuminated by streetlights. Just as Yin contemplates breaking the silence by sharing the information she had gathered from He Wenya earlier, Xiao Yitong suddenly states, "By the way, when you spoke with lawyer He, I recall you mentioning 5,000 yuan. What does that mean? Are you two engaging in financial exchanges? I thought you were friends. Could it be because of me?" As previously noted, Xiao Yitong is a perceptive woman. She has been pondering this matter quietly, and her earlier hesitation to speak was due to uncertainty. Even now, she remains somewhat unsure but decides to voice her thoughts, as she feels she owes Yin a significant favor. If Yin is investing time and resources because of her, she truly does not understand Yin's motivations. Yin is caught off guard by Xiao Yitong's sudden recollection. It's just that a lie requires numerous other lies to sustain it. Yin hastily clarifies, "Oh, it's nothing of the sort, you mustn't misunderstand. That was merely a code between us, just a code for our conversations. Is it truly not because of me? Of course not. My assistance stems solely from my disdain for your husband and mother-in-law. It's purely a matter of principle, so please don't misconstrue it." Seeing Yin's earnest expression, Xiao Yitong finally sets the matter aside. Yet, her next words leave Yin momentarily stunned. "I believe you two are not well suited for one another. I advise you to abandon this pursuit sooner rather than later. Unless you can significantly improve yourself in a short time, You have no chance. Why do you say that? Chapter 54. If only I had known sooner. Yin is puzzled by Xiao Yidong's sudden shift in topic and instinctively asks, why do you say that? I feel there is potential for us. He continues, you don't know her well. In fact, before Yin can finish, Xiao Yitong cuts him off. I may not fully understand her, yet I possess insight into women. It is precisely this understanding that allows me to perceive her pride. She could never be with someone as mediocre as you. Xiao Yitong spoke candidly, her words cutting deeply. However, this did not faze Yin, who felt compelled to continue his rebuttal. What if my sincerity sways her? After all, we are friends. Perhaps she might actually choose me. I refuse to resign myself to this possibility. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yitong fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to gently dissuade Yin. But after some thought, she resolved to strip away Yin's final layer of modesty and confront his heart directly. There are no what-ifs. Do you believe that Lawyer Wei is a naive little girl? Sincerity cannot move her. She will choose only whom she desires. Not someone who desires her, but whom she does not fancy. Moreover, you have already admitted that you are merely an ordinary employee. You know full well how slim your chances are. Thus, it would be wiser to abandon this pursuit early and seek someone who reciprocates your affections for marriage. After all, your age does not afford you the luxury of years spent trying to win the heart of a woman who does not love you. Not only is it unrealistic, but it also wastes precious time, ultimately leaving you hurt. This was the first time Xiao Yidong had spoken so extensively to Yin. She recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for such a conversation, yet she could not bear to see him sink deeper into despair. Yin is a good man. Good men should not be subjected to pain by others. But what could Yin say? To ensure he could continue to benefit from Xiao Yidong and He Wenya's situations in the future, he could only assert resolutely, no. I am confident in my ability to impress her. Even if she ultimately does not choose me, I shall have no regrets, for this is my choice. Xiao Yitong was taken aback by Yin's stubbornness concerning love. After he spoke, fearing that she might continue to press the topic, he quickly changed the subject. Let us not dwell on this anymore. Let us discuss your situation. I have already spoken with He Wenya regarding your divorce. He recounted He Wenya's words to Xiao Yitong. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. Yin nodded. He then recalled Xiao Yidong's troublesome mother-in-law and furrowed his brow. Your mother-in-law could pose a significant problem. If she discovers you are still intent on divorcing her son, what if she comes to your place and causes a scene? Hearing this, Xiao Yitong also frowned. To be frank, she had no means to deal with her mother-in-law. If she were to confront her, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos, and she would likely return frequently. Forget it. I won't stay in that house any longer. It was never mine to begin with. Tomorrow, I will visit the agency to look for a suitable place. Truthfully, Yin was reluctant for Xiao Yitong to leave the neighborhood. After all, if she remained, he could occasionally brush against her storyline. But if she moved away, he would have little reason to seek her out in the future. He recognized that this thought was somewhat selfish, especially given Xiao Yitong's current predicament. Moving away seemed to be her only option, lest she endure her mother-in-law's disturbances daily. Suddenly, Yin conceived another idea. I have thought of a great alternative. Though I am unsure if you would be willing. Where? Xia Anren, the girl your husband encountered. She lives alone now, and I believe she would be quite amenable to you sharing her apartment. The mention of Xia Anren immediately brought to mind her beautiful visage and her vibrant, refreshing demeanor. Xiao Yitong recalled cooking for Xia Anren that afternoon and found her to be a delightful potential roommate. However, despite her desire to share a living space with Xia Anren, she hesitated. But you don't know her. She maintains a positive mindset. Even when your husband caused a scene, it didn't faze her. You must have sensed this in the property owner group, right? So, rest assured. As for whether she is willing to share her apartment, I doubt that will be an issue. She is aware of your situation, and I'm sure she would agree if I mentioned it. Yet, Xiao Yidong still felt reluctant to trouble Xia Anren. Moreover, since Xia Anren lived directly above Yin, if her mother-in-law came to find her, it would once again involve Yin's assistance. She was already unsure how to repay Yin for his kindness. Accruing further debts only deepened her uncertainty about how to return the favor. However, before she could voice her concerns, merely uttering a but, Yin interrupted decisively. There are no buts about it. It is settled. Tomorrow morning, I will speak with her. As long as she agrees. You can pack your things and move in right away. Of course, remember to pay the rent. If you can pay a bit more, that would be fine as well. Yin made a point of mentioning the rent to alleviate any feelings of guilt Xiao Yidong might harbor and to remove any reservations she might have. All right. Seeing that Yin had arranged everything for her, Xiao Yitong felt she had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. Afterward, she stole a glance at Yin and suddenly murmured, "If only I had met you sooner." "What?" Xiao Yitong's voice was barely above a whisper. Although it was late at night, Yin could not quite catch her words and inquired, "It's nothing. I merely meant that once my divorce is finalized, I will cook you a delicious meal to properly thank you for helping me resolve these troubles." "Really? It seems you weren't referring to that." Yin looked at Xiao Yitong with skepticism. Although he hadn't caught her words clearly, he had heard the phrase "if only," which seemed entirely disconnected from what she was currently saying. Chapter 55. This matter is not your concern. Noticing Yin's dubious expression, Xiao Yitong quickly asserted, "Of course it's true." She certainly could not reveal her innermost thoughts. Though she was unsure of Yin's motivations, perhaps genuine kindness or perhaps something else, one thing was certain: he could not possibly be interested in her. This was beyond doubt. Not to mention that Yin already had someone he cared for, but given her marital history, she felt a connection between them was improbable. Even if Yin were to express interest, she would not reciprocate. Had she encountered Yin earlier, she might have pursued him actively, but having been married once, she felt unworthy. Yin, having not comprehended what Xiao Yitong had said, was disinclined to press further and simply smiled. "Then I shall eagerly anticipate that moment. I previously sampled the meal you prepared for Xia Anren, and it was exquisite." Yin recounted how he nearly savored every last drop, and upon hearing this, Xiao Yitong could not help but cover her mouth and laugh, as if all her previous grievances evaporated in that instant. The past few days had indeed been exhausting for him, not merely physically but emotionally as well. He felt more drained than after a full day of exercise. The following morning, Yin was once again roused from his slumber by a call from Xia Anren. "What is the matter?" He hurriedly answered the phone while dressing. "I saw the messages in the owner group discussing you and Sister Xiao, and I noticed someone mentioned that you hit Sister Xiao's mother-in-law yesterday. Is that true?" Xia Anren, having gone to bed early the night before, only learned of the events upon waking up that morning and immediately called to inquire. Yin was surprised that Xia Anren was already aware of the situation. Indeed, the events of yesterday have stirred quite a commotion, with neighbors engaged in fervent discussions. Furthermore, the news has spread within the homeowners group, and it seems likely that the entire community is now aware of the incident. However, Yin, possessing a clear conscience, remains unperturbed by the gossip, and given Xiao Yitong's nature, she is unlikely to be affected by others' opinions, thus their lives remain undisturbed. Unexpectedly, Xia Anren has shown considerable concern about the matter, reaching out early in the morning to inquire. After some contemplation, Yin deemed it unnecessary to conceal anything. The truth is already known, and denial would serve no purpose. "You need not worry about this. It bears little relevance to you. I merely chose to assist because I couldn't stand by. Do not shoulder this burden as if you owe me a favor." Although this situation initially arose from Xia Anren, as Yin stated, it no longer pertains to her, and he certainly does not wish for her to feel indebted. While Yin secretly hoped Xia Anren would continue to owe him a favor, there must be limits. He pondered the possibility of her developing feelings for him. Of course, Xia Anren would never regard him in that light. He merely considered the potential outcomes. Unfortunately, despite Yi and extensive explanations, Xia Anren seemed oblivious, asserting, "How can it not concern me? Wasn't this incident sparked by my actions? I must bear some responsibility. Rest assured, I will clarify your relationship with Sister Xiao in the group." Surprised, Yin had anticipated a different reaction, only to realize she was preoccupied with her reputation. He quickly replied, "That is of little consequence. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you, but it cannot be conveyed over the phone. Allow me to take you downstairs for some fresh air, and I shall explain." "All right." Xia Anren, eager to escape the confines of her home, would have suggested it herself had Yin not done so. Shortly thereafter, Yin arrived at Xia Anren's residence. As he guided her out of the room, he broached the subject of Xiao Yitong's desire to cohabit with her. Expecting some hesitation from Xia Anren, given the complications surrounding Xiao Yitong, Yin was taken aback when she instantly agreed without a second thought. "No problem," she declared, her indignation evident. "That family is truly outrageous, bullying Sister Xiao without mercy. It's such a pity that someone as beautiful as her ended up marrying such a scoundrel. Indeed, what a shame." Yin concurred. As they conversed, they descended to the community park, where Yin commenced his workout. Having indulged in non-dietary meals the previous day and neglected the gym for 2 consecutive nights, he felt compelled to exert extra effort that morning. Losing weight was a necessity, especially considering the substantial financial reward awaiting him, several million. given that each pound equates to a significant sum. Reducing his weight to a normal level could yield over 5 million. Regrettably, he was unaware of the system's definition of normal weight, leaving him to speculate, but he estimated he wouldn't be far off. For 5 million, he would gladly undergo surgery if necessary. After all, that amount is unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. With that thought, Ian hastily gathered his belongings and headed to work. Originally, Li Xiaoran had expressed some discontent regarding punctuality, and any tardiness would be met with no leniency, potentially setting an example due to their relationship. Thus, he could not afford to be late. Ultimately, he twisted the throttle of his electric scooter and, in a frantic rush, managed to clock in just in time. Phew, that was close. He exhaled, relieved. He regretted having ordered the vehicle online. Had he purchased it in-store, he wouldn't have had to rush. After all, a motorcycle would certainly be faster than his electric scooter. Nevertheless, it was too late now. The vehicle was already en route. And in a couple of days, he would finally ride the motorcycle he had long desired. Although his current physique might invite ridicule, he remained unfazed. Upon reaching his desk, he found Li Xiaoran already present, alongside a newcomer, Guan Yao, who had made a decisive judgment the previous day. "Good morning, Yi Ge," she greeted, having learned his name from Li Xiaoran. "Good morning," Yian replied. Chapter 56. Are they a couple? Guan Yao genuinely preferred to avoid idle chit-chat with Yian, especially with manager Li Xiaoran seated directly opposite. Engaging in casual conversation might seem disrespectful, and as a mere junior employee without specific tasks assigned, she was concerned that her interaction would reflect poorly on her. This was her first job after graduation, and she could not afford to jeopardize it. However, she also feared refusing Yian's overtures, as the investment department consisted solely of the three of them. If she did not cultivate a good relationship with him, he might make her work more difficult. Thus, Guan Yao found herself in a quandary. Yian, noticing her apprehension regarding Li Xiaoran, quickly reassured her, "It's all right. The investment department is newly established, and we lack concrete oversight. Sister Xiaoran won't scrutinize us too closely. Of course, once we have specific tasks, we must perform diligently." Oh, Guan Yao sighed in relief upon hearing Yian's explanation. Then, she realized something, looking incredulously between Yian and Li Xiaoran. "Sister Xiaoran, Yi Ge, are you quite familiar with the manager?" "Somewhat," Yian responded, believing it best for Li Xiaoran to clarify their relationship herself. He was uncertain how Guan Yao would interpret his words. Women are often the most curious. After engaging in conversation with Guan Yao for a while, the system notification chimed promptly, prompting Yian to conclude their discussion and approach Li Xiaoran's desk. Li Xiaoran was engrossed in various documents, her focus unwavering. Even as Yian conversed with Guan Yao, "What are you reviewing, Sister Xiaoran?" Yian inquired, glancing over but unable to discern the contents. "Nothing much. Just some analytical reports you all prepared on previous clients. Yours is included. It's quite good and well analyzed," Li Xiaoran praised, lifting her gaze to commend him. Surprised, Yian had not anticipated that his analytical reports would reach Li Xiaoran, let alone earn her praise. Her straightforward nature meant she seldom offered flattery. Thus, her compliment indicated genuine merit in his work. Yian felt a surge of happiness. Receiving praise from Li Xiaoran was no small feat. Desiring to continue the discussion, he hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently embarrass himself. Ultimately, he opted to inquire about the day's agenda. "If there is nothing pressing, I might explore side tasks. We're continuing with interviews. Our department aims to recruit 10 individuals to facilitate our operations," she explained. "Ah, more interviews?" Yian groaned inwardly. Having just spent an entire day sitting upright for interviews yesterday, he was reluctant to endure another. Nevertheless, he reiterated his earlier suggestion. "I believe I should seek talent from other departments. Accompanying you to interviews would be unproductive." "How would that be unproductive? Guan Yao is precisely who you discovered." "Fine," Yian conceded, unable to refuse any longer. Had he known, he might have seized the opportunity to chat with Guan Yao for a few minutes, considering the monetary implications. Li Xiaoran then turned her gaze towards Guan Yao, who was curiously observing the scene. "Guan Yao, please review all these analysis materials and compile a report on the companies you find promising. Submit it to me tomorrow," she instructed. "Understood, Manager Li," Guan Yao replied. Her enthusiasm ignited at the prospect of work. Subsequently, Li Xiaoran and Yian resumed interviewing candidates. Unfortunately, Yian was not as fortunate today. Among the multitude of applicants, not a single beauty scored above 70, with most failing to meet even basic standards. He spent the entire day sitting, contributing only when Li Xiaoran prompted him to share his opinions or ask questions. The only thing he had in abundance was water. Thus, another day slipped away. Just as he was about to wave goodbye to Li Xiaoran, she abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "Oh no, did your aunt take your car again?" Yan stared at her in astonishment. While a day or two of this could be overlooked, 3 consecutive days, especially when Li Xiaoran had just started her job, felt excessive. Was it possible that his aunt was intentionally trying to matchmake him with Sister Xiaoran? The thought brought him both delight and frustration, though he was quite willing, not only due to the task at hand, but also because of their childhood bond. He had long since abandoned any hope of a romantic relationship after realizing his lack of prospects as he matured. Yet, now he found himself in a predicament, previously stated. Li Xiaoran might not even be interested in him, nor hold him in high regard. Ultimately, his mother-esque matchmaking seemed misguided, with their chances of becoming a couple likely below 1%. Amid his surprise, Li Xiaoran nodded in agreement. She offered no explanation for her refusal to take a taxi, simply acknowledging him with a soft sound before beginning to gather her belongings. "All right," Yan responded, not daring to decline, and patiently awaited her to finish packing. Meanwhile, Guan Yao, seated at the entrance, was utterly astonished. Had she just overheard something she shouldn't have? This revelation was rather significant, wasn't it? Could it be that Yan and Manager Li were in a romantic relationship? Guan Yao speculated silently. What else could it be? Yet, doubting her own conjectures. She also considered Yi's stature and position as merely an assistant. How could he possibly pursue someone like Li Xiaoran? The more she pondered, the more confused she became. However, she refrained from inquiring about their relationship, as both Li Xiaoran and Yan were her superiors. Bringing up such gossip would yield no favorable outcome. So, she could only watch from a distance until they departed. Chapter 57. A Sudden Rival? As Yan and Li Xiaoran left the company, they remained oblivious to the whirlwind of thought stirred in Guan Yao's mind by this trivial incident. Soon, they joined others downstairs. After acclimating over the past few days, the rest of the company was no longer as surprised, merely sighing internally at their own lack of Yan's charisma. Yan located his electric scooter, and Li Xiaoran adeptly mounted it, wrapping her arms around his waist. At a glance, they resembled a young couple. Just as Yan was about to twist the throttle, a sudden ring-tone interrupted him from behind. Upon hearing Li Xiaoran's phone ring, he instinctively eased his grip on the throttle, deciding to wait until she finished her call. Li Xiaoran had to shift her long leg to support Yan, retrieving her phone. However, upon seeing the caller ID, she hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yi and before sliding her phone to answer. "What is it?" she asked, since she was right behind him. Yan could easily hear a cheerful female voice on the line. "I have some bad news for you." Yan was uncertain who was on the other end. But considering Li Xiaoran had few friends, particularly female ones, he speculated that this was someone from her university or doctoral studies, as her personality likely caused her to lose touch with many. Could this be the woman Li Xiaoran had previously mentioned, one even more attractive than herself? Yan's mind raced with speculation. But what could this bad news possibly be? He leaned in closer to listen intently. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoran remained unfazed. Her tone as calm as before. "What? Guess correctly, and there's a reward." The woman on the line spoke with a melodious tone, imbued with a lively spirit, likely due to a close friendship with Li Xiaoran, allowing her to speak freely. Yan, however, was indifferent to such nuances and chose not to speculate further. Li Xiaoran, hearing the suggestion to guess, simply replied, "If you don't tell me, I'll hang up." Wait, I'm not pressuring you. "All right, I'll tell you," the woman relented. Aware of Li Xiaoran's personality, Yan's mind momentarily went blank. Was this a suitor of Li Xiaoran? It made sense. With her beauty, it was improbable she lacked admirers. Despite her frosty demeanor, capable men still dared to pursue her. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoran's brow furrowed at the mention of the woman's words. Before she could respond, the woman continued. "Xiaoran, I just don't understand. You have no better options now. Why not give my brother a chance? He's so exceptional, so handsome, and so devoted. He has pursued you for years. Trying would be a win-win." Upon hearing this, Yan instantly felt a sense of crisis. He hadn't anticipated that Li Xiaoran's friend would be his brother's ally. What if Li Xiaoran was swayed by this? Regrettably, Li Xiaoran remained resolute, responding with a single line. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." Wait, I won't persuade you anymore, all right? This is between you two, and I have no significant stake in it. I called to check on your job search. Have you found something suitable?" "Yes," Yan replied, continuing to ride while eavesdropping. "Really? The woman's tone shifted to surprise and joy. Wait for me. I'm flying over right now. If you've landed your dream job, I must celebrate with you and visit for a few days. Not right now. I just started and am quite busy. You can come in a couple of months. Okay. Fine. The other party sounded slightly disappointed and attempted to say more, but Li Sharon cut her off. Take care. After Li Sharon hung up, Ian pondered whether to inquire about the situation. However, before he could speak, his own phone rang. Just as he intended to stop to answer, Li Sharon interjected. Keep writing. I'll answer for you. She reached into Ian's pocket, retrieved his phone, and glanced at the caller ID. It's Lawyer He. She informed him before answering the call and putting it on speaker. Ian is writing, so if you have something to say, go ahead, he can hear you. Upon hearing Li Sharon's voice, He Wenyu paused for a moment before reminding, Ian, did you forget something last night? Upon hearing this, Li Sharon immediately turned to Ian. The meaning of this passage is quite profound. Last night, I forgot something. And I must say it truly evokes a wealth of thoughts. Even Li Sharon couldn't help but ponder. Upon hearing He Wenya's words, Ian immediately remembered that he had yet to compensate her. My apologies, Lawyer He. There was so much going on last night that it slipped my mind. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. Ian then contemplated taking the opportunity to extract another 10,000 from He Wenya, continuing as he rode his bike. How about this? Wait for me at that CAF from yesterday. I'll drop by shortly and consult you on some other matters as well. What do you think? All right, I'll wait for you. He Wenyu agreed, noticing that Ian had no intention of shirking his responsibilities. After hanging up, Li Sharon observed that they had not ventured far and remarked, Ah. Ian paused for a moment, then realizing they had not gone too far, he decided to seek out He Wenyu. That works. Chapter 58. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shaoran could be sent off at any time, but He Wenyu was different. If she were kept waiting too long, she might disregard him even if he offered a consulting fee, thus losing a potential ally for side quests. Truth be told, Ian also wished to take Li Shaoran out for a leisurely stroll, indulging in his youthful fantasies. Throughout the journey, Li Shaoran's gaze was fixed on the bandage on Ian's cheek, though she refrained from inquiring about it. Ian, absorbed in writing, remained oblivious to her scrutiny. And soon they arrived at the CAF. I sincerely apologize, Lawyer He. Yesterday was a bit overwhelming, and today has been busy as well, so I inadvertently forgot. Ian hurriedly expressed as he took a seat. At this moment, He Wenyu merely nodded in acknowledgement of his apology, her attention focused on Li Shaoran. 2 consecutive days. Ian had brought Li Shaoran to meet her twice. What could this possibly mean? Was he trying to convey that he had no interest in her? That he had a more beautiful girlfriend? Or perhaps Li Shaoran was aware of Ian's flirtatious nature and sought to assert her claim. He Wenyu found herself utterly perplexed by Ian's intentions. If you were not pursuing me, why would you spend such a hefty sum to consult me on legal matters? Surely it cannot be due to my expertise? This seemed implausible since there were numerous qualified lawyers available, and the consultation fee certainly shouldn't have reached 5,000. Yet Ian had specifically chosen her. As He Wenyu's thoughts spiraled, Li Shaoran was also observing her, lost in her own contemplations, her expression revealing nothing. Meanwhile, Ian, noticing He Wenyu's gaze fixed on Li Shaoran, felt somewhat baffled. He saw no need to introduce them, as they had no prior connection, and Li Shaoran might not even wish to meet He Wenyu. Hence, he opted to bypass the introductions and continued. Lawyer He, I wish to inquire about my subsequent steps. If that older woman remains obstinate and unwilling to settle, will I face detention? Upon hearing the pressing matter, He Wenyu ceased her speculation, contemplating before responding. That is a possibility, so you must seek the other party's understanding as swiftly as possible. However, even if they do not acquiesce, we can simply go into hiding to avoid detention. She continued, in truth, the police are aware that you acted in self-defense. As long as we can present a valid excuse, such as you being hospitalized, they will not take any drastic measures against you. You can rest assured. The police are on our side. With He Wenyu's words, Ian finally felt a sense of relief. As 5 minutes passed, he no longer hesitated and directly asked, Yesterday, you mentioned raising your fees. May I inquire how much of an increase you intend? I would like to transfer the payments for both yesterday and today now. As he spoke, Ian took out his phone to initiate the transfer. Upon hearing about the money, He Wenyu glanced at Li Shaoran again, observing her expression remained unchanged, which rekindled her doubts about Ian's identity. Could it be that she was not his girlfriend? Or perhaps Ian truly was a wealthy heir? Why else would Li Shaoran exhibit no emotion, not even attempting to stop Ian, merely standing by as an observer like yesterday? Yet, After some contemplation, He Wenya decided not to dwell on it. What does it matter to me? As long as this fellow is willing to pay, I shall accept it. If he intends to waste money without revealing his intentions, so be it. With that in mind, He Wenya proceeded without hesitation, stating, I ran out for you late last night, plus the consultation fee, totaling 10,000, along with today's fee, amounts to 23,000. Ian had anticipated a total closer to a little over 10,000, so he was taken aback when He Wenya quoted 23,000. His finger hesitated over the screen, and he looked at her in confusion. Lawyer this doesn't seem right. I recall the consultation fee was 5,000 per hour, correct? Yesterday counted as one consultation, and today as another, that should only total 10,000. Ian raised his hand to interrupt He Wenya, continuing, I understand that you ventured out for me late at night, and that certainly warrants compensation, but asking for 13,000 for that trip seems excessive. To be frank, Lawyer this feels rather like price gouging. Ian intended to leverage his visits to He Wenya for side quests, but that did not imply he was a fool. Initially, he had the potential to profit, but with He Wenya's current demands, he might end up losing money altogether. In essence, he was left with nothing to show for his efforts, which was quite absurd. If profit were possible, even if it were minimal, Ian would have acquiesced without hesitation. But now that he was facing a loss, he refused to play the role of the naive fool. There were plenty of beautiful women. He was not beholden to any one of them. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts in front of He Wenya. In response to Ian's inquiries, He Wenya took a small sip from her coffee before slowly articulating, It seems Mr. Yi has forgotten what I mentioned last night. I distinctly recall stating that I would be raising my consultation fees. At the time, you did not allow me to elaborate, so I refrained from continuing. Now, I formally inform you that the consultation fee will increase from 5,000 per hour to 8,000. If Mr. Yi is unwilling to pay, there are many other lawyers available for you to consult. As for the remaining 7,000, that is simply my attendance fee. Is that not acceptable? Did I miscalculate the total of 23,000? A price increase? Initially, he thought He Wenya was only referring to a one-time increase, so he had not paid it much mind. Who would have thought that she was now stating the fees would increase indefinitely? Although he still stood to profit, Ian felt somewhat uneasy. The prospect of seeking side quests from He Wenya now seemed fraught with complications, as the potential earnings had diminished significantly. However, considering that 2,000 was still a sum of money, Ian ultimately chose to endure the situation, deciding to visit He Wenya less frequently in the future. Very well. Lawyer you have not erred in your calculations. It is indeed my oversight for not communicating effectively with you. As he spoke, Ian operated his phone. Before long, a notification chimed on He Wenya's phone. Ian stated, the money has been transferred. Please check. Lawyer we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Chapter 59. The coward. Upon leaving the CAF, the more Ian thought about the situation, the more irked he became. The amount of money was inconsequential to him, especially since he now had a system that could easily connect him with beautiful women. His frustration stemmed solely from He Wenya's audacity in taking advantage of him. Ian recognized that He Wenya was attempting to dissuade him from further engagement. As Ian sat in the car, a sudden idea struck him. What if he were to seek out He Wenya every day, even without any particular reason? Simply to engage in casual conversation for 5 minutes? What would He Wenya think? Ian was uncertain about her reaction, but the notion seemed to offer him a sense of relief, allowing her to ponder his intentions. Contemplating this, he glanced through the glass at He Wenya, still seated in the CAF, and felt his frustration dissipate, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He resolved to visit He Wenya daily, letting her speculate on his motives. Retreating in the face of difficulty? Absolutely not. After all, 2,000 was still money, and a mere 5 minutes after work was hardly a burden. Just wait, she would come to regret her decision to raise the price. With that thought, Ian waited for Li Xiaoran to finish up before starting the car to leave. On the way, Li Xiaoran observed him for a while before slowly speaking. Are you trying to pursue her? What? How could you think that? Ian paused, then continued, I'm just a lowly employee. I lack the means to pursue an elite lawyer like her. Naturally, Ian could not admit the truth, as Li Xiaoran was his primary objective in his current mission. Even if it seemed impossible, he felt compelled to try. Moreover, he genuinely liked Li Xiaoran, a sentiment he had harbored for many years. And now that he finally had a reason, he could not let it slip away. As he had mentioned to Xiaoidong, he would have no regrets even if he ultimately failed. Nonetheless, despite his firm resolve, Ian still hesitated to express his feelings to Li Xiaoran, fearing it would drive her away. Thus, he opted for a gradual approach, allowing her to acclimate to his presence. Furthermore, given that Li's mother had repeatedly borrowed Li Xiaoran's car, it was evident that she wished to foster their relationship, and he could not disappoint her good intentions. Hearing Yi's denial, Li Xiaoran furrowed her brow. Then why are you spending so much money to seek her out? This exceeds the average rate. And can't you see? She is deliberately raising her prices to deter you. Of course, I noticed. However, she is far more professional than I am. You already know a bit about my situation. It's quite complicated, Yian replied, briefly sharing how formidable Xiao Yidong's mother-in-law was. So, the injury on your face was caused by her? Li Xiaoran inquired. Yes. I merely intended to offer some advice, but that old woman just lunged at me. And before I could evade, she had already scratched me. You have no idea how sharp her nails are, Yian chuckled. Li Xiaoran fell silent for a moment before advising, you've already helped her considerably. It's time for you to step back. Being a good person doesn't mean bearing all the burdens. Yian was taken aback by Li Xiaoran's suggestion to withdraw. Although he was unsure if she genuinely cared, he could not abandon Xiao Yidong to face everything alone. Moreover, the situation had escalated to such an extent that withdrawing would be exceedingly difficult. Feigning nonchalance, Yian said, It's fine. Since I've come this far, I might as well see it through. Besides, you've raised my salary, so the attorney fees are manageable. He expected Li Xiaoran to continue the conversation, but she fell silent, lost in thought. Yian needed to focus on writing, unable to see her expression. Even if he could, he likely wouldn't discern much. After all, Li Xiaoran was not one to wear her emotions on her sleeve. Eventually, with Li Xiaoran no longer speaking, Yian found himself at a loss for words, and they both lapsed into silence, save for the sounds of honking cars around them. Until Li Xiaoran's figure vanished from sight, Yian couldn't muster the courage to call out to her. Finally, he smacked himself in frustration, muttering a curse under his breath, and begrudgingly rode away. Upon returning home, Yian began preparing dinner while contemplating how to inform Xiao Yitong about Xia Anren's willingness to share a rental. He also intended to work out. Having not visited the gym for 2 days, he had only lost a pound during that time. Although there was no weight rebound, the progress was sluggish, and he needed to accelerate his efforts, especially since he was eager to ride his motorcycle. However, when Yian knocked on Xia Anren's door with a meal in hand, he was surprised to find Xiao Yidong answering, clad in casual home attire. Yian stared in confusion, as he hadn't called or messaged Xiao Yidong to deliver food to Xia Anren. Logically, she shouldn't be here at this time. Xiao Yitong noticed Yi's bewilderment, glanced at the meal box he held, and turned to inquire of Xia Anren in the living room. Xiao Xia, didn't you message your brother to let him know he didn't need to bring you food? Huh? A voice came from inside. I did message brother Yi. Then, Xia Anren wheeled herself to the door, looking at the meal box in Yi's hands with curiosity. Brother Yi, didn't you see my message? All right. Yian realized that Xia Anren had met Xiao Yitong the previous day, and they had exchanged contact information. Given Xia Anren's nature, once she agreed, she wouldn't require Yi to notify Xiao Yitong. However, the speed of the arrangement was rather surprising. It hadn't even been a day since Xiao Yitong had moved in. Yet, speculation aside, Yian still asked, So, you've already moved in? That was quick. Yes. Xiao Xia messaged me around noon today. I initially intended to wait, but she feared that my husband's people would continue causing trouble. So she called a moving company to assist me. After saying this, Xiao Yitong turned back to reassure Xia Anren. Don't worry, Xiao Xia. I'll return the money to you as soon as I find a job. Sister Yitong, you're being too polite. I've said it's a small matter. You needn't concern yourself with it. If it weren't for your insistence, I wouldn't even consider accepting rent. Hearing their conversation, Yian was instinctively surprised. What money? What rent? What do you mean? Are you short on funds? Yian's blunt inquiry made Xiao Yitong's face flush with embarrassment, but fortunately, Xia Anren quickly came to her aid with an explanation. Sister Yitong, don't mind him. Brother, you might be a bit surprised, and blurted that out. Then, Xia Anren continued to clarify for Yian. Sister Yitong chose to leave without any possessions, only bringing a few of her wedding gifts. Actually, it's my fault for not discussing it with Sister Yitong first and contacting the moving company ahead of time. I didn't want the money, but she insisted on keeping things clear and wanted to sign an IOU. Why choose to leave everything behind? Yian was astonished again upon learning that Xiao Yitong had opted for a clean break. Isn't that unfair to him? After all, half of those assets rightfully belong to you. Even if you don't claim them, he wouldn't be grateful. Indeed, I'm curious too. Sister Yitong, why did you decide to leave everything behind? Xia Anren chimed in, her large eyes full of curiosity as they focused on Xiao Yidong. Yin had assumed Xia Anren would know, but Xiao Yitong had not shared it with her. Remembering the conversation between Xiao Yidong and her difficult mother-in-law from the previous night, it likely had something to do with her family. Hastily, he continued, "If you're unwilling to discuss it, that's perfectly fine. Well, it's not something I can't share. My father has been hospitalized for a long time, and his family used to cover the medical expenses. Now that I intend to divorce, it wouldn't be right to claim any of those assets." Upon hearing Xiao Yidong's explanation, Yin finally understood. It was indeed due to that circumstance. Last night, Xiao Yidong's malevolent mother-in-law seized upon this matter to coerce her into relinquishing her thoughts of divorce. Given Xiao Yidong's character, it was likely that she would retaliate. This thought caused Yin to furrow his brow once more. He genuinely wished to assist Xiao Yidong in resolving this issue, after all. A few million was hardly beyond his means. However, the question remained, would Xiao Yidong be willing to accept such help? Their relationship was still nascent, having only known each other for a few days, and they could merely be considered acquaintances. Though Xiao Yitong appeared to be a tragic and oppressed woman, deep within, she possessed remarkable strength and resilience, as evidenced by her silence during past domestic abuse. Suddenly, a thought struck Yin. He could offer her a job. After all, in the game, Xiao Yitong had followed him to achieve financial independence. Although this was no longer a virtual realm, Yin had already planned to start his own venture after being laid off. Failure would not deter him. He had a system that allowed him to earn money and start over. While his current funds were modest, they constituted enough capital to invest entirely. Assuming failure was not a consideration, he could adopt a hands-off approach, much like in the game. As this idea blossomed, Yin felt a surge of clarity. However, he knew he could not disclose this plan to Xiao Yidong just yet. Presenting her with a few million to embark on a business venture together was simply implausible. Moreover, he had obligations to Li Xiaoran and lacked the time to pursue such an endeavor. Most importantly, Xiao Yitong was already aware that he was merely a lowly office worker. If he were to suddenly produce such a sum, it would raise suspicions. People might wonder if he had robbed a bank to amass such wealth. Thus, Yin needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both parties. Ideally, he would like to remain in the shadows as a behind-the-scenes benefactor, allowing Xiao Yitong to manage the company while he continued to work alongside Li Xiaoran. After all, Xiao Yitong's abilities had already been validated within the game, and even if the venture failed, it would merely be considered a salary for Xiao Yitong. The more he contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed. Meanwhile, he maintained a facade of sympathy, encouraging Xiao Yitong to lift her spirits. Xia Anren mirrored his sentiments, expressing her support. "Sister Xiao, it doesn't matter if you leave with nothing. I believe you will rise to greatness one day." However, she quickly redirected the conversation. "Oh, let's not dwell on that. Sister Xiao has just moved in. We should celebrate. And Yi Gu, why are you still standing outside? Come in. Sister Xiao has just finished cooking, and we can all eat together. Missing a few meals won't hurt a weight loss plan." At the mention of a home-cooked meal, Yi's spirits momentarily soared, only to be dashed as he recalled his weight from the morning. He turned away, feeling compelled to leave, fearing he would succumb to temptation. Observing his retreating figure, Xia Anren exchanged glances with Xiao Yidong and chuckled. "Well, it seems Yi Gu has lost his chance for a feast. While I need to watch my figure as well. A day or two won't make a difference for me." The delicious food was just upstairs, yet he was relegated to a weight loss meal. Previously, he had not found the diet burdensome, especially with Xia Anren's company. However, now that she was indulging in a delightful meal while he was stuck with a bland diet, it stirred feelings of discontent within him. To quell this unease, Yin resolved to focus on how he could assist Xiao Yitong while slowly consuming his weight loss meal. He finished it quickly but still could not devise a method to help her without revealing his identity. After washing the dishes, Yin headed to the gym, determined not to delay his workout. Just as he reached the ground floor, his phone rang, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. What if it was the police? Originally, Wenya had suggested he undergo a full medical checkup, but time constraints had prevented him from doing so. If the authorities were inquiring about his injuries, how would he respond? He hesitantly retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely the logistics company calling. After a moment's thought, he realized it must be about his motorcycle. He answered the call and confirmed that his motorcycle had indeed arrived, and he was to pick it up himself. Feeling a bit disgruntled, Yin lamented the timing of the delivery. If it had arrived earlier, he could have taken Li Xiaoran for a spin, but now it was too late. Resigned, he continued on to the gym, planning to collect his motorcycle from the logistics company the following day. At the gym, he scouted for potential side quests while diligently exercising. Fortune smiled upon him, and he successfully identified 5 targets, earning 50,000 in the process before departing with a sense of satisfaction. By the time he returned home, it was already past 10. Initially, he intended to wash up and go straight to bed, but just as he lay down, a message from Xia Anren pinged on WeChat. Yiga, does your company need more staff? Sister Xiao hasn't worked since her marriage and lacks experience. If there's a suitable position, could you help her out? Setting aside the fact that there were no suitable roles for Xiao Yitong in his company, he had no intention of letting her in, as he was keen to reintegrate her into his plans. As he typed a response, an idea struck him. He could use Xia Anren as a messenger, thus preserving his anonymity. He quickly typed, "We don't have any positions for her, but I just thought of something." "What is it?" She replied eagerly. "I have a wealthy friend who owns a company. He doesn't want to manage it and is looking for someone to take charge, offering a high salary. But I'm unsure if Sister Xiao would be suitable." Although Xiao Yitong was a year older, it was appropriate for Yin to refer to her as Sister Xiao in this context, as they were not in a gaming world where familiarity was assumed. "Really? Hold on, I'll ask Sister Xiao what she studied in college." Xia Anren exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. "No, this is not how I envision things." Yin quickly initiated a video call with Xia Anren, hoping to halt her enthusiasm. Thankfully, she answered, her image appearing on the screen. She wore a delightfully revealing silk nightgown that accentuated her figure, causing Yin's heart to race. As an inexperienced man, he had never encountered such a scene before. And the sight of Xia Anren in that nightgown was undeniably provocative. Oblivious to his flustered state, she quizzically asked, "Yin, why are you video calling me? Please, do not directly approach Sister Xiao about this. I fear she might feel pressured, especially since I mentioned the job's high salary. If she knows I referred her, it could create an obligation she might resent. Your words seem to hold some truth." Summer Anren paused upon hearing Yin's remark, nodding in agreement. She continued, "So how should I inquire? Of course, I need to gather information indirectly. Above all, you must ensure she doesn't find out that this job was recommended by me, understood?" "All right, I comprehend. I shall ponder over it tonight and have a thorough discussion with Sister Xiao tomorrow. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. You should rest early and refrain from playing on your phone." Yin cast one last glance at Summer Anren's alluring figure before reluctantly ending the video call. The next morning, Yin was awakened by the persistent ringing of his alarm. The previous night, he had dreamt a rather vivid dream, courtesy of Summer Anren. It must be said that the allure of her silky nightwear had left a lingering impression on him. Today, however, Summer Anren did not call to accompany him downstairs for some fresh air. Seeing this, Yin decided to exercise alone. After his workout, Yin instinctively prepared ingredients for 2, only to realize, once he finished washing the vegetables, that he no longer needed to prepare a meal for Summer Anren. He then remembered that he had accepted 10,000 yuan from her for meals, and since only a few days had passed, it would be inappropriate to keep the money. After all, what if she started to overthink things? He certainly could not afford to lose out on the substantial financial contributions Summer Anren provided daily. No. Now that Xiao Yitong had moved in, that sum had doubled. Initially, Yin planned to visit after work, but glancing at the time, he ultimately decided to postpone his visit until after his shift. That way, he could also wrap up the subplots involving both Xiao Yitong and Summer Anren. It was still early, and who knew if Xiao Yitong was even awake yet? With that thought, Yin stepped out of his apartment. However, upon seeing his small electric scooter downstairs, he recalled that his motorcycle was still at the logistics center, and retrieving it after work would be rather time-consuming. Moreover, he also needed to undergo a full medical checkup, which would further delay matters. On top of that, the plan to re-establish Xiao Yitong under his wing needed to commence, necessitating the registration of a company, considering his claims of being a wealthy second-generation heir were mere fabrications. As these trivial matters swirled in his mind, Yin felt a bit disoriented. In the past, he had little to concern himself with. His days revolved solely around work and socializing with Li Yi over drinks, leaving him feeling empty. Now, with the system in place, he found his life filled with various engagements. Yet, he felt no aversion to this newfound busyness. After some contemplation, Yin resolved to tackle all his errands in one go. He took out his phone and called Li Xiaoran. "Sister Xiaoran, I have some personal matters to attend to at noon. May I request a leave of absence?" Chapter 62. Encountering an acquaintance at the hospital, Yin reached out to Li Xiaoran. "Sister Xiaoran, I need to handle some personal matters at noon, so I would like to request a leave of absence." "What is it?" Do you need any assistance? As the saying goes, having connections makes things easier, and indeed it was true. Li Sharan, without hesitation, readily approved Yian's request for leave and even inquired if he required assistance. That won't be necessary. I just need to make a trip to the logistics company and, while I'm at it, undergo a checkup at the hospital. Upon hearing Yian's explanation, Li Shaoran remained silent. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Yian glanced at the small electric scooter before decisively leaving the community and hailing a cab. He even gave the scooter a gentle kick before departing. If the scooter had thoughts, it would surely have hurled a few choice words at Yian. Cads forget their old flames when a new love comes along. Remember when you rode me? Cough, cough. Back to the point. Yian exited the community and called for a ride straight to the logistics company. The logistics company was vast, and after inquiring with several staff members, he finally located his beloved motorcycle. The moment he laid eyes on it, he was struck by its sleek lines and imposing structure. It was simply stunning. Yian eagerly mounted the bike, caressing its body as if it were his beloved. This had been his childhood dream, and now it was a reality. He ignited the engine, twisting the throttle, and a roar akin to a wild beast erupted. The sound prompted nearby staff members to pause their work and steal glances. Every man harbors a motorcycle dream, and this was no exception. They cast envious looks his way. Yet, they couldn't help but find the sight of a portly man atop such a stylish bike a bit incongruous. Naturally, they kept their thoughts to themselves. At that moment, a staff member approached Yian, admiring the motorcycle while inquiring, "Brother, how much did this bike cost?" "Not too much. Just around 100,000. Not too much? You must be quite wealthy then. With that amount, you could buy a small car, which would surely be more comfortable." The staff member silently added, "And why is a fat guy riding such a sleek motorcycle? Isn't that a bit absurd?" From the staff member's expression, Yian could guess what was going through his mind, but he paid it no mind, interpreting it as envy. "I'm not fond of small cars. They tend to get stuck in traffic. This bike is far superior, stylish, and free of congestion." "Indeed." The staff member nodded perfunctorily. Yian, uninterested in impressing a mere staff member, dismounted, retrieved 2 helmets and various odds and ends from the bike's compartment, and said to the staff member, "All right. I must be off. Kindly help tidy up the remaining mess. Thank you." As he donned the helmet, he revved the engine and departed with flair. Once outside the logistics park, Yian was initially hesitant to speed, aware that recklessness on a motorcycle could lead to dire consequences. However, as he grew accustomed to the roar of the engine, he gradually picked up speed. Fortunately, the logistics park was located in the outskirts, where traffic was sparse, allowing him to indulge in the thrill. Upon entering the city, Yian finally allowed himself to reduce speed, heading toward the hospital. Although undergoing a full medical checkup was time-consuming, registering a company was no quick task either. The process was quite intricate. He figured he could afford to take his time with the application. Upon arriving at the hospital, the roar of his motorcycle immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Yian felt a surge of joy within him. Though his weight gave him a somewhat comical appearance, he believed that once he shed the excess pounds, those gazes would transform into admiration. After parking, Yian entered the hospital. It was just noon, yet the facility was bustling with activity. Nurses weaving through the throngs of people. Initially, Yian had contemplated seeking out several attractive nurses to further his subplot, but now it seemed like a fanciful notion. How could he expect to have a 5-minute conversation with someone so busy? Thus, he dismissed the idea of pursuing subplots and approached the hospital reception to inquire about the full-body checkup process. Just then, a female doctor approached. Though she wore a mask, her youthful skin and figure suggested she was around his age. Yian couldn't help but steal an extra glance. The doctor, who had been coordinating with a nurse, noticed Yian's gaze, paused in surprise, and without hesitation, called out his name. "Yian? Huh." Yian was equally taken aback, looking at the doctor in confusion. "Who are you?" Yian pondered for a moment, realizing he did not know any women in the medical field. The only acquaintances he had were a few girls from the neighboring medical college during his university days, and they were not particularly close. Moreover, those young women were not from this area, so it was unlikely they would work here. The female doctor, noticing Yian's puzzled expression, momentarily forgot she was wearing a mask and quickly pointed at her smiling face, saying, "It's me. Don't you recognize me?" Yian stared at her, speechless. "You didn't take off your mask and didn't even mention your name. How could I possibly recognize you?" After saying this, Yian became even more confounded, scrutinizing the small portion of her forehead that was visible. From her fair forehead, it was evident that she must be a stunning woman. yet he had no recollection of her. He even began to doubt his own memory. Ordinarily, he would remember beautiful girls, and she looked somewhat familiar. There was no way he could forget her. Upon hearing Yian's words, the doctor realized she still had her mask on and hurriedly pulled it down, revealing her flawless, fair complexion. She then beamed at Yian and asked, "Do you recognize me now?" Yian remained silent for a moment, meticulously searching through his memories, before ultimately shaking his head. "I still don't have any impression." "Well, I suppose I have changed too much for you to recognize me," the doctor said, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "Actually, I am Tong Jingming. Surely you haven't forgotten my name?" Chapter 63. The ugly duckling has transformed into a beautiful swan. Tong Jingming. Upon hearing this name, Yian appeared somewhat bewildered, and a chubby, yet endearing face flashed through his mind, leading him to exclaim in disbelief. "You are Tong Jingming? How is that possible? You were so overweight back then." He abruptly halted mid-sentence, yet his astonished gaze continued to assess Tong Jingming's figure. Internally, he marveled, is this truly the same person? However, Tong Jingming seemed unperturbed by Yian's scrutiny. In fact, she twirled around in front of him, showcasing her exquisite figure. "What do you think? Quite a transformation, isn't it?" "This can't merely be termed a transformation. It must be a complete overhaul," Yian blurted out. His astonishment was understandable, for Tong Jingming had been even heavier than him back then, her figure described aptly as a barrel. Yet now, she had slimmed down remarkably, becoming quite beautiful. Their initial acquaintance had been rather amusing. Tong Jingming was a student from the adjacent medical college. At that time, one of Yian's dormitory mates had befriended a girl from Tong Jingming's dormitory, and in his pursuit of her, he orchestrated various social gatherings. Yian and Tong Jingming, both being the chubby friends, were invited simply to fill the numbers. Thus, they became friends. Back then, Tong Jingming was quite an insecure girl, and as a fellow overweight individual, Yian understood the sting of ridicule. However, his inner strength remained unaffected. Tong Jingming, on the other hand, struggled with her self-esteem. Yian would often chat with her, offering encouragement, until their paths diverged upon graduation. Who would have imagined that the once ugly duckling had now transformed into a beautiful swan? Upon hearing Yian's remark, Tong Jingming's expression momentarily soured. Though her eyes still twinkled with amusement, clearly intending to tease him, she placed her hands on her hips and looked at Yian, saying, "What? Are you so envious of my successful weight loss that you call it a transformation? Why not say I've become a different person altogether?" "Humph. All right, I stand corrected. I was merely taken aback and spoke without thinking," Yian replied. But honestly, this is beyond mere transformation. He understood Tong Jingming's personality well enough to know that she would not genuinely be upset with him. While conversing, Yian also decided to check Tong Jingming's rating through the system, for even without makeup, she was undeniably beautiful, and her score surely wouldn't be low. Name: Tong Jingming. Age: 24. Facial evaluation: flawless. Figure evaluation: gracefully curvaceous. Temperament evaluation: radiantly charming. Overall evaluation: 89 points. What is this? How can her temperament be rated as ordinary, yet her overall score reaches 89 points? Upon seeing Tong Jingming's evaluation, Yian was utterly astonished. More so than when he first encountered Li Xiron's rating. It was known that temperament significantly influences overall scores. Generally, a woman with facial features rated above 80 points would have an overall score in the low 70s if her temperament was rated as ordinary. Yet, despite Tong Jingming's ordinary temperament score, her overall score was an astonishing 89 points, just shy of 90. How could this be? Yian had never encountered such a situation before, even after witnessing numerous beauties in the game. Could it be related to her flawless facial evaluation? As he contemplated the unprecedented perfect evaluation, Yian began to speculate. Although the system did not provide explicit definitions, he had discerned some patterns through his extensive gaming experience. First, unparalleled beauty could be considered the highest evaluation for facial features. He had only seen this in Li Xiron in reality and found only one instance in the game. This was beyond dispute. Secondly, the highest evaluation for figure was gracefully curvaceous. Even the most perfect figures Yian had encountered were classified as such, with no other descriptors. Lastly, the temperament evaluation had no definitive high or low, as it could be cultivated over time, although it was quite challenging. With dedication, it could still be developed, making it the most significant factor in overall scoring. Typically, the temperament evaluation was rated as radiantly charming, which could be considered an average rating. Yet, the emergence of the flawless facial evaluation left Yian perplexed. He could not comprehend the system's logic. Clearly, Unparalleled beauty was the highest rating for facial features. However, Tong Jingming's flawless rating disrupted Yi Yan's previous notions, causing him to feel somewhat insecure. Could it be that flawless is indeed the highest evaluation for facial features? Yi Yan found himself pondering this possibility, reassessing his earlier assumptions. After all, flawless did seem to merit the highest rating. It was, after all, exceptionally perfect. Yet, such a score should not be possible. Even if flawless is the highest rating, it should not elevate a woman with an ordinary temperament to 89 points. Yi Yan felt a headache coming on, utterly baffled by the system's scoring criteria. Meanwhile, Tong Jingming, noticing Yi Yan's renewed teasing, quickly retaliated, "By the way, why are you still so overweight? I've lost weight, yet you're still the same as before. Wasn't it you who said that with determination, losing weight would be no issue? Indeed, it is not an issue. Previously, there was no need, but I have now begun my weight loss journey, and the results are promising. I believe I will succeed in a few months. How can I trust that?" Tong Jingming had not finished her sentence when a nurse at the front desk interjected. "Dr. Tong, it's time for your rounds." Oh dear, I nearly forgot my duties." Tong Jingming lightly tapped her forehead, then reached for a file from the front desk while saying to Yi Yan, "I must go now." With that, she hurriedly departed, file in hand. Yi Yan gazed at the departing figure of Tong Jingming, feeling somewhat speechless. He hadn't even completed his side mission, and she had already left. However, the thought of being able to continue later alleviated his concerns, and he turned to inquire about a full-body examination from the nurse. Before he could speak, the nurse, with a curious expression, asked him, "Yi Yan, Mr. Yi, right? How did you come to know Dr. Tong?" Chapter 64. What do you mean by taking a picture? Seeing the nurse's inquisitive demeanor, Yi Yan became puzzled. After all, they were merely old classmates. What was there to gossip about? Nevertheless, he explained, our schools were adjacent, and we met during a social event. There's nothing particularly special about it, though you seem quite intrigued. Of course I'm curious. Dr. Tong has many admirers. They often come to see her under the pretense of needing medical attention, and she has never behaved this way with any other man," exclaimed the nurse, mimicking Tong Jingming's earlier display of confidence. "That is simply because we are familiar with each other. She feels more comfortable around me," Yi Yan thought. Unwilling to divulge that Tong Jingming had once been quite overweight. To deflect the nurse's probing further, he quickly inquired, "Where should I go for the full-body examination?" The nurse, momentarily disappointed by the topic shift, maintained her professionalism and replied, "You don't need to worry about that. After Dr. Tong finishes her rounds, she can take you for the examination. With her assistance, it will be quicker." Hearing that it would expedite the process brought joy to Yi Yan, and he patiently waited at the front desk. The nurse was eager to pry into Yi Yan's past with Tong Jingming, attempting to lure him into sharing details about her. Yi Yan, however, was adept at deflecting inquiries. Yet, the nurse was relentless, and with a little coaxing, he managed to glean some information about Tong Jingming's recent life. It was no wonder the nurse was so curious about their relationship. Tong Jingming had always kept a distance from other men, rarely engaging with them since starting her career. Yet, upon meeting Yi Yan, she not only smiled but also showcased her figure. The nurse was naturally astonished and intrigued. Understanding this, Yi Yan could empathize with Tong Jingming. After all, she had once been an overweight girl, overlooked by everyone, even bullied by her roommate. Though they appeared friendly, her roommate secretly held her in contempt. This experience had led to Tong Jingming's deep-seated insecurities, which gradually dissipated as she developed a friendship with Yi Yan, rebuilding her confidence through their conversations. Yi Yan chuckled inwardly at the remarkable transformation she had undergone. After engaging in small talk with the nurse, he realized she lacked the necessary qualifications to progress his storyline, as her rating was only in the 60s. After a long wait, he thought, "I expected you to become a bit impatient." Tong Jingming smiled at Yi Yan, her eyes sparkling even behind her mask. "Oh, not at all. I came here for a checkup. Waiting is part of the process," he replied. "Checkup?" Only then did Tong Jingming realize, glancing at Yi Yan's slightly anxious demeanor. "What seems to be the problem? Come with me, and I'll take a good look at you." With that, she took his hand and led him toward her office, seemingly unfazed by the nurse's astonished gaze. Yi Yan, feeling helpless, noted how soft and delicate her hand was, but he quickly released it to explain, "No, I merely came for a full-body examination. It's nothing serious." Tong Jingming looked at him in confusion. "A physical examination?" She then glanced at Yi Yan's round belly. "Well, yes, your weight certainly warrants one. There are many diseases associated with obesity. Early detection can lead to timely treatment." "What are you talking about? I am well aware of my body. I'm in excellent shape. I just came to— Ian instinctively began to explain his reason for the examination, but caught himself and shook his head. Never mind. It's pointless to discuss this with you. Seeing Ian's hesitation, Tong Jingming was about to press for more information when she noticed the nurse's astonished expression and quickly realized this was not the place for such a conversation. All right then, come with me. I'll give you a thorough examination, she said. Ian eagerly accepted this directive, nodding in agreement. Great, we can catch up. Following Tong Jingming into her office, she picked up a stethoscope and commanded, lift your shirt. Wait, does a full-body checkup really require a stethoscope? I just wanted a simple examination, nothing more, Ian protested. He was confident in his health. He felt great and had no issues. He merely sought a routine checkup. How can it not be necessary? I'm the doctor here, not you. If you want an examination, lift your shirt quickly, she insisted. Listening, doesn't he require lifting my shirt, does it? Ian was bewildered by Tong Jingming's insistence and felt a twinge of resistance. Noting that other doctors typically did not require patients to remove their clothing during such procedures. Upon hearing his words, Tong Jingming shot him a piercing look and, without further ado, reached for his shirt to lift it. Ian instinctively attempted to stop her, but the threatening glint in her eyes made him hesitate. Consequently, he remained still as she began to maneuver the stethoscope across his abdomen. Despite her serious demeanor, Ian felt as though she was taking advantage of him, given that her hands were practically glued to his belly. However, he dared not express his discomfort, as Tong Jingming was undeniably stunning. And it was inconceivable that she would be interested in him in such a manner. Perhaps her concern stemmed from their past interactions, where he had encouraged her. After a considerable time, Tong Jingming finally removed the stethoscope. See, nothing wrong, yet you insisted on this, she remarked. However, your belly. She suddenly raised her hand and playfully patted Ian's stomach before continuing. It's getting bigger. You weren't this overweight before. I suggest you control your diet and make a firm decision to lose weight. Otherwise, you risk obesity. Ian was taken aback by her unexpected gesture, staring at her in disbelief. What do you mean by that? We've hardly met in person, and we mainly chat on our phones. Why are you touching me? You just mentioned you were trying to lose weight, she replied with a smile. Chapter 65. The promise of old. Ian suspected that Tong Jingming was taking liberties under the guise of a medical examination. Yet he had no evidence to support this theory. After all, he was a hefty guy, and she was a stunning beauty. It seemed implausible that she would take advantage of him in such a manner. Despite being close friends on WeChat, they had hardly met face to face. Tong Jingming, noticing Ian's slight frustration, smiled and stood up. All right, follow me. I'll take you for the remaining tests. We'll ensure everything is in order. That is unnecessary. A few tests will suffice, he replied. Under Tong Jingming's guidance, Ian completed all necessary examinations in under an hour. During the process, they exchanged updates about their lives. Ian initially intended to await the results, but to his surprise, Tong Jingming said, tomorrow? Ian's brow furrowed as he hesitated. Could you possibly expedite the process for me? I want to have time tomorrow, and it's not feasible for me to take another day off. Even if I wished to, my supervisor would never allow it. Although Tong Jingming's comprehensive rating can facilitate the side quest, Ian truly lacks the time to attend. Furthermore, it seems rather unappealing for Ian to take such a convoluted route for a mere 10,000 yuan. He would rather spend that time in the gym, seeking out a couple of targets, or perhaps engaging with colleagues at the office. 10,000 yuan can be earned elsewhere. Moreover, he feels somewhat uncomfortable having face-to-face conversations with Tong Jingming. Upon hearing Ian's words, Tong Jingming cast him a suspicious glance before responding. Even if I were to help you, it would have to be in the afternoon. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly proposed, how about this? You provide me with your home address, and I can drop it off after work. Would that work for you? You would deliver it to me? Ian furrowed his brow, sensing there was more to her offer than met the eye. As a doctor, Tong Jingming likely had little free time. Despite not having officially transitioned to her new role, she was still required to be on call. So why would she be so kind as to deliver it personally? Even mailing it would be more convenient than her making the trip. Mailing? The idea of mailing sparked a light in Ian's mind. Yes, that is a viable option. He promptly took the pen from Tong Jingming's desk, scribbling down his address on a piece of paper while saying to her, you're quite busy, so there's no need for you to make the trip. Instead, once the health report is ready, you can mail it to me. I'll transfer the postage to you later tonight. Your WeChat is still the same, right? That hasn't changed, but Tong Jingming wanted to say something more. Yet Ian glanced at the time on his phone and interjected. As he spoke, Yian had already exited Tong Jingming's office, leaving her no time for further conversation. However, just as he reached the door, Tong Jingming finally reacted, hurriedly standing up to call after him. Yian, wait. What is it? Yian paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. Do you remember our initial agreement? The initial agreement? Yian searched through his memory but could not recall any such promise with Tong Jingming. Not even a fleeting impression remained. Yet, since she had brought it up, it was evident he had indeed committed to something. Regrettably, he had forgotten. Reluctantly, Yian inquired, what agreement? You know, our conversation was quite broad. Some points I remember, but others elude me. Previously, Yian had simply sought to engage with the chubby girl, resulting in a wide-ranging discussion, which left him with no recollection of any specific agreement. Upon hearing his response, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Tong Jingming's eyes, yet she forced a smile. Yian grew even more perplexed. However, he was disinclined to dwell on it. Having noticed Tong Jingming's transformation into a slimmer and more attractive version of herself, he felt she required no further encouragement from him. Nodding, he departed the hospital. Subsequently, Yian headed to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to fill out the necessary materials for company registration. This was a straightforward task, yet he hadn't quite decided on the type of company to establish. After some consideration, he resolved to adopt a template from a gaming company and register a technology firm. After all, technology encompasses various sectors, and as long as it pertains to technology, he needn't worry about the specifics. Yian was in no rush, and after nodding to himself, he exited the bureau. Stepping outside, he looked up to see the sun had reached its zenith. Lunchtime was approaching, prompting him to head towards the office. Upon returning to the company, he arrived just in time for lunch. As he surveyed the meal on his tray, Yian felt a surge of joy, not merely because he could enjoy a meal at the company's expense, but because he was fortunate enough to arrive at this moment. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, he was startled by the unmistakably icy voice of Li Shaoran from behind him. Have you finished taking care of everything? Yian jumped at the sudden address and turned around, hastily responding, yes, I've taken care of most of it. The subsequent steps for registering the company can be handled online, so I won't need to take any further time off. In truth, he could have managed the application materials online, but today was an opportune moment to address other matters in person and discuss the situation. Now that he had gathered sufficient information, he could proceed online for the remaining steps. Li Shaoran sat across from Yian, undeterred by the gaze of others, and continued speaking. Upon hearing her words, Yian was momentarily taken aback before bursting with excitement. Naturally, he dared not display his enthusiasm overtly, maintaining a serious expression as he nodded solemnly. All right, I'll ensure to bring a few talented individuals to you, Sister Shaoran. Chapter 66. You seem quite happy, Yian hurriedly assured her. Although he was uncertain why Li Shaoran had suddenly changed her mind, it was undeniably excellent news for him. After 2 days of restraint, he could finally engage in side quests in other departments. The thought of earning several tens of thousands of yuan in the afternoon filled Yian with such joy that he unconsciously finished the meal on his tray, even instinctively considering returning for more. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly remembered his commitment to dieting. In the afternoon, Yian first collected the 10,000 yuan from Guan Yao before promptly visiting other departments. As for potential candidates, Yian already had a few in mind. After all, he had frequently been called to other departments even before Li Shaoran arrived. While he wouldn't claim to know most individuals in the company, he was familiar with several capable ones, so he dedicated his time to conversing with attractive women to complete side quests. Yet, for some unknown reason, the beautiful ladies who had previously been willing to engage with him suddenly seemed disinterested. One or two could be dismissed, but even his closest friend, Sui, was acting the same way. Although Yian, with his tenacity, managed to chat with them for a full 5 minutes upon encountering Sui's similar demeanor, he could no longer contain himself. Why do you seem so unwilling to talk to me? Have I offended you in any way? Surely you don't dislike me this much? Dislike you? That is hardly the case. Sui glanced at Yi and while munching on snacks and watching a drama on her computer. Then why are you so reluctant to engage with me? This question caused Sui to pause her snacking, her expression wavering slightly. But seeing Yian's puzzled face, she ultimately set down her snacks and replied, You already have such a beautiful girlfriend in Manager Li. Why would you come to bother me? Although we could never be together, I find your actions a bit hard to accept. Girlfriend? Bother you? Yian was immediately at a loss for words. What on earth was happening? How could she think I was bothering her? Before he could finish his thoughts, Sui interrupted him. You specifically came from your investment department to find me. And you claim you aren't trying to bother me? Ian suddenly felt at a loss for how to explain himself. It was true. His intentions had been rather transparent, and he had approached Sue directly. It was no surprise that she had misunderstood, even if he intended it that way. All right, let us set that aside for now. I'm unsure how to clarify things. I assure you, I had no intention of bothering you. Also, Manager Lee is not my girlfriend, so please don't spread that rumor. If she finds out, I'll be in trouble. Ian was not exaggerating. This was a genuine concern. In truth, he wished for the entire company to believe that Lee Xiaoran was his girlfriend, allowing him to seize the opportunity to confess his feelings. However, alas, he lacked the courage to do so, although Lee Xiaoran had never lost her temper with him. Those who understood her knew that she seldom exhibited anger, yet she could make one grasp the essence of the Ice Age. Lee was particularly attuned to this. During their drinking sessions, he would often vent about Lee Xiaoran. Thus Ian, though he had not experienced it firsthand, had certainly heard tales about her demeanor. Isn't Manager Lee your girlfriend? Sue cast a skeptical glance at Ian, then furrowed her brows. Besides a romantic relationship, I can think of no other reason. If you claim to be merely friends, I advise you to refrain from further explanations, for I must be frank, you seem a bit unworthy. Sue spoke bluntly. Yet her words were grounded in truth. Under normal circumstances, Ian indeed did not seem fit to befriend someone like Lee Xiaoran, who was akin to a graceful swan, while he was merely an ugly duckling from a muddy pond. However, their acquaintance was not forged under ordinary circumstances. They had grown up together, playing since childhood. So, was it truly problematic for them to be friends? What perplexed Ian was why Sue preferred to believe they were in a romantic relationship rather than simply friends. Before he could voice his confusion, Sue continued, I am genuinely curious. How did you manage to win over Manager Lee? Did you begin pursuing her even before she joined the company? Ian found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only respond. I have already stated, we are just friends, not in a romantic relationship. Moreover, do you truly believe that with my physique, Manager Lee would find me appealing? Not necessarily. While you may be a bit overweight, you are not unattractive. There are women who find you appealing, and who knows, perhaps Manager Lee. Stop. Ian hastily interrupted Sue, his expression one of exasperation, despite his repeated clarifications. Sue seemed to take in his words with one ear and let them out the other, steadfast in her belief. Yet, one could hardly blame her. After all, everyone possesses an innate curiosity and tends to believe what they choose, disregarding others' explanations. Think as you wish, should this reach Manager Lee's ears. Do not say I did not warn you. Handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing the completion of his task, Ian could no longer be bothered to elaborate. He offered a final piece of advice to Sue before decisively turning away. As Sue watched Ian depart, a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. What had Ian come to her for, really? It seemed he had said something. Yet it also felt as though he had said nothing at all, merely offering explanations that were, for the most part, trivial, unless he genuinely intended to pursue her. But he had just asserted that he had no such intentions, and judging by his demeanor, he appeared truthful. Sue found herself puzzled by Ian. Had he truly come simply to chat with no ulterior motives? Returning to the office, Ian was in a state of discontent. The reason others had distanced themselves from him turned out to be due to Lee Xiaoran. While he was somewhat pleased that the rumor was spreading, he also dreaded Lee Xiaoran's frigid gaze. However, Ian soon realized he had fallen into a misconception. Upon recognizing this, his spirits lifted considerably. Although the subsequent side quests might prove challenging, he was unfazed. He had already grasped the essence of engaging in bold conversation. With sufficient audacity, they would have no choice but to interact with him. You seem rather content. Chapter 67. I seek a note from the chairman. Ian was startled, quickly responding. In the skies above the bustling commercial district of the capital, a foundational-level cultivator soared through the air on a flying sword, while on the ground, hundreds of armed national security personnel were poised for action. Ing Zheng nearly leaped from his chair. Though he continued to smile, the expression on his face was strained. Upon entering the iron room, Bai Fu cast a casual glance at Fu Shi, followed by a survey of the food before Fu Shi and the two siblings standing silently nearby. Dream, please do not cry. Shall I help you deal with those who have wronged you? Yichen gently wiped away the tears from Meng's delicate face. A vendor was pushing a cart towards the brick kiln, bringing along plates, bowls, and several jars. As soon as the words left Shimu's mouth, two soldiers rushed in from behind, pointing their guns directly at Xiao Feng. Jiang Yu set down his massive silver sword. its metallic fibers unfurling and enveloping the king of armor, progressively invading its mind, destroying its flesh and bone, and penetrating deeper. Fool, are you itching for a fight? Do you wish for me to teach you a lesson? Sun Wukong's expression darkened. The cashier, holding an axe, picked up a nail, eyeing it to see if it would suffice for the task. After securing the nail, he glanced at the wall, where the scroll was to be affixed. In the Eurasian continent, becoming a magician was tantamount to ascending to nobility. Even without titles or ranks, one could enjoy the privileges of the aristocracy anywhere. This time, a total of 6 colleagues accompanied Qiao Fei, yet now only 3 remained, one of whom had sustained a severe leg injury, with an artery pierced. Without timely medical attention, he would soon bleed out. Yes, after capturing the capital, we can hold our ground and await the approaching army, but the capital is filled with the 9 Li people. Shui Muxiao explained, turning to Zishuan. Could you carry out the massacre of an entire city? He did not dare to act. There was not a single person around who did not harbor doubts about his words. Regrettably, that plan never came to fruition. The ghostly attire guards suffered catastrophic losses, which now seemed to have benefited the Celestial Empire. Order the dishes and pour some wine. Let us toast 3 times. Lin Chung was indifferent. As long as Bagu drank, he would accompany him. Hu Xinzhuang was even more resolute. He would never show weakness in front of Wang Weiying's brother. A simple military punch, yet it carried the might of thunder, rivaling the earlier blow that had felled Sean Bin. I felt a sudden chill sweep across my back, the cold contrasting sharply with the searing heat from the flames ahead, causing me to shiver. Looking up, I saw the valley above in chaos. The icebound snow sculpture was infuriated upon hearing this. Subdue me? You think a mere 5th-tier fighter can accomplish that? However, the creature's gaze remained fixated on the flame in Long Tianxiang's hand. What sort of technique was this? It was terrifying. Chapter 68. Have you spent the betrothal money? Just as Ian was about to turn and leave, Li Shaoran followed closely behind. Let us go together. I would like to see what kind of car you have. Ian naturally had no objections and entered the elevator alongside Li Shaoran. Soon, they arrived downstairs. Upon seeing Yi's motorcycle, Li Shaoran expressed her confusion. Thus, upon the arrival of Shi Bei and the others, their first course of action was to pay respects to El Shujing, both parties behaving as if no one else existed. In the previous days, Enai Feng had already discussed matters with Long Ting. Upon their exit, they would send the Xuanwu and Qi Long generals to oversee the situation here. Their absence from the military camp was unacceptable, but fortunately, there had been no news of foreign invasions in the last half-month. Thank you, brother Enai. After hearing Enai Feng's words, Ba Xiangquan sighed in relief and clasped his fists in gratitude. Entering was a gaunt old man, impeccably dressed, with neatly combed gray-white hair, resembling a traditional gentleman commonly found in the countryside of the capital city of Stockholm. As the lives of nobles and knights gradually became more leisurely and extravagant, accompanied by the rise of merchants and the bourgeoisie, a collective dissatisfaction emerged with the rigid narratives of saintly dramas. The audience began to yearn for stories that were more innovative, thrilling, accessible, and relatable. Li Riji nodded in agreement. Though he perceived that the county magistrate appeared to be a master of bureaucratic rhetoric, which did not hinder his enthusiastic assent. The demon lord, after finishing his drink in one gulp, displayed a robust demeanor. Following his lead, the other 3 domain commanders also raised their glasses to Enai Feng, who welcomed their toast without reservation. This provided a peculiar experience, as the omnipresent wind intertwined with the expanding mental energy, seemingly amplifying his auditory perception 1,000-fold. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds and movements flooded his awareness. Upon exiting the airport, Ying instructed the others to head to the hotel for rest while he made his way to Jiang Choer's residence. Never mind. I'm hungry after counting for so long. Let us go have a drink, he declared. Bao Chung pulled along Shi Jinbao and Go Hua toward their destination. You're the real turtle here. My boss doesn't stoop to your level. The hefty man spat disdainfully. Farewell, your highness, the prince chuckled lightly, waving his hand at Zhong Li Shuo as he exited. Lu Mingjiao, feeling jubilant, nestled against Li Yi, playfully saying, you too should be happy. Dr. Huang snorted dismissively and shut his eyes, ceasing his conversation with Takagi Junichiro, who also fell silent. I seek Ling Hu Ishue regarding some matters, Yifeng remarked, smiling coldly at Ling Feng, who suddenly blocked his path. Faced with Hannah's resolute expression, Badak felt helpless and reassured her, do not fear, grandfather will stand up for you. Come, comrades, it's time to eat, called the cooks, bringing 2 baskets of steamed buns and 2 buckets of porridge. However, no one moved, not even casting a glance in their direction. "Please, this way," the shopkeeper hastily guided them upstairs, where they settled into a private room. Shortly thereafter, the medicinal herbs requested by when Rinya arrived, once again charged to the card. "I cannot believe I have become so powerful," Lu Sha thought, astonished by the unprecedented strength he now possessed, magnitudes greater than his previous abilities. Even the sorcerer who once outclassed him would likely stand no chance against this newfound power. Chapter 69. Are you insulting me? A mere chat? He Wenyaz was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by Yi and S intentions. Initially, he had approached her under the guise of seeking legal advice, only to return for 2 consecutive days with a stunning beauty to provoke her. While still discussing various legal matters, he insisted on visiting her in person for matters that could have been easily articulated over the phone. What was his true motive? He Wenyaz speculated on Yi and S intentions. Although it remained uncertain whether those selected for direct contact with chaos would undergo psychological mutations, the intensifying conflict between the homeland and chaos rendered such protective measures seemingly futile. The individual tasked with receiving Merinos was an elf, or more accurately, a local rabbit spirit. In the following days, the 2 dined together at the same table and shared a bed, their mutual understanding and affection growing steadily. Their arrival was indeed timely. 6 tri-stage thorny lions, having utilized light healing, were significantly fatigued after being jointly worn down by Chu Nan and Enroxuan. After detoxifying Tang Meyer and the others, they hastily closed their eyes to recuperate their spiritual energy. Indeed, I never anticipated that there would still be those who recognized it, Xianyuan Buffon proclaimed proudly, glancing at the peculiar weapon in his hand. Why should he be the only one who is loved? What about her? Can her love ever be as profound as his? He found himself desperately eager to uncover the truth. Hu Ling Tian gasped for breath, cold sweat cascading down his body. Had that attack landed, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Roughly pushing aside the obstructive Feng Wuxin, he stood before the 2, his curiosity burning intensely. Akin to 2 high-wattage floodlights glaring at Yu Chanqian, she had already instructed the Xiao family in Port City to contact prominent families in Rome, seeking to locate Gui and Miao Miao. Unlike previous stays in the residences of the Shui family or sleeping outdoors, this time, Yu Junjing had instead chosen a prestigious inn in the city for lodging. Though he outwardly appeared indifferent to Zhao's dual assault during the 6 Kingdoms alliance, he placed immense importance on it, perhaps even more than Zhao Ho himself, fully aware of the strategic implications for annihilating Qin. He first employed a secret technique to restore Zhao Hong to normalcy, albeit this normal was merely relative to his former state. The wolf-headed figure squinted, muscles taut, evading the golden dagger and launching a massive fist toward Wu Ying's abdomen. Eager to inquire about the situation, yet hesitant to interrupt their duel, he resolved to wait for the outcome before deciding. It was precisely this scent that piqued the mole's curiosity, prompting him to uncover who lay beneath the blanket. The crowd unanimously praised, chanting Amit Ba, while I silently scoffed. Were not their hands stained with blood, their desires for wealth, power, and carnal pleasures insatiable, all while feigning enlightenment here? What are you talking about? Is such a thing even possible? Zhou Meiyun was momentarily taken aback by these words, hastily rejecting the notion. Shiyu? Is that the name of the young man? Yet Chen Hui appeared utterly oblivious to his own identity. How then did they know his name? It was simple enough, just check the ID in his wallet. A familiar shadow flitted by, and when she looked again, the place was empty. Chapter 70. Do you have someone you like? She had no other recreational activities. Previously, her life revolved solely around studying, and now it was reduced to work and staying at home. He had once been one with Bic, and he was acutely aware of Bic's formidable strength. After all these years, the impending cataclysm facing Earth was beyond his control. The room was filled with a faint, fragrant aroma, enveloped in silence, with a few flickering candles casting weak light. A sliver of morning light streamed through the curtain-s gap, dispelling the night-s gloom. Sanchi placed the tray on the table, extinguished the candles, and silently stood guard. Earlier, upon seeing you seated on the rooftop for so long, did something weigh heavily on your mind? The elder hesitated before asking, as he only knew that martial artists required movement and constant practice. While he had never encountered a practitioner before. Who told you that? He is the leader of this branch. Xiang Xiangna exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Yi Yao? Under the impression that I was merely concerned about being discovered sneaking in, failed to notice my unusual expression and reluctantly closed the wooden door behind us, leading me toward the jade condensation hall. Hey, today is the 15th of August. Old Gao is treating us to better food. I just wonder if it will be enough. Baozi sniffed nearby. I greeted her cheerfully and was about to bypass her when I found myself obstructed by two menacing turtle slaves. Their status prevented them from approaching Shun Xiao too closely, and unlike commoners who spoke loudly, the prince and princess maintained a softer tone, making it impossible for them to discern the conversation's content, leaving them to speculate wildly. Jin's followed the eunuch closely, her heart filled with displeasure. Yet she could not fully express it and could only endure. The palace contained numerous halls and residences, with the eternal alley winding throughout. Jin diligently memorized her path while remaining vigilant to avoid detection by the accompanying eunuchs. These demonic beasts indeed matched the earlier description, their bodies encased in icy armor, with their razor-sharp claws resembling two battle blades, producing a piercing sound as they gently scraped against each other. Ma Yong and Zhao Su waited for less than 10 minutes by the grove adjacent to the national highway, when Tan Dawei arrived driving a Toyota Land Cruiser, accompanied by Guo Kai and Yang Shizhua. Shortly after Jian Qin's departure, in a room of a restaurant, Captain Lang Tian and several mercenaries gathered in hushed tones, deliberating on something. Shangguan Lai intercepted the group and approached the circular disc alone. Initially, he attempted to exert force from a distance, hoping to dislodge the disc with his internal energy, but after several attempts, all he managed to do was shake loose a pile of rubble, while the disc remained utterly unmoved. At that moment, he felt the surging golden energy emanating from the golden-armored whale, which, surprisingly, filled him with delight. Sun Wukong approached and opened a wind pouch, releasing a gust of strong wind. At that moment, the Jade Emperor, who was enjoying grapes, remarked, "Where did this strong wind come from, Wind Granny?" Yao Yao, inhaling the scent of masculinity, became entranced, slowly closing her eyes. In that instant, she believed this was happiness, and she felt she would never forget him. Chapter 71. Let her consider it revenge. Yin sped down the road on his newly acquired motorcycle, attracting quite a bit of attention. Though many gazes were filled with disdain, Yin remained unfazed, even using their scorn as motivation for his weight loss. Liu looked up at the residence, noting its blue bricks and white walls, which gave it an antiquated appearance. It was not extensive, merely a couple of courtyards. Inside, lush trees flourished, and the eaves and tiled roof were barely visible. The main gate was tightly shut, but the wide entrance, flanked by 3 stone steps, bore the marks of many passers-by, the surface polished to a shine. As the effect of the sword control technique faded, he realized that it initially allowed for only a single attack, but after reaching full proficiency, it had surprisingly advanced to level 2, enabling 2 strikes. The Prince Jean approached, suggesting the two draw lots to determine who would go first. Gao Chong drew a short stick, allowing Li Boer to take the lead. Is it really that simple? Xiaoyu shook his head, then grasped the hand of the leader of the black-clad sect with his left hand, effortlessly tossing him from the sky to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. I can't be bothered to play anymore. Perish. With that, Xiaomuyan instantly appeared behind Long Xiang, and in his eyes filled with fear and reluctance, his clawed right hand pierced through Long Xiang's chest. Remember to call me when you have time, Qin Dongxue smiled, her words layered with meaning, hinting to Pei Donglai that he could reach out to her if he encountered difficulties at the Nalen family. Only a tranquil heart in martial arts could unleash a practitioner's utmost potential. However, in the face of trials, surprises, sorrow, and heartbreak, who could claim their heart was ever at peace? Unless one were made of stone. Chu Feng watched in embarrassment as Lao Lu danced around, feeling as though he had witnessed the events of that day firsthand, leaving him at a loss for words. The disappearance of the scene merely confirmed one fact: the Mecca, which had vanished, had been eliminated by the god of slaughter. Of course, should the opposing party present something that could genuinely captivate his heart, Xing Hao would never consider exchanging it. Shi Minhua seethed with rage, wishing to confront Feng Lu immediately, to crush him with his own hands, yet he restrained his impulses, vowing to torment Feng Lu slowly to death, as he sought to prove that he, Shi Minhua, was the most formidable existence. What was Feng Lu, after all? Daydreaming was futile. First, he needed to scout the area. His character had always been impeccable, so perhaps fortune would smile upon him. Yun was summoned the Calamity Cloud, carrying Lioli as they gracefully ascended and soared forward. I should head up. Call me if anything arises, Huijun gestured, preparing to ascend the building for the board meeting. The security system of the whole corporation was exceptionally comprehensive, even incorporating the most advanced protective facilities from Europe and America. So he felt little concern for her being alone to receive guests or handle other tasks. Phoneless steeled himself. Having entered, he could not leave empty-handed. Moreover, since Tianming had instructed him to summon the 8 evils, there must be a reason for it. No. Wu Sansheng roared to the heavens, his face twisted with rage. Bloodshot eyes filled with boundless hatred. Wielding the flame-imbued Li Huadao, he struck once more at Yunhua. Yang Ning began to speak of the importance of Guai and Zhu Ziwa to her, her face flushing as she stumbled over her words, but as she progressed, her thoughts clarified. Guai rested his hand upon the coffee table, gently tapping the surface, lost in contemplation. Chapter 72. Isn't the peach blossom luck too abundant? The venom of the golden silkworm can induce excruciating pain in the chest and abdomen, swelling like a jar, leading to death by bleeding from all 7 orifices. Lin Xianer was startled and hurried to support Guo Lin, her beautiful face etched with concern. Ling Yu felt an immense admiration, bowing respectfully towards the relics on the altar. Then continuously searched beneath the altar until he discovered a movable stone tile. Xiaoyan was truly grateful for the presence of the Xiaopeng. Without it, he would have been at a loss navigating the perilous expanse of the forest, rife with hidden dangers. The internal scales of the descending scales were increasingly suffused with a light purple hue, which, as time progressed, swiftly spread to his companions still glowing with white light. One remark struck at Lei Feng's soft spot, and at that moment, Lei Feng realized he held not just fair, but a hush money. Though making a phone call was hardly a challenge, it at least indicated that the parents of the dog child were reasonable people, a fact they took for granted. Unaware it was beyond what many could attain. Seeing him in such a state, the other outer sect students retreated with glee. They knew the 3 were ranked among the top 5 out of nearly 18,000. She curiously observed the serious expression of Song Duanwu, even forgetting to swallow the red wine in her mouth. As the car door opened, a man in a tattered black coat stepped out, kicking the front wheel twice before climbing back inside. The vehicle emitted a plume of black smoke as it drove away. Song Muyin gritted her teeth. Everything is achievable through effort. For now, we are merely engaging in private interactions, helping each other, not organizing anything, so there's no need to panic or fear. We shall maintain our usual demeanor. Zhao Wanning slowly began to realize that she had initially thought Xie Yuru's fever was ordinary. But it was now evident that Xie Yuru was afflicted by no ordinary ailment. Song Muyin approached the bedside, first glancing at the lantern emitting a red glow. Sensing something peculiar about the light, unable to resist, she leaned closer, nearly pressing against the lantern to observe it. He led Nye Yin to the courtyard behind Kuan Yi's residence, waving his hand to clear away some earth, revealing a pile of shattered porcelain shards. He had a secret habit. He could only sleep soundly if he held something in his arms. Wang men were regarded to you with curiosity, typically. Men walking alongside her would be drawn in by her allure. Qi Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since he obtained the memory fragment of old tales from the mine, he had longed to study that device, and now it was finally within reach. Their arrival was so sudden that the townsfolk struggled to fend them off. The towering wooden doors at the entrance trembled under the repeated assaults of the bandits. Basic mechanical repair reached maximum level, while the other 2 skills remained at level 1. To elevate them further would require extensive practice. Qi Ping's planned practical target was the exoskeleton device featured in Old Tales from the Mine. All of you come at me together. If you can take me down, feel free to do as you wish, whether to claim me or to kill me. Chui he had already resolved to engage in battle, determined to teach this presumptuous fellow that in this world, everything must be proven through strength. Upon returning home and washing away the fatigue of the day, I embraced Ling Mei on the bed. She clung to me tightly, sobbing weakly, and I understood that her inner turmoil yearned for release. The occurrences of Lian Yun were infrequent, although not entirely disheveled. It was not a sight to behold, indicating the prowess of Hu Shuang. In her 2 encounters, she had faced defeat at the hands of Mo Li and Yu Ji, rendering further conflict unnecessary. Ling Tianyu had not intervened, leaving his combat capabilities shrouded in mystery. In any case, given my performance last season in the league, I doubt any other clubs would be interested in me, Gao Yang remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Mu Sueki was nearly elated by Zhang Hao's bluntness. She felt no embarrassment at all. On the contrary, she found him endearing, unlike Ah Qiu and Mei Mei, who were hypocritical despite their lack of wealth. In an instant, her impression of Zhang Hao improved further. However, they were unable to proceed with their plans, as Link had publicly submitted a request to Oregon. seeking to prohibit low-flying aircraft over the southern Oregon farms during the autumn sowing season. As Yi Shaoan grasped all the rings in her hand, the corner of the boss's mouth twitched, implying she intended to purchase them all. In the briefest of moments, layers of white mist suddenly enveloped the forest of Hongshu Bay, gradually rising and spreading, obscuring the sun that was about to ascend. Chapter 73. A bit reluctant to proceed, she assumed Su Shuere had not yet eaten and decided to indulge herself first, thinking that once her stomach was full, Su Shuere would not insist on such unappetizing dishes. When Renshu was taken aback by Lin Hao's demeanor, momentarily frozen in place, Su Hao merely cast a fleeting glance at Wen Renshu without uttering a word. She had never held any fondness for those who sought to slander her. No one directed me. It was merely my own greed that led to this foolish idea. The person stammered. In the teaching building, remnants of the snow that had fallen the previous night were nowhere to be seen, nor were there any droplets of melted snow. Under the bright sun, who could have imagined that not long ago, the world was blanketed in white? In the depths of winter, the royal city of Deqi lay covered in ice and snow, with the water in the bronze vat beneath the eaves of Zhuohua Hall frozen solid. After he departed, Qian Shuixian also sprang into action, seeking to contact the director, whom he seemed to have retained communication with. Ji Xian emerged with a bottle of mineral water, suppressing a tumult of complex emotions, both exhilaration and resistance. Who would refuse such treatment? In a past life, it was akin to being a staff member at a prestigious academy, with benefits and basic security, all while not hindering entrepreneurial endeavors. With Lin Hao's reassuring gaze, Su Hao felt a sense of relief. In mere moments, the earth seemed to tremble beneath their feet, as if something was galloping toward them, and judging by the noise, it was more than one thing. Su Hongyi cradled my bow in one arm while lifting a bag from the ground with the other. Mai Zi attempted to take it, but Su Hongyi raised his hand to stop him. Ferdinand received a salary that surpassed the highest earner at Manchester United by £1,000 per week. Forget about you all. I'll take care of things, and Min added, promptly attending to her tasks and swiftly clearing the dishes. A wave of nausea surged from her stomach, sharply affecting Yue. She genuinely felt unwell, almost on the verge of tears. The celestial beings and the denizens of the divine realm united, catching the Eightfold Assembly off guard. However, this time, the Eightfold Assembly lacked the virtual power of Brahma, significantly diminishing their strength compared to the previous encounter. The celestial beings and the denizens of the divine realm did not engage in a mutually destructive battle with the Eightfold Assembly this time. Splashing water on her face, she wiped it clean and chose to turn off the lights as she entered the room. That night, was it necessary to seek out her feelings? Should she close her eyes and sleep for a night? Strangely, she did not sleep. It was not due to a sudden desire to attend class or to be a model student. Do not think of her as so noble. They spent most of their time training, expending their energy on it throughout the day, leaving little thought for such matters. Yet, this man was undeniably attractive, with brows like ink paintings and eyes that sparkled like stars, making it difficult for her to resist stealing a few glances. Brother Zhua, why don't I accompany you? My strength has improved quite a bit, Yin Bing said with a trace of concern. Amidst applause and cheers, Yin Zhaojing strode out of the conference room, nodding to the entourage and the trio of Sha Shin outside, but did not linger, continuing onward. Luo Li followed Wu Hong into a large room resembling a display hall. Inside were rows upon rows of specimens, various orc specimens, their flesh and blood drained, skeletal structures supported, with dim eyes silently observing those who entered. Many were astounded at Chu Wentian's sudden decision to rename Chu's realty and relinquish half of its control. An exceptional martial artist possesses remarkable talent, impressive comprehension, and rapid reflexes. Yet the most crucial quality is perseverance. At this moment, Su Xiao had a rough idea of his intentions. At least, his words bore no malice. The fourth tier is the sword spirit level, a realm that Zhuotian could only aspire to. At this level, every sword possesses spirit. Achieving this allows one to harmonize with the sword understanding the wielder's intent, effortlessly controlling flying swords with mere thought. Batlei's heart was filled with both fear and curiosity regarding this secret path. The profound darkness gripped his heart tightly. One after another, the sword techniques flowed endlessly, a ceaseless cascade of movements. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the soldier's eyes. He had not anticipated that the princess of Jin Nan would be so formidable. Almost striking his face moments ago, taking a deep breath, he felt a bit flustered. With a wave of his right hand, his subordinates rushed toward Zhang Tianyu, intent on capturing him. Dan Yu was always forthright, fearing she could not handle such matters, taking a deep breath as her heart raced. Shun Xingyan felt a warmth radiating from her right cheek. She slightly turned her face away to evade Imo Jingchen's touch. After all, Yin Hang had ample theoretical knowledge but had never practiced actual operations. Reactions to this imperial edict varied throughout the imperial harem and the court. Most were indifferent, as Si Lingchuan was merely favored by the emperor but not particularly loved by the crown prince. Chapter 74. If you won't see me off, I'll stay here. Hua Rujin lay atop him, idly tugging at his hair, her icy hand grazing his skin, the chilling presence causing Jing Zhao's temperature to drop significantly. Soon after, a live streamer suddenly entered the broadcast room, causing Yuan Liang's phone to vibrate incessantly. A white flame surged forth, crackling at the membrane, and thankfully, within just 3 seconds, that layer was melted away. To her astonishment, her flame had exceeded a height of 1 meter, becoming even brighter and clearer. Ayakumo Z was adamant about not admitting to having duped the newcomers. Moreover, the system of Jinsokyo was indeed impressive and remarkably diverse. Xiao Ming gazed at the blue sky adorned with white clouds and sighed deeply, grasping a handful of grass and scattering it towards the heavens. Feeling a sense of being played, Yuan Liang clutched her photo, holding it close, rolling her eyes at Mu Zi with a laugh that turned the world upside down. Yin Qingjun observed her gaze, calm and devoid of emotion, yet there seemed to be a hint of connection, just enough to making Qingli feel as though her eyes were deceiving her. The emperor opened the box, retrieving a scroll adorned with jade shafts and embroidered with auspicious clouds and soaring dragons. Song Qianing took a deep breath, tightening her grip on the talisman. Her once flickering eyes now resolutely determined. Elder Yang's face was flushed with indignation, and the other elders of the Beastmaster sect were similarly aflame with fury, yearning to lead their disciples to assault the Beast of Benevolence sect and the Shadow Dynasty at once. This behavior had left Sun Jiahui thoroughly perplexed, illustrating a profound generational gap, a poignant reflection of the regrets of an era. The cries and prayers of the people resonated with unwavering faith in Ultraman Tiga's victory. Despite the monstrous terror and ferocity they faced, they continued to believe that Tiga could, as before, vanquish the beasts and protect the city from destruction, sparing the populace from displacement. I shall take care of this matter. You have worked hard, Zhang Quinchen remarked, observing Fong Lin's furrowed brow as he spoke. I regret to inform you that our negotiations have failed. The discord over your concerns has reached an irreconcilable impasse. Should the Eagle Kingdom fail to see you again, they may not dismiss any unilateral actions, Su Yingshou stated solemnly. Upon arriving at the hotel and using a spare room key to unlock the door, he immediately spotted Chun and reclining on the bed nearby. The old professor spoke in a slightly hoarse voice while lecturing, yet Su Li's gaze frequently drifted towards that individual. General, in times of urgency, I acted without prior report and willingly accept the consequences, Su Li declared, having prepared herself for the military's unique environment. At this juncture, Ma Ping could only sigh deeply, feeling a sense of profound helplessness, before driving his car out onto the street. In a state of exhaustion, the Celestial Realm Gun Emperor found his shoulder pierced, his arm ensnared, and his neck constricted by iron chains, dragged away like a wild dog. The specter unexpectedly yielded a piece of golden equipment, a dark enchanted crystal, and an enhancement crystal. She had not anticipated Murong Qingyue's candidness, which instead filled her with concern. Su Qing deeply felt as if her throat was obstructed, shaking her head frantically and unable to articulate her words, her anxiety evident on her face. Otherwise, if she truly confronted Lu Yiming and his 5 companions from the Fan Gang alone, what would become of her? After listening to Wang Ke's account, I concluded that everything Su Jiahui had previously conveyed to us was indeed true, not mere deception. The sword hero harbored worries that if he were to leave this world, how would the reckless Bien Rua fare? He could only repeatedly implore her with earnest caution. Ruby, I am truly sorry, Pyrrha expressed, knowing Ruby and Pawnee were friends. Her voice choked with emotion. Clearly, the adversary exerted tremendous force, and the weight of the knife combined to unleash a formidable strike. Following a series of rapid actions, the Green Jia Group celebrated the inauguration of its new company, where Yi Fei invited a gathering, including the mayor, for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, a grand occasion with significant impact. Gradually, the divine light on the surface of the Taiyuan ancient cauldron diminished considerably, yet any discerning eye could perceive its quality had increased manifold. In an instant, Hu Fei felt as though struck by lightning, his limbs numb, collapsing with a thunderous thud. Aside from a few top elders at the ancestral hall, none could fathom Lin Su's traversal through the void. Suddenly, Qin Hao felt a surge of lightning power coursing through his long sword, which transformed into a colossal thunder god's hammer. Tian Yun sensed the terrifying velocity and momentarily suppressed his doubts, the cold moon sword's dragon pattern igniting, as the crimson divine dragon roared forward. Though uncertain of the events unfolding, she was certain that this was not the Zhu Zhu she once knew. Upon the demon-suppressing Great Wall, Su Yuanyu held a letter. Observing the scrawled characters resembling worms emerging from the page. Though the handwriting was less than satisfactory, the content left Su Yuanyu astounded. Chapter 75. Why are you holding so tightly? Brotherly, what is it? Why do you keep staring at me? Lindsay pondered, wondering if his attire from the ancient era was too revealing. Did this man perhaps have an inclination towards his kind? Su Chen leaned closer to Muringrand's ear, causing her discomfort, prompting her to raise her hand to cover her ears, shielding herself from the warmth of his breath. Very well, officer, we shall pack our belongings. The thin monkey responded with a smile, hastily tidying up after the police's words. Zhao Kai dispelled the final black egg, landing on the ground beside Sun Yu, leaping onto his shoulder and affectionately licking his face. However, Yi Shaoqing seemed to anticipate such a scenario when the wedding procession appeared. All right then, Ji Cheng, seizing the opportunity while Xu Elyan was distracted, stealthily retrieved 2 boxes of mooncakes from his canvas bag and tucked them into the backpack hanging from her bicycle. Jiang Imo turned over, peering at the soil beneath the stones, where a worm was wriggling out, undulating rhythmically. With too many questions and the microphone obstructing his path, Li Lichen was momentarily at a loss. Jiang Yu stood up, looking towards the well's mouth, hearing some crashing sounds and the meowing of a cat. How could one extract wisdom from the experiences of the ancients to learn from their lessons, distilling the essence while discarding the dross, in a matter of such brevity? Clearly, all the cultivators shared this sentiment. After the attack was launched, countless colorful energy projectiles surged forth in unison. Moreover, being 2 of the 3 major record labels, Sony and Warner, had direct competitive relations globally. The market was finite. The more one occupied, the less was available for the other, making their rivalry exceedingly fierce. Suddenly, Yun Shi released her grip, causing Yu Ran to fall heavily to the ground, while Yun Shi gazed coldly at her. Xiesheng's heartbeat was weak and sluggish, his vitality waning. Yet at that moment, the beasts led by Bu Sheng were already closing in, leaving no time for healing. This film was adapted from a true story that unfolded in Neon during 1924, when the loyal dog Hachiko was brought to Tokyo by its owner, Professor Ueno Haitsuburo from the University of Tokyo's Agriculture Department. Bu Sheng patted his armor, and the blue star scale armor seemed to sense the impending battle, emitting a series of crisp sounds. After the first treatment, he was drenched in sweat, suppressing his cries of pain, a sight that astonished the surgeons, who raised their thumbs in admiration. With the appearance of talismans, the temperature in the venue began to plummet rapidly, and everyone felt the chill. Long Xingyu traversed the desolate expanse outside Chidu City, encountering no one, only the mournful autumn wind. In this vast wasteland, not a single creature was in sight. A common person arriving here would deem it a realm of desolation. Golden Mantis, prepare for action. Bai Qiong commanded like a strategist orchestrating the battle. The second method involved striking one metallic object against another, which could produce sparks. If we could direct these sparks on a dry hay, a fire could easily be ignited. Dong Xiaoshuan's mind was brimming with clever ideas. The villagers were uncertain of his intentions, exchanging glances before obediently following his instructions to strip Wang Qing of his clothing and toss him into the water tank. Roll. I meant in the stock market. We should pool our stocks and disperse them, thus accumulating a considerable sum, Lu Yi remarked. This Matuan, usually perceived as dull, unexpectedly proved quite competent, explaining why Zhu Tianlong had initially selected him as the distant representative for the Black Dragon Society. Thousands of flying swords buzzed, as if alive, resonating with a faint tremor, coalescing into a haunting melody. The boundless sword energy radiated, seemingly conveyed through this harmonious arrangement, striking fear into all present. This is the ancient corpse poison, a fruit born from plants that grow upon cadavers, exceedingly toxic and taking a century to yield a single fruit, only flourishing on the remains of cultivators at or above the divine transformation stage. Even the well-informed Emperor Si Jiu recognized the origin of the orb. It is said to be quite vampiric, though its veracity is uncertain. Dowei mumbled and felt an urge to laugh heartily. Princess, you are of noble birth. To converse with him is his honor. However, I believe such lengthy discussions should be avoided. You must eat, or how can your health endure? Ruan Linger remarked with concern. I am not being foolish. Yuli assured me she has a solution to this problem. It will certainly be resolved. Ai Chi retorted angrily. Yet, a flicker of light passed through Bo Xian's emerald-hued eyes, mingled with confusion, unease, and other secrets he wished to keep hidden. The remaining individuals divided the furniture among themselves, taking slightly more than their share. However, Yuli merely embraced a single vase, the faith of the entire half-plane. Xiao felt a sense of dissonance only after the source had perished. Delicious food is typically the simplest. A conclusion easily drawn from the faces of students scrambling for lamb and noodles. For the Platinum Crow, regardless of whether Chu Wuzhou listened or not, he had fulfilled his duty to warn. The arrival of the four nations, including the high-ranking officials such as Mao Wei, was widely regarded with suspicion. Oh, enough of this. Our master Yuan has devoured an enormous steak and downed half a bottle of red wine, then hoisted the superstar and strode towards the bedroom. Chapter 76. Physical Abnormalities. Jiang Yingying hesitated. Though a day without exercise would not significantly impact her, the habit of working out had formed, which was why she found herself at the gym so late. He had come here to witness Bai Yi's folly, even preparing to deliver a couple of blows under the guise of consolation after a failed test of the machine gun, intending to teach this audacious young man a lesson about true reality and absolute authority. Xiao Wei did not unlock the bathroom door, but instead quietly crept past it, leaving as if nothing had transpired. Hey, Tom, do you have a cigarette? I could use one, a sentry murmured, feeling a bit dazed and needing a stimulant to regain focus. However, unexpectedly, Bei Ming Xian halted, simply cradling her and stepping slowly toward the Xian palace. With diligence. Even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. What is impossible in this world? Right, Your Highness? Ling Shu turned, staring intently at Yin Go. As the dishes began to arrive, Yi Chunming moved her chopsticks twice in front of Lung Yifeng, yet he sat silently beside her, merely watching her eat without making a single move. He exhaled sharply, holding her as they approached the door, with each step. Their bodies brushed against each other through their clothing, a sensation both tantalizing and maddening. Qin Shaxian, initially tense, suddenly froze, only to break into the most radiant smile a moment later. He. Ling Qin giggled at the hand in the sky, his form flashing with red light, vanishing from sight only to reappear 100 feet away, having evaded the suppression and confinement of this spiritual martial sage. The Wang family was affluent, residing in an apartment. Thus, a few meters into the entrance lay the living room. Upon entering, they found the television on, yet the screen displayed nothing but static, the hissing noise emanating from the set. Su Mei's wardrobe was limited, making her selection choices few, yet she still opted to consult Su Jia, more out of a sense of reliance. Yin Tianxin, seemingly surrendering, let her head droop, only to find Jiang Yuxuan seated on the icy bed, motionless like a statue of ice. At that moment, the opponent's robe began to unfurl, forming a protective shield around him, while Chu Tian attempted several attacks, all of which failed to penetrate, forcing him to intensify the flames. Dean, can you see it? He is anxious. This illness is merely an occasional affliction. Even with a patented antidote, it would not yield substantial profit. 40 billion is out of the question. Even 40 million is not attainable. His reluctance to sell the formula indicates his unease. There must be something amiss, Mei Ruoshi stated. Chapter 77. A false alarm, to be honest. Yin did not wish to trouble Xiao Yidong in the dead of night. Yet, he feared he might be suffering from a severe illness, with his parents back home, leaving him anxious about not having anyone to sign for him should the worst occur. That would indeed be tragic. Dong Wulin was exceptionally tall, with two striking white eyebrows above a pair of ice-blue eyes that glimmered with cold light. Jin Yuanzi understood that this blood was the normal human blood, untainted by cultivation. While away at war, Ulu's father often needed an outlet for his frustrations, leading to Ulu's mother becoming that outlet. Among the four great families, forcing any one of them into a corner could indeed lead to complications. Early the next day, the Xinbei army set out, marching over 70 miles to camp on an expansive open ground 20 miles outside Qinghu City. Although Mu Qian felt a bit disheartened, upon hearing this was an excellent method for training, he quickly perked up and summoned Lu Man, Qing Gui, Wu Jinru, and Jin Do, attempting once more. This time he managed to catch it, but the inertia was even greater than Tao Yaoao had anticipated, resulting in their foreheads colliding painfully, both clutching their heads in distress. Fine, if such a person truly exists, I could easily eliminate him, Chu Yechen assured Xiao Remo. Upon reaching a T-junction, the whirlwind momentarily faltered, then split into two spiraling currents, veering left and right to fly in different directions. However, this was the grassland. There were no towering mountains or treacherous paths, nor deep pits. Using the original phrase felt inappropriate, so slight alterations were made, replacing mountains high and roads distant with feasting on the wind and drinking dew, and deep pits with depths of the grassland, signifying the profound wilderness they ventured into alone. No, how could she possibly inform me? I did not see a shred of sorrow on her face. Upon learning of my father's death, she directly contacted the funeral home. If the butler had called me even a moment later, I would not have seen my father one last time, Su Wanqi said through clenched teeth, her voice cold. Long Gu felt a chill run down his back, vividly recalling how Fei had perished, especially the night Wang Sudong had severed his hand. Are they waiting for me at the Empress Dowager's side? Has the Emperor awakened? Zhuang inquired. The teleportation array flickered to life, and in a mere quarter of an hour, Li Daolong found himself in a desolate and ruined land, a battlefield ravaged by war, amidst a vast starry expanse. Wang Sudong was completely at the mercy of others, compelled to take the photos, and as soon as Qin Kurson released him, she urged, "Hurry and take your seat." She then followed Wei Shifeng inside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless torrents of water swiftly submerged a vast expanse of yellow sand, significantly slowing its flow. Wu Pengzi's eyes squinted into slits from laughter as he turned to instruct a nearby shipyard craftsman to immediately paint the name bestowed by the prince onto the warship. What's wrong? Seeing me standing still, merely holding my weapon, Kazina looked concerned and cautiously approached. The young man was momentarily taken aback, stealing a glance at Yushinger, who stood half-clothed, her fair skin reflecting light under the glow, with a deep valley nearly exposed. Observing the collapsing wooden planks beneath him, Long Fei was secretly astonished. Had he not possessed sufficient strength, he might have been split in two by that strike. Xiang Ning rubbed his arms, questioning, what offense has he committed against the princess? They have no prior interactions. The princess was quite pleased when she received the sapphire. What transpired afterward remained a mystery to him. In the lofty heights of the estate, Mui activated the Xiantian realm, conjuring scenes of the Shuangguan true sect and the chomping tribe within the illusion. Within this mirage, even Shuang had come to learn that these two factions had likely surrendered to the Hanyuan powers. Chapter 78. I will handle it myself. After consuming the medicine prepared by Tong Jingming, the pain indeed subsided considerably. Nevertheless, Xiao Yitong continued to support Yi, and at every moment. Observing this, Tong Jingming furrowed her brow slightly, and upon noticing the attire of Xiao Yitong, she felt a pang of jealousy. The super flagship, the Fearless, opened multiple gates, with shuttles and escape pods buzzing out like bees from their hive, fleeing in panic to the rear. However, to their dismay, the treasure light was extraordinarily slippery, constantly shifting positions, making it impossible for even a three-tribulation saint to catch up. Grandmother had every reason to celebrate, even in the worst-case scenario of a 10-year prison sentence. Considering the 5 years already served and the 2 reductions, along with potential future leniency, she would only need to wait a maximum of 2 more years. The house required some tidying up. The elderly lady went over to clean it up a bit, sweeping the floor and opening the windows for ventilation. The furniture was relatively intact, but if they intended to live there, they would need to prepare pots, bowls, and bedding. Whenever this topic arose, Elder Yun naturally became the focal point, and the 3 of them would gasp in surprise, sometimes even unable to restrain their exclamations in critical moments. What chilled him most was that the battle formation transformed continuously as the cultivators moved, rendering any attempts at deduction nearly impossible. Moreover, being trapped within the formation, he faced relentless waves of assaults, leaving him no opportunity to calmly delve into calculations. When confronted with the individual who unceremoniously commandeered the carriage, Chili was indignant and stepped forward to voice her objections. If Daoman were to discover that the Celine mine was destroyed by this man's sorcery, one could only wonder if he would still possess the courage to engage in his shadowy arts before him. Alas, the power of the evil dragon emperor had evidently not yet returned to its peak, and he could not frequently reveal his true identity to speak. Thus, he seized this opportunity to create an avatar for Luo Chun, establishing a persona he could embody within human society. Yet, Ye Xingyi refrained from offering any explanations. Their presumptions were of no concern to him. Old Gu, I never imagined you would neglect your alchemical pursuits in the heavens to meddle in our trivial Eastern affairs. Jing Yuanzi weakly remarked from the side. Clearly, at this moment, the entire city was devoid of anyone except for him and the driver. Even so, the city's robots continued to manage traffic and perform cleaning patrols, just as before. At this moment, the dust swirled, obscuring visibility. But the recent powerful strike and Zhang Wei's startled expression instilled a foreboding sense in the hearts of the three. Generally speaking, the assessment must be completed within a quarter of an hour. Failing to pass through the light curtain within that time would result in expulsion by an unseen force. By the time she reached an altitude of approximately 100 meters, Mu Ningxi could only make out a faint silhouette of Xiaofan. I could no longer contain myself, especially as Zhou Yang intentionally kept me in suspense, making me even more anxious. The vast ocean appeared enchanting at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it grew monotonous. Of course, inflated confidence is a virtue, but it should be tempered. After all, the saying that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people holds true. He was indeed strong, yet surely not the only individual favored by the divine on this planet. Chapter 79. I am here to observe and learn with Tong Jingming as an insider. Ye need not worry. However, this very fact rendered him entirely oblivious to the situation, forcing him to wait in silence. Let us see if you've starved to death. Han Qiqi barged into the room beside Gu Chun, her tone fierce as a divine flame. Nothing suited him better than refining the bloodlines of the two individuals and seamlessly merging them with the herbs previously refined in the cauldron. In the next moment, the 200-level weeds burst into flames with a resounding crackle, disappearing in a sweeping manner, revealing the scene behind. Beneath the dilapidated house sat a young man in a blue robe, eyes closed in tranquil meditation, exuding an aura of stillness yet commanding respect. Listening to those sweet nothings, Han Qiqi felt an inexplicable heaviness. Though she had only been with Gu Chun for less than a month, her affection for him was undeniable. However, the love he offered created a sense of pressure. Mo Zihan seemed to anticipate this outcome. He merely sought to test her, and indeed, it proved effective. Upon exiting the shaded path, Han Qiqi found herself at Swan Lake with Jiang Haoyu. She cherished the leisurely stroll by the lakeside. Initially skeptical, Jiang Haoyu called out hesitantly, only to be surprised that it truly was Han Qiqi. After waiting for Zhao Shuling to leave, Shen Wanning began to inspect the room, first ensuring there were no surveillance devices. She recognized the son of the proprietress and two of Jing Rong's retainers, followed by some unfamiliar faces. There should be 3 individuals. As Jing Rong mentioned, they were mechanics capable of swiftly extracting the thorn from a human. Indeed, what she saw was Meng Yu's slightly disappointed expression beneath his handsome visage, which remained calm and composed. Meng Yu shook his head, wishing he could alleviate her disappointment, yet the matter was too significant to gloss over. In such chaos, what further calamities could occur? Suddenly, Ku's vision darkened, and he could hardly hear through the buzzing in his ears. Was he indicating a lack of inquiry? Meng Yu felt increasingly uncertain. She believed that if he were to erupt, she would feel somewhat relieved. However, his unwillingness to expose the truth only intensified her unease. Do you think your disciple has a chance? The elder's cold snort indicated he did not regard Jiang Shiman highly. Yet, the lady had not only seen but also touched, likely comprehending more than her husband. Meng Yu suddenly recalled their wedding night a year prior, as well as the scene of her serving him during his bath for the first time. The chef glanced over, noting that the person delivering the utensils had yet to arrive. He usually inquired about the general's dining preferences. If he overindulged, he would remember which dishes were favored and remove those that were less touched, ensuring a restful night's sleep. Moreover, she had long forfeited any opportunity for choice. She could only grit her teeth, relying on this lingering resentment to survive thus far. Otherwise, what meaning would her existence hold? At that moment, the Tiangong prince and the Qinxian young master also arrived. Upon witnessing their master engaged in conflict with the deities of the 3 realms, the Tiangong prince could not help but sigh. On the field, the British team was leisurely chuckling while the Chinese team appeared gloomy. Even Han Xiao, usually the most vivacious, was rendered speechless, while Chen Qingfan cursed himself for not meticulously reviewing the roster, never anticipating that Su Zhou would spring such a surprise on him. Chapter 80. Did you measure it? It was evident that previously, no one would pay her any mind, but at this moment, everyone eagerly agreed and hurriedly began to pack their belongings. She would not forsake her cultivation or squander excessive time for the sake of her parents. Yet thoughts of them would inevitably evoke a sense of longing. Bai Hanja sighed repeatedly at the alchemists within his family. Unlike those who toiled behind closed doors, he frequently ventured outside, acutely aware of the profound mastery of alchemy possessed by the Ziyang sect, which far surpassed the meager skills of the Bai family. He genuinely admired the alchemical prowess of the Ziyang sect. The black rat appears indistinguishable from an ordinary mouse, merely darker in hue. However, it plays a pivotal role for its master in assessing the safety of the path ahead. Why not go now? Ling inquired of Lu Jin, perplexed, for in Ling's mind, day and night held no distinction. At this moment, Tang Ji's face bore the unmistakable expression of no entry, and the chill emanating from him seemed capable of stifling the very air. The quality of the brought by Ji Zhun was exceptional. Although Lin Qingwan and the others had not measured its temperature, its hue suggested it was no less than 5,000 degrees. As for the unconscious Rong Zhong, he was naturally being carried by the male cultivators Gu Yuqin and Zhang Shu. Li Qingyu nodded, but later, according to the captain among the prisoners, the general had indeed temporarily prohibited sending reinforcements. Tempted by the prospect of roasted meat, Yi Lansheng was unwilling to relinquish it, reasoning that while it might lack oil and salt, it was still meat, and thus preferable to porridge. He promptly agreed to Tang Ji's suggestion. On the training grounds, a second lieutenant vociferously addressed the remaining soldiers of the training battalion, outlining the fundamental requirements and selection rules for the new training. Yao, with a mind brimming with ideas, noted that Bai Shiye seemed disinclined to explain the term, and thus refrained from inquiring further. It was merely an unfulfilled endeavor. It was not a matter of subjective shame. Nor was it about asserting that Bai Yuding was inadequate. What? Am I mistaken in my assertions? Jing Qiyu asked, noticing her silence, a flicker of unease stirring within him. What shall we do now? Jean Meyer urgently inquired, as she had surmised certain matters. Malefactors are ever present. Just as one person and their assistant strategized about procuring medicine, a second childish voice finally resonated within the room. After the snowfall, the weather turned icy. Jian Yang, born in the north, found the chill exceeding his expectations. Sasuke stepped forward, simultaneously forming seals and pivoting, executing the movement with fluidity, launching a surprise ninjutsu that caught the attacker entirely off guard. As for updates, whether clicks, recommendations, or collections, they are beyond my control. Perhaps in the future, my family will worry. Will I forever bear this burden? There are no further considerations. The solution lies in the present. We must not part ways. What degree of temper will manifest after marriage? If I do not engage with him in the evening, will he become irate? Bo Yunqi surveyed the room, now a charred ruin, dust swirling amidst the remnants of explosions. He promptly rose to continue lifting Lu Bai. Bei Qifeng looked toward Lang Yu, striving to maintain his composure. Long Yu, can you truly concoct the Kaiyuan pill? Observing Bei Qingfeng's apparent sincerity, he was further perplexed, questioning if he had indeed erred the prior night. Having prepared several dishes, he sealed them using his unique method, while the rice boiled to perfection at that moment. The Koenigsegg was not widely recognized in Huaxia. Had a Lamborghini worth millions arrived, it would certainly have caused quite a stir. Shenmu immediately selected 2,000 men from the disbanded troops and entrusted them to the commander, repeatedly issuing reminders before allowing him to proceed. Guang Hao watched the departing figures of Gu Binhai and Ji Pengyi, contemplating the necessity of gradually severing ties with Feng Yunfei following this incident. Lin, listen to me. It is not as you think. When I finished washing up last night and emerged, you were already asleep. After speaking, the trio hailed a taxi to a bustling pedestrian street in the city, where a leisure and entertainment hub, the Ginza Mall, hosted Lu Jing's classmate's birthday celebration. The Southern O Kingdom could no longer maintain its defenses. The 100,000 troops at the Tiannan city defense line had been entirely depleted by your actions. How many troops remain in the entire Tiannan province? Ning Yuanxian inquired. Thus, the Ma family, seeking to evade responsibility, departed toward an unknown destination. She hastily wiped her tears, suppressing her emotions, while supporting Li Fuxian and warily observing the assassins emerging from the shadows. Over 20 in number, they formed a tightening encirclement. Upon finishing, he turned to face the incoming rocket, gathering brilliant light between his fingers, gesturing forward. Alas, the wolf god could only shake his head in resignation. Beibeta had opted for self-destruction, which even he could not prevent. King Ning Yuanxian was also a master manipulator of his ministers over his 2-decade reign. Countless officials had met their demise at his hands, revealing his cruelty and lack of gratitude. Chapter 81. An Object of Fear. Presently, an evaluation of the steam engine's operational status was underway, checking for any sealing issues or design flaws. As the red flag fell and the cannon fired, the iodide silver particles exploded beneath the dome, interacting with the long-accumulated rain clouds, forming ice nuclei that transformed into countless droplets. In this broadcast, Chu Xinglan effectively solidified Su Mingqing's past actions before the eyes of the public. Xiao Junluo, that cripple, held no promise for her, yet pairing with Xie Yunxi, a simpleton, seemed just right. Gazing at the divine thunder tearing through the chaos above, Ai Li and the trio, besieging him simultaneously ceased their attacks. The brief separation, which she believed she could easily endure, became overwhelming when the night deepened into silence. Chu Tong recalled Su and tales of previous years' competitions. The mech infantry system had the largest number of participants and the fiercest competition, while the other three systems were comparatively laid back. Tong, is the potion you provided for Nian Nian not immediately effective? The Empress inquired cautiously. Moreover, they observed closely, noting how the green halo emitted by Li Xuanle caused the monsters to lose health. Settling in, Li Ying retrieved a thermos from her bag, unscrewing the lid to sip water, filling the compartment with a subtle fragrance of jasmine. Meanwhile, the city of Guangzhou, situated south of Qingyuan, descended into chaos. Although gunfire did not resound, the populace was gripped by fear, and the streets were in disarray. Merchants dared not open their shops, and civilians hesitated to venture outside. The poor scholar, cradling his newborn for the first time, was so moved that tears welled in his eyes, prompting the midwives to stifle their laughter. Zhang Ishi, my admiration for you grows. You truly exude the essence of a negotiation expert. I believe you will agree to become the head chef at the fatty stall. Chen Qingyi habitually praised me. The unfamiliar man, expression cold as ice, uttered not a word, merely casting a detached gaze over by Su and Qin Long listened carefully. No one is to harm by Li Qinghong. I want him alive, Qin Long commanded, pointing at Xin Yuan Hongfei, instructing his subordinates. Thus, regardless of what anyone says or does, I am yours for life, following you without deviation. After uttering these words, Yenner surveyed the room, seemingly satisfied with her surroundings. What are our plans moving forward? Wang Weidong inquired, relieved to see Shuixi regain confidence. Although their time together was brief and their personalities starkly different, they shared an uncanny rapport akin to longtime friends, coupled with a profound trust in one another. Following Li Bai, players who had previously remained inactive began to mobilize. In no time, players streamed into the tomb entrance. The girl who had fallen was approximately 17 or 18 years old, her soiled cheeks unable to conceal her innate vigor. After visiting several construction sites, Lin Jixiao succinctly articulated the urbanization narrative of Yuyu Village. Indeed, like many, the mourners concealed their identities flawlessly, even surpassing Hongjie in their lack of vulnerabilities, a possibility that nearly stifled our paths to survival. Su Mingqi paid no heed to whether Jiangshan had acquiesced. Her gaze was resolute as she pulled him out of the kitchen. The two fled into Su Mingqi's room, followed by the thunderous sound of a door slamming shut and the rustling of a lock being engaged. Recently, I sought a doctor's examination. If there were indeed any deficiencies in my health, the doctor would surely have informed me. The virus hesitated momentarily, raising a foot to step upon the void beneath, which formed ethereal lines like mist that continually solidified. Only after confirming its stability did it place the other foot down. However, it found itself unable to turn or utter a word, silently watching as the sword style approached. At last, a modicum of effect was achieved, albeit feebly. The white essence enveloping them faded slightly, but remained inert. I gritted my teeth and, under the cover of night, stealthily made my way to a corner of the border town, where a dilapidated house awaited. There, I laid Si Kongfei to rest, administering healing medicine both internally and externally, binding his wounds tightly. His frail body required energy, rest, and, above all, a physician. Upon hearing this, the Commander Yu's expression changed dramatically. Who was Zhanping, that Su Guanyu reacted so vehemently? Minpi was Su Guanyu's first love, who perished for her sake. As Yushina's past was brought to light, how could Su Guanyu remain unshaken? Yudu and Qing Er maneuvered on either flank, with Yudu's primary duty being to disrupt the enemy and seize opportunities, while Qing Er stood ready with the formidable power of the Wind Clan's domain technique, prepared to unleash it upon their adversaries. The man in purple observed in silence. Third brother, Your imagination is rather vivid. Yet, he refrained from voicing any rebuttal. Including the Mei Nation and the Jihua family, which member of the Earth Shield nations has not experienced neglect and disregard? Yet, the reality persists. They must still press their warm faces against the cold backs of others. My head throbbed painfully as though it might split open. Lan Mingqi writhed sadly in his embrace. On this snowy night, he seemed unable to suppress his emotions, revealing the deep wounds inflicted upon him by memories of the past. Inchun was as if immersed in a honey jar. Her journey was unlike any other, encountering an alternate version of Sun Xiaozu, a blessing rather than a curse. After Sun Qingji departed, the second lord and lady resumed their idle chatter, discussing plans for the future. The couple grew increasingly animated, as if a promising future was just around the corner. Shen Mingzhu was taken aback by the remarkable progress of a certain individual over the years, entirely beyond his expectations. As his thoughts momentarily wandered, the tip of his long sword was severed by a short sword. Historically, the downfall of ancient armies stemmed from lingering resentment, compounded by the conditions of time and geography. It appeared that the injury on your chest could no longer withstand the pressure. The man clad in armor's gaze flashing with a terrifying aura, exuding a predatory essence. Simultaneously, his 7 newly beautified wives, whose blissful lives had just begun, were also altered. If Duo loses, I will serve you for a month. What do you say? Su Mubai tentatively inquired. Chapter 82. Are you truly just friends? Elegance. Once again. It is elegance. Yesterday, Xiao Yitong and Xia Anren could not compare, and now another, Li Xiaoran, has appeared, a woman who is also Yi in secret crush. What kind of aura does she possess? Tong Jiming instinctively asked. Well, how shall I put it? She is coldly enchanting. However, beneath that exterior, she possesses a warm heart. You will understand when she arrives, yet I must caution you. If Jiang Xia is a student of the experimental or innovative class, Lin Jiqiu would likely be as astonished as the majority. Although Li Banzian is not well liked, he is nonetheless one of their own. Witnessing him being beaten by the Wan family ignited a righteous fury among them, vowing to seek justice for Li Banzian. The Wan family predominantly bears the surname Wan, while many of the Li family members are newcomers from the south, possessing little land and often reduced to servitude under the affluent. The time for mutual military training will come, and everyone will don their training uniforms for another gathering. Even the highest levels, those of supreme quality, have yet to reach a standard worthy of industry norms. Just moments ago, he had devised numerous strategies in his mind, preparing to execute them in the forthcoming game. Yet before he could act, victory was handed to him. In the kitchen, Mo Nambe's face flushed crimson. Her thoughts were consumed by the awkward gaze Jiang Feng had cast upon her, and that hand. I reviewed your ranking footage, and your skills are indeed impressive. Your adaptability is particularly noteworthy, Zhang Jiala praised eloquently. At that moment, Chu Feng resembled an extraordinary tyrant, towering and enveloped in a mesmerizing garment spun from intertwining tendrils. Enough. The gathering of heroes is not akin to that of the wandering young master. How can you equate them? Moreover, he has no interest in you. A Zhu and a Bai chuckled softly, their gazes laden with subtle implications. The golden-armored warrior struck, and this time, Lu discerned clearly that the two wielded long, golden sabers at their waists. Their strikes were soundless, yet radiated brilliant golden light and an overwhelming sharpness, their combined force almost capable of shattering mountains. In this world, no one holds such importance that life cannot proceed without them. If one cannot find a place here, they may seek another. There are no ruffians to accompany the game. The streets are filled with them. Guangxi nodded slightly, ceasing to speak, as the three continued to gaze at the images on the wall, awaiting Lu Wu's arrival. The stone blessed by the dragon's breath possesses commendable defensive capabilities and a slight self-repairing ability. Thus, Chunyu led Tang Shan, amidst the ridicule and laughter of onlookers, to commence the next task, molting, eviscerating, and processing the entrails and offal. In this manner, the two elders and their nephew retired to sleep on the heated bed in the inner room, while Mo Chen rested on the outer room's bed alongside Zhou Qianwei. Hu Yinchang Lu is the current head of the Hu Yin clan, driven by a singular focus on vengeance, disregarding all else, especially following the death of his father's third brother and the treachery of Hu Yin Changshou. The Hu Yin clan has long lost its former glory and is gradually forgotten by the world, its divine wooden spear now relegated to legend. Shui Yuan flicked his wrist, and several ice arrows shot forth, creating ice mirrors upon the ground, while several luminous pearls were released, illuminating the surroundings through their reflections. The area was vast and desolate, with 3 exits leading to darkness, where, in one corner, lay over a dozen wooden coffins. Chapter 83. This is my sister. While Tong Jingming was applying her makeup, she was unaware that Li Shaoran had already arrived at the hospital. Meanwhile, Yin was taken aback by Li Shaoran's prompt arrival. Sister Shaoran, how did you arrive so quickly? At the same time, the 3 women exchanged glances, each harboring a flicker of surprise, though Li Shaoran's astonishment was more subtly concealed. Mu Yin learned from Hongwan that the Mu clan had long served as priests for the Great Ming dynasty, utilizing the family heirloom, the soul-controlling jade, for royal divination. This jade could predict the future, and the Mu clan's contributions were pivotal in the Great Ming dynasty's enduring stability for centuries. Defying the emperor is merely the beginning. Now, as he prepares to journey to the border, he must contemplate what actions to take to soothe the restless beast within. He muses that blood would serve as the best sedative. Once numbed, perhaps things would feel more tolerable. Ling Shui's daily routine consists of shopping, watching movies, pampering herself at the beauty salon, visiting her grandmother at the nursing home, and sipping coffee, an unbearably monotonous existence, devoid of purpose. Money is not an issue. With an abundance of jewelry and clothing, yet friends have become increasingly scarce. At that moment, the great demon suddenly emanated a formidable resolve, akin to the breath of the Tao, obliterating everything, causing Shun Aoyin and numerous cultivators to falter in their thoughts. Darkness. I am afraid. Darkness. I fear. I am terrified. I am scared. The wailing, tinged with a hint of playful charm, echoed through the air. Yao Yu sat within the confines of her suitcase, writhing restlessly, seemingly yearning for someone to embrace her. Bingyi, how did you come out? As the ministers deliberated on state affairs, Yao Yao quietly approached Bing Ye's side. Darling, we are the strongest. He is merely a hollow shell of a man, the blue-haired boy boldly asserted. Once the floodgates of conversation were opened, the two felt little restraint and engaged in lively discourse. Both were well-versed individuals, and their dialogue flowed with ease. The man, somewhat speechless, had indeed guessed the answer. And as he exited, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh, I hope, as the shopkeeper said, that there is fine wine for sale in Chang'an. There was a certain bravado in his tone. Ning Duanru must win this time, declared the leader of the Falling Sky sect, exuding confidence upon catching the scent of medicinal herbs in the air. It appears that my Yao clan has erred in some respects, however. You must provide an explanation for the death of my clan's disciples. Yao Xiaomin was not one to disregard reason. The others, respecting the elder's wishes, left with the kin of the Red Gu, although a hint of worry flickered in Hua Lingshuang's eyes, which she dared not reveal, and thus followed the group away. The door remained steadfastly shut, with no sounds emanating from within, as if the entire house were devoid of life. The burly man recounted his predicament to his companion while continuing his attempts, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Just as Ming Xian's thoughts wandered, 2 armed men suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Understanding his transient nature, Jiang Chang'an was acutely aware that leaving was merely a matter of 1 or 2 months. It was akin to a newly renovated house that still bore cracks, indicative of years of neglect. Even if reborn into a new life, Fei had merely lost her original memories and would not suddenly attain enlightenment. Chapter 84. Is confession simple? Although Yin did not openly acknowledge that Li Shaoran was his sister, he could not voice this truth, nor could he reveal their childhood bond. If word of this reached Li Shaoran's ears, for the past 3 years, Bai Bing had studied diligently each morning alongside the bonds, covering a vast array of subjects such as numerology, medicine, music theory, Taoism, the 5 elements, foundational formations, herbal compendiums, mineral classifications, and the basics of alchemy, among others. A veritable cornucopia of knowledge. Perhaps achieving future goals would prove challenging, yet Lu Shan remained unwaveringly confident about the immediate ones. One might ask, without their ostentatious power, how could those regional tyrants continue their reign of chaos in the district? The fishing net descended from above, casting a dazzling light that momentarily blinded Jiang Xiaomo. Yet, just before the light erupted, he felt the net slowly descending towards him. A few individuals found themselves unable to ascend the 101st step, halted at the 100th step. So, you seem to be a hunter from this town? Agio inquired hesitantly. If the summoned beast's spiritual value reached 80 points, utilizing a I Ching pill would randomly grant one of 30 traits. Jiang Xiaomu recounted his experiences at the designated location and shared how the beast tamers of Dapingaling acquired the divine beast cauldron. Yin Nishang's gaze flickered. Seizing the moment her opponent's attention shifted to Yichie, executing a clever evasion technique to reach the azure orb, grasping it tightly before vanishing from sight. Xiang Ling secured the door, extinguished the lamp, and the two lay side by side on the bed. Today, the girl had spoken more than usual, appearing somewhat troubled, and soon fell into slumber. Ultimately, it was Wang Shiping's panic that allowed Chu Nan to seize upon his weakness and mock him. After speaking, Ming Xian involuntarily wore a somewhat amused expression as he turned his gaze back to the trio. Witnessing Wu Enki gracefully mount his horse, indeed, it could be described as flying. His chestnut steed lacked a saddle. Lian Yu envied Wu Enki on horseback, pondering, could I learn to do that too? Chu Nan recognized her. Zhang Mingxin, who had once worked with his mother in the same hospital, a quintessential social climber. It could be said that Ouyang Lang and his companions occupied a position that obstructed two players from ascending the slope into the circle. With a cacophony, 30 soldiers from the Kingdom of the Sticks surrounded Chu Nan, forming concentric circles. Raji, is it? I think you should be called trash. Chu Nan casually lifted a bottle of champagne and struck it against Raji's head. Master and servant entered the front hall, where Jiang Yangwang stood with hands clasped behind his back, admiring a landscape painting in the living room. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, suddenly frozen in place. Yes, I understand. It's just that this is my first time hearing it, so I am somewhat at a loss. However, I feel confident. You need not worry. Your concert will not be a disaster, Zhang Yu reassured, concerned more about Jean and Sai Cai's anxiety than his own. Chapter 85. A good foundation makes everything look good. A sudden fire erupted in the eastern part of Chaos Sky Island, engulfing hundreds of merchants on the street where the Tongtian vessel was docked. However, due to the presence of skilled individuals, the losses were minimal. Your Majesty, this task is of utmost importance. We cannot send out too many troops, so it must consist entirely of the finest warriors, Song Chung stated solemnly. Within each soul weapon lies a formed spirit, which is what makes soul weapons so precious. However, for a soul weapon to actively protect its master, typically only one circumstance applies. Yet, at the moment when the blood volume plummeted, Yu Yi appeared to abandon her struggle, only to suddenly surge forth. It seemed that in any situation, one only needed to consider their own feelings. How liberating and carefree that was. Brother Zhu, you need not be so modest. Your father is, after all, the deputy commander of the Jingwei Legion and a figure of authority in both Xianyang and even the Imperial Star. General Zhu's reputation is well known throughout the empire. Meng Gu consoled. Legends speak of the Wangxiang Terrace existing in the underworld. However, in the end, it is merely a legend. No one truly believes that the underworld exists in this world. Finally, he managed to steady his body, even as the phantoms continued to entwine around him. Regardless of the situation, he could easily resolve it. Conversely, as long as the enemy did not concede, direct victory remained nearly impossible. This was the greatest weakness of such power. Very well. Melises eagerly anticipates this. Ling Hu Yuedwang is also a potential formidable foe from the future of hell. Collecting his battle data is certainly advantageous. Why not embrace it? Yu Zhizhi departed with Cheng Rong and Xie Jing, and roughly 15 minutes later, the previously still Fu Chen stirred. As this was his first appearance in the public eye, Tyson prioritized heavyweight matches to determine the ultimate champion in the inaugural Ultimate Fighting Championship. Realizing this, Lu Ziyuan felt an inexplicable restlessness swell within him, an unusual emotion that left him somewhat vexed. The man stood tall and elegant, donned in a pristine white suit that radiated refinement. His skin was smooth and pale, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain. His features were finely sculpted and deeply captivating, exuding an undeniable charm. Bobik was an undeniably robust individual, standing at 187 meters, with arms that could rival the thighs of some slightly slender adult men. Consequently, a fine tea cup shattered in Eugene's grasp, spilling its contents all over him. Fortunately, the tea had long cooled, or else his hand would have surely been scalded. A smile played at the corners of her lips, yet her gaze transcended Lu Ziyuan, locking on to Yin Chuyin with unwavering intensity. She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and delicate features, radiating an ethereal glow. He remained calm even when intercepted. After bowing repeatedly to his superior, Xiong Peiyun, he received permission and hurried to Zhang Jiaming's side, kneeling gracefully on one knee and quietly awaiting his master's inquiry. The ministers were taken aback. Instead of calming Nangong Hanmo, their words only intensified his fury. What I seek is a solution, not mere appeasement. The courtiers trembled on the ground, rendered mute as they allowed Nangong Hanmo to vent his anger. No, I did not. Great leader, Yan Wanshan murmured coldly, bowing his head in silence. At the sound of his mother's call, Yufeng stepped out from the room and approached her. She grasped his hand with one of hers, while the other dove into her clothing, retrieving a cloth pouch and placing it in his palm. This celestial-grade artifact reacted upon reaching the innate level in Ancient Fan, responding only after the heavenly soul ascended to the purple cloud, rather than waiting for the star rank. Ancient Fan speculated that it must be due to his recognition of the 8 formation spirit stone, prompting the proud celestial-grade artifact to lower itself by 2 levels to communicate with him. His heart felt as if it had plunged into an eternal ice cavern, instantly leaving him stripped of warmth. The fragile dreams he had painstakingly built crumbled at the slightest whisper. This timely question caused Gui Kong to halt, cup in hand. Leaning against the wall, a playful smile gracing his lips. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiu strode forward into the room, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Only to be taken aback. Is it that you are all unwilling? He demanded. Very well, I shall make you submit willingly. Shichen's words were indeed audacious, sending chills through Su Yun, who clutched Shichen's arm, trembling in fear, hoping he would not provoke their wrath. As the jade-like spirit wine flowed into his mouth, a joyous expression blossomed on his face, prompting him to drink greedily. In the depths of the forest, where no cool water could be found, the constable approached, gripping Hu Wei's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Wake up. The county magistrate has questions for you. If Hu Wei remained unresponsive, he intended to resort to slapping him awake. The long-haired man did not anticipate Jiang Zhao's sudden assault. With a thought, he unleashed a barrage of spear-like light, crashing against the axe light in a tumultuous clash. Time passed slowly. Tong Jingming occasionally glanced toward the door, yet Li Shaoran's arrival remained elusive, fostering doubt within him. Was she truly coming? Perhaps her words were mere pretense? If that were the case, she might not become his rival after all. The grand transmission altar aside, the ordinary dwellings here towered over those in Fengquan City by more than double. Was it that the citizens of this imperial capital were inherently taller? Or did they simply favor this robust architectural style? Observing the surroundings, Wang Qin mused. Lin Yunfei remained silent, casually pointing, a blade of light springing forth from his fingertip, hurtling towards the man. Such a scene would overwhelm even the most steadfast of hearts. In an instant, nearly everyone discarded the red serpents they held. He could not fathom why he felt a deep-seated fear in the presence of the man before him, nor did he comprehend the man's true identity. He merely sensed an innate aura of nobility surrounding him, one unattainable by ordinary folk. Wukong's mind sparked with inspiration, transforming into the form of the bull demon king. He unfastened the golden-eyed beast and rode forth from the deep pond, heading straight for the banana cave in Ciyun Mountain. Enough, Lin Dao roared, simultaneously unleashing his martial soul and the splitting horse spear. The dual spears manifested countless phantoms, each imbued with piercing spiritual energy, weaving an impenetrable net of force. Due to Ouyang Qingqing's astonishing talent displayed during the first round of testing, her entrance elicited considerable discussion. The servants were rendered speechless, their faces lighting up with joy, eyes gleaming with excitement. As soon as the words left his lips, the earth trembled, the dragon roared, celestial flowers fell from the sky, and fragrant aromas wafted through the air. Countless auspicious signs descended upon Xidagarba, whose body radiated a pure, glass-like clarity, enveloped in a luminous glow. The delicate scent lingered unceasingly, while the halo behind his head shone brilliantly, further enhancing the Bodhisattva's majestic appearance. Initially, the enhancement of passive frost cold added an anti-melting effect to the ice cream, rendering its name even more fitting. Yinji seemed to sense his unspoken words, patting his shoulder reassuringly, conveying a sense of steadfastness as if nothing could bring him down. Although the majority of the Special Affairs Group were well aware of Qin Chuan's true identity, he continued to disguise himself during collaborative missions. Thus, after bidding farewell, Lu Shiqing and her companions remained in the hospital, while Chen Jining ventured out with Xiao Xinling to find a milk tea shop. However, at that moment, Su Chen recalled the words spoken to him by the elder in his dreams, foretelling great fortune. Was this indeed the boon the elder had promised him? Logically, such news should have reached her even in a confined space, as the heavenly Dao announcement would inform them, the divine invoice. Yet, it had been quite some time since he had heard of a trialist receiving an announcement regarding the royal battle. As Lu Shiqing criticized herself, Chen Jining consoled her while also engaging in self-reflection. With this in mind, Jiang Yao took a deep breath, silently declaring his intention to extract rewards and make his choice. As it was summer, when Su Nana possessed Su Chun, a glimpse of spring's beauty was unveiled before him. The tall figure adorned with a crown merged with Gu Xian. The surface of this martial soul still entwined with numerous chains. What? Gonggu Dongma exclaimed in confusion. What is Yun Hidden Village? What is Rock Hidden Village? What is Mist Hidden Village? What is Sand Hidden Village? Why have I never heard of any of these? Curiosity piqued, Xia Anren employed her most charming demeanor. Brother Yi, she drawled, just tell me. Instantly, Yin felt his resolve weaken. That voice, that face. It was irresistible. Zhao Xian and the others frowned slightly. Truth be told, they too disapproved of Yi Xiao's actions. One evening was sufficient. Why prolong the time? This not only embarrassed them, but also wasted their time. If the gentleman truly was that Bill, the world would descend into chaos. The first to go mad would be the elite atop the pyramid. Everyone understood that this equipment was of high risk and high reward. When stacked, it became formidable. However, if it could not be stacked, it would merely waste resources. After all, enlightenment was exceedingly challenging, and Jiuyo truly did not want any external interruptions to Ling Feng. All the blind monks muttered. How can one look so foolish yet continue to type away? Do they not feel embarrassed? Wukong was persuaded by Louis and Yezi, taking them to the stone gambling house in the afternoon to seek treasures, purchasing silver-gray meteorites. Yet, under the provocation of the Dragon Mother, Yi Feng's cultivation experienced an exhilarating surge, leaving him with a sense of illusion. Lu Bai glanced at Yang Mianxi. They nodded in agreement. Under Lu Bai's watchful eye, Yang Mianxi slowly assisted Li Yang to his feet. She circled around the Shanqing mountain man and Lu Bai, her face alight with excitement. She had only recently learned of such a place within the temple, where Yin Shiqin had invested greatly in capturing Lady Shanyu, even revealing this forbidden area. With a backing of 5,000 elite soldiers, Bailey Go threatened the emperor using a powerful crossbow regiment as leverage. Yu Yuanhang, with his eyes closed, allowed the makeup artist to apply makeup around his eyes, oblivious to her expression. He gently smiled, reassuring her not to feel pressured, stating that he would support her. Helan Shan's words dripped with sarcasm, and Feiyun easily discerned the underlying meaning. In previous times, Feiyun would have turned on her heel and walked away. However, today was of utmost importance, and she had to endure, following the siblings into the living room. After she had barely taken a few steps with Ling Bao, Deli and Dahuan emerged from their room, preparing to head up the mountain to gather pigweed, as they usually did, their baskets slung over their backs. Jingyi attempted to pull Shu Wei into the passenger seat, but as his hand brushed against her bare back, he felt a thin layer of sweat. However, Wei Yinxing turned around. His expression dark, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction, silently questioning if she was mocking him. Shu Yue was permitted to move only within the living room and the secondary bedroom, and she was forbidden from touching his belongings. Atop the mountain, Huya had transformed into a colossal fox, standing 8 meters tall, its fur shifting from purple to blue, with 6 tails sweeping back and forth, resembling brooms as they cleared the fallen leaves from the mountaintop. Previously, Zhai Fong and Yu Tsuei had coaxed the client to engage with Xiao Xian, and he was undoubtedly in the know, perhaps even one of the strategists behind it. As he departed, the emperor mumbled, appearing exceedingly pleased with Lu Luoshi's actions that day. Jiang Yi thought to herself that merely having a meal was inconsequential. Yet she couldn't fathom that this insufferable man would refuse even that. Wang Rui, upon witnessing this, felt his legs weaken in fear, utterly lost as to how to escape from this situation. Thus, wishing to leave unnoticed, it was indeed feasible. However, the dense fog obscured their vision, and as they attempted to flee, they dared not stray too far. Chapter 88. Be good, open your mouth, sister will feed you. Soon, Tong Jingming entered the hospital room with a food tray. The tray was adorned with a variety of delectable dishes, making Yi swallow hard, confusedly asking Tong Jingming if all of this was for him. Just moments before, Tong Jingming had mentioned he could only consume a small amount of liquid food. How had she suddenly brought so much? Ling Xiao also appeared quite well, yet compared to the youth before him, he lacked that captivating allure. The elders of the Zi family were so enraged they could hardly speak, pointing at Zi Chun with a mix of indignation and frustration. Lei Tian, filled with anxiety, patrolled the palace with a team. Upon reaching the imperial garden, he spotted the 6th princess and Yao Man admiring the flowers beneath a pavilion. A mouse happened to pass by, showing no sign of fear as it leisurely wandered, sniffing around, but finding nothing to eat. It eventually left with a look of disdain. Lin Jixuan signaled to Dongmei, hoping she could have a private chat with Jishi later, but Dongmei seemed bewildered by Lin Jixuan's gesture. not quite comprehending her intent. The attendant who had claimed to have encountered Xian was actually someone they had arranged deliberately. The attendant had never met Xian that day. It was all a cunning scheme devised by Chu Qingluo. Furthermore, if Tang Zai's claims were true, then did his supposed correspondence with Nian Nian hold any validity? The context was tightly interwoven, each step pressing forward, leaving the 6 nascent soul cultivators within the Qi gate gasping for breath. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and a chilling wind howled through the courtyard, a ghostly aura enveloping the area, as if countless spirits were howling in the wind, sending shivers down one's spine and instilling fear in their hearts. Shall we see who it is? Chu Yuan gestured to Du Guoming. Suspecting that the arrival might be someone sent by Du Guifang, that the purpose of their visit remained unknown. This was a formidable individual, having immersed themselves in a single technique for years, achieving an unparalleled mastery. Yet, the opponent must possess exceptional qualities, otherwise, there would not have been so many years of conflict. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent gaze, the moon goddess felt a sudden pang in her heart. Today's imperial master seemed different from the past. The 3 of them swiftly distanced themselves, ultimately concluding that while Hongjun could bestow divinity, none of their disciples should be included on the list. Although everyone present were martial artists, they lacked fame and their skills were mediocre. While they might have held their ground against ordinary people, none dared provoke such experts. The former Grand Marshal of the Navy, now the Supreme Commander of the world government, Steelbone Kong, was an old-timer almost on par with Roger. Chu Yuan could only coldly scoff, reflecting on how this so-called hero of capturing gods had engaged in such despicable acts in the Qinggang woods. Since he had chosen this path, Chu Yuan would not spare him any leniency. The perfected flying thunder god technique had transcended the realm of special skills, and its soul consumption had also undergone changes. What? You say you want to go to the moon? Is that realistic? Upon hearing her husband's words, Jingya immediately raised her voice and shouted at him. Chapter 89. You expect me to feed you? When Tang Feng heard the old man pose this question, his brow furrowed momentarily before he relaxed. Recalling the old man's significant background, the largest neutral faction on the continent, the Magic Martial Academy. You are quite young, yet your foundation appears shallow. Your cultivation time seems limited. Achieving the ability to manipulate objects for flight is indeed a remarkable talent, Wei Wei remarked with a smile. Starting from the next day, the children's enthusiasm noticeably increased. They no longer buried themselves in their own tasks, but began to lend a helping hand to their seniors, often approaching the steward with inquiries, which left Zhao Guanshi quite startled. Zhang Shiji was actually a drinking buddy and collaborator of Shanshan, quite familiar with her. A few months prior, he had secretly headed north to join Shanshan, stating that for the safety of his family, he wished to remain low profile for the time being. Shanshan thought it best to have him manage external intelligence affairs, thus keeping him less frequently within the country. Don't tell me that boy was bullied by a bully, and you couldn't stand by and heroically rescued him? Song Ryu crossed her arms, teasingly gazing at him. That kind of pill was an extremely rare treasure, with only 3 in existence. He had no idea how she had acquired such a precious item, yet she had chosen to give it to a beggar whom she had never met before. Morong Qing slowly opened her eyes, slightly shifting her body to find a more comfortable position, simply gazing at the rise and fall of his chest in a daze. The tavern was divided into 2 levels. The first floor was a hall with many separated spaces neatly arranged. The second floor featured private rooms, exuding an air of refinement. Hearing the commotion, Ji Ziming and Ji Ruoshui turned to look. They saw Ing Shaki, weary and leaning against the door frame, scanning the surroundings. After all, everything usable had been thoroughly stripped away, leaving the 4 pirates almost entirely bare, with only a pair of triangular shorts remaining. I need to pick the fruits outside. Furthermore, do not touch this set of furniture. I will have someone come to move it shortly, Kong Bo instructed the man. He was also a respected commander of the National Defense Army. Their integrated mobile forces were practically lawless. A crescent-shaped blade of fire surged forward like a meteor, vanishing in an instant. The corner gates and sliding doors were designed with ventilation and security features, specially crafted to adapt to the hot and rainy climate of Ling'an. Suddenly, a figure emerged, a child who instantly transformed into smoke and vanished within the mist. As far as I know, the original painting is housed in the Su Beihong Memorial Hall. The young man was hesitant to disclose too much. A single misstep in his words could evoke negative sentiments. Bloodline? What does bloodline signify? Not everyone possesses a bloodline. Only when the ancestors of a particular race reach a certain level of mastery can they leave behind a trace of the great Tao in their blood, at which point their descendants may inherit that bloodline. Thus, among the two elegantly attired individuals, one is undoubtedly Chibo, while the other, resembling him somewhat, yet appearing a few years his senior, remains an enigma. The ease of Chibo's demeanor in his company, albeit tinged with a hint of restraint, suggests that this individual possesses an extraordinary standing. The only course of action for Feng Ruohua is to unleash a massacre, targeting the instigators among the distressed populace, even to the extent of executing Pang Yushin. Teacher Chi's attention is divided, one eye fixed on the seamstresses preparing garments, the other on the lottery results. It remains uncertain whether Kunlu old ancestor truly possesses only these spiritual treasures, or if others are concealed upon his person. The authorities have been unable to trace him simply because he has already departed. Could that individual be Chunyu Pang? Lady Yu's gaze is fixed intently on Chu Jian, instantly discerning his unease. The five hues emerge as when Yezhin observes the white gourd emanating a spectrum of colors from its base. How long has the princess been in this state? Yun Luyin stands outside the door, gazing at Yun Muxue, softly inquiring of Linger. Love ought to be sweet, untouched by the mundane. Alas, to sustain oneself in this world, one must still rely on worldly matters. Yet time, like a blade, has etched lines at the corners of her eyes, which paradoxically enhances her allure. At this moment, Zhuhui has also been brought down. As in June sits beside him for a while, her mind a tempest of chaotic thoughts. As he speaks, he lifts the Yin residence, allowing me to inspect the beams. Upon closer examination, I discover hair entwined upon them. Jianxi bows his head. Should Exine AI continue to stir trouble, with Third Master always shielding her, she might indeed wreak havoc upon Mingdu. I refuse to believe it. Xiang clenches his fist, his figure like a specter, employing the thick earth technique. Although powerful, it requires time, and against a golden core expert, the adversary would never grant him that opportunity. I could almost bite Yu Shuimin to death. Until a sudden inspiration strikes me. I bite my tongue, releasing it and rolling backward, simultaneously spitting the blood into my palm and slapping it upon my ankle. The Atlantic Ridge connects to the Arctic Ocean, but how many miles must one traverse to reach the Arctic? To evade the disturbances of Nan moving for the rest of my life, must I exert such effort? Is that my family's ledger? Where did you acquire it? Several mercantile masters exclaimed in shock. Feng Zhaoyuan, however, felt an icy chill envelop him. Had he not been so eager to uncover the origins of this abyss, he would have fled this place in haste. Zhangzhu observed the boy bowing in worship not far off, tilting his head in confusion. Did he just refer to himself as a deity? Zhangzhu glanced at his attire, the black protective gear distinctly not of this world. Behind him sat a master warrior, vigorously scraping his back with a long knife, blood flowing profusely, his trembling attributes exposed. Ho Ni Tao, wielding a soul-seizing hand, awaited the opportune moment to unleash a devastating blow. With a critical strike from behind, the added attribute damage could potentially annihilate a 500 health point lord in a single move. Zhang Chun recognized the individual's identity. In the original text, near Hamyanada, there existed a Pharaoh's Guard, a lineage dedicated to safeguarding this region, which explains why Hamyanada has remained undiscovered and unexcavated for so many years. Chapter 90, I am a materialist warrior. Faced with Yi Yin's inquiry, Li felt a pang of guilt, his gaze flitting away, unable to meet Yi Yin's eyes. I can't believe you actually went, Yi Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Last time, Li Yi was fortunate enough to evade capture, receiving only a verbal reprimand. Jian Feng, cease your unfounded slander. Although my blood alliance operates with a certain flamboyance, we are well aware of propriety. Do not defame us. The Blood Emperor's pupils constricted as he rebuked Jian Feng, observing the increasing number of players surrounding him. He noted two familiar teams joining the fray. The previous call was from Zhoubo, who had just received a call from Father Huang, stating Huang Xiang was en route to the competition and advised the Ocean University team not to fret. The Great Wind tribe has been annihilated. Feng Jianren is deceased. In the entire spiritual domain, no one from the younger generation surpasses him. This is the true power that transcends the pinnacle of celestial realms, standing shoulder to shoulder with genuine deities. Xuanhe is simply unfathomable. How could such power exist among mortals? The adage holds true, an inch gained is an inch of strength. Although Jin Yu's strength pales in comparison to the man in black, without utilizing energy and facing a disadvantageous weapon, the black-clad figure was nonetheless forced to retreat. This prince enjoys swimming at such times. Is moon-gazing prohibited? Feng Xie floated in the lake, taunting Yang Moyun on the shore, his tone laced with provocation, as he harbored a deep disdain for the man before him. This fellow is so adept in the water. How long do you think it will take us to resolve this? I inquired, glancing at the others. Meanwhile, in the sky, Jin Ziwu attacked Zhou Qingbao like a frenzied beast, with Zhou Jinyuan and Yu Yalong by his side. Yet even in their trio, facing Jin Ziwu was reckless assault. They found no advantage. Each faction has experienced a significant surge in strength, with the Five Elements sect witnessing an even more remarkable increase. The Sword Saint elite has grown by 40 individuals in just 2 years, undeniably establishing them as the foremost power. Qin Feng's immortal cloud sword has been shattered in the duel, leaving him bereft of a crucial means to swiftly regain stamina. The staircase ascended in a winding, intricate fashion, far longer and more complex than anticipated. Originally, from the gatekeeper's vantage point, the towering Sin City appeared to be merely 100 zhang away. Yet several had traversed many miles without any sign of reaching the second floor. Moments ago, the super admin from the live streaming platform had sought him out, instructing him to remain prepared for an imminent explosion. Indeed, sir, I have calculated 5,300 methods of extinguishing the fire, currently selecting the most viable option. Jarvis's voice emanated from the computer speakers. Upon returning to the classroom, the two of us exchanged no words, silently resting our heads upon the desks, savoring these final moments of companionship. Now, in mid-April, the weather is warm, and the gentle sunlight casts a languid aura over all. Liu turned his head, his body angled to the side, as he recalled the long-gone Li Guang, his heart swelling with uncontainable rage. Along the way, she overheard Xin calling Zhao Jing a mother, and thus understood the relationship between Zhao Jingyi and Feng Hao. Before she could finish her words, Zhao Jie gasped for breath. Coughing up blood, Li Bing pressed against Zhao Jie's wound, utterly flustered, declaring, "You need not speak. I shall certainly rescue you, as long as you are well. I will do anything." Chapter 91. Wow, you figured it out. Numerous reporters from Cologne have arrived, including Claudia. Can it be that Tang Zhonglong has managed to associate himself with Bayern Munich? Moreover, it was none other than Bayern's manager, Honus, who personally made the statement. This is truly astonishing. Seeing that it was already noon, Wei Lianhua helplessly lifted both car and person into the air. Therefore, how could it be an easy task to set aside past grievances and unite against Sun Tian and the others? Sleepy, Wang Heng heard his phone's message alert. Yet he had lost the desire to glance at the screen, thus missing the timely message from Yi Sun. Very well. Liang Fanxin turned back to regard him solemnly, then closed her eyes, reopening them to look once more. The man nodded. Wei Tianya's assertion effectively denied the existence of the bee needle. Dining here allows for an undisturbed meal, ensuring that the closed doors and windows prevent the scent of food from wafting into the outer lounge. As Tang Zhonglong began his run-up, a comical scene unfolded. He tripped over his own feet. The elder's words ring true. A pregnancy can render one foolish for 3 years. Given your already limited intellect, those 3 years of folly could easily lead you to dwell among swine. Bei Shuing has never been one to grasp the concept of politeness. Indeed, I refer to you, the child sent away by your father all those years ago, the sole legitimate heir of the Yi family's third generation. Yi Xing smiled radiantly, clearly elated. Even the tall and strong Qingfeng's eyes glimmered with envy. If Run Yu were in trouble, he would ensure that Ling Jing pays in blood for her transgressions. As it turns out, Princess Chomping informed me that Empress Zhou is not only alive but has also fallen into the hands of Li Zicheng. However, upon discovering that my father's factory was acquired by Yan Chu, Lu Yuxuan was taken aback. Such a coincidence seemed improbable. She had previously clashed with Yan Chu and was well aware of his temperament. Dressed in a salon skirt with a layer of sheer fabric, she wore a swimsuit inspired by the water festival. Are you afraid that Mo Wanlin might suddenly seek you out tonight? In the driver's seat, Yin Rongyu noticed the anxious demeanor of their companion. Mother, have you lost your mind? Shinchu is nothing but a wretched person, Lu Chenin exclaimed, pointing at Shinchu with fury. It's good to know you're fine. After sleeping for so long, you must be quite hungry. Let me fetch you something to eat, said Mayin as she hurriedly exited the room. The landscape stretched endlessly, resembling a vast plain, yet unlike any ordinary plain. The battleground of celestial and demonic forces lay in disarray, scattered with yellow earth and mottled boulders, dotted with newly constructed homes. Lan Yang's gaze sharpened, and he offered a calm smile to Chu Ming, reassured that he had not misidentified this individual. In less than a second, a smoke bomb of this unique quality discharged a thick cloud, completely obscuring the area within several meters. At this moment, the disciple kneeling on the ground hesitated, glancing at Zhou Chun beside him before hastily lowering his head. I don't know. Perhaps he sensed something amiss, Uncle Kong remarked with uncertainty. A class comprised of the 20 most exceptional trainees from the entire preparatory camp successfully graduated and directly entered the Skywalker mutant forces, a significant honor for them. At this juncture, the national master of Yunhu and Sui Rushua observed Wang Li's calm, yet confident demeanor, unknowingly believing him almost entirely. Luo Feng noted the nonchalant expression of Yu Haidang and could only smile helplessly, realizing he would have to wait for another opportunity to return the scroll to Yu Hongzhuang. While Wei Qing busied himself preparing for the assault, Gu Weidong was also on the offensive, though not against the enemy, but rather against his own people. The middle-aged man in golden attire felt a jolt. He had only heard of 1 or 2 individuals in his lifetime who grasped such grand principles at the age of 17 or 18, all of whom were renowned prodigies from sacred grounds. As for how this calamity vanished, the tales vary widely, with the most prevalent being the legend of the human emperor. This matter requires Long Yu's input. Bai Yujian fixed his gaze on Long Yu, insisting, please, explain everything to Master Qi Yin accurately. He emphasized the significance of the word accurately. Ling Feng secretly rejoiced, but frowned shortly after. From now on, only the aspect of the soul remained. The ancient land of Tianzue was forged through the cooperation of the 3 clans a millennium ago, and they had long agreed upon their respective durations of use. The Demon Clan for 330 years, the Monster Clan for 330 years. Now, as the Human Clan settles in, the beings of Tianzue have been passed down through several generations. Near the Yang River, several dilapidated bungalows stood by the water, where Yuan was restrained in a chair. She walked alongside Shanqing Mountain's man and Lu Bai, her face brimming with excitement. She had only recently learned of such a place in the temple. To capture Lady Shanyu, Yan Shichen had invested heavily, revealing even this realm of impossibility. Chapter 92, A Man's Desire. Upon hearing Tong Jingming's speculation, Yan was utterly speechless and hurriedly denied it. Impossible. Those siblings must be genuine siblings. One simply resembles their mother while the other takes after their father. Yan quickly warned Tong Jingming again, and don't you dare speak such nonsense. When Xiao Ran arrives tomorrow, you mustn't ask her directly, or you'll be in for a world of trouble. The allure of the indestructible peak weapon was indeed immense. In just 3 days, over 10,000 self-proclaimed master smiths flocked to the Tianlong star system. Life activities within. Could it be that a child resided within the belly of the colossal beast? The flame warrior found the statements from the people of Mirror Star to be rather vague. These light and agile boots were originally a high-grade magical artifact, but due to the passage of time, they had lost some of their spiritual essence. In today's world, few are willing to be the good person, yet everyone hopes to surround themselves with virtuous individuals. Upon witnessing the unprecedented astonishment on her senior sister's face, Yan Yi feared she had offended her with her earlier words and quickly shook her head. The supreme geniuses exchanged glances. Long Qingchun, with his quasi-emperor cultivation, had decisively defeated Long Jin Baiming, imposing tremendous pressure on them. They hesitated to challenge him, leaving the atmosphere silent and tense, with no one daring to step forward. The citizens of Yin country gazed at Yan Yi, recalling the formidable power she had just unleashed, left in a state of disbelief, unsure of how to proceed. To be honest, if it weren't for the guidance of the formidable master, he and Jun Hui might have perished in the branch factory and never made it here. Jinan, your cousin's brother is arriving in a couple of days, right? The term cousin's brother was purely for convenience. Sitting in a chair, Suing Shue felt something amiss when she heard Shirlin mention the willow tree. Suddenly, her mind went blank, leaving her unable to respond. If you wish, you can stay and rest for a while. The final project cannot be compromised by irrelevant individuals, Moody murmured as he stepped out of the office. With Gao Sheng's death, Xia Han lost her support, and the Xie family's business lacked suitable management, granting the Gu family the opportunity to take over Xia Han's affairs. The absurd father, a fool, remained comical even when misfortune struck. Zhu Su saw Xia Han on her sickbed, and upon her entrance, his gaze immediately fell upon her abdomen. Despite Xia Han draping a loose cloak over herself, it could not conceal her burgeoning belly. However, the insects lacked such capabilities. In the same lunar gravity, they eliminated air resistance and other influences, making their pursuit fundamentally impossible. Perhaps I should simply establish my own studio. That way, I can bring Ruro and Tutu along during filming. After all, with my knowledge of so many classic films, I could enlist Lao Wang and the Lao Zhang Quartet, writing, directing, and acting myself, without fear of failing to attract fans. Chapter 93. Who Will Save Me? Back in university, Tong Jingming had been curious about Li Xiaoran's appearance and had asked Yian for her photo. Unfortunately, Yian dared not take candid shots of Li Xiaoran, nor did they have any group photos. After a busy morning, Su Yichen and others completed all the supplies, just as Su Yichen prepared to leave. Chu Tian's eyes flickered, alternating between coldness and warmth. Perhaps even Chu Tian himself did not comprehend the emotions swirling within his heart at that moment. Faced with such a fierce killing move, Xia Qing's face turned crimson, and her irritation dissipated as she focused intently on the situation. Nearby, a towering, burly man, his head as large as a basket, filled the dragon tank for Princess Xiaoguang once more. Tears streamed down Su Yi's face. Do I have a choice? After speaking, she pushed herself off the floor and, grasping the railing, made her way upstairs. As he anticipated, Wen Yu found himself wavering between two choices, whether to push Lu Yiguang to see if the emperor might be persuaded by such reasoning, or to resolve the matter through procrastination as he wished, patiently awaiting the subsequent moves. Dr. Yu did not press him, leaving the bedroom to allow Qi Su to present the various medicines they had brought, explaining their properties and methods of use. Wen Yu remained by the bedside, while Mama Zhang, burdened with thoughts, took the opportunity of preparing tea to step out and listen to Dr. Yu and the others. Investigate thoroughly. I must uncover how this fire ignited. If someone has plotted against me, I will ensure they meet a most dreadful end. Wu Shuang's expression was fierce, causing Lan Qingran to feel a twinge of fear. Shuexiang Tang's countenance was grim, his stomach roiling, nearly on the brink of vomiting. Had it not been for Mo Xie, still relatively handsome despite entering middle age, he might have already succumbed. It seemed she intended to leave a survivor, as her strength appeared limited, and she did not aim for Fan Wu's vital points. Xingu also desired Lin Ruyu's silver ingots, but before his turn came, a maid entered, requesting him in the front hall. When the class bell rang, Sun Chenghui, fearing she might cry in front of her students, did not linger in the classroom and discreetly accompanied her mother to a certain labor reform farm on the outskirts of the capital, visiting her brother Sun Chenghui for the first and last time before leaving the city. With such an unworthy brother, Sun Chenghui had no choice but to accept it. Thus, the key to moon gathering lay with the four inheritors of the Miao tribe, as the technological content was of a higher caliber. Upon seeing Liang Biao seated within, Xiao Gui'er finally breathed a sigh of relief and strode confidently into the room. After finishing her meal, Chen Jiao dawdled while washing the dishes before fetching hot water into the room. Yin Qing, having removed his shoes and socks to soak his feet, intended to embrace Chen Jiao for sleep. Chapter 94. Just classmates? The next morning, Yin awoke leisurely, initially expecting Tong Jingming to be by her side as she had been the day before. However, to her astonishment, upon squinting at the foot of the bed, she found her father present as well. Confusion washed over her. She had not informed her parents of her whereabouts, so how had they arrived? Shaoan, you're awake. She heard, and with a resigned spirit, she thought, well, I shall resolve this matter for you. Qian Luo smiled mysteriously, and in the next moment, Ouyang Zhua and his remaining guards had changed locations. Were it someone else, Ku Xiangbao might have considered this an influence of Ku Xinya's previous remarks. But if it were Yi Shaoqian, she would have to contemplate his intentions. To this, Ku Xiangbao appeared to disregard him entirely, bypassing him and casually taking a seat on the nearby sofa. Glancing at Zhong Huading, who merely observed her without making a move, she noted his nod, signaling that she could sit. Thus, these rulers were also on guard against the potential emergence of economic dangers. Should an economic crisis occur, it would trigger a chain reaction, leading to the bankruptcy of numerous companies and enterprises. Just follow my instructions. Trust me, this is more agonizing than killing them, Luca said with a mischievous grin directed at the soldier, and soon he joined Tenaya in the carriage. After speaking, he set down his luggage, one hand brushing through his hair, while the other casually rested on the staircase railing, exhibiting a remarkably relaxed demeanor. Why conceal the truth? Are you afraid of something? Luca felt a vague sense of unease. It was clear that significant changes had transpired in the Purple Room during his years away. Look, Legionia, you must be hiding something. Luca mused silently, yet he had no intention of revealing this matter prematurely. He sought to instill a sense of panic in Li Jinia, making her acutely aware of the shame and fear stemming from her actions. Zhang Yang purchased a map in the shop. Noticing numerous tribes surrounding the area, over 20 by a rough estimate, the nearest being 5 kilometers away and the farthest exceeding 20, though thankfully all were of the first level. So he was not overly concerned. Her voice was not in the best condition, slightly hoarse, and when she spoke softly, it became even more pronounced, resembling a man's voice, devoid of any softness. The following day, once everything was settled, Wei Shuo and his companions departed the inn, bringing gifts as they inquired and successfully located Lu Mu's residence. Suddenly, he fainted, startling her. Fortunately, Shadow appeared, assuring her that the prince was unharmed, merely exhausted from excessive energy expenditure and in need of rest. Su Yang marveled, realizing that the Supreme was even more formidable than he had imagined. During the battle with the Azure Emperor, it seemed the Emperor had not even exerted his full strength. The use of sealing techniques was unavoidable, as the task assigned to the sealing class was to seal this island, preventing the situation here from spiraling out of control. Chun Fu, are you all right? Fudo, hearing the commotion, strained to look in the direction of the sound, concerned upon seeing Chun Fu grimacing from a fall. The village chief could not possibly be the kind to willingly submit to another. If the Bai Mu Gue clan truly used this as leverage, the chief might resort to mutual destruction with them. But the challenge lay in the fact that the chief could never gamble with the fate of an entire clan. Chapter 95. How have you been faring? Lu Bo washed up and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Harry awaited him at the door, extending his hand. Unwilling to walk as long as Lu Bo was present, Lu Bo carried him downstairs, while Qiao Xia enthusiastically approached with a wig, eager to teach him how to braid hair. Knowing this, Luo Chu Shang did not feel any reverence. Rather, she grew even more affectionate. You cannot kill me. So why do you still wish to? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, his feelings of unease intensifying. Yet in recent years, she had seldom involved herself in affairs, allowing the Buddhist Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva and Taoist Tai to intrude upon the underworld, with even the 10 Yama kings not established by her. Merely occupying the title of the 6 emperors of heaven, the Yin Emperor's name. Take a look, see if you can move normally now. Qin Tian smiled at the blushing Zuxiu, making a remark. Wesley applied for international assistance, receiving the consent of the United Nations. While the Lu Peng side naturally had no objections, Lin Jingsheng rubbed his arms, a faint sneer passing over his lips, indifferent and unconcerned, while Mu Liang sat nearby. Watching the drama unfold, the two had been embroiled in a cold war lately, their discord unknown. Damn it, I wasn't prepared, and yet the fight has begun. Lu Tong exclaimed, hastily dodging. Wife, you are truly a genius. I am in awe. I will immediately inform Brooks to execute this method without delay. I refuse to believe that scoundrel won't come looking for me, Yi Tian declared triumphantly. Zhu Ling observed Jin Tian visiting Qin Li, even gifting him a substantial sum of silver, seemingly akin to giving away free money. This was simply because Zhu Ling was direct and naive, lacking in perceptiveness. Compared to before childbirth, she now sweated even more. Sometimes while sitting on the bed embroidering patterns, she would break into a sweat. While Han Shanggong and Feng Shi kept a watchful eye on her, forbidding her from consuming anything cold or fanning herself to prevent her from falling ill during her confinement. Yi Shi's voice trembled lightly. No, please. I want to leave you. Her gaze was hazy, as if ignited by desire, her body responding. The car windows were tightly shut, and the rear door ajar revealed a charming figure clad in a pale pink dress. One of his subordinates, masked and cupping his fists, declared, I obey your command. Before vanishing from sight, there they saw Shui Air, her clothing in tatters, with only her corset and belly band shimmering, absorbing the full force of the thunder tribulation. In the end, she managed to capture a sliver of thunder essence into the precious box bestowed by Zhang Yu. The scent of lily was pleasant at first, but being immersed in it became excessive. Jun Tian commented, locking the doors and windows, preparing to eliminate all traces of the fragrance within the room while she could no longer tolerate the overpowering scent, and entered the workshop. Shenxi Shui stared at me with wide eyes, while Li Qian and the others regarded me, though their expressions were more filled with mockery. Moreover, even if we were to take a step back, Yi Yan's arrival at Jialan Peak is still due to the invitation from the Jialan Ferry. Curiously, he glanced at the yellow insignia on his chest, its powers still veiled in mystery. Let me observe your efficiency and effectiveness. Long Changjiang activated his imperial eye. scanning 300 celestial bodies and discovering that the indigenous humans of Tyene were utterly absent. The remaining scattered entities were all bizarre beings from beyond the realm. Due to the diversity and abundance of these life forms, several large barrels were placed by the feet of the ladies. However, there was no recourse. After all, he had chosen to attempt rather than flee at the first opportunity. He was acutely aware that the appearance of a 9th-level creator would spell disaster for him. The demonic cultivator sought to attack her, while the man, distracted by the need to protect her, began to falter under the strain. Those who were unaware rushed to inquire, while those in the know looked around with a sense of pride, flaunting their knowledge. At that moment, everyone began to comprehend why Lu Lin could defeat a high-level force with mere initial strength. It was, after all, aided by the heavens. Upon hearing Chu Ji's words, Wang Yingjun couldn't help but touch the hat atop his head, relieved that there was no axe resting there. After killing the patrolling disciple, Ling Yun felt the unrefined eternal power within him and muttered to himself. Yun too nodded in agreement, realizing that it was not the phantasmal beast she needed to guard against, but rather those who accompanied her. No, aside from one piece of clothing being ruined. Tao Ran pointed to her top. It was only then that Ning Shanshan realized she was wearing Tao Ran's clothes, her face flushing crimson. Wu Haoming gazed contentedly at the ring on her delicate finger. She had finally donned it. He was thoroughly pleased, bowing his head to place a gentle kiss on her finger. The cave had but one passage, and it was feared that they had unwittingly wandered into the belly of a blood beast. Chapter 96. Is that my future daughter-in-law? Reflecting on this, he felt a blend of shock and indignation towards Jiang Tian, whom he deemed a monster. He decided to unleash his most formidable technique. Rod opened his eyes, scrutinizing the large tree, enveloping it with his aura. However, after thorough examination, he was disappointed. Aside from its considerable size, the tree possessed no remarkable qualities. Song Yun was Song Yun, and Wu Tian was Wu Tian, even if they once coexisted within a being called Song Yun. Song Yun severed the 3 corpses and was reborn, and Wu Tian was similarly renewed since departing from Song Yun, embarking on a new existence. Yet, beneath the castle wall, from the dark shadows, a faint sound suddenly emerged. After a brief silence, a shadow quietly leapt out, pressing itself against the wall, vanishing into the darkness, silent once more. You'd better kill me now, otherwise one day I'll subject you to the most excruciating punishment, Su Fu stated coldly. The captain is truly impressive. He has invited the ship's doctor aboard. Usopp exclaimed, a true supporter. Bah! With such meager skills, how dare you be arrogant before us, the tomb robbers? The hefty man spat disdainfully at the corpse of the corpse demon. Besides the one who had a piece of flesh bitten off by a potato, the remaining culprits were unceremoniously tossed out by Yun Cheng, like dumplings, one after another, all while Yun Cheng maintained just the right amount of force, ensuring they suffered pain without breaking any bones. In that case, how do you wish to compete? Yang Xindian asked, a smirk on his face as he regarded Song Yun, as if he were addressing a defeated foe. If there's nothing else, you may leave. We will handle things here. One of the security guards waved his hand, prompting Ming Yi and the others to scurry away. Hei Chen felt deeply moved. Although he knew Jin Zhu had always harbored deep feelings for him, he was surprised by the firmness of her words. Radiant energy flickered as the pure, unmatched power of the dragon infused into the 4 individuals. As time passed, they finally reached the summit of the waterfall, where all the torrents cascaded from a narrow crevice, evidently the core of the dragon transformation pool. The butler's casino was quite distant from the hideout of Bai Luyu and her companions. Even if Yi Xie rushed at full speed, it would take him several minutes. Meanwhile, Guan Wui's people must have already discovered Bai Luoyu's location and were heading there to capture them, intending to use them to threaten him. Old Zhang laughed heartily. Old Wang, give it a taste. If you can find a flaw, this meal is on me. If not, you pay. That was your own suggestion, right? Ha ha. Huang early joined in the laughter, his lips parting to reveal a couple of missing teeth. After receiving Hei Chen's thoughts, the black orb remained silent and cool, simply retracting the moon. Hei Chen extended his hand, drawing forth 2 streams of chaotic energy from Long Yezi and the Great Bear, gradually restoring their powers. Then why don't you seek shelter from the rain instead of getting soaked? Bai Luyu chided Yi Xie with a sideways glance. I've tasted the sweetness and continued to chant the incantation, growing more fluent with each repetition. The branches of the wild Zen tree trembled more noticeably, as if a rope were tugging them, swaying from side to side. Even more so, The mere appearance of Zhuang Feng emboldened Jing Shan to openly submit to him. This infuriated Fu Xiang the most, for he had single-handedly supported Jing Shan to this point. Little did he expect that such a minor display from Zhuang Feng would lead Jing Shan to follow him. What was the meaning of that? Just then, Ling Yu opened his eyes, fatigue evident as he glanced at Kong Muning, revealing a smile of relief, as blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. He swayed and collapsed. Thus, I turned to Shangguan Yiran and smiled serenely, asking in an elegantly casual tone, "Miss, do you have a boyfriend?" I wasn't sure if this was too sudden, abruptly inquiring about someone else's relationship status. In modern society, all industries are rapidly advancing, with skyscrapers rising everywhere, and archaeology has progressed in tandem. Judging solely by the disciples' abilities, while commendable in the realm of cultivation, they hardly qualify as top tier. Shan Shan observed the elderly man, whose thoughts seemed muddled, but once the topic of Buddhist theory arose, his eyes sparkled, saliva dripping as he spoke of good deeds and attaining Buddhahood. Clearly a fanatic whose mind had been fried by his beliefs. Shirquan was startled, not expecting Li Feng to notice him, however. The power of spiritual awareness differed from true qi, and the sword of consciousness still grazed Li Feng's shoulder. Beneath the radiant moonlight, Wang Ho noticed a black spike atop the sand dune. He recalled seeing black stones amidst the yellow sand during his visit earlier. Inquiring with the Great Compassion Dharma King, he learned they were volcanic lava, but how could such lava find its way atop this sand dune? Was it something else? No, that couldn't be right. Hadn't he already deposited 100 yuan as a security fee that morning? Suddenly, Tian's mind sparked with realization. Although he had some experience using it by the noon gate, it was still limited. Zhang Jiwei intended to use the upcoming bank construction as a model project for Summit, thus setting high standards. At that moment, Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of weeping, leaving Lin Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed, unsure of how to proceed with his inquiries. Impossible. This matter could never have been orchestrated by our manager Fan. Zhao Erlu's words had barely left his lips when Wang Qingping, seated beside him, leaped up in anger. Chapter 97. Discharged. To speak frankly, Ian had not considered his mother's ulterior motives until Li Yi reminded him just before his departure, prompting his sudden realization. Not far from the battlefield, the original Baina crouched, observing the scene with deep brown eyes that were remarkably tranquil. Li Yuqian was still astonished that Mo Peng could present 10 white jade asparagus, as this alone was sufficient to cover the usual financial expenses of the Qingwei gang. However, such actions were questionable, for they had committed crimes, and was it not unjust to grant them amnesty without punishment? Although this operation did not uncover the whereabouts of the Jiao King and the Dragon King whale, it did provide a clearer understanding of the divine battle situation, which could be considered a modest success. As he spoke, the ground trembled beneath him, and thick dust rose, creating a rumbling sound from the floor. The long spear, which could barely withstand the speed, was further challenged by Wan Miu, who had only recently attained the meteor realm. Faced with the sudden onslaught of sword techniques, he momentarily lost his composure, sustaining numerous sword wounds. Silent and deadly beasts emerged gradually from the marshes, slowly encroaching upon this territory. What if his parents disapproved of him? Would that mean the end of his relationship with Zhai Nancy? It was evident that Murong Fuyu's strength had significantly increased compared to 3 months ago, intensifying Chen Gui's apprehension. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a vast blue sky, and the air was thick with the scent of the sea. It was worth noting that this folk song festival had indeed showcased many talented singers, not just Lu Haiping. The Shanyu duo of Ding Dashan and Lu Zhengyu were among them as well. Zhuo Junlin smiled knowingly. In this chaotic world, if our Luo kingdom does not engage, wouldn't it be rather dull? He turned and said, Yang Yan, you and Zhang Shan should lead the troops to assist the Yang kingdom. His pair of captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled with charm. Yenner, with a joyful glow on her face, radiated happiness, enhancing her already striking beauty. He raised his gaze, his starry eyes fixed on Ling Qingyan, exuding an innocent appearance that was truly endearing. Lu Qinyan's brows furrowed. Although the Lu family was one of the 7 prominent families, the Lu clan had always held a superior position above the other 6, as evidenced by the estate named after the Lu surname. Indeed, I was planning to inform you tomorrow, yet here you are, asking. Knowing that Zhao Yu harbored feelings for him, Zhuo Junlin hesitated to disclose his engagement news to her. Currently, the 800,000 troops of the He family had arrived at Yunjian Ridge, only a few hundred miles away from Litianjia. However, This mere distance posed a significant obstacle, for ahead lay not only treacherous terrains but also a multitude of monsters and demons. Finally, with a loud cry from the carefree fairy, a brilliant red light flashed within the room, illuminating the magic pearl and blood sword with great intensity. Thanks to the guidance of the blood egg and the exploration by the dragon cat, Yi Fan had made remarkable gains at the mine over the past few days, excavating countless spirit stones. Yi Fan was taken aback for quite some time, surprised by Banrua's intense reaction. They were all adults, after all, and should not be overly concerned. Yet she seemed genuinely eager to clarify something, despite her failure to articulate it clearly. Late stage of the out-of-body realm, or early stage of the concentration realm? I cannot say for certain, Fire Sparrow replied uncertainly. Chapter 98, A Friend Seeking a Quiet Flower Hall. At this statement, the atmosphere instantly heated up. As the gazes of the crowd darted between Ping Mo and Jun'er and Yuer, even those eavesdropping outside the flower hall covered their mouths, fearing that any noise might disturb the unfolding drama within. At first, he thought the Iron Elder was merely speaking nonsense. But now he was astonished to discover the truth of it all. Lin Ping, step back. Xiao Minglu gritted her teeth, forcefully maneuvering the control stick to steer the aircraft towards the alien enemy's head, simultaneously launching 5 arrows of Cupid. Hoping at least one would strike as fortuitously as Arthur's. He finally understood a mother's sentiments. Indeed, rather than going to your father, why not visit your mother? Your mother is of the Phoenix royal lineage, far superior to your father's illegitimate status. Dong Zhanyun found himself momentarily speechless. Although he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with his mother, he felt uncomfortable harboring such thoughts. Unexplainably, azure flames suddenly erupted from his body, igniting upon contact. Like a demon, he found himself utterly defenseless. The mention of those azure flames sent a chill through the hearts of many. Originally, Chui Feng could only perform the cheaping technique while flying, but as his understanding deepened, he became increasingly adept at wielding this spiritual art. Chui Feng twisted his foot, channeling strength through his waist, and spun around to unleash 2 nether spirit bullets, enveloping 2 colossal tiger phantoms with a tearing force, ripping them apart in an instant. Baozi Wang Xianlong found his thoughts drifting back to the delicate buds he had inadvertently touched earlier, wondering about the taste of those 2 buns. Around his giant finger, soul energy continuously amassed, causing the airborne fragments of earth to cave and retreat on either side. However, when Ku reached the lowest level, he suddenly realized the giant demon blood pool had long since dried up, leaving only a thick shroud of blood energy below. The second brother's face turned icy. He first brushed off his clothing with his left hand, then bent his body into a bow, extending his right hand to grasp the opponent's chin between splayed fingers. Zhang Yuan stepped forward to assist, and in an instant, he became as comical as Zhang Chong and Zhang Dao, with a filthy face, gray hair, and not a single clean spot on him. Longfeng City, the capital of the Longfeng dynasty, serves as the heart of the dynasty, where all royal nobles reside. Holding a position of unparalleled status, Yu Tanchi conveyed the situation to Long Mingming, who was shocked to learn of the severity of Gao Lingqi's condition and the low probability of a successful surgery. "Ha! The child is teachable," remarked the old man in a bamboo hat, gazing at the sky. "What differentiates this world is that while death exists, it also does not." The audience speculated whether he had been tricked by the organizers. Although Chi was emotionally dense, he was not foolish in other respects. And he too questioned whether he had fallen into a trap. Even so, you must conduct a thorough investigation. How dare they act so brazenly under my very nose? Once captured, they shall not be easily forgiven. Shangguan Yunfeng snorted coldly, his face a mask of disdain and displeasure. In order to rescue Sakura, Carrion reached out to a trusted member of the organization, acquiring the Oath of the Armament Judas, a massive cross. At the moment the Qing army launched their attack, Alphonse kicked aside Glatoni, carrying Zhang Mei and Scar to escape. Despite Tang Wu's warning, he was still outmaneuvered by Stanislav, who was 2 centimeters shorter, as he passed the ball over his head. For the midfield General Lampard, this was a humiliation. He dodged, weaving and blocking, successfully intercepting a series of attacks from the Saberwolf. It was hereditary. His temperament had transferred to her son, Chen Shirhan remarked. What method? Qin Yayu stammered. Having been cornered by Su Zhan against the bed, once her mind cleared, she found herself ravenously hungry. Late at night, Gu Yin was experimenting with unfamiliar cooking skills, serving Chu Yu a bowl of sweet porridge. Poisoned, Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes flickered with dark currents, clearly revealing his displeasure. Tell me, How many tasks do you think this girl will complete in the 148 mission? And how many will she manage to take from others? A rather lecherous-looking mercenary chuckled lewdly. 5 years ago, she and Tian had said that they had no connection to this timeline. They were merely transient beings and could not remain for long, lest their souls be scattered. Chapter 99. This is entrusted to you. Faced with the silent Xia Anren, Yin did not rush her. Patiently waiting for Xia Anren to step into the trap of her own accord. He was undoubtedly well aware of Xiao Yidong's capabilities. In the realm of gaming, Xiao Yitong could be described as a versatile player, handling various matters within the company with remarkable efficiency. Jin gazed at Gao Xiaodian with exaggerated admiration, somewhat skeptical. But after tasting a mushroom, found its soft texture surprisingly satisfying, undeniably superior to Lu Shanggen's offerings. Qi Xian felt an inexplicable familiarity with this cataclysmic power, yet was certain that she had never experienced it before. Suddenly, a fleeting vision crossed her mind, seemingly featuring a familiar species, the dragon clan. Yimeng turned to look and saw someone, indistinguishable from an ordinary person, running beside his vehicle, brandishing a micro-submachine gun aimed at Bai Ningxuang in the passenger seat. Moreover, with his contingent of 5,000 men marching swiftly, launching an attack at this moment would be tantamount to courting disaster. Suya was utterly bewildered. How could Tang Chun, a newcomer to the school, possess such immense popularity? As if his presence here for a meal was not merely to bask in her glory. After Pang Tong departed, Li Zhan, upon learning of the situation, glanced at Han Sui, who appeared somewhat troubled, and spoke with hesitation. The Western Emperor, guarding the gate of spiritual consciousness, proactively mentioned an anomaly he had discovered. And given that he was responsible for safeguarding the gate, their suspicions of him being a thief in his own domain were too apparent. Over the course of half a year, her average grade surged from a mere 20 points to a commendable 70 or 80. A remarkable improvement that left even the teachers astonished. I already know. You should review the surveillance footage to see if you can identify the perpetrator. The middle-aged man said slowly before hanging up. The supplies included tents, sleeping bags, entrenching tools, fire starters, safety ropes, water bottles, and even a handgun with 2 magazines. Naturally, Long Yichen was aware of this. Yet today, he found himself beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Although I strongly disapprove of your approach, I have indeed thought of a way to intensify the training. By the way, are you friends with Qing Wenj? Bai Muwan hesitated briefly before hitting send. After the security personnel managed to separate them, the manager and several clerks invited them to the mall's office to begin mediation. After speaking, old Lady Gua turned and left, leaving Lin Jinhua's family of 3 staring at one another in silence. On the computer screen, the dense array of information was incomprehensible to He Dongfan. While Sheng Yu adeptly typed commands into the keyboard, life passed at a leisurely pace, and in 6 months, the relationships among everyone had grown closer. Chapter 100. If only he could develop abs. Although Yimu constantly nagged him about his marital prospects, urging him to find a girlfriend soon, having parents around made his life significantly easier. There was no need for him to fret. He merely had to eat and sleep. Qing Xian's face had turned slightly pale. The Empress spoke of the incident when Lin Zhelan was summoned to the palace and, in a public display, used her own blood to cast a curse on the 4th prince. At this point, he was utterly at a loss for words. Even the wisest can make mistakes. He had skillfully deceived the emperor, but overlooked the ever-watchful gaze of the empress. From today onwards, we shall reside here, regardless of whether our son approves. Xia Zima will drag him up, she declared. However, before he could complete his preparations, a ghostly figure approached him, delivering a sweeping kick that sent his handgun flying. The existence of bullies oppressing the populace is a sight all too familiar across worlds, and equally detestable. Dai Dong found it challenging to explain this issue, but endeavored to clarify that luck played a part in these circumstances. Thus it was impossible to guarantee the absolute correctness or success of any endeavor. Lan Ling had been alongside the group for some time, although she had not specifically inquired. She had gleaned bits of their past from their daily conversations. The emperor's thoughts were fraught with pain, and he felt a deep sense of regret. Had he appointed a crown prince earlier, he might have avoided such turmoil and the needless loss of several sons. This was the sole thought occupying Li Beixian's mind. Aside from his apprehension, and the only thing he yearned to know, Zhang Guolong and Chen Lihua had not contemplated seeking that letter of gratitude. As Zhao Feihu had remarked during the recent training, special forces must maintain a mindset akin to a blank slate. They had more pressing matters to attend to than that letter of thanks. For instance, the two were currently strategizing on capturing Lu Chong, which was far more intriguing. The master was the owner of the Shenkong Money House. Li Gui reiterated his earlier response. He had been kicked several times yet felt no pain whatsoever. Upon arrival, Shi turned on the lights in the equipment room and retrieved a black garment from a glass display case. Xia Mingfeng's body descended slightly, eyeing the figure in black with trepidation, various combat techniques flooding his mind. His body radiated a silvery gray glow as he surged upward, closing in on the figure in black, hands poised to strike. With a swift movement, Yi Ling retreated to the side and turned to face the gathered demonic cultivators, channeling powerful energy into the talisman, which indeed enveloped her in a crimson glow after retreating several feet. Sister, remain here. Your obsidian is not yet complete. Do not partake in this battle. Yang Shaokai restrained Ying Jian's hand, for despite having spent 3 months with her obsidian, she had only mastered the skill of transforming branches into black arrows, a technique that did not always succeed. When Li Yong called out, Bao Zheng and Jiang Ziki heard him clearly. In Bao Zheng's era, water margin had yet to emerge. Thus he was unaware of who Lin Chong was. Boldly step forward to the left, he commanded, his large hand sweeping gently from his sleeve, advancing toward the family with the force of a mountain bearing down on them. Although the individuals here might become comrades in arms, they could also turn into rivals. For now, they remained mere strangers who happened upon each other. Thus there was no need for reservations. Truths could be spoken openly. Regarding certain secrets, she would share if willing. Otherwise, she would remain silent. Chapter 101, A Mysterious Surprise. For Xia Anren's lavish praise, Yian felt a quiet sense of pride within. Yet, he feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. I am still the same as before, just a bit thinner. It's nothing, really. Subsequently, the village echoed with the sounds of gongs and drums, a cacophony that failed to overshadow the sorrowful cries in the midst. Since we have reached this point, let us go all out, Wang Ning thought to herself. The force of the wound immediately expelled a jet of blood, splattering against a nearby tree trunk. Zhao Feng hastily dressed and followed Pang Tong outside, accompanying him toward the city gate. Brother Zheng, is there something particularly remarkable about that object? Should we devise a way to acquire it? Chen Lang eagerly approached, his eyes sparkling at the stone tablet, pondering that anything capable of astonishing Qinzheng was certainly extraordinary. Tang Yi did not engage in further conversation with Li Haoran. Having just awakened his memories, he required time to process them. A hand as large as Tang Ye's would be daunting to confront head-on, thus he needed to evade until he discovered a method to counteract it. This was no mere matter of exhausting the strength of the combined golden Vajra or relying on the remnants of the Overlord's spear. Yu Fuxing understood well that once afflicted by the young goddess extraction, even a mild case could result in a day of blindness. A severe case would lead to total loss of sight. Having fallen victim to this affliction, Tang Yi, with his pseudo-transcendent strength, was fortunate not to be completely blinded. Thus, a visually impaired Tang Yi found himself pondering how to resist. It turned out that the monk Xuanzang was indeed a pivotal figure in the quest for scriptures. Protected by the divine will, safeguarded by the Jinxian hammer and the 9 imperial staff, ensuring the preservation of his soul, while the Ksitigarbha provided shelter in the underworld, allowing for rebirth. Upon hearing that James seemed to have arranged for a Kai Shuichi to depart, Judy, without hesitation, grasped the bomb firmly in her hand. Observing Judy's resolute expression, James contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had once guided me during my moments of confusion, Yang Fan stated as he approached Hai Yeshua, pouring her a glass using the wine left by Shurs. Shin Bing, the vanguard of the artificial intelligence era, indeed commanded respect here. Even the most senior professors could not compare to Shin Bing in terms of accomplishments. Although Su Xin was defending the police, her tone was gentle and not at all abrasive. Roger's final remarks clearly conveyed a lack of seriousness towards the assailants. Thus, Chala naturally needed to assess the situation. Regardless of whether the S-H-I-E-L-D team could withstand this assault, they could at least gauge the combat capabilities of those wielding vibranium and Wakandan technology. The charred mountaintop appeared particularly strange to him. It did not seem like the work of the Black Dragon, for if it were, the temperature of the dragon's flames and the inherent fire poison would have scorched not just the mountaintop but also left vast areas barren. The phantom, upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, opened its eyes, and upon seeing that Zhou Yu had not taken action, a flicker of disappointment crossed its face. She suddenly contemplated. Could this be due to the suppression of the orthodox, or even an impending upheaval? Yang Yuding peeled a fruit and handed it to Tan Yinshu. Her efforts to please Tan Yinshu were not solely due to their close cousin relationship. but also for a greater purpose. She hoped that Yi Yunchang of Luoyang would advocate for Fang Yin, allowing him to rightfully reclaim control of Jiangning County. Chapter 102. Is this what they call training? The true effect of these magical patterns was to absorb the life and spiritual power of Ling Ming, transforming them into the foundation that sustained the entirety of Jinsokyo. The spiritual energy of the Hakurei Great Barrier. All four were restrained and powerless to resist, yet you still had the ability to move. Its four eyes whirled around, converging their gaze on Han Lin, who suddenly felt a chill in his limbs, overwhelming fear seizing him as he realized he could not withstand the impending attack, leaving him to seek his own fortune. However, Artorias seemed to wish to say something more, pausing briefly before ultimately remaining silent. The possibility of something dreadful was not lost on him, especially since this was a mercenary with experience from several grave-digging competitions. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ziyun gently knocked on the door. After 2 knocks, the door was softly pulled open, revealing Zhao Jingyan, whose eyes were slightly red, coming into Wang Ziyun's view. I was not the least bit displeased by the other party's roar. It would be too disgraceful to argue with a dead man. Just as his expression darkened, Fang Yinghu cast a glance at the dean. This glance seemed ordinary yet carried an underlying meaning. What shocked me further was the reason that the decaying Zhuke killed his father. He believed that his father's policy of resistance had caused suffering for the Japanese people. Although I was unaware of the boss's background, it was evident from his words that he possessed considerable intellect. Such a complete mobilization would inevitably require a significant amount of time. Amoluo lacked the patience for that, and with his major worries now alleviated, he took flight single-handedly through the air. But upon reaching the fortified border, he discovered it was already deserted, leaving behind only empty walls. Yet now, with Yi Fan issuing orders, they found themselves in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. Zhao Lin, having followed Chen Feng for 10 years, had undoubtedly honed his martial skills. With a spear in hand, no one could approach him. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through Tan Jingyun's palm and slashed a deep gash on Qi Feng's leg. The long knife in his hand showed no mercy. With a swift motion, a large head flew into the air. Suddenly, Dugu Chen's voice ceased abruptly, his expression revealing shock as his body surged upward, darting towards the city lord's mansion. His reasoning was not incorrect. If one could live without worry, why burden oneself with toil? Those who did not enjoy martial arts often held disdain towards it. Red Dragon. Red Serpent? Was it mere coincidence? Or was there a predestined fate at play? A glimmer of divine light flashed in Chen Jifan's eyes as his brow gradually became translucent. Since you address me as cousin-in-law, I bear the responsibility to ensure your improvement, rather than watching you squander your potential, Yi Fan admonished. Zhang Yifan sneered at the two opposite him. Lacking defensive fortifications, it seemed they were merely going through the motions, with the central route being their true objective. I see it as Miss Karen. I trust your journey to Yangzhou has yielded great rewards, said Bu Miayin, casting a glance at Karen, referring to her oversight of supplies. Lowering his head, he gazed at the long sword piercing through his chest, its blade cold and imposing like a steep mountain, emanating a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. At that moment, Lin Butu realized he had been deceived and hurriedly instructed someone to splash water on him to wake him, also administering some medication. In that instant, Long Qingxiu felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if all vitality had been drained. She turned to leave, while Xiao Yi politely waited for Yun Xian to catch up before they all exited the room, traversing the corridor towards the depths of the expansive courtyard. She saw her husband lying on the bed, his face still intact and eyes closed, which made her unable to contain her joy, covering her mouth as tears of laughter streamed down. Gu Changqing's words left Lung Qingxiu speechless. Haven't you exhibited your lack of compassion enough? Once we finish documenting the magnetic field of this island, we must depart to continue our voyage, Nami playfully remarked, sticking out her tongue. Under Yi Hong's peculiar gaze, Goshu Luo awkwardly touched his cheek, saying, My lord, is there something dirty on my face? Ao Long Dian nodded, fully understanding Han Feng's intention to thwart the princess's aspirations. Naturally, this aligned with Ao Long Tian's own thoughts. Shinsu silently mourned for him, truly a pitiable fate. This was the outcome of lacking strength. A realization that reinforced the importance of power. In the elegantly simple yet luxurious carriage, a young man clad in a white robe displayed a look of bewilderment. The robe, woven from snow silkworm silk and edged with silver thread, was undeniably extravagant. Xie Juanhe's face turned ashen as he hastily approached, finding the pigeon with a red spot piercing its throat. who sought to deliberately sever his connection with Billion Island. The insect, unaware of Song Duanwu's plight, trembled at the cold words from Song Duanwu, refraining from casual pleasantries but distinctly conveying a message. Shui Hao, it is you again, daring to cause trouble at my fire gate. Just watch as I bring you down today and make you call me Grandpa 3 times. The voice belonged to Tang Ming, who had received Xiao Yin and others that day. Everyone stood dumbfounded before the unfolding scene. It turned out that within this forest, such a terrifying presence still lingered. He stared blankly at the photograph. How long had it been since he had seen her radiant smile? Yet there she was, dining with a stranger, wearing such a bright and joyous expression. Amidst Chung Yunhe's lament, the scene revealed a crimson battlefield, with the enemy's swords falling like rain. The white-clad figures all collapsed. The silence was pierced only by their faint, struggling breaths, caught in the balance between life and death, painting a gruesome tableau. Chapter 103. Can you keep up with me? Just as she contemplated whether to spend some time playing games in the lounge, the office door suddenly swung open. As friends, shouldn't Tian have the right to know the reason behind this? Tian Lu cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the two individuals, meticulously studying their outward demeanor in a quest to uncover any clues that might reveal their true intentions. Following the damning remarks made by Duan Zhaiyi, it became palpably evident that their motives were far from benign. Regrettably, our employer has altered their decision on a whim, compelling us to venture into the Hengchuan Star domain. Su Ling remarked with a look of resignation. Zhou Zixiu, unwilling to delve further into the matter, felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of Si Hui's days at Kaoshantan. He parked the vehicle at the Zhao family's doorstep and exited. In days gone by, had anyone informed him that hidden sects existed within this world, where individuals could cultivate their skills, he would have dismissed it as mere superstition. For Xihua, seeing was believing. Ah, it is you. Guan Zutian, kneeling on the ground, uttered these words devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Dr. Tang, with a touch of affection, regarded the ginseng, reluctant to part with it, for he did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Why? Hu Gang sensed his master's disapproval of his suggestion, feeling a profound sense of confusion within. Thus, as Shun Yuan surged forward with resolute determination, from the moment his feet pushed off the ground, he had no intention of halting until he fell. Even the most venerable elders of the late Foundation establishment stage and the leaders of the two factions were barred from entering. As they beheld the terrifying flames that soared into the sky, a collective shiver ran through the onlookers, each envisioning the horrifying scene of being engulfed by the inferno. Although onlookers could no longer discern his previous appearance, had he dared to venture out in this guise, he would have attracted even more attention. Li Qinfeng immediately recognized his miscalculation. Clearly, this was not merely a matter of makeup skills. With his affirmation, Hao Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, delivered an eloquent speech. After savoring 2 cups of tea, he finally broached the purpose of their visit. Many displayed expressions of disappointment, clamoring to know which major realms were involved, while Lu Qinghuan and Li Shan were certain that the Wanhu realm was among them. The web of a spider lay in their path, obstructing their escape. This alteration was attributed entirely to Jin Zhongquan, who claimed it as his own achievement and escalated the operation further. Xiao Shirong, he could not fathom her betrayal. Years prior, she had merely been a dancer, and had it not been for his instruction to the royal physician to provide meticulous care, she would have perished long ago. He believed she was the only one without ulterior motives towards him. A flash of verdant light illuminated the scene as Jianmu transformed into a green beam, swiftly piercing the brow of Qiming. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of Yama, surrounded by endless ghostly soldiers, Yue and Chun Chao's faces blanched, their hearts gripped by terror. Ma Tiansheng maintained an unperturbed demeanor, gripping the steel wire with both hands. He opened his mouth, exhaling a breath of essence that morphed into 3 flavors of true fire, skillfully manipulating the flames to temper the steel wire. The sizzling sounds resonated as the pure yang flames continued their relentless assault, showing no signs of yielding. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Tiansheng extended his right hand, allowing a golden talisman to slip from his sleeve. Observing this artifact, a confident smile graced his lips. This talisman had been procured from the lair of a black sorcerer of the Bai Yi tribe in the 10,000 Great Mountains and was now fortuitously useful. The courtyard, once cluttered with dead branches and leaves, now lay immaculate, with Zhang Fingyi having gathered the slightly drier twigs and leaves into a neat pile beneath the stove at the back of the house. However, after all these years and numerous classes attended, one thing was clear to me. The class leader typically boasted high grades and possessed the capability to uphold half the class's reputation. In times of crisis, the leader could effortlessly resolve matters. While I did not doubt my own capabilities, I still felt somewhat inadequate. Mu Feng furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before rising to her feet, allowing Xena to lead her forward. Ji Wushuang could hardly suppress a laugh, recognizing that this girl embodied the archetype of those who adeptly navigated circumstances to their advantage. Who says geothermal energy is a necessity? Ji Wushuang gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Ouyang was taken aback, questioning the implication. The bronze-armored corpses acquired by Bilingofar surpassed the offensive and defensive capabilities of late-stage soul-forging cultivators, with only a slight gap compared to masters of the refining soul realm. Moreover, although these bronze-armored corpses had been crafted, they had not yet recognized Huang He as their master, resulting in their subjugation being surprisingly effortless. Wuming nodded, taking the food that had been warming on the stove and placing it on the table before hurriedly leaving to tidy up. During this time, a winding valley caught the sun, the snow on the mountains having melted completely by evening. I shook my head, feeling my mind clear somewhat, and immediately spotted Wang lay seated beside the fire, his left hand bandaged, resembling a mere stick devoid of its palm. He was nonchalantly using his right hand to retrieve a piece of firewood from the flames to light a cigarette. The refined divine hands exhibited unparalleled power. The divine might wielded by the two venerable sword saints possessed enough energy to obliterate a mountain, yet they remained unable to escape the grip of the youth. Their divine energies captured effortlessly. I shrugged indifferently, while Sui Chen scoffed, realizing that it was impossible for this rogue to slip away unnoticed. Moreover, having been humiliated by my earlier actions, he sought to retaliate. In the eyes of outsiders, he was justified, and even if he did not evade scrutiny, no one would voice dissent, and some might even sympathize with him. I beckoned to LV Xinyang, acknowledging that there would be no turning back in this matter. As we departed from the scene, Chapter 104, A Promise Not to Mock You in Truth. Xia Anren was rather eager for Yian to learn street dance from her, considering that Yian was at a youthful age yet seemed devoid of any vigor, appearing rather like an elderly person. Yet, Yian hesitated, despite having heard Feng Chun express similar sentiments during their last meeting, when Xu Qian had paid no heed at the time. Meanwhile, Du Jiu donned his boots and stepped into the courtyard, seeking a breath of fresh air. The meticulously crafted strategies and rigorous training sessions preceding the competition had all culminated in this moment, when Xu Qian pondered deeply. This question had previously eluded him and was one of the main reasons for his resolution to seek out Feng Chen again. Its significance even surpassed that of Feng Shanshue's sword in the betrayal of the Jing family. The object before him was a pearlescent hue, resembling a wristband, lacking the opaque black screen of a typical smartwatch, albeit being notably lightweight. Even without visibility, it was evident that boundless danger lurked around Juyin, an unseen peril imperceptible to the naked eye or spiritual sense. Due to the continuous battles, the fields lay in ruins, yielding no harvest. Many common folk were left to subsist on foraged wild vegetables, often going from one meal to the next without sustenance. Even Gu Zheng and Gu Bo exchanged glances, unashamedly revealing their excitement. The already dim hospital took on an even more eerie and sinister ambience as Gu Chun jumped in agitation, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, her reflection in the glass radiating an unsettling joy. A faint sound broke the silence. As if sensing something, the youth struggled valiantly to open his eyes. Held in the embrace of Yi Er, I felt a mischievous delight, completely oblivious to the perilous environment surrounding us. Li Donru bent down to embrace Li Yujun, tears streaming down her face. Li Yujun rested her head against Li Donru's chest, her throat producing guttural sounds for a while before suddenly clutching Li Donru tightly and sobbing uncontrollably. Li Donru felt a sense of relief. This outpouring of emotion would alleviate the pent-up frustration. "Grandma, even if there's nothing wrong, you should still have a checkup," Li Donru interrupted old lady Qing, as Ming Yue's eyelids flickered with life, promptly agreeing and hurrying forward to relay the message. Upon uttering these words, Feng Ji vanished swiftly, akin to a rabbit fleeing from a pursuing tiger, disappearing from Su Yuyang's sight. The individuals who had just been startled involuntarily twitched at the corners of their eyes, particularly Mo Kai-chen, who seemed to feel an acute embarrassment due to having such subordinates. At this moment, He Zhuangnan, standing outside the door, could hardly guess the unfolding events. A tumult of rage and jealousy ignited within him, causing the seed planted deep within by Ling Yang's supernatural abilities to burgeon with alarming speed. his eyes turning a blood-red hue. And any flicker of doubt he had harbored towards Ling Yong evaporated instantly. Chapter 105. The contrast is quite stark as Yi An's words faded. The elevator reached the 9th floor. Summer Anren stepped out while continuing her discourse. With the ambulance wailing into the distance, Ming Xiaoxiao remained rooted in place. Staring blankly at the end of the road, she felt a chilling numbness envelop her, her mind a void. The side effect of that lethal strike rendered her immobile for 2 hours. Thus, despite the sparse presence of people around the outskirts of Fenggu, she could only hope fervently that no one would come by during this time. Lu Tianlang observed both their reactions, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. A chilling laugh that could send shivers down one's spine. Director Wen's gaze towards Captain and was rather ambiguous, which left them somewhat disappointed. Luo Tianqing was blissfully unaware of the complex emotions swirling within Fengwu at that moment, although the probability of successfully refining the medicinal pill was low this time. It did not diminish her good spirits, nor did she pay any heed to Fengwu, as she resumed her next round of alchemical preparations with the herbs at hand. On that day, dark clouds loomed overhead. Thunderous tribulations crashed down, and silver serpents of lightning danced across the sky, heralding the 6th level of the thunder tribulation. Later, she would learn that on that very day, Dao Donley had seized the opportunity amidst the tempest to ambush the demon lord, leaving the adversary in a state of disarray. Though the amount she had consumed was scarcely more than the height of a finger above the bottom of a wine glass, merely a couple of sips, she felt warmth coursing through her body. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have acted differently from the start. Jin Qian found himself at a loss for words, his eyes narrowing slightly. Faced with the unexpected visit from his mentor, Jiraiya expressed his remorse with tears. Deeply regretting his inability to suppress his true nature and feeling a profound guilt for failing to adhere to his mentor's guidance, Mo Dalbai encountered Su Feng today, who had been reassigned from Mu Zheng's side a month prior to a nominal position in the security camp. Seizing the opportunity while all personnel were deployed, Su Feng had slipped over to visit Rongtang. Of course, while Rongtang's passage was smooth, Mo Dongbai's was not quite as favorable for Su Feng. Yin Zhuozhua, upon hearing Yun Qi praise the Prince of Jinling, felt a surge of defiance and sought to showcase her abilities. Taking advantage of the distraction of the Ghost King Serpent, she swiftly lunged towards it with her sharp beak. Rongtang lowered his gaze, and after a moment, turned to observe the tranquil waters of the outside the pavilion, ensconced in silence for an extended period. As the foremost combatant of the official British superpower organization, Hogwarts, the Night King had not amassed many glorious achievements prior. And when faced with a malevolent dragon, he was swiftly vanquished. The fiery figure, Chen Shi, plummeting from the rooftop, traced an arc with his body as he fell, akin to a stalk that suddenly surged against the tide. Meanwhile, Su Wanqi shot a fierce glare at Wang Sudong, unable to refute his claim that she was not, and thus resigned to his assertions. To others, her silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Lin Xiao surveyed the exterior of the apothecary with surprise. This establishment, unlike the ostentatious others, bore no name and exuded an air of antiquity. A government sedan halted before the inn, and a servant lifted the curtain, allowing Gongsun Tsong to descend from the carriage. Furthermore, Mu Shuyan remained within the Grand Imperial Palace, her condition still exceedingly frail. Although imperial physicians had been arranged for her, no one could predict when calamity might strike. Chapter 106. Long time no see. Under the guidance of the intermediary, Yin arrived at the 34th floor of the building. Subsequently, the intermediary began extolling the virtues of the floor's lighting and office environment, touting its numerous advantages. However, unbeknownst to Yi Yuntian, at this very moment, atop a mountain 100 meters away from the manor, Jing Hong and Qing Long were keenly observing his every move. A blinding golden light erupted, piercing through the soul-calling banner, transforming into a golden war blade that suddenly descended upon the vortex of spiritual energy. The middle-aged man regarded Yang Fan with palpable trepidation. Even before taking action, his earlier confidence had vanished. An overwhelming spiritual pressure surged within him, coursing through his body, causing Naruto to slightly part his mouth, as if struggling to endure the boiling pressure within. Yi Yuntian was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he stepped forward to retrieve 2 diagnostic reports, one belonging to him and the other to Zhao Yuhai. Han Daji truly excelled, managing to extend the influence of Binjiang nationwide and achieving such monumental results. The head of the Jinwu division rarely intervened in affairs, focusing solely on cultivation and martial prowess. As the name of the Jinwu division was sufficiently formidable to deter any dissent, the crowd turned their attention towards Yiqing, who appeared to have collapsed, as though he had lost all strength. The entity within seethed with fury, its wrath palpable even from the outside, accompanied by a deafening roar. Ningqi had enraged that entity and was compelled to unseal the stone door. Otherwise, as Ningqi had forewarned, he would become a meal for that entity. She placed her hands on her hips, chattering animatedly, while Qi Zhu held a bowl of lamb soup, causing those around to glance over. Qi Ying, speechless, stared at the flatbread in her hands, while the two beggars knelt on the ground, trembling. A terrifying force surged forth like a ferocious tiger baring its fangs, causing her entire body to tremble involuntarily. During this time, they merely collected the corpses of demon beasts. Yet the mission in the 10,000 Great Mountains remained unarticulated by Su. They stifled the rising aura within, continuing their usual patrol of the city inside and out. All right, go and tidy up. I've opened the door here. Just clean up a bit and you can settle in. Lu Manwei waved her hand, signaling them to begin their tasks. The heiress of the Mo family? Who else but Mo Jinny could be so audacious as to brazenly intrude backstage at an artist's venue? Senior Su, I have a plan. Yu Hang suddenly interjected, sharing his strategy. They swiftly concluded this perilous conversation, the emperor unable to articulate his true thoughts, his distress evident yet unspoken. Underscoring his inner turmoil, the mountain bandit's hand had already crept around Mu Jiwei's waist, gradually moving upwards. Just as Mu Jiwei contemplated biting her tongue to end her life, the bandit abruptly froze, his hand dropping. Mu Jiwei widened her eyes, and the other bandits released her, rising to their feet. However, this strike had also consolidated the majority of the sacred beast Swan Ni's vitality. Consequently, the defensive capabilities of the sacred beast Swan Ni had to be compromised. Its 4 hooves, massive tail, and formidable jaws repelled several members of the Poison Sand clan. Yet 3 others relentlessly assaulted the sacred beast Swan Ni. Ning Yi extended his hand to cover the blanket that Long Ao Qiao had kicked off in her sleep, silently watching her serene face illuminated by the starlight. Chapter 107. Trust in those you employ. Yi incensed that he when you seemed to harbor an even greater disdain for him. Though he had not visited in half a month, how could his unpopularity increase? Logically, that should not be the case. You claim to be cultivators, prideful in the doctrines of Shinjo, yet it is nothing but a farce. The monster's mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth, emitting a sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Although Zhao Huai is indeed Lu Liyang at this moment, he does not embody that identity. Only when his memories return will he truly be Lu Liyang. Glancing back, Murong Liu and Hai Fei had already gathered several snake flowers, prompting the trio to hastily search for additional snake flowers in other locations, aiming to deplete the bounty within the python's lair. Su Wei fixed her gaze upon the magazine cover, which undeniably featured Shinmon Ian. Her elegance, her spirit, and her gaze were all familiar to her. Ajun, take a good rest. Once your health is restored, we shall introduce you to everyone, said Nagong Su. Sanbao felt a wave of embarrassment, regretting his earlier silence when they knocked on the door. Of course, he did not mention that even with earplugs, he could still hear. The previous night had been a tormenting ordeal. Su Shilling noted that the sky was still early, and as Ziyun was merely tidying up a few pieces of clothing, there was no need for meticulous organization, considering they were not staying long. The Tang family had a strict prohibition against office romances, leading most employees to engage in clandestine affairs. Do you think you can still harm me in front of so many people? How laughable, Zhang Yu scoffed disdainfully. As Guolin revealed his true nature, He Qing and the 2 elders instinctively retreated, their minds exploding with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Immediately, her figure blurred in Guolin's sight, multiple phantoms wielding the purple demon sword dancing around her. In reality, Chu Xue remained still, the illusory shadows seemingly formed by the essence of the sword. When some of her friends arrived at her residence to inquire about the immersion quota, she subtly revealed her purpose for coming to the Magic Martial Academy, hoping they could introduce some promising candidates. In the darkness, Qin Shi felt an unsettling emptiness behind him, as if a pair of eyes were watching them from the shadows, and he was often struck by the illusion of a white shadow flitting past his peripheral vision. Thus, he was not dreaming. Those words were indeed spoken to him by her. He couldn't help but smile, his lips curving into a graceful arc. Although Dr. Zhang's arrival was somewhat fortuitous, the crowd hastily invited him in without hesitation. Li Yin communicated with Lucia about the specifics of their impending actions, while continuing to probe the 6 locations suspected of harboring illusion-type magical beasts with his mental energy. Unable to summon Meng Xin for the time being due to Meng Huang's ongoing internal struggle, the 3 had to remain here for another day, reassigned to their previous accommodations. The larger the transaction, the greater the risk. Today, you have incurred a loss. Xie Jun was prepared to draw his second sword. The giant King Xioni stood over 3 meters tall, with a head of red hair and sharp tusks, resembling a fearsome deity, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable, he understood that emotions must be nurtured, and he was patient enough to wait for Chun Yi to accept him. This level of cultivation was insignificant in the martial world, yet it was more than sufficient to deal with the ineffectual, third-tier martial artist of the Cloud Sky sect. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Xia Qian's eyes sparkled as she examined everything within her sight. Chapter 108. Truly a rival in love. However, at this moment, as he paused, the blood dripping from Leisher's lips and the broken teeth were particularly striking. Kai Zhang wore a satisfied expression as he nodded, stating, "In less than 3 days, your eyesight will be restored." Then he straightened his clothing and left with an air of confidence. This remark also brought joy to Jiang Bilian from the Xianyao Palace and others among their allies, as they had not expected the existence of the old heavenly sovereign among the 3 major powers, totaling 3 in all. Luo Hao emerged from seclusion, achieving mastery of the source body Taoist robe, Yijianju, the Fist of Truth, and the Eye of Truth, with significant enhancements in his abilities. The expression on the bearded man's face began to sour upon seeing the Chi Su fruit, golden bear blood, Wei Mang grass, and other exotic treasures retrieved from the saddlebags. His complexion shifted from green to pale. This place boasted a comfortable climate and rich spiritual energy, ranking among the few cultivation locations in Zishanzhou. In truth, its actual name was not the Bandit Nest but the Pearl Plain. The term Bandit Nest was merely a hypocritical label used by the Adventurer King's city. Qi Ying had just entered the virtual divine realm, barely qualifying as a beginner, unable to even condense the semblance of the virtual divine. A sudden voice pierced the quiet room, and the tightly shut door slowly creaked open, 2 figures stealthily slipping inside, their faces alight with suppressed laughter. Wang Jing understood that the current peaceful life was merely a fade. Any misstep could unleash the turbulent undercurrents lurking beneath, potentially capsizing everything he had built. Xia Xian had risen early, also adjusting Isha's delicate form and covering her with a quilt before daring to step outside. Perhaps sensing that the duo in the lower lane had vanished after pushing the minion wave, the rest of the opposing team was unlikely to venture down for a fight. This turn of events took Kong Manjin by surprise. She merely wished for Han Liani to suffer the loss of a child like her own, never intending to take her life. The selection of wet nurses was no trivial matter. In Chang'an City, few noble ladies personally nursed their children, opting instead to entrust that task to wet nurses. Elders often claimed that a child's appearance would gradually resemble that of their wet nurse. Thus the wet nurse must be healthy and of pleasing appearance, as those who were frail or unattractive were categorically unacceptable. A pressure akin to that of the supreme realm enveloped the area, causing Tian Xian's complexion to turn pale under its weight. Long Bing produced cigarettes, offering them to his companions. After they had smoked, a few discerning individuals grew restless. Once fully absorbed, I would be able to enter the formidable cave void stage, and at that time, I would undoubtedly become the most powerful Wolf King. The frozen night seemed to erupt with gunfire from the west, followed by a cacophony of shots that caught the enemy off guard. Upon reviewing the prescription, I realized that integrating the heart blood at this stage would be more effective than adding it later. I could also purify the heart blood further, enhancing the efficacy of the pill. Yi Qingqing appeared indifferent, as if she had not noticed their ulterior motives. Yi Changfeng, the first prince, was deployed alongside the army, engaged in frontline battles, while Yu Chang'in, the carefree second prince, finally attended to some serious matters, personally leading a troop to infiltrate enemy territory, collecting various intel for the demon country, frequently disrupting the Candle Dragon clan's rear operations, inciting their ire. Moreover, judging by Ning Yu's tone, it seemed that the Wei family had no intention of concealing this matter, but rather intended to publicize it to assist Wei Nuo in escaping his predicament. As the sole indigenous person of the despairing world, her departure would inevitably lead to unforeseen consequences. By the way, my grandfather asked me to convey to you that if the opportunity arises, he wishes to meet your father. Despite his corrupt character, he is a fully realized expert at the Yuan Dan realm, possessing formidable strength and adept at preying upon the powerless while ingratiating himself with influential figures. He is well acquainted with many captains in the city guard and has connections in the flower streets and willow alleys, making him somewhat of a local tyrant. It appears contradictory. Yet it is not. In his world, there is no black or white, no right or wrong, no good or bad, only his so-called path, his so-called beliefs. A year ago, in the blood-soaked battlefield, Benjamin did not suffer serious injuries like Locke did. Xie Gongbao plucked 2 fruits outside the temple to satisfy Yin Xiener's hunger, then flew to the White Camel Mountain Villa, where the two concealed themselves under the eaves, delaying their appearance. Below them lay a spacious courtyard, furnished with 5 tables and chairs. By Lu Han, as the host, naturally occupied the main seat. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy raised the scalpel in his hand and plunged it toward Mu Feng's head. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, both Qi Yin and Huang Yin nodded in agreement. In the next moment, they unleashed their soul energy to manipulate the Xin Dao Ding. While Chen Zhao made his way to another corner of the Xin Dao Ding's space, he was not merely wandering and inspecting. He was also contemplating the days ahead, considering the necessity of seizing the opportunity to procure more items while the grand market was bustling, which would inevitably require a considerable expenditure of silver. This scene was akin to a surreal meteor shower, leaving an indelible mark in the hearts of all present. Despite the formidable defense of the shell shrimp, it was powerless to shield its brain from mental assaults. Perhaps it was best for my son to bear the burden. Those capable must work harder. Yet, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shall we converse leisurely instead? I shall summon him. Zhao Tianhu had already dialed the number on his phone. Chapter 109. Are you upset? A middle-aged woman, acting as a temporary server, approached. Zhuangzhou handed her an old banknote, knowing that due to their differing backgrounds, certain alterations would be necessary, though the main content remained unchanged. In the private channel, Zuazi glanced at Mao Dou, who appeared somewhat frazzled. Upon hearing the words of the young man behind him, he suddenly seemed to grasp the situation and spoke up. At the city gate, Han Xian, suddenly grasping the crux of the matter, fell backward like a monkey. Many only then realizing that Han Xian's strength was already quite remarkable. It was as if an uninvited guest had emerged, provoking the jealousy of many martial generals in Xianyang. Zhou Heng's expression softened slightly upon hearing Zhao Tian's words, yet it was evident from his countenance that he was still in distress. Perhaps I should wait and see, otherwise. If Xueling were to utter something further, she might truly wish to find a crevice to hide in. At this moment, I had no desire to explain. My mind was preoccupied with the message indicating that the other party wanted to meet me after class this Wednesday. The thought of potentially failing a course this semester filled me with despair. The Japanese intruders rushed in, wildly wielding their katana, targeting both the Ming army and the southern border laborers. If it were any other hero, even in defeat, they could at least hide and develop under the protection of a turret. However, facing Pantheon was different. After the rework, it became even easier to tower dive than before. I understand, grandfather. Let it take its natural course. Li Zhao finally spoke after a moment of silence. Why does Long Tingshan assume she is to marry Cheng Yiben? Is she to enter the Cheng family and publicly disclose her identity, even changing her surname for this purpose? Without further ado, I rummaged through the madman's bag for larger items, beginning to chisel at the stones beside the narrow crack. The process was brief, within 10 minutes. I had opened a fissure, tossing the bag down before leaping after it. Cheng Yiben, however, grinned repulsively, his elongated hand wickedly slipping into her clothing. The attacking enemies remained numerous, waves upon waves, their momentum intensifying. The earlier tones were cold and resolute. Xiang Wan's voice dropped, and when she spoke again, I noticed the previous excitement had dissipated, her tone now plain and frosty. Zhang Liang, please take a seat. The teacher smiled warmly at Zhang Liang, who stood before him. Yi Chenyu felt a restless itch in his heart, but attempted to feign indifference, his gaze flickering with complexity. The restoration of Mirage's magic was a secret to outsiders, making it an excellent trump card. Though he was an emperor, revered and high-ranking, he was unwilling to offend a dragon king capable of summoning storms. A touch of courtesy was always prudent. Oh, indeed, there seems to be a situation. Today, many strange individuals appeared, claiming a friend had arranged a wedding company and resort for me. I am still pondering whose prank this could be, He Chuan remarked, momentarily taken aback. May I take my leave, Lord Huaqing? Zhang Tian inquired, sensing that this lord was not malevolent, more akin to a recluse, leaving Zhang Tian perplexed about his true strength after that earlier statement. The old man, surnamed Cheng, also staggered a few steps back before steadying himself. This trap is remarkably simple, primarily utilizing rebound supports to launch grenades. Chuan's main intention in setting such traps was to create chaos, making the enemy believe they were outnumbered, thereby achieving his desired objective. The other colleagues burst into laughter, expressing their willingness to extend their Qin Zhao beyond the designated time. With a resounding crash, Huang Ming emerged from the rubble, cautiously scrutinizing the newcomer, the prince of the patrol army. The first time Yishio dodged, he paid little heed, attributing it to luck, convinced that human reflexes could never evade a bullet. However, after witnessing Yishio dodge a second time, he could not suppress his dread and fear. With the aid of the unnamed needle technique, his training progress became astonishing. The true energy within him accumulated daily, inching ever closer to the threshold of the innate late stage. I mentioned earlier that you have no son. Lin Xian is not your son. Merely a worker you have imprisoned, Lin Xian replied, expressionless. To his surprise, the connection of mental energies was remarkably smooth at the moment of contact. Loda's mental form successfully entered the other's consciousness. See, nonsense. Throughout an entire match, could the shoe upper remain untouched by grass? The referee was confident. He had seen Kai Zha's actions. Although there were suspicions of a foul, it had not occurred. On the contrary, Winter's actions were quite pronounced. A stern issuance of a red card would not be excessive. At the very least, as long as one could please a man by simply spreading their legs. There was no need to frequently change partners. In that moment, even this staunch atheist felt a sense of sanctity and divinity, a peculiar softness blossoming in his heart. Chapter 110. But I do not like him. Following Li Xiaoran's gaze, Yan transitioned from nervousness to embarrassment, internally chastising himself. Was it really necessary to inquire about something so evident? I remarked, in the past, we learned but did not apply it practically. Now, we are truly utilizing it. He retorted, county and city banks lack the authority to engage in such business. How could it proceed? The pangolins at the city gate were exceedingly fierce, while the toxins from other directions seeped in silently. After a brief respite, once the rain intensified, we would set out from the dilapidated temple. A voice echoed within. The prince of the later Qin was caught by an orange in Baiyang County, while a Z pursued by Changtian. Guanxing added, this matter is for you to decide. Sir, although my sister declines, I know her heart belongs solely to you. I hope you will not disappoint her. After speaking, he turned and departed, leaving Zhao Shu in the room to ponder. Yue thought to herself, although this young man was striking, he was rather unpleasant to behold. It struck her as strange to arrive at such a conclusion. However, as I observed the mist drifting above the stream, illuminated by the moonlight, it appeared particularly astonishing. This vapor, resembling a halo of golden light from afar, often gathered in a circular form. My Kangji increasingly relied on my elder sister-in-law, who had injected $1 million in cash during a life-and-death situation. While everyone's martial prowess may not have been as exaggerated as Xiao Yumiao claimed, they were all tirelessly occupied, lacking even a moment to catch their breath. Alas, at this point, King Lingnan let out a long sigh, his entire demeanor slumping. Approximately a month from now, severe pain would sporadically occur, and during this time, one must be cautious not to make any sudden movements, Fujiko advised. The remaining types resembled a broadening of thought. Card makers were inherently so, where inspiration combined with engravable star patterns could create extraordinary entities. Zhongli reclined slightly, leaning against the sofa, hands crossed, seemingly pondering what Jiang Lu had referred to as losses, as if already aware of the existence of certain elements. The vigilant master from afar had no choice but to dispatch his subordinates to intervene. Upon being set down, Li Jiuchuan seemingly shyly adjusted his robes, feeling that the man's actions of rescuing him were particularly familiar. Zhang Zhenxing, with one hand in his pocket and the other cradling Alice, joined Su Zimo as they ascended to the reception room above. His attire had been worn for quite some time, stained with the blood of countless monsters from his numerous battles, and bore the fissures left by the previous green-skinned beings. According to the one-eared man, in the beginning, there had been many fleeing individuals, but their numbers had dwindled significantly. Nonetheless, some still sought refuge, most of whom met their demise in the wilderness. Do I really need to risk my life just to play a game? If it's that dangerous, you shouldn't go. Yu Yang quickly responded. After having his identity revealed by two individuals, Shirsu simply removed his mask, unveiling his true visage. With the fully revived chaos body and the martial soul, Hao Ian Hammer. Yufei felt confident in slaying this ruthless young man at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. The prominent families had been operating within the town for generations. The eastern part belonged to the Shangwan family, primarily dealing in ores and spiritual herbs, boasting the largest business and strongest influence among the families. Chapter 111. Better to utilize waste. Tangshan let out a cold laugh, suddenly swinging the spirit sword in his hand with great force, instantly unleashing an unmatched sword light that surged towards Lu Han. However, the corridor of stairs was exceedingly long. After 2 hours of walking, they barely reached the end. Why should we join them? Sha's subordinate cast him a sidelong glance and countered. I believe Teacher Bao is quite approachable. I call my agent Old Chun and Hao Rong Old Hao. Teacher Bao, I hope you don't mind my casual address, Gan Jing explained. This thought momentarily rekindled the notion that had been nudged by Lian, though it was still not particularly strong. Not being able to defeat them now does not mean we won't be able to in the future. If I find the opportunity, I will leave the Sweetheart Pirates and retaliate fiercely, doubling the humiliation we suffered today. One beleaguered member declared fiercely. The collision of sword light and fist energy was instantaneous. However, the sword light Tang Chun unleashed was swiftly crushed by the fist energy, which continued its relentless advance towards Tang Chun. William, I beseech you to pardon the noble knights of Castile. Although they wield weapons against you, they are merely fulfilling their obligations as vassals, Sancho implored. Teacher, you clearly saw that it was Zhang Wuji, this newcomer, who insulted me. I strongly demand he be expelled from Chunin High School. Such a student lacks basic decorum. Jiang Li coldly asserted. Milan's umbrella was whimsically tossed about by the wind, yet it did not hinder her progress, and soon she arrived. Lin Zhozhou had initially planned a 3-day fast, but after just 1 day, he found it unbearable. While showering, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. These 3 pieces of information sparked an immediate surge of comments, with the number of likes skyrocketing into the thousands. The wingless beings exhibited remarkable coordination in their movements. The vast venue was meticulously arranged, clearly a result of concentrated training. This grandfather must be biological, Lin Mu thought, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Given such an attitude, his father was undoubtedly unscathed. All 3 were renowned sages with considerable repute in the realm of Tianshan continent. However, their gathering was somewhat awkward. The old master was currently situated beneath a high tower, hands hanging down as he sat in meditation with closed eyes. He had been guarding this place for about a week, and today marked the 9th day. After being teased by me, they would always storm to my father, demanding punishment for my mischief. As I spoke, I suddenly shifted, and the comfortable hotel room vanished, replaced by a scene of decay and vibrant greenery intertwined. He gazed deeply at Tang Finfin, disappointment evident in his eyes, his expression one of profound grievance as he ran out, heartbroken. Communication? Dad, what more is there to communicate? Just look at its lecherous gaze. Better to strike it down cleanly, Ning Xiang impatiently remarked. Luo Shui's eyes flickered with a trace of disdain as she looked at Bing Xue, quickly donning a perfectly polite smile. Come quickly. Protect the royal carriage. A startled Tu Bo Huang exclaimed as a squad of soldiers with bows and arrows surged in. All aimed at us. Jean Lin said little, lifting Jean Yi into his arms, taking to the skies with his golden cloud, only relaxing once they were 10 miles away. He placed one hand on Jean Yi's back, channeling celestial energy to heal her, while his spiritual awareness expanded, keenly observing the situation ahead, ready to assist or flee at the slightest sign of danger. The eldest, Peng Digang, was 15 years old, tall and robust, a promising candidate for military service. A sudden crash of shattering glass drew Yi Qin's attention to the side, where he saw Xiao Yao's Shura Emperor deity manifesting behind him once more. I am but a divine beast. Jean Lin's voice trembled slightly, but before he could finish, his lips were covered. In that moment, Avis suddenly found herself unable to entertain any further thoughts. She felt a twinge of fear, worried that she might misinterpret Guding again and cause unnecessary emotional rifts between mother and child, which would be unfortunate. Although Xiao Yao's magic differed from Wang Lin's, the principles of Tao were ultimately the same. Despite their differences, he could perform equally remarkable feats. Outside, the war erupted in a casual sweep, utilizing energy weapons to fire indiscriminately, inflicting minimal damage. Amidst this clamor, 123 individuals condemned to the gallows were dragged forth by the executioners, their necks ensnared by nooses, crying out and struggling until they finally straightened their legs, swaying in the biting cold wind. Feng Tianhua was enraged. Incredulous that such words could be uttered, especially in front of the very person. Sure, you Tong. You old fool, do you still have any sense? You already received the gold ingot. This now belongs to us. Ren Kuan could no longer contain his fury, shouting at him. Once clarity dawned on him, his spirits lifted. For the sprouted potatoes provided a fresh perspective, just as Xia Tao had mentioned regarding the lack of urea. If that's the case, you are undervaluing my worth. Lin Shihua shook his head. I have few endorsements. Back in Huaxia, I endorsed 2 brands, one for the clothes I wear and one for vehicles. These 2 have brought me ample value and popularity. After approximately 10 minutes, her expression improved slightly as she hastily wiped the tears from her cheeks. Upon hearing Zhao Lin push himself forward, Director Lu couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling that it was he who had initially suggested it. Now he found it difficult to oppose, though the helplessness on his face was unmistakable. Under the direct questioning of Feng Feifei, Wu Dawei instinctively glanced nervously at the calm Yin Xiaoxiao beside him, and then turned to Qin Fan, his first reaction being to shake his head in denial. You're on. I want to see Wan just this once, and afterwards, I promise not to disturb her again. Is that all right? Can you help me arrange a meeting with her? As soon as he connected with Nian Haoyu, he urgently pleaded with Xia Yuran, his tone filled with desperation that tugged at the heartstrings, leaving Xia Yuran in a dilemma, unsure of what to say. Chapter 112. Where have you been? This time, Yin was momentarily stunned. He had thought that this second-hand flower would be unwanted, likely destined for the trash after a round of attempts. Little did he know that upon reaching Guanyu, it met with failure. However, Yin was not particularly concerned. He was merely astonished that Guanyu so calmly accepted this bouquet of second-hand flowers. The Sand King did not exhibit the might of a ruler. Yet his words resonated with vigor, and his countenance exuded a sense of righteousness. The ongoing projects in Rugo would still require laborers, and their tax reductions were linked to their work rates. The result, a potent medicinal effect capable of transforming the physical attributes of the user, albeit at the cost of igniting a tumultuous surge of vitality. As if fate conspired against them, a heavy snowfall began to descend, and the biting cold wind significantly hampered the march of Lin Chun and his companions. The realm of cultivation is replete with resources and opportunities. Yet they are not accessible to all. Strength governs all. Those lacking power, in such a harsh environment, are destined to become mere fodder for others. Although Lin Chun felt that this armor offered less protection than his own, he donned it nonetheless to avoid standing out. A sudden surge of explosive force caught Han Kuan off guard, leaving him no time to react. Instinctively, he crossed his arms in defense. Contrary to the anticipated emergence of a bizarre creature, Tang Jui's action of pushing open the door did not provoke any unusual occurrences, and the state of the ward became instantly apparent. Guiyang was quite pleased with his work involving pets, at the very least. It was preferable to hauling bricks at a construction site, especially considering there were no opportunities for such labor in this apocalyptic world. As he spoke, Tang Jui set the filtering parameters for the exchange list according to Uncle Chuan's guidance. Lin Shi, possessing a strong sense of justice, immediately launched into a tirade against the 5 prominent families, while Fan Ping'an merely shook his head, recognizing that such families were built upon bloodshed, akin to the brutal accumulation of capital. To the northeast, behind the second tree on the left, morning light signals. He and Su Anxia were together. The wall was already built, and it was safer than before. This realization sent a chill down the spine of those who remained alive, feeling fortunate that they had not been among the first to venture to Fentina. In the midst of conversation, Tang Yin exerted further pressure, causing the atmosphere to thicken, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that compelled their bodies to hunch and bend. The villagers could no longer refute. They had discerned that whether it was building bridges, laying roads, or digging wells, everything was indeed for the benefit of the common people. The most crucial aspect was that there was compensation to be earned, and it did not interfere with their agricultural duties. What more could they say? In addition to cotton clothing, hats, shoes, socks, and tea leaves, there was also a pair of exquisitely crafted red-glazed ceramics, each adorned with the golden characters for Duden and Fusho. Thus, provoked, Sha Ayan found herself revisiting thoughts she had just managed to dismiss. Before Li Zicheng could ponder further, a thunderous sound erupted from the west, accompanied by indistinct shouts and the unmistakable bark of a familiar dog. Upon finishing this statement, it vanished in a flash. At that moment, Xiao Lingxiao realized they had landed near a dilapidated village, and the direction indicated by the divine wolf pointed directly to that village. Observing that Hu Yu was already prepared, everyone felt reassured, congratulating him and promising to cast their votes in his favor. It had been mentioned before that the Shu kingdom prohibited anything related to science, so one could hardly expect firearms or cannons. Even crossbows and catapults were absent. All long-range physical weaponry consisted merely of spears and arrows launched by magic. Chapter 113. I shall buy another bouquet for you. Consequently, Zhou Xianyu finally acquiesced, nodding in agreement before accompanying Gua Yi to a medical facility to address the knife wound on his back. Then why can't you emulate the princess? Knowing her choice, why remain so troubled? Have you forgotten? You are mine. Xiao Yichen grasped my chin, compelling me to meet his dark, piercing gaze. Before me lay Su Xiang's bare back, framed by long, graceful legs, with a pair of purple lace undergarments discarded at the foot of the bed. Yet, there was no brand emerging. Yang Huixin concurred, lamenting that he had overlooked the fact that Zhangke's health products were completely unqualified. Yiqian sat behind, legs together, her skirt riding slightly up, revealing her smooth thighs. In her heart, Zhangxi was undoubtedly paramount, and no one else could compare. In her current state of anger, she was certainly unwilling to allow him entry. If he wished to come in, he would have to utter words that would sway her. And how could Gu Wanwan be unaware of what mattered most to her? Yi Muyao was likewise aware of Shui Bai's intentions. Although she had harbored extreme resentment toward Shui Bai when she first reincarnated, 3 years had passed, and her focus was solely on dealing with Yi Yunqi, the heartless beast in human guise. She truly had little interest in others. However, as companies like Nintendo and others gradually expanded in the market, it was inevitable that some game developers would seek refuge in Nintendo's embrace. At the conclusion, the military held a grand celebration. Leaders from Jiannan University were present, as were high-ranking military officials and several local dignitaries from Guangdong province, signifying the event's high stature. Under the leadership of Jiang Haitao, Guo Zhuoqing, and Ma Yanchu, they silently lined up before the national flag. Despite their exhaustion, bloodshot eyes, crumpled uniforms, and even some stained with vomit, their spirits burned brightly. Situ Shang exhibited no signs of being controlled, at least not to Yi Zitao's perception. He marveled at the backlash of this mental influence, pondering whether his luck had truly absorbed the military talisman's effects from Lu Tianxiu. With the rapid influx of gray mist, the whirlwind within the formation sped up, and the silver star spheres emitted crackling sounds. In this heightened state, Xia Yang found it impossible to prevent the silver spheres from exploding. At this juncture, Liang Shi gazed sympathetically at the figure lying in bed. Xiang Cheng had dedicated his life to the affairs of the state, yet no one could understand his burdens. During the Qing dynasty, he was labeled a traitor, while the current regime deemed him a usurper, with no one acknowledging his heartfelt concerns for the nation. Everyone shared a light-hearted laugh, with unspoken understanding. Thanks to the intervention of the miraculous healer Li Xiang, Fan Lao had a promising chance of regaining his health, prompting relatives, friends, and former subordinates, who had not been in touch for some time, to reconnect. If it were merely a discussion, it would be absurd. Though he could never match the skills of this great master, his intellect was not negligible, and he certainly grasped the implications behind Zhao Xian's words. Whether purchasing weaponry or production lines, workers and technicians could gradually familiarize themselves with the manuals and undergo training through educational films, as time was not of the essence. Existing weaponry from the 1992 timeline could be temporarily delivered to the troops. My lord, we still need time. It has only been a little over a year. No matter how much training is undertaken, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, Zhong Wuyan remarked. Jing Mu was incensed by Jing Yan's chaotic entanglements, which had harmed the family, while Jing Yan blamed his mother for the misguided advice that led to his imprisonment. Wei Siye recalled what Lu Jiao had said. Feeling a headache coming on. Why did the former lord of Xingxing have to sire so many sons? Couldn't he have had fewer? This had caused such trouble. Truly a self-inflicted burden and a source of annoyance for others. With the protection of the first prince, Wei Nanning felt fearless. In her heart, the first prince was the best person in the world, even better than her fierce brother. While others sided with Princess Wenyang, the first prince was genuinely kind to her. I understand. Leave this to me. Thank you, Slug Immortal. Jiraiya nodded. Although deeply concerned, he knew he had to resolve the current troubles. He speculated that perhaps he had pressed too hard, causing Ming Luo to develop a multiple personality disorder. There seemed to be no other explanation. The serpent's teeth were gnashing away, and I heard the ominous sound of bones cracking, with Lao Chui's foot still protruding from the serpent's maw. Gu Yu, witnessing the dire situation, was unwilling to linger any longer, and immediately shouted at the skeletal man before leading the way in a hasty retreat. If only Gongza Inghui had been directly killed or rendered a complete vegetable, and the murderer had fled without a trace, Lu Fei would have had to bear the brunt of the speculation, gossip, and slander, unable to cleanse his name even by jumping into the Yellow River. Haha. Then it's settled, Li Feng chuckled, shifting his gaze to the screen above. Yue Tian pondered in frustration. Wasn't he the gentleman supposed to be outside providing support? How could such a predicament arise? Lear happened to be at the pharmacy collecting medicine. After obtaining her supplies, she turned down another alley. On one side were the financially formidable 8 great American families, and on the other, the flourishing Galaxy Consortium. Inciting conflict between them would indeed be a daunting task. Xiang Qiao hurriedly chased away the wild cat, only to find herself momentarily entranced when she looked back at Ling Jiantong. Boss Missouri recounted the events from beginning to end with trepidation, but his narrative clearly favored Bai Xiao. Even a slight alteration in tone could render the meaning drastically different, making it sound as if most of the blame lay with Qing Binghe. Chapter 114, Main Quest Progress. 4. Upon hearing Li Xiaoran remind him that it was time to leave work, Yian was momentarily taken aback. It was usually he who reminded Li Xiaoran, but perhaps he was overthinking it this time. Fu Yi sighed softly, wondering if it was the environment affecting the child, as his personality seemed nothing like his own. Perhaps it was merely that the child had always been frail, leading to a certain delicacy. With one loud sound after another, each louder than the last, Sieta Shang on the recliner remained unfazed, as he would not awaken until 9 o'clock. Li Junlan felt a tinge of frustration. It was still Xie Zhonghua who had made the concession, allowing them to use the 2-bedroom apartment assigned to Li Mu's workplace over the weekend. Wang Tian shook his head, sensing an intuition that something was amiss, but he could not pinpoint the exact issue. Wan Xiang, seeing Anna being taken away, parted her lips, but ultimately did not dare to plead for him, helplessly watching him being escorted out of the palace. Thus, she still vividly remembered when he had said to her, "Lin Man's son, I like you." That night, Du Yuesheng called Du Shunfeng into his room, instructing him to sleep early, for he needed him to accompany him to meet an important person the next morning. Du Shunfeng readily agreed, assuring that he would not cause any delays. The following morning, Xiao Luo opened his eyes from meditation, tidied his attire, and made his way to the 2nd floor, where he settled his bill with a 3rd-grade Gui Yuan pill, receiving 9 high-grade and a few low-grade Yuan stones in change, much to the astonishment of the shopkeeper. The meal was tasteless, aside from the burping Lu air. No one had eaten much before they dispersed. If we have to kill, then so be it. But asking me and Mo Yin to break into a prison seems exceedingly perilous. Yin Yueshi expressed reluctance, as it was indeed the Ministry of Justice's prison, and she did not wish to undertake such a grueling task. Dong Li, feeling slightly embarrassed, smiled sheepishly, having been overly excited in the moment. However, there's no need for you to be anxious. Even if I fall, they will still be there for me. I will be fine. As she spoke, she patted the snow-bright talisman at her waist, and the lock around her neck shimmered in response, as if echoing Dong Li's words. Thus, the sea of consciousness is indeed a vital aspect for cultivators. Although it is the most fragile, it is also the most unbreakable. Before long, something else caught his attention. Nestled in the bottom corner of the right-side shelf, the 7-ridge radiant stone. Shall we depart and seek seclusion? She reached for him, encircling his waist, her tone imbued with a hint of pleading, a side of Qin Susu that had never surfaced before. It was evident that the large sect intended to vie for dominance amid this calamity, albeit with little confidence or assurance. If one were to become entangled with karmic retribution, it would be prudent to resolve it proactively. The sooner it is addressed, the less complicated it becomes, and it is easier to transform malevolent causes into benevolent ones. Chapter 115. He is utterly useless. Yian's reasoning was sound, leaving Li Xiaoran with no grounds to refuse, so after a brief moment of surprise, she nodded. Very well. Wait for me while I change my clothes. From the moment he gained consciousness, he was aware of how his peculiar behaviors had profoundly affected his parents. Yet they had never given up on him, supporting him in both subtle and direct ways. The output of divine power constrained his strength, and the divine power of the 4 seasons was not suited for combat, despite its myriad applications. Even the most basic elemental divine power, or other forms of lightning divine power, were far more appropriate for battle. The Assyrian warriors faced death without fear. However, if their souls could not ascend to the realm of all spirits for rebirth, that would be an entirely different matter. Thus, he needed to ascertain what the upright and just middle-aged man, known as Minister Pang, had communicated to his parents. Faced with the enchanting and captivating Sophia, Dewey Mike was greatly tempted. Nevertheless, even if Sophia were to offer her affection, he would not dare to indulge. On the other hand, Dong Huangmu and Ruan Shi were all ears, listening intently to the commotion. After hearing Qi Yangzi's explanation, the two exchanged glances filled with trepidation towards Qing Qiuhong. I have refined many potion formulas, Green declared, craning his neck despite the absence of one. In the opulent and spacious private room, Gu Pansheng, Gu Zhinshan, and Gu Qiao had already awaited their arrival. Aside from the three, there was also a white bodyguard, the same one as before, whom Gu Xing recalled was named X. Often, they exploited their foreign status, masquerading under the guise of paying upfront for goods, profiting from Chinese merchants. Unfortunately, with the outbreak of war, many merchants from the Republic who had previously transacted with foreign traders were no longer so easily deceived. The ground at the foot of Mount Huang was interspersed with rocks and compacted black soil, as if it had cracked and swallowed the mountain lord whole. And what of me? Would there come a day when I would grow powerful enough to attain immortality, using my eternal life to explore the secrets beyond Earth? To venture into a sunless star system and witness the creatures that reside there? From this day forth, the dual hammer technique imparted by Li Su transformed into a craft of the blacksmith shop, with three fellows incessantly hammering away on the mountainside, the sound echoing far and wide. As the 6 hammers flew through the air, the earth trembled and mountains shook. The ruins crumbled and vanished, with the canopy above enveloping the entire realm, revealing nothing but boundless darkness. When I felt exceedingly displeased and wished to forge ahead, Zheng Hao unexpectedly revealed another piece of intelligence from behind me. I could not fathom how such a taste could exist. It was utterly unimaginable that something could be so unpalatable. Had I really concocted that myself? The most agonizing moment of being nailed to the cross was not when the nails were driven in, but rather when they gripped our flesh to counterbalance the weight of our suspended bodies. Every moment and every second, as long as gravity persisted, I was condemned to endure unending torment. The Xie family was the first to exit the beast forest, leaving everyone exchanging glances, their curiosity to uncover the mystery intensifying. Is there anything else you're hesitant to share with me? Li Tian reached out, ruffling Yin Lingfeng's hair. Yet, just as Mu Tianxin was about to take action again, the flames were consumed by the gourd in Wan Xian's hand, which then trembled before burrowing into Wan Xian's body. Chapter 116. Purely 2 big light bulbs. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yin couldn't help but feel as though he was being directly addressed. Ultimately, were it not for the system, he would have preferred to conceal this secret infatuation within the depths of his heart for eternity. Su Fan casually shuffled the cards, his movements still slow and somewhat clumsy. Devoid of any discernible skill, it would be better to continue here. Wu Ming rolled up his sleeves and reached for a black piece, placing it elsewhere. I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something. Chen Heng sat on the bed, lost in thought, yet he still couldn't recall what it was he had forgotten. Su Qing was somewhat perplexed. He was merely safeguarding his master's safety, so why had he suddenly become the target of scorn? With a wave of Ren Chongsheng's hand, the Jin Tianbei appeared before him. Gazing at the Jin Tianbei, Ren Chongsheng clenched his fist and struck, as he unfolded his body technique. Ren Chongsheng was not intending to confront the Chaos Beast King, but rather headed straight into the depths of the valley, where the Chaos Beast King was currently occupied by Hui Yuanzi. The colorful poisonous mist swiftly dispersed, with the first to encounter it being the 2 malevolent soul masters guarding the tunnel entrance. In truth, Pang Qing's ideal location was Yuzhou. But due to the poor character of the Yuzhou governor Wang Jun and the uncertain future of Yuzhou, he ultimately chose Jizhou, a decision that proved to be astute. He recalled his father's words: when faced with new phenomena, one should not hesitate to boldly speculate, daringly experiment, and meticulously summarize. Among the distinguished attendees, none were aware that Paul had been possessed by the hidden lord during his youth, nor did they know that the clan leader harbored another undisclosed identity. After sifting through various colors, he found green to be the most appealing, as it did not possess the coldness of white or the understated nature of blue. Fresh and natural, yet the most favored material remained in the possession of Qi Fuwei. In contrast, the Zhao and Chu nations were finding life more challenging due to the interruption of trade with Deqian, suffering not only a significant loss of tariffs but also inciting discontent among domestic cultivators. The Vampire Duke exhibited no reaction, merely observing as his life force diminished. Such indifference typically indicates one of 2 possibilities. Each individual here had wagered on Li Dalong's defeat. Upon hearing the alchemist's remarks, the audience immediately erupted into shouts of indignation. Murong Jie signaled to Hu Huanshi, instructing her to inform the money house that if anyone presented silver notes, they should be deemed counterfeit and not redeemable. It was a face marred by numerous scars, with a prominent nose, yet it was evident to the naked eye that it was artificial. Mismatched in color with the surrounding skin, and the cheeks bore little unblemished area, covered with scars. One ear was missing, indicating that her false face required reconstruction even for the ear. True energy transformed into liquid, becoming denser, allowing for a shortened process through the condensation of qi. With the resources possessed by Qian Yuan, selecting suitable celestial and terrestrial energies posed no challenge. Jin Songling dismantled her name, each character erupting from between his teeth, wishing he could consume her as if she were those very characters. The old lady suddenly furrowed her brow, her hands gripping the armrests of her chair, filled with an impulse to rise. I watched as the elderly man rose from the hammock, while the magical detection platform continued its work, indicating that this visit was not in vain. Kai Qingming of Fire Dragon Valley, may I request guidance from senior brother Yuanjun? Kai Qingming bowed and clasped his fists in respect towards Yuanjun. The old lady, pale from illness, was attended by 4 or 5 maidservants. Upon seeing the visitor, they stepped aside from the sickbed, and Shang Jiaojiao let out a wail as she leaped into the old lady's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 117. Has she been under the knife? Li Xiaoran and her brother? Upon hearing Yian's words, Tang Jingming was momentarily taken aback. She never expected Yian to be with Li Xiaoran, even planning to dine together. Had she not made this call today, she might have truly missed out. Uncle, my child, and I will devote all our strength and heart to you, to help mend the wounds you've endured over the years. This world owes you so much, and my baby and I will repay it all. Mu Jing first acknowledged her identity before stating Shang Mo's name, indicating that she remembered him as well. Was her greatest fear about to become a reality? Her worst dread was that she had devoted her finest years to him, only for him to embrace another and laugh triumphantly at the world. The professors have arrived, and they are here for me. I must resolve this matter. The old man sighed. Outside the Cheng Rui Company, several buses were parked, creating a striking scene. Mo Yuho's expression darkened as he raised his hand to light the lamp, wrinkling his nose and asking, "Did you go drinking?" The colossal hand collided with the energy beam, but this time the energy released by the shadow failed to withstand the descent of the palm. The energy struck the palm as if water splashed against iron, rebounding violently. A series of sounds erupted, followed by a scream from a nearby individual, whose chest was torn open, and another clawed figure extracted the soul's heart and entrails. Blood splattered everywhere, with Jiangdong's face receiving a significant portion, prompting him to hurriedly wipe it away with his clothing. Although the three-point shot was executed beautifully, the final free throw was also successfully made. The score on the court became 30-30. However, Yang's face displayed no sign of excitement. It was not due to discontent, but because this achievement was insufficient to elate him. What? Are you saying it was you who cured my poison? How is that possible? What antidote did you use? Upon hearing Lin Tianya's words, Ling Luoxia stared at him in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Qingqing, you know I studied in Italy. So when I learned that Yang needed a heart transplant, memories of a classmate mentioning this surgery in Italy flashed through my mind. He Yin softly remarked. I currently lack the funds to open portals to 2 worlds. Such endeavors will depend on future income, Fong Bai expressed with regret, contemplating how delightful it would be to initiate a tourism project in such a beautiful fairy tale world. A tremendous explosion resonated, and Yu Yang discovered that the man nearby had been blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground under the onslaught of the fire dragon, blood spewing from his mouth, leaving him barely alive. Meanwhile, Xian, unrestrained, yanked at his collar and tossed him into the adjacent pool. Listening to that sound sent shivers down my spine. I could vividly imagine the pain of flesh colliding with the wall. I strained to see the person ahead of me, but the dim lighting combined with the corner obstructed my view, leaving me uncertain of the situation. Su Wanwan also felt perplexed. Her health had always been robust. Yet after being reproached by Lin Mu, she felt a heaviness in her chest and an unsettling sensation within. Thus, the root of all this turmoil lay with her. If that were the case, how should she confront Ling Qing? Chapter 118. A blend of pleasure and pain. Of course, one must engage in activities they enjoy. Hu Peng chuckled as he discarded the fruit knife, his claws unapologetically reaching towards Ji Ran's chest. I am Long Yueya, a newcomer joining the self-defense team starting today. I look forward to your guidance. Yuya smiled slightly. At that moment, everyone miles away suddenly comprehended. The heavenly court truly intended to annihilate all those from Huagua Mountain. Indeed, the great sage equal to heaven was not to be trifled with. This was the first time it compelled you to take it seriously, not as a jest. Xiao Bang stepped back, beginning to dribble the ball. Blood splattered onto 3 wanted posters, and the old sheriff was hurled backwards, colliding with a cornered organ and producing a deathly resonance. Almost everyone aware of that incident understood the Qin family harbored an intense loathing for that calamity. The unit responsible for sniping the bear breakout team had long since vanished without a trace, leaving only Xiang Lan standing atop the highest building of the battleground. After 3 days of self-repair, his injuries had mostly healed, standing tall like an iron tower before the numerous elite soldiers of the demon army. Over time, a custom has developed whereby members of the royal family are treated with utmost reverence wherever they go. With a disdainful glance at the departing figures, Su Qingxian turned to Chen Baoliang, patting his arm and giving him a thumbs up. A thunderous shout caused Neza to involuntarily tremble, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned his surroundings. Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. To her ears, there was a hint of grievance and a touch of petulance in Qianlong's deep voice. The brilliance of the long sword had initially eclipsed the blazing sun, but the terrifying might of the overlord's spear overshadowed even that, rendering the sword dim in comparison. Rumors had already begun circulating within the Imperial Medical Institute, and the concubines in the palace were rife with speculation regarding the favored physician Xiao, much adored by Qianlong. What a perplexing misunderstanding had arisen. She found herself in awe of Qianlong's interpretive abilities. To resolve this matter, she must start with Zhang Lan, since she was so concerned about her. It was only fitting that she reciprocate that concern. Dressed in a white shirt and a red skirt, her hair styled in a soft inward curl, and her lips voluptuous and alluring behind her sunglasses, she may not have been stunningly beautiful, but she certainly embodied a captivating sensuality. Qin Shou felt a sense of satisfaction. At least now, the concubine Luo was no longer like she had been back in Rongzhou. When he touched her, she would shudder, feeling uncomfortable. She had unwittingly grown accustomed to his occasional touches. Zhua Feng's lips twitched when his son called him Zhua Feng, and she addressed him as Mr. Zhua. It struck him as rather awkward. He had already scoured several stalls without finding what he desired, yet Wang Haoming remained unperturbed. Although the two had eventually come to mutual understanding, it could not be claimed that the scars from the past had entirely healed without a trace. The sound of a gunshot reverberated as Chiyu rushed in upon hearing strange noises from the boss's room, swiftly shooting the fake attendant in the head. However, more enemies were drawn to the commotion, trapping the two within the room. Not yet. Xia Haoran shook his head. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, he was still leagues away from transcendence. Upon witnessing Gania's predicament, Lisha and Xiangye couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sui had changed into a light pink satin-embroidered robe, simple yet crafted from exquisite silkworm silk, soft and thin, making it extremely comfortable to wear in the summer. Along the journey, he saw only the ravages of war, scorched earth, and the cries of anguish. Regrettably, he lacked the strength to save every heart-wrenching child in distress. All he could do was sigh. Yet, an unnamed fury welled up within him. After a night of toil, even with the support of the culinary deity's energy, Zhao Zixian felt a tinge of fatigue. He had plans to stir up trouble that night, so his primary task during the day was to rest. Howard's eyes suddenly opened, gazing at the young man before him. The youth's instincts were remarkably sharp. Of course, these words were directed at the commanders of the Laizhou army. Tomorrow, when facing Ma Shilong, Hu Fuhong, and other military leaders, Wang Rui had prepared a different narrative for them. "My lord, let me wipe your brow." At that moment, as Lord Wang paused to rest, Dao Xiangjizi gently picked up a towel and affectionately began to wipe the sweat from Wang Rui's forehead. In summary, after careful consideration by Lu Nianfeng, the key defense system was comprehensively deployed, replacing the previous defensive line. When they brought Uncle Quan out of the elevator, his arms were covered in slippery black mud, exuding a foul stench. Lu Xuelin and Xiang Qingxi endured the horrendous odor as they carried him into the room. Torn between giving Uncle Quan a bath or calling for a doctor, Northerners have traditionally not favored water and are ill-equipped to handle the swaying of boats. The Chu official did not expect Sima Mao to show no reluctance, quickly leaping aboard without feeling seasick. Though surprised, the boatman seized the opportunity of his leap to maneuver the vessel, soon delivering him to the royal boat where Xiong Han resided. Amidst the tea being poured, Xiao Yuanyu and held her teacup with wide eyes, her mouth agape in astonishment, yet she remained silent, revealing her surprise and bewilderment, but little more. At that moment, Xiang Jing had donned his wedding attire, a simple hemp robe, topped with a rudimentary noble's cap, and upon hearing the news, he rose from his seat and exited. His neighbors, similarly clad in dignified dark garments and wearing caps, accompanied Xiang Jing as he departed. The fishing line, deftly manipulated by the water deity's avatar, spiraled tightly around the fishing rod, and before long, it was entirely reeled in, with Chu Shuanga employing the celestial star wheel. Even the attacks of divine beings could be withstood multiple times. Chapter 119, You Should Escort Her Home. After the film, Yin was so lost in thought that he could hardly recall the plot. She was but a simple, naive girl from the countryside, with no aspirations for a life of luxury. Having previously tasked Xiao Honglian with investigating Winsinian, she was now likely calling with some news. To him, a loss was a loss. He could not dismiss the influence of his teammates and secure victory solely by his own efforts, which indicated his skills were still lacking. Upon washing his face, Yichun was startled to discover a layer of black keratin on his skin, albeit thin enough that he hadn't noticed it before. Remembering the smile that had just left his face, Yichun suddenly understood. There is a saying that the table of drinks is where friendships between men are forged and distances are bridged. After sharing a round of drinks, Wu Shangyuan no longer regarded Yang Yi with fear akin to that of a wolf, though he still held respect, his demeanor becoming much more natural. After 7 breaths, blood would flow from 7 orifices, resulting in a darkened demise. You have 3 breaths left. Xian Badu spoke with an air of arrogance. Speak less, or risk your life. I don't desire to kill you, but that does not mean I cannot. Beisha coldly warned Yilong. That's good. Su Bei, go take a risk. It's not a bad thing. In the future, if the opportunity arises, bring Yin Fo along. For now, let Yin Fo guard your rear. Take your time. The elder advised. His 7 brothers sat on either side, close to the door, their gazes reflecting a spectrum of emotions: wonder, relief, indifference, anxiety, and the most genuine support. Yes. 2 men in black dragged away the one who had been screaming in terror with bloodshot eyes. Xiang Bigua's mechanical body had been compromised, rendering it unusable. Ma Liangliang could no longer rely on it, and instead utilized a service robot to meet Lu Linbei, bringing simple sustenance. Sporting a pair of distinct mustaches and dressed in black uniforms reminiscent of the Imperial Guards from television dramas, he was armed to the teeth, presenting a rather peculiar sight. As for self-reflection, that was even less of a concern. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and one cannot suspect ulterior motives simply because someone gazes a moment longer. I'll tell you after it's over. For now, keep an eye on her. There was nothing for Chi Yu to conceal, but now was not the time for conversation. What do you mean there's nothing? What is this? Bai Ling raised her left arm solemnly, making a righteous accusation. Isn't there some sect called the Tianding sect? We have continuously revered them. Now that we are in trouble, they should come to our aid, right? I heard their strength is formidable. And the leader of the Tianding sect is even a Yuan Dan stage expert, a handsome young man remarked. Chapter 120, Absolutely no problem. Yet, Jiang Ro inexplicably felt that matters were not as simple as Jiang Yeyun had casually suggested, for there must have been more to the story. The stylist helped Liang Xiaomu clean the hairspray from her hair, engaging in light conversation with the makeup artist. All eyes turned toward GMO, who was equally surprised to see Tang Dina beside him. Suddenly, several tendrils of dark energy appeared around GMO, leaving even him bewildered as to their origin. The perceptive monkey, Deju, possessed an extraordinary sensitivity. Any disturbance in this silent space would be immediately detected by him. However, after advancing for approximately 40 or 50 paces, luminous halos abruptly emerged on either side of the path. Lin Ruan, reflecting on Madame He's resolute nature and remarkable efficiency, could not help but smile. Her admiration for Madame He deepening. Even if chemical substances were employed to eliminate the adhesive, her hair would still be damaged, resembling dry straw. It would be wiser to cut it off entirely. Neofen believed he had articulated his point clearly enough, and thus waved goodbye to Zhu Bo, departing without taking a trace of cloud with him. Indeed, Magistrate Zhang went outside the yamen to welcome his wife and 2 maids to pay their respects to Yang Shufei. I want to let you go, Jean Beijia. What do you intend to do? Despite Shun Tingshuan's persistent calls, Jean Beijia, wielding his cane in one hand and pulling him along with the other, was unyielding. Yet, the crimson barrier merely quivered slightly, creating an indistinct ripple. This kiss was even more forceful than the last. Her head spun, and she could only cling to Yin Biming. Her skin was pale, radiating a porcelain-like sheen, flawless and devoid of pores. Her cat-like eyes, narrowed slightly, exuded a blend of languor and danger. Beneath her delicate nose, rose-colored lips glimmered softly, slightly swollen now, surrounded by a tranquil aura reminiscent of classical elegance. Zhanggu, I believe I sense a surge of spiritual energy, but I am uncertain of its authenticity, Li Ku inquired. Yes, upon hearing this, Li Long's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured to Yi Qing, indeed, truly. Han Jinzi hastily ordered someone to fetch a jug of mare's milk wine, personally filling the cups for Hai Qinzi and Lu Yuju. Unless the crimson barrier surrounding the holy capital remains unbroken indefinitely, with its protective power inexhaustible, and the void link between the holy capital and the outside world severed, such a scenario would be futile. Subsequently, my brothers and I took the initiative to invite Zhao Wulong and his companions to a nearby restaurant to celebrate heartily. It must be said that among those present, either they were art students or possessed some artistic skills, making the learning process significantly easier. Even a scatterbrained individual like Guanqi managed to avoid a complete mess. Upon hearing a noise, an elderly leopard fish resting in the derelict ship's cabin poked its head out from the porthole. With this thought, Hao Lei decided against leaving and instead prepared to move from Director Wu's side to Qin Feng's. When Yu Feng approached, Li Dongyang's expression shifted slightly, revealing a warm and friendly smile. As for the night, even though was not invincible in this desolate wilderness. Moreover, it was crucial to note that not only did he embarrass himself in front of Qin Xiaoxiao, but there was also Song Liuli and Feng Qin nearby. In an instant, the world before Chu Yuan warped and twisted like an illusion as he traversed through a gelatinous, stagnant layer of space, witnessing blurred images outside. Lin Yixin awakened from her groggy state to see Qin Feng reaching out to assist her, her face flushing with embarrassment, unable to hold back her tears. To her, 1,000,000 was merely a number, not worthy of any sacrifice. Upon receiving such news, Emperor Meiji, who had intended to retire to a certain princess's quarters, was now filled with concern. They spoke of their own affairs, uncertain of what the future would hold. The French remained undeterred, frequently causing trouble here, nearly cutting off water and electricity entirely. Mu Yuxuan even suspected that Xiao Jingshan's household might be involved in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, how could they be so professional? As Matsui Jiro gazed up the mountain, he spotted Zhao Zilong gesturing. He hastily took up his binoculars for a closer look. You must earnestly make a wish. Then extinguish the candle. Your wish shall be granted, Zhongqing eagerly demonstrated. And as Yu Wuhan followed suit, the candle was snuffed out, plunging the room into darkness. Ha ha! Ancient demon, begone! Xiao Rang laughed heartily, charging forward with his weapon, forcing the ancient demon to retreat repeatedly. Witnessing this, Hun Tian was overjoyed, invigorated, and wielding the blood-drinking blade, he launched a side attack, striking fiercely at the remnants of the ancient demon. Amidst their quarrel, Zining and Uxin also managed to discern this person's appearance. Surprisingly, he was rather handsome. Uxin couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Tianyu charged into the throng of mutated insects like a harbinger of death, every insect he touched bursting into clouds of blood mist or flesh. This was a manifestation of power pushed to its zenith. The crimson fire dragon steed, initially entangled with the chestnut horse in a display of affection, had not anticipated Xingjing's reliability, remaining silent for so long. To its surprise, just as it was caught up in play, Qi Jing called it forth. Biao's commentary ignited the audience's excitement, further fueling the fervor on stage. Late at night, an inexplicable hunger struck, having passed 2 closed restaurants. Only Lin Mu's establishment still illuminated, prompting a hurried approach. Yimashi had not initially intended to share these photos with Lin Zhozhou, aiming instead for a threefold benefit. Even if her plan faltered, she sought to avoid waste. Thus, she decided to present the photos, hoping to curry favor with Lin Zhozhou in the hopes of aiding her family's company through a crisis. Chapter 121. Do you deserve her? Just as Yin arrived at the company entrance, she spotted the conspicuous Wang Zhe once again. As before, he stood waiting with a bouquet in hand. As for any ulterior motives, such ambiguous matters were unnecessary to speculate upon. It was merely a case of hitching a ride on the wind. And even if he intended harm, it would simply be a matter of eliminating her directly. Yang Feng, concealing a Type 92 pistol, was confident he was not even incapable of dealing with a mere zombie disguise. Of course, her thoughts were overly naive. She had not considered that Zhao Yao might plot against her. Although they were not quite friends, they were, in a sense, partners. After all, in the past years, they had been quite the accomplices in plotting against Lin Xiner. This issue had become a festering sore for Dong Lihua, akin to a terminal illness. As Ping Shasha's fantasies became increasingly extravagant, her envisioned lifestyle grew ever more ethereal and elusive. It was evident that the individual obstructing Zhao Yao's path was Baiduer. Having realized that without Baiduer, her own status would falter, she understood that if Baiduer were not removed, Zhao Yao would never become the favored one in Lin Xiner's eyes. Consequently, Lin Xiner would always hold reservations about assisting her, whether it was the Tokugawa shogunate, the Shimizu group from Upper Kyoto, or the opportunistic date group. None emerged victorious. After 8 years of protracted chaos, their only gain was the division of Japan into 3 parts. The 5 elements and the universe are in decline. Lin Mu struck the ground, and a golden vortex sank into the earth, compelling the 5 core forces of the world to reverse their flow. The moment was blank in my mind. I felt an energy emanating from the broken soul, gradually coursing through my hands and into my entire being. I gripped the broken soul tightly, ensuring it did not slip from my grasp. In truth, this airship had proven highly effective, especially in urban warfare, providing a comprehensive view of the battlefield. Should anyone require reinforcements, it could directly allocate forces based on the ground situation. The steward in the second vehicle, spotting Gao Leki, lifted the curtain and exclaimed, "Cousin, cousin." Gao Leki, surprised, thought, "Isn't that the steward? What is he doing in the vehicle?" "The steward is in the car. Is the uncle also in the vehicle?" "Today, there are numerous guests, and she must present herself with the poise befitting a future matriarch, ensuring she maintains her composure." Ming, a senior star mage, arrived at his position slightly earlier. Although the method for activating the long-range star array has rarely been employed, it is not overly complex. Lu Omping is utterly astonished. The star mage Jean Schumann has never been known to favor anyone. Jean possesses the authority to dismiss any student who appears to be cheating from the examination hall, and is typically the most detested and feared figure among candidates. Yet, unexpectedly, he bows to Qing Jianzhou. Chapter 122. Do you even deserve it? It is different. I dashed to the back wall and struck the cement off a brick, discovering it was indeed stone within. Earlier at the auction, they had viewed the items from a distance, but now they could appreciate them up close, cradling them in their hands. Gu Jiuzhou is acutely aware of Gu Nianhao's grievances towards her, yet this situation is beyond her control. I raised my brow. Do you desire me? Huijidu. I have no inclination to ponder the matters concerning Su Yinghe at this moment. Although the Zhou family would not dare intervene in Jean Loqing's affairs due to Ning Fan's influence, should Shou Yufei request assistance from the Zhou family, it would not be long before the entire city was populated by Zhou family members. Reflecting on the traffic police who followed him like rabid dogs, he could not help but voice his frustration. Song Yuyin chuckled lightly, nodding as he recounted the sequence of events to Xia Yifei. The fear that has gripped her uncle Mingda, a man who even the Yun family dares not provoke. What manner of terrifying being is Ning Fan? Watching the door close, Gu Jiuzhou touched the top of her head, feeling no resistance to Song Yuyin's affectionate gesture, her heart swelling with joy. At the entrance of Yi family village, a welcoming attendant faced off against an elderly man with white hair, this bizarre scene capturing the attention of many onlookers. Within the heaven's immortal vault, Lu Meng, enjoying himself in the myriad-eyed volcano, suddenly sneezed. He knew someone was surely thinking of him. Qin Yu, exhilarated, was unwilling to cease his pursuits. Yet when he took a step forward, he halted, letting out a quiet sigh. Wang Jian observed Zhao Kuangyi's dazed expression, as if his words had not registered. Consequently, he felt an unbidden sense of urgency. Perception of the vital energies of heaven and earth is indeed possible for ordinary individuals. Yet the assistance of cultivation techniques significantly enhances this sensitivity. Following the technique's operation, the absorbed energies also facilitate a superior transformation of the body. Thus, Luo Mo is not concerned. His greater worry lies with the impending showdown between Batman and Spider-Man, not because he fears a loss of profit. Indeed, under Hollywood's current revenue-sharing model, distribution companies are unlikely to suffer losses. Both their hands rested atop the surface, exchanging glances before exerting their strength together, utilizing their abilities. Wang Jia's metallic essence enveloped the blade. His body, muscles bulging, displayed veins like ancient tree roots entwined around him, presenting a fearsome sight. The laundry bureau was her own contribution. However, the Towel Bureau, Needlework Bureau, Internal Dyeing Bureau, Vinegar and Wine Bureau, Garden Bureau, and Silverwork Bureau. All those she had painstakingly bribed or placed in position were now in her sights, compelling her to reconsider the eldest prince or perhaps his strategist. To outsiders, the Hurricane Mercenaries and the Blade Team appear as entirely separate entities, their connections known only to themselves and Zhang Ran, maintaining the facade of normalcy to conceal the Blade's influence over Hurricane Mercenaries. To her, this leisurely journey filled with feasting and halting led them to finally enter Hubei territory after half a month. Such a location and timing inevitably provoke speculation. Could there be a connection? Otherwise, it would seem too coincidental. Prior to visiting the gown boutique, Gu Jiechi stopped by the Wen family to see Wen Lan. As her vehicle came to a halt, she spotted Ji Bai emerging from the Wen family estate. His demeanor cold. The elderly steward A Guang pursued him, seemingly uttering something that made Ji Bai's expression even more ominous. Lan Sigu agreed, preparing to speak further, when suddenly, footsteps stealthily emerged from the tent nearby. Xiao Limu recalled the earlier farce involving General Liu and Xian He, eager to learn how the matter was resolved. She had assumed the police would eventually seek her out for information, yet perplexingly, they never did. He was acutely aware of the source of this malevolence. His cultivation stemmed from a past life, concealed by the cover of primordial purple qi, yet during combat or the use of techniques, it inevitably leaked out. The inherent restraint and sharpness belonging to Xin Shaozhan warned him that something was amiss. He must not act rashly, lest he faces future repercussions. However, his extraordinary power from a previous existence reacted swiftly to any aggression. Su Man sensed his slowing pace and offered a self-deprecating smile. Was he striving to secure her final moments of survival? The third prince, upon discovering the consort's morally dubious actions, would implore her to cease her misguided path, though the thought of Zhang Lan's demise would bring him joy even in dreams. He was prepared to pay any price to see it realized. Yet, when you see articulated her actions, Liu Yao suddenly grasped the implications. The Jinling Merchants Association's information was known to her as well. Now, hearing Yu Xi's words, she began to comprehend why no one had sought her out since her retreat. Despite having accumulated numerous grudges during conflicts with various factions. Chapter 123. Court summons Li Shaoran frowned upon hearing Wang Zhe's words. She struggled to understand why he suddenly brought up this matter. Could it possibly relate to Yin? He cast a glance at Yin, who still had his arm around her shoulder. While Li Shaoran remained puzzled by Wang Zhe's comments, Yin immediately grasped the situation, observing their robust forms. He realized that provoking them would yield no advantage for himself. Wu Kei's strength had exceeded his expectations. What had once appeared a sure victory for Jin Yang now felt uncertain. The young man opened the box, glanced inside, and discreetly closed it, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Dai Lu, pale-faced, remarked that they were fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, many of their comrades would have perished. Regardless, with so many villagers involved, her absence would hardly be noticed. Earlier, Yin Qingyu had been so fierce that no one intervened. Had she joined, she might have found herself harmed by Yin Qingyu instead of locating anyone. He dared not flee, nor did he wish to. He had witnessed this person's terrifying strength, and escaping would only provoke his ire. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he likely did not wish to harm him. Otherwise, he would not be so verbose. It was better to observe his intentions. The bloodshed was imminent when a dispassionate voice cut through. Chun Biao, do you still have the audacity to incite others to fight for you? The Zhang family had operated in the provincial capital for over a century. In this time, they had sent their elite. None could afford to lose this battle. Yi Kong felt a surge of joy, yet the position was far from friendly. Fafner's wings, already expansive, were splayed out on the ground like a greenhouse. Shui Rengue realized after such prolonged combat that the soldiers had nearly exhausted their strength, and with Dong Zhuo having retreated, pursuing him further would be futile. He thus ordered a retreat. Do not worry, she cannot escape. I have marked her with a tracking imprint, Do Shang declared confidently. After all, she possessed an abundance of spirit stones. Tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones were of no concern to her. A failed strike led the Phoenix to gaze at Li Yuyun with newfound interest, clearly surprised that this seemingly low-skilled human had evaded its attack. By a twist of fate, Wei Qigong had apprehended a soldier dispatched by Master Shang to command the digging of horse traps and obstruct the steeds. Outside the wind formation, onlookers were treated to a splendid spectacle. Initially, they heard a cacophony of clashing sounds within the formation, followed by a sudden flash of crimson light that engulfed the entire area, raising the external temperature several-fold. Then, a fiery pillar descended from the sun, piercing through the wind formation and fracturing it. Consequently, Luo Long and Ling Zun mounted the Azure Dragon, while Lu Qi and Lin Qingxi took to the Odysseus, unfurling their wings to soar into the sky. Mo Jiang appeared dazed, fixated on Chu Li, his voice hoarse, as if scraped by coarse sand. Yi Beihan's brows knitted deeper. Was it truly he who had been exhausted last night? How was it that she had departed early, yet he remained asleep until now? At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from a talented individual. Why was he calling at such a late hour? Xiaoyan stiffened, certain that the voice belonged to Yi Beihan. What could have provoked such fury? Had he interrupted someone? Chapter 124. I wish to entrust the opponent. A court summons? Yian was taken aback. What was the nature of this summons? It was utterly incomprehensible. How had he suddenly become a defendant? Yet, in the next instant, Yian recalled Xiao Yitong's husband and mother-in-law. Could it be them? Sitting centrally, Bai Majuan observed the screen, which displayed the subject in question. He burst into laughter, pondering the definitions of innocence and romantic contenders. Meanwhile, thunder, similarly bestowed through the infusion of soul energy, unleashed a torrential downpour of lightning from above. You have escaped. Does this imply that Guinu has been transformed into a slave by you? Yu Xiaozai inquired. Before King Qin Guang could respond, Zhang Xiaozhu abruptly kicked open the stone door and strode away. King Qin Guang watched Zhang Xiaozhu's retreating figure, aware that although his physical form was gradually fading, the wrinkles on his brow deepened, indicating his complete invisibility in the world. Adong seemed incensed by Xiao Shan's domineering presence, his voice unexpectedly low and hoarse. Then, a fierce aura erupted from him, as he stepped forward with a wrathful demeanor, fists enveloped in red energy, charging towards Xiao Shan like a vengeful deity. The deep voice of a man startled Lan Chanfeng, who was about to enter. She quickly regained her composure. Furthermore, regarding the wine to be brewed next, I advised Boss Lu to truncate both ends and retain only the central portion. Chu Qing looked toward Lin Zhe, eager to discern his choice. Should he opt to join the Luoxia Society, she would depart thereafter. Su Jichen suddenly sat upright, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Huang Zhen coldly fixed his gaze on the four sons, his murderous intent subtly evident. He understood that a millennia-old blood cultivator could wreak havoc upon mortals, an occurrence that would undoubtedly attract media attention. Who could refuse such a proposition? Earlier in the year, the requisition of provisions from the Tartar populace for the campaign against Zhou had directly precipitated their current dire situation. Lin Zhe curiously directed his gaze to where Chu Qing pointed, discovering a booth for shooting balloons, a pastime he had abandoned since high school. Instinctively, he prepared to leave. Lu Yinqi was uncertain whether his frustration stemmed from a desire to protect his finances or concern over Jiang Tang's lingering feelings for her former delinquent boyfriend, or perhaps her history of being coerced. Regardless, he was consumed by a burning rage with no outlet. I am Lin Tianyao. May I inquire about my brother? Lin Tianyao regarded the man before him, a master of the Sword Alliance, yet he had no recollection of such a figure. Chapter 125. Name your price. This was the water for daily consumption, flowing from the Yangtze River. It was uncertain whether the droppings of these beasts harbored disease. At that time, Yun Yuchang was a disciple of the Qianna sect, casually suggesting that the other party consider joining the sect for cultivation. You are to bring Duo to Tinlong building by 8 o'clock tonight. I have matters to discuss with you, Li Si stated over the phone. Jiang Xingshan gritted his teeth, the earlier scenes replaying in his mind, inciting both shock and anger. For instance, the steam engine's power could be harnessed to operate multiple spinning machines simultaneously, creating a steady and uniform force that could exponentially enhance efficiency while producing superior quality thread. Jin Rong and Wang Qiao fared somewhat better. At least they had heard Yusinian emphasize that craftsmen, especially skilled ones, deserved respect and proper treatment on more than one occasion. However, it was the first time she had mentioned that their craftsmanship was as valuable as gold and silver. Jiang Yonghua concurred. Mastering a foreign language was exceedingly challenging, and dedicating time to study would prevent unnecessary distractions. However, the price was drastically low, and if he agreed to sell, he would incur a significant loss. Did such individuals truly exist in this world? Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. While he had not committed any grave sins, occasional wicked thoughts did surface in his mind. Upon receiving the sachet, he recognized the familiar scent of Zhongli grass beneath the fabric, which was abundant by the banks of the Broken Dragon Lake, known for its warmth and ability to prevent strokes. The tradition of crafting sachets from dried Zhongli grass each spring was well established in Huayan City, and the gift presented by Wu De to Li Chang'an was precisely that. Among various grievances, the wife's irritation towards her husband often stemmed from insufficient financial support or inadequate provisions. If either was adequately met, the wife would surely be gentle as water. It is worth noting that he held an Uzi in his hand, an assault rifle with exceptional close-quarters capabilities, boasting a firing rate rivaling that of Victor. When most people read the Oriental Daily's report, only a handful of those harboring deep-seated resentment towards the wealthy felt displeased. The majority were filled with envy and admiration. "I have issued a decree to appoint you to the core lineage of the Feiyu sword sect for cultivation," Etienne declared. Yujiaro did not bother to tidy herself. She feigned a charge around the corridor corner, aiming her trajectory to collide with Yang Huaili, appearing to be staggered by the impact. Xia Mao, initially reclining comfortably, sat up upon witnessing this, gently grasping half of his body to support him. Li Jing had no interest in hearing such nonsense. He meticulously inquired once more about Qin Fengyi's entry into the palace, leaving no detail unexamined. Success was achieved, while others fared well. It seemed that Gue Gonggong was in dire straits, his complexion resembling that of lead. Lu Chang accepted the towel, wiping the droplets from his face. Yin Ning brought Su Huachi to the Taichu, waiting until Tsang Feng entered before sealing the hatch. Before him, although Lu Tai's ancestor was also a fierce spirit, it paled in comparison to the bloodthirsty spirits, ranking as a lowly white-eyed zombie in the hierarchy of the undead. Without warning, a command rang out, and 13 figures almost simultaneously transformed into shadows, swiftly dispersing into the village houses lining the alleys. For Li Mingxian, a competitive event represented not merely a contest. It symbolized a deeper significance. Next, it was time for that will. Zhang Tianxi was once more enveloped in the Hao Tianxin armor, the dazzling golden light illuminating the entire bar. At the very least, Lin Xiqing and Li Fangfei, along with Song Li, were deeply engrossed in this television drama, eagerly following the episodes, often distracted from their work. Yin Ning finally ceased her laughter, comforting Tang Zixuan, who, unfazed, continued to guide the trio around the plaza. Yi Qingli silently scoffed, regarding the elusive figure. While she dared not act out, she obediently responded and then rose on her toes, poised to step into the medicinal field of bicolor grass. Yin Xiaoye felt a tightness in her chest. What had started as a personal vendetta against Qiu Yi had inadvertently ensnared everyone, and with Yin Ning being the deceased by Xianqing's disciple, the struggle had escalated to the point where, having vanquished Anha, she had grievously wounded the late-stage immortal king, Imo Naiha. The disparity between generations was palpable. It was not that the elder had failed in his teachings, but rather that Tenozo now found himself in such dire straits. The next leader and strategist bore the ominous signs of a ruler merely content to maintain the status quo. Meanwhile, Zheng Wei stood dazed, fixated on Beigong Lingyu, neglecting even to glance at Gong Sunyu. A bittersweet smile etched on his lips. Inside the private room, 5 men were seated around an elongated circular table, engrossed in a game of cards, with a dealer standing motionless nearby. Tang Jin often indulged in gambling with Li Yeyang, and it was evident they were playing a variant of 3-card poker, commonly referred to as Jia Jinhua. At that moment, I noticed a faint ethereal shadow concealed within the emerald green body of an insect. The man sprinted toward them, observing the two whispering, seemingly disregarding his presence. Yet, he maintained his composure, unperturbed, while the younger individuals behind him wore expressions of indignation. Elder Lu was an idol in their eyes, and how could they allow such disrespect? The electric pressure cooker began to sputter and hiss, releasing steam. Gong Sun Yu paused momentarily, unplugged the device, and then filled a basin with cool water, extracting the clamp and placing it within the inner pot of the pressure cooker. Chapter 126. Dare to try. To be candid, Li Yi also yearned to befriend such a formidable ally and invest some capital. Transforming tens of thousands into hundreds of thousands seemed excessively lucrative. If he could invest several 100,000, wouldn't that lead directly to financial freedom? Li Yi then stated directly. He was aware of Luo Qiong's award, and the elderly couple was overjoyed, having lost sleep for several nights, proud of their child's accomplishments. Their greatest joy was indeed derived from being parents. Cheng Zhou sighed heavily and said, "Very well, we possess a boat. We shall ferry you across the river tomorrow." With that, he averted his gaze from the bridge, leading his companions to a nearby room to rest. Song Ji was taken aback, glancing around, realizing that Li Mufeng's words were indeed true. He had not perished, nor had she. After everyone dispersed, the portly man led Lin Feng to an isolated spot. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with an eerie silence, a tension so palpable it felt as if the air had solidified. That morning, Ding Li emerged from the shop, while Li Xin remained asleep. Ding Li informed Hui Mei to keep an eye on her, as he escorted Kai Ji out of the room, with Hu Chia following discreetly. This left Li Chabai and the others perplexed. After the imposters posing as members of the Ji family were captured, not only were they spared execution, but they even assisted Ji Xianyuan in concealing his identity. Had the Ji family's elder lost his wits? You do not understand. Li Tong's voice betrayed urgency and sharpness as she pushed him. But what if the princess was not as she imagined, and instead, despondent, chose to flee from life? Two familiar figures strode into the temple, first bowing respectfully before the central statue of Xianyuan, then rising to gaze at the ghostly clay figures resembling themselves, laughing heartily. Their demeanor suffused with self-satisfaction. When Su Shi awoke, she wept bitterly, exclaiming her innocence. Yet, with so many witnesses, who would believe her? Yi Xing. The first batch of 36 signed artists is ready. Can we commence now? Song Manqin entered Yi Xing's office, speaking softly to her. Certainly. Lin Yu was prepared for such an eventuality. She had recorded the arrival of the insect race within the virtual universe and borrowed a virtual recorder from Noise. However, De Kuei had no intention of revealing everything. Big Head was not a benevolent figure, and had it not been for those capable guests the previous night, he might have faced dire consequences. As for the Ning family, the imperial edict was drafted. The emperor glanced at the beans upon the brocade cushion and commanded, "Execute the bean-throwing method I prescribed. I have always executed it exceptionally well, even with the extended time required to transport Lu Yong across the river. Upon careful calculation, Lu Igua and Shida's efficiency had actually increased, roughly equivalent to a day and a half of regular work. By what authority do you deny me? I shall reiterate. I am not your princess. I am Su Weiliang. Release me." As her veil was suddenly torn away, Su Weiliang stood frozen in shock. The Ji family agreed to a union with the Chu family, partly due to their foresight regarding the latter's prospective growth, and partly because Ji Moli genuinely harbored feelings for Chu Di. "We sent assistance, yet you failed to come to our aid." The pot was directly dropped onto the head of the jungler. Indeed, Su Yun furrowed his brows, after much contemplation. He could not recall the name of the street where he resided, so he simply retrieved a matchbox from his pocket. Chapter 127. I shall change into some attire. Initially, Yin was indeed swayed by Li Yi's words, contemplating a direct confession. However, as Li Yi continued speaking, Yin quickly regained her clarity. Yet, in midair, she released her grip, letting the half-formed celestial dew, stained with spiritual blood, fall directly toward the opening. Although she deeply wished for her sister to be with such an extraordinary individual, Chu Xian understood that extraordinary beings seldom engage with the trivialities of mortal life. Not to mention her, even the nationally acclaimed medical expert, Old Master Xie, would not dare to make such guarantees. Minutes later, silence enveloped the vicinity. Over 100 cultivators, under the immense pressure of cosmic forces, were reduced to mere pulp. Only a handful of indestructible golden bodies remained, resilient enough to withstand the overwhelming force of nature, preventing their souls from scattering. Once the news broke, the cosmetics industry was abuzz. Numerous companies prepared their funds, eager to make a mark at the upcoming auction. At that moment, Feng Lily was drenched in cold sweat, feeling frustrated. She typically prided herself on her shrewdness, yet today she felt as though possessed by a ghost. Utterly foolish. I have watched you from beginning to end. When you did not release Lin Su's hand, instead drawing her closer, murmuring in a low voice. However, the staff guarding the exit of the haunted house did not permit Gu Nian to enter through the exit, informing him that if he wished to enter, he must use the entrance. Du Yu felt a pang of sadness at Li Ye's recent outburst, although she struggled to grasp its meaning. Her pure heart sensed the unspoken pain within Li Yi. Before departing, he remarked, "We shall meet again. I have a premonition that he may suspect my true identity." Song Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, her gaze dimming with concern. Yin Lin and Dou Qingyu entered the Grand Hall to pay their respects to Emperor Mingqi, reporting on the recent anti-bandit operations. Chang Sheng bypassed this topic, inquiring about the annual wine feast he intended to attend. Fortunately, she had her back to the aisle. and the two adjacent tables were vacant, so no one recognized her. In truth, he feared that one day, Shen would learn the truth behind the Shen family's bankruptcy, his own doing, and that Shen would retaliate against his sister. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. And Hua Jin would never allow Shen to hold her accountable. "Sister, what do you wish to purchase? Grandma said you deserve a gift for your contributions," Liang Fengyang inquired. In that moment, Huang Fuzi resembled a sovereign of great stature. With each step closer, his presence intensified, and within his gaze lay an air of regal disdain, compelling one to bow in submission.